The year was 2088 AD on the Blue Star. The inhabitants of this planet could awaken powers within their bodies. Everyone knows that in this place, the strongest survive. The protagonist, Lin Qiu, had enhanced jumping ability and increased attack speed, but it wasn't always this way. He spent his entire childhood in an orphanage, where he was constantly bullied, because he could only transform into a weak rabbit. One day, the protagonist was hit by a car and was forced to disconnect from the server. After 35 million years, a suitable host was found. Lin Qiu encountered a robot in another dimension. The artificial intelligence gave him a choice, either die or be reborn with a random skill. The protagonist decided to take the chance to return to life and activated the skill lottery. A new SSS rank skill can enhance his abilities. Lin Qiu returned to spawn and showed off his power. That's how he started gaining fans and decided to show everyone who's boss. Even the people he had humiliated came to apologize, promising to stop causing trouble now that the power balance had shifted. Lin Qiu realized the news coverage had transformed his social standing overnight. As others praised him as a symbol of the new era, he knew the real reason was the system's skill draw. That reminder made him realize he still had another daily draw available. The system immediately ruined his expectations by giving him fertilize the world again. Its effects surrounded him with women in another embarrassing illusion, making the skill seem even more ridiculous. When he tried to reject it, 9527 bluntly informed him the skill had already been added and could not be undone. The system clarified that the skill was actually about mastering seed-related cultivation and planting, not the indecent meaning its name suggested. Lin Qiu exploded in frustration anyway, furious that such a useful farming skill had been given such a shameless title. Before he could recover, an old tormentor singled him out again with the mocking nickname Bunny Lin. Li Nan, a stronger Wind Awakener who had long targeted him, pretended to offer him a lucrative job after class. Lin Qiu asked what kind of work it was, already suspicious of the sudden kindness. He immediately sensed a trap, knowing Li Nan never did anything for his benefit. The trap was exactly what he expected, as Li Nan suggested he work at a club that would sell his looks rather than his labor. Lin Qiu recognized the insult at once and understood he was being pushed toward a degrading line of work. When he mocked Li Nan for sounding like a regular customer there, Li Nan accidentally made himself look guilty. Lin Qiu pressed the joke until Li Nan panicked and tried to deny everything. The teasing finally drove Li Nan into a rage, exposing how badly Lin Qiu had gotten under his skin. A teacher cut the confrontation short before it could become a fight in class. Once order returned, the teacher announced the upcoming citywide final exam and warned everyone to prepare seriously. He added that Awakeners would face a special ability exam watched by important figures, with admission to Awakener University at stake. The mention of Awakener University immediately caught Lin Qiu's full attention. He recalled that the university existed to train gifted Awakeners and that the citywide exam was the gateway into that elite path. Knowing he had once been only a mediocre bronze 2-star rabbit, he wondered whether 9527 could finally give him a real chance. He spoke up in class, ready to ask for that chance directly. The teacher shut him down at once, saying Lin Qiu's abilities were too weak and that his participation would only embarrass the school. The dismissal hit like another public humiliation, reminding him how little anyone believed in him. Instead of backing down, Lin Qiu declared that he would join the ability exam anyway. The teacher tried to protect the school's reputation by insisting Lin Qiu was still too average to compete. Lin Qiu swallowed his anger and vowed inwardly that one day a stronger skill would let him crush everyone who looked down on him. The teacher finally offered a condition. If Lin Qiu could place in the citywide top 10, he would be allowed a shot. Lin Qiu accepted the challenge immediately. The teacher ended the argument by saying only results would matter. Lin Qiu left class with a new goal, determined to enter Manhwa University no matter what. After school, he hurried out to continue the part-time work he needed to fund that dream. As he ran, he reminded himself that tuition was crushingly expensive, and that every small job mattered. A sudden screech of tires interrupted his thoughts. A car stopped nearby, and Lin Qiu turned to see who had arrived. The car door opened, signaling an unexpected encounter. Lin Qiu looked over in confusion, not yet recognizing who had come for him. A striking blue-haired girl stepped out and addressed him directly as the rabbit boy. Lin Qiu was instantly captivated when he learned she was Qin Jinjin, the famous beauty of Zhongyan No. 1 High School. Her calling him Little Bunny flustered him badly, because the nickname always felt humiliating and somehow worse coming from someone beautiful. He forced himself to regain composure before speaking to her. Trying to impress her, he introduced himself with exaggerated confidence and even offered his contact information. Before the moment could go his way, another girl stepped in with a knowing smile. Lin Qiu recognized her as Chengmin, the streamer from the street incident, now dressed as an ordinary student. She returned his coat and explained she had come only for that, while he realized she attended school too. Chengmin begged him to keep her streaming identity secret, though Lin Qiu dryly noted that her hobby was already famous online. She then introduced him to Qin Jinjin as the powerful Animorph she had been talking about. Qin Jinjin's status made the contrast clear. She was an Ice Awakener, a silver 1-star prodigy, and the city's top student. Chengmin praised Lin Qiu for defeating a bronze 2-star Lightning Awakener, but Qin Jinjin dismissed that feat as nothing special. Lin Qiu eagerly offered to demonstrate his strength if Qin Jinjin wanted proof. Chengmin tried to end the meeting and leave, while Lin Qiu regretted that he still had not gotten Qin Jinjin's name and number properly. When he suggested a spar, Qin Jinjin was genuinely surprised that a mere bronze 2-star would challenge her. Rather than fight immediately, she proposed they settle it through their results in the final exam, where the gap between them would be undeniable. Lin Qiu agreed at once and nearly called her a goddess before awkwardly correcting himself. Qin Jinjin set the terms confidently, promising that if she lost she would retract everything she had said and grant him another request, while making clear she did not expect to lose. Qing Min tried to warn Lin Qiu not to go through with it, but Qin Jinjin cut her off and pulled her away. Even after the warning, Lin Qiu refused to retreat and cheerfully saw them off. Soon after, his phone rang with an urgent new delivery request. The order was a distress call from the entrance of Phoenix Internet Cafe, promising a high payout if he brought a large group to stop a beating. The chance to name his own price made Lin Qiu accept instantly. He sped off on his scooter, already treating the job like a windfall. He arrived at the internet cafe and found the situation exactly as desperate as advertised. From inside he heard thugs threatening someone who was begging them to stop. The victim turned out to be Zhang San, a bronze 9-star healing awakener, cornered and terrified. The gang made it clear they wanted both his money and his life, leaving him no way out. Lin Qiu interrupted with a calm rebuke, instantly drawing every thug's attention. He stepped in with his rabbit ears exposed and warned them that bullying now came with consequences. The gang mocked the little bunny and threatened to kill him too, but Lin Qiu answered their arrogance with contempt. Instead of fighting alone, he casually triggered the delivery app's real advantage. A crowd of hired reinforcements arrived at once, turning the gang's ambush into Lin Qiu's territory. The thugs panicked at the sudden numbers advantage and fled in terror, while the victim cried for help behind them. Lin Qiu was delighted to discover that the local boss feature of the delivery app could solve problems with manpower as easily as money. As the gang ran, Zhang San tried to call Lin Qiu his big brother, and Lin Qiu awkwardly denied being anything of the sort. Zhang San insisted on repaying his savior with loyalty, while Lin Qiu insisted he only wanted the reward money. Then Zhang San revealed just how rich he was by offering a transfer of 30,000 on the spot. Lin Qiu immediately calculated that even after paying the crowd he had summoned, the profit would cover a huge part of his tuition. Money won the argument at once, and Lin Qiu accepted Zhang San as his new follower while asking how he had gotten into such trouble. Zhang San sheepishly admitted he had catfished someone in an online game with a female avatar and voice changer, only to discover the victim was sitting right across from him with muscle to back him up. Lin Qiu was disgusted by the shameless scam but had no time to dwell on it because work still called. Zhang San eagerly offered to escort him on a luxury scooter, and Lin Qiu happily accepted now that he knew this new subordinate was absurdly wealthy. By the end of the day, Lin Qiu felt fortune had finally turned in his favor, with money in his pocket and the image of Qin Jinjin lingering in his mind as his next great pursuit. Lin Qiu rushes home determined to outstudy the girl he refuses to lose to in the final exam. By the next class, everyone settles in while he arrives exhausted but still intent on finding a way to catch up. Though worn out from cramming through the night, he keeps hoping today's lesson will reveal what matters most for the exam. Realizing sheer effort is no longer enough, he decides he needs some kind of edge. In desperation, he calls on his mysterious system and demands a useful skill. The system answers irritably, revealing it can even sleep, which only deepens how strange his situation is. It grants him photographic memory, a skill perfectly suited for the imperial examination, and Lin Qiu eagerly decides to test it. His teacher notices the sudden change in him before understanding what caused it. Lin Qiu instantly recalls a formula from a glance, proving the new ability works exactly as promised. He quickly realizes he can now perfectly retain text, images, and every detail he sees, turning studying into something effortless. Drunk on that advantage, he becomes openly confident that the final exam is now his to win. His smugness finally provokes the teacher into confronting him directly. Caught reading the wrong subject in class, Lin Qiu tries to dodge punishment, but the teacher reminds him how poor his grades have always been and how far he is from the top 10. Lin Qiu shamelessly claims the exam is easy now, which only makes the teacher angrier because his past performance gives him no right to boast. Instead of backing down, Lin Qiu offers a demonstration and claims he can memorize any page, even in reverse. The teacher assumes this is empty arrogance and warns him not to disgrace the school in the upcoming ability exam, but Lin Qiu forces him to test the claim. Given an ancient saying to complete, Lin Qiu answers the missing half immediately, stunning everyone nearby. The teacher is visibly shaken as Lin Qiu's impossible confidence starts looking real. Trying to recover, the teacher throws out another obscure line, convinced this one cannot be answered so easily. Lin Qiu corrects him on the spot, exposing that the teacher himself remembered the saying wrong. The teacher tries to save face by insisting Lin Qiu only succeeded because he promised to recite backward and because the line was not even one students were required to memorize. Even the onlookers are left baffled as the teacher's authority collapses under Lin Qiu's performance. Lin Qiu leaves for the exam with a final flourish, while the teacher is so overwhelmed he practically collapses. When the final exam rankings are posted, the whole school erupts after learning the top scorer is not the usual favorite Qin Jinjin but Lin Qiu, the student everyone considered the weakest awakener. Li Nan and the others can only stare in disbelief, while Lin Qiu coolly credits his victory to photographic memory. With the academic battle won, he immediately turns his attention to the far more dangerous ability exam and starts treating the other contestants as targets to study. 10 days later, the ability exam begins in a packed arena, turning the school competition into a national spectacle. The event's importance is made clear as military representatives, elite principals, and major corporations all arrive to watch the new generation of awakeners. Qin Jinjin enters as the school's celebrated star, but the announcement that Lin Qiu took first place in the finals clearly unsettles her. Her frustration erupts violently, and the crowd explains that she had dominated the earlier exams only to lose the final top spot to him. Lin Qiu notices her mood immediately, and realizes his victory affected her more deeply than he expected. He calls out to her cheerfully, but she brushes him off with cold pride. Trying to lighten the mood, he asks what reward she wants for losing their bet, and even offers to treat her, but she is too flustered to answer properly. Her embarrassment overwhelms her before she can even explain herself. Instead of demanding anything, Qin Jinjin quietly apologizes for ever calling him weak. That unexpected sincerity leaves Lin Qiu completely smitten. Their awkward closeness is instantly misread by the media, and the crowd starts treating the top two scorers as if they arrived together as a pair. Lin Qiu leans into the attention and boldly declares he intends to take first place in the ability exam as well. The audience mocks him as an overconfident weakling and warns him to stay away from their goddess. He grabs the microphone and refuses to play humble, making it clear he has no intention of yielding to anyone. He openly insults the crowd and promises to become the number one candidate, turning the arena against him in an instant. His provocation shocks the entire stadium, but he seems to enjoy the outrage. Even the host tries to rein him in before he pushes things any further. Lin Qiu keeps taunting the other contestants anyway, warning them to pray they are not matched against him. The rules are announced. 257 participants will fight in one-on-one arena matches, with winners advancing and losers eliminated. Everyone checks their assigned numbers, waiting to see how fate will pair them. The contestants around him tense up as the tournament finally becomes real. Because the bracket has an odd number of participants, one person will advance each round without fighting. Many pray for that free pass, while Lin Qiu barely seems interested. By pure chance, the first bye goes to contestant number 66, Lin Qiu. He is briefly stunned that luck favored him so quickly. The crowd erupts in outrage that the weakest-looking contestant got the easiest path. As the first matches begin, Lin Qiu is left watching from the sidelines while the competition starts without him. He accepts the free advance as useful, since every match matters and conserving strength can only help. He notices Qin Jinjin is fighting immediately, and is told she wins so fast it is practically an instant kill. That makes him sit up, finally interested in the actual combat. Qin Jinjin crushes her opponent with overwhelming ice power and is announced as the first winner, confirming she is a silver rank awakener. Her calm dominance only makes her seem even more untouchable. The crowd worships her strength, while Lin Qiu realizes just how far above the others she stands. Rather than feel intimidated, he decides he has to become strong enough to deserve her. 10 minutes later, another flashy match ends, but Lin Qiu is too bored by watching others fight to stay focused. The spectacle continues around him, yet none of it feels useful enough to keep him awake. He admits to himself that the constant flashy skills are just making him sleepy instead of teaching him anything. So he turns back to the system and orders it to get to work while he waits. When the system complains that he has grown lazy and only uses it for easy gains, Lin Qiu dismisses the criticism and demands results. This time the system finally gives him something he actually wants: physical enhancement at S rank. Lin Qiu is thrilled and immediately starts treating the system with more respect now that it has produced a truly combat-worthy reward. Without hesitation, he chooses to activate the enhancement at once. The upgrade tears through his body and clothing as the transformation begins. His muscles and physique rapidly rebuild themselves under the system's power. The enhancement completes successfully, leaving his body visibly stronger and far more imposing. Feeling the result, he is stunned by just how dramatic the improvement is. He immediately starts reveling in his new strength and declares himself a powerful man from now on. A nearby girl is overwhelmed by the sight, which only feeds his vanity further. Then he realizes the enhancement shredded his clothes and exposed him in ridiculous underwear, instantly ruining the moment. He flees the embarrassment as fast as he can, desperate to escape the humiliation. By the end of round 2, fate strikes again and Lin Qiu receives yet another bye, advancing without fighting while everyone else keeps risking themselves. On the second day, the same absurd luck repeats, and he is again pushed forward for free, making his path look almost fraudulent. By the third day, his reputation as the tournament's luckiest contestant is fully established. He reaches the top 35 through another bye, and even he starts finding the whole thing tedious. Asked how he feels about advancing without battle, he complains that it is boring and insists he actually wants a real fight. The other contestants are furious, convinced he is surviving on luck while they bleed for every step. Li Nan voices the resentment openly, arguing that Lin Qiu has no right to share their rank when he has barely fought at all. In a fit of spite, Li Nan withdraws from the tournament just to prevent Lin Qiu from receiving yet another automatic advance. The host gleefully announces that Li Nan's withdrawal will finally force Lin Qiu to fight in the next round. Lei Dian immediately steps forward, delighted that Lin Qiu's luck has finally run out and eager to test him after his own enhancement. The bracket confirms Lin Qiu's first real opponent will be Lei Dian, and the crowd expects the lucky streak to end there. Lei Dian is introduced as a Bronze 8-star Lightning Awakener, making him one of the stronger contestants left. Lin Qiu recognizes that this is finally a serious opponent instead of another free pass. Lei Dian attacks at once with lethal intent, convinced he can kill Lin Qiu before the weakling even reacts. Lin Qiu is caught off guard by the sheer hostility and speed of the assault. He can only wonder why Lei Dian seems so personally determined to crush him. The announcer declares that the Bai King's first real match has begun, while Lei Dian promises Lin Qiu will not even get the chance to show any skill before being destroyed. Lin Qiu answers with almost absurd calm, which only makes Lei Dian angrier. Lei Dian decides a quick win is too merciful and vows to humiliate Lin Qiu slowly instead. He unleashes a full lightning charge and openly tells Lin Qiu to die. Remembering how dangerous even weaker lightning skills were, Lin Qiu realizes taking this attack head-on could be disastrous. Lei Dian's blast tears into the arena floor with enough force to prove that fear justified. But Lin Qiu slips away before the strike lands, and Lei Dian cannot understand how he avoided it. Lei Dian follows with a storm of lightning attacks, trying to trap him in overwhelming force. Lin Qiu's new physical enhancement lets him weave through the barrage fast enough to leave afterimages behind. Lei Dian realizes too late that Lin Qiu's speed is not luck at all and accuses him of hiding his real strength. He escalates into a wider lightning field, trying to cut off every escape route at once. Lin Qiu judges that even with his speed, a direct hit from a Bronze 8-star lightning skill would be catastrophic, so he cannot afford a mistake. He decides the only safe answer is to end the fight before Lei Dian can finish charging another attack. With that decision made, he bursts forward in a straight line toward Lei Dian. The sudden rush shocks Lei Dian, who had assumed Lin Qiu would keep dodging instead of closing the distance. Lei Dian tries to reassure himself that an untransformed Animorph should still be fragile enough to endure his power. That confidence vanishes when Lin Qiu's punch lands first and sends him flying. Lei Dian crashes down defeated, and the arena erupts after seeing a popular contender dropped by a single blow. Lin Qiu is declared the winner and immediately realizes his S-rank physical enhancement boosted him far beyond what he expected. The audience can hardly believe the weakest awakener just one punch to Bronze 8-star lightning user. Watching from above, rival vice principals begin arguing over Lin Qiu, with one already claiming him as future talent worth recruiting. The next opponent introduced is a Bronze 8-star power awakener, another fighter built entirely around raw strength. A careful observer points out that Lin Qiu never used mana at all in the last match. That means his punch alone was already comparable to a Bronze 8-star power awakener, which shocks the recruiters even more. They conclude that this year's newcomers are far more interesting than expected, and Lin Qiu may be the strangest of them all. On the second day, Lin Qiu faces Xingui, a Bronze 9-star wolf Animorph, in another elimination match. Xingui enters as a stronger beast-type fighter and immediately looks far more dangerous than Lin Qiu's last opponent. Even Lin Qiu feels the pressure of Xingui's aura and briefly considers whether this one might actually force him to struggle. Xingui studies him and hesitates, sensing something abnormal in Lin Qiu's presence. Rather than risk finding out the hard way, Xingui abruptly surrenders before Lin Qiu even attacks. Lin Qiu advances again in the most anticlimactic way possible, still barely getting the fight he wanted. The same thing happens in the following round, where another opponent gives up immediately and even asks for his autograph, leaving Lin Qiu wondering why no one will challenge him properly. Before he fully processes it, he is suddenly informed that he has already reached the top 8. Qin Jinjin finds him afterward, clearly having sought him out on purpose. While he complains that invincibility has become lonely, she ignores the theatrics and gets to the point. She tells him she wants to speak seriously, and he instantly becomes attentive. Lin Qiu tries to silence the system so it does not ruin the moment, then prepares to hear her out. The system rewards him with spear proficiency, but he dismisses it as useless because he cannot imagine needing a spear. He complains that no one even fights with that kind of weapon anymore, still failing to see the value. Qin Jinjin finally says his name with unusual softness, making him focus on her completely. He immediately assumes she came because she wanted to see him, but she explains she has something practical to discuss. Seeing her up close sends his thoughts in a completely different direction, and he starts romanticizing the moment instead of listening. Qin Jinjin invites him to join a team during summer break to explore a bronze dungeon. He repeats the key phrase in surprise, realizing she is offering him more than a casual favor. She explains that the world's Mana Awakening created countless dungeons full of beasts and treasure, making them valuable opportunities for growth. The promise of treasure and advancement makes the proposal even more tempting. Lin Qiu instantly starts imagining the trip as a date disguised as an expedition. When Qin Jinjin admits she is nervous and asks for his help, he feels even more certain this invitation matters. He accepts immediately, delighted beyond reason. Qin Jinjin clarifies that they will not be alone because 6 other teammates will join, which shatters his romantic fantasy on the spot. Even so, he still agrees, though he cannot hide his disappointment that it will not be just the 2 of them. She promises to contact him when the time comes and prepares to leave. He tries to keep her there longer by suggesting they continue talking over coffee. Instead, she only tells him to prepare well because when they meet in the finals, she will not hold back. On the day of the finals, the arena explodes with support for Qin Jinjin and open hostility toward the rabbit they still underestimate. As the announcer builds suspense, Lin Qiu and Qin Jinjin take their places for the championship match. Lin Qiu steels himself, knowing the final battle is exactly the confrontation he has been chasing from the start. Qin Jinjin faces him with calm resolve, ready to settle their rivalry at last. The exam host announces that the next match will be between Qin Jinjin and Lin Qiu. Lin Qiu is caught off guard when his opponent immediately singles him out. Qin Jinjin makes it clear that even though Lin Qiu joined her team, she still intends to beat him and finally claim first place. Lin Qiu downplays the ranking, but admits he only showed up because he had promised to compete and knows she has the advantage as a Silver Awakener. Jinjin coldly warns him that surrendering now would be wiser. Lin Qiu answers with a smile and promises he will stop holding back. With both of them ready, the match officially begins as Jinjin reminds everyone that her silver rank is only part of her strength. She fixes on him with full confidence, prepared to prove it. Lin Qiu opens aggressively, throwing the first empowered strike and warning her to be careful. He rushes in at close range, trying to overwhelm her before she can cast. Jinjin slips behind him so cleanly that he realizes too late he has lost the initiative. She punishes his opening with a heavy kick that lands squarely and sends him reeling. The blow throws Lin Qiu across the arena and leaves him sliding backward. As he recovers, he admits her kick really was strong enough to finish him if not for his physical enhancement. Jinjin remains composed, showing no sign that she considers the exchange difficult. Lin Qiu refuses to be discouraged and prepares to press on. He charges again, deciding the fight has only just started. A rapid flurry follows, but Jinjin calmly blocks and deflects his attacks one after another. Lin Qiu keeps trying to break through her defense by changing angles and speed. Jinjin reads him effortlessly and mocks him for being too slow. Lin Qiu is stunned by how completely she is controlling the pace. She slams him from above with another brutal strike and drives him down hard. He crashes to the floor, clearly losing the exchange again. Standing over him, Jinjin dismisses his technique as terrible despite his impressive physical stats. To underline how far ahead she still is, she reveals that she has not even used her ice ability yet. Lin Qiu realizes she is right and that he cannot keep fighting her like this. Instead of attacking, he abruptly calls for a stop. He claims he has thought of something that might change the fight. To everyone's disbelief, he asks for a pause in the middle of the match. Even the host is baffled that he thinks a pause is something he can simply request. Lin Qiu grabs a nearby mop handle as if he has found the answer. He cheerfully asks whether weapons are allowed in the match. The host can only marvel at how shameless this request is, but allows it anyway. Jinjin takes his request as an insult and decides she will show him no mercy. Lin Qiu smugly asks to resume now that he has armed himself. He grandly introduces his ridiculous new weapon as a mop spear, turning the fight into a joke on purpose. But the joke ends when he attacks, because his spear handling suddenly becomes so polished that even Jinjin senses something is wrong. Seeing him hesitate no longer, Jinjin attacks first to stop him from taking control. Lin Qiu answers with a clean spear thrust aimed straight at her centerline. Jinjin narrowly twists aside, avoiding a direct hit. His body moves with practiced precision, as if the weapon skill is acting through him. Jinjin is unsettled by the sudden change in his level. She blocks another sweeping strike and realizes his spear technique is genuinely outstanding. Flustered and angry, she calls him a pervert and threatens to kill him. Lin Qiu insists the embarrassing contact was just involuntary muscle memory from the weapon skill. When she retaliates with ice, he tries to explain, but she attacks before he can finish. Ice shards rain down, forcing him to defend while still holding the mop spear. Jinjin finally activates Ice Seal and declares that he forced her to use it. The freezing field slows Lin Qiu's body and makes every movement heavier. He realizes her casting speed is so fast that he cannot simply outpace her. Surrounded by falling ice, he sees that he cannot attack effectively without transforming his approach. The shards crash around him, tightening the pressure from every direction. Jinjin watches the barrage land and assumes the match is effectively over. She tells the host to call an ambulance and prepare to announce the result. As the smoke clears, the host starts to declare the winner. But a figure is still standing inside the cloud. Lin Qiu emerges and taunts that moments alone like this are too rare to waste. He reveals a transformed state with rabbit traits and jokes that her bunny has arrived. Jinjin immediately responds by forming ice armor, recognizing that his speed has become dangerous. Lin Qiu launches himself at her with explosive force, using the mop spear like a real combat weapon. Even with her armor, Jinjin is shocked that his strikes are strong enough to crack it and numb her arms. Terrified of losing first place again, she refuses to accept defeat and pushes herself further. She fights back at close range while ice energy swirls around them, determined to overpower him before he can finish her. In the middle of the struggle, Jinjin breaks through and advances to Silver 2-star on the spot. Lin Qiu is alarmed because a breakthrough during battle makes her stronger but also dangerously unstable. He tries to stop the match again, arguing that continuing now is unfair and unsafe. The host protests, but Lin Qiu snaps back that a battle breakthrough is not cheating and that the host has no right to complain. Jinjin realizes that despite all his noise, he truly did not attack her while she was advancing. That realization softens her view of him for a moment, and she privately finds his rabbit form unexpectedly cute. Still, she regains her composure and orders him to stop fooling around so they can continue properly. Lin Qiu agrees without hesitation, ready to keep fighting in his transformed state. Now stronger after the breakthrough, Jinjin warns him that she is far more dangerous than before. She unleashes a new wave of ice attacks that tears across the arena. The barrage forces Lin Qiu fully onto the defensive again. He quickly judges that her speed and attack power have both risen sharply. Trying to counter, he drives his spear into the ground to anchor himself and break the flow of the assault. Even so, the pressure of the ice storm knocks him back and leaves him exposed. Jinjin gathers the ice around herself into a larger, more concentrated formation. She moves in with cold focus, no longer underestimating him. Another heavy strike lands, and Lin Qiu realizes he is close to being overwhelmed. He admits his hands are numb, and that his mana is far too low to endure this level of attack for long. Knowing he cannot let the fight continue on her current terms, he makes a desperate decision. He suddenly releases a burst of explosive force upward to break the attack pattern. The blast catches Jinjin off guard and interrupts her momentum. She admits she had underestimated how much explosive power he could still produce. As she prepares another technique, Lin Qiu realizes he must stop her before the next wave begins. He rushes in and grabs her from behind, physically restraining her to prevent her from casting. Jinjin is furious and demands that he let her go, but he refuses. In the struggle, Lin Qiu grabs a peach-like item from his inventory and uses it in the middle of the fight. The item triggers an embarrassing effect on Jinjin, leaving her flushed and shaken instead of empowered. She lashes out in humiliation and calls him a bastard while trying to break free. They tumble to the ground together as the restraint turns into a chaotic grapple. Lin Qiu protects her during the fall, taking the impact himself. Even while pinned in his arms, Jinjin notices he is bleeding and tells him to let go. Lin Qiu refuses to release her unless she admits defeat, and Jinjin is stunned that he protected her even then. When she threatens him, he absurdly claims he still has an ultimate move called Rabbit Bite and will use it if she keeps resisting. He bluntly admits that winning is all he cares about right now. That shameless honesty leaves Jinjin speechless for a beat. Her resistance falters as the situation overwhelms her. At last, Jinjin raises her hand and concedes defeat, ending the match in Lin Qiu's favor. The tension breaks so suddenly that Lin Qiu immediately faints from exhaustion. Jinjin stands over him in confusion as he collapses at her feet. She calls out to him, worried now that the fight is over. In his fading consciousness, Lin Qiu hears her voice reaching him. His drifting mind turns that concern into a dreamlike accusation from Jinjin about what he did to her. The dream shifts into absurdity, as she reacts in confusion to the strange transformation around her. In the dream, she still calls him a pervert and tries to keep him away. Even his rabbit companion is horrified by how far the situation has spiraled. Lin Qiu wakes up in a hospital bed with a start. A system message informs him that while he was unconscious, his skill enhancement evolved his rabbit ability into Immoral Rabbit. He realizes the system acted on its own while he was out, and is furious that it interfered. Trying to move on, he decides to use the day's draw anyway despite his complaints about his recent bad luck. Instead, he receives another SSS rank skill called Spatial Awakening. Before he can react, the system detects compatibility between Spatial Awakening and his rabbit form and begins fusing them automatically. The fusion succeeds, evolving Immoral Rabbit into Durabamin and transferring spatial abilities into him. Lin Qiu can only stare in disbelief at what he has just been given. The system explains that Durabamin combines the rabbit's mischief with dimensional powers and grants him an inventory pocket. Lin Qiu is impressed to learn he now has a three-dimensional storage space and a new skill called Desire Door. Desire Door can open a portal beside him and take him anywhere within 5 kilometers. Eager to test it, he prepares to choose a destination and activate the portal. He casually decides to try going downstairs. The moment he opens the door, something goes wrong. Instead of a smooth transfer, he is violently dropped through the portal. He lands painfully in a bedroom and looks up to find a startled young woman on the bed. The woman instinctively grabs a knife to defend herself. Lin Qiu recognizes her as Li Xue, the owner's daughter, and realizes he has teleported into the family's private home. He hurriedly tries to calm her down and explain the misunderstanding. Li Xue refuses to listen, calls him a pervert, and beats him despite his injuries. The next day, still battered and bandaged, Lin Qiu heads to a coffee shop after receiving an unexpected message from Jinjin. When he arrives, he finds Jinjin waiting with several others. Seeing the group, he immediately realizes this is not the private meeting he had hoped for. Jinjin notices how badly hurt he looks, briefly checks on him, and then moves to the real reason she called him. She explains that she wants him to meet the Explorer team and introduces Zhang San and Xing Min as members he has seen before. Lin Qiu is crushed that his romantic expectations were completely wrong. One teammate, a healing-type nurse, promises to treat him later and pities the battered bunny. Jinjin then introduces their strongest combatant, Zhuangqing. Zhuangqing warmly greets Lin Qiu and praises the match he watched the day before. Jinjin adds that 2 other members are absent because they are handling school admission procedures. She then asks Lin Qiu whether he has received his acceptance letter from Lingwu University. Lin Qiu confirms that he got the admission papers that very morning. He is still amazed that a place as prestigious as Lingwu University would invite him at all. Jinjin smiles and steers the conversation toward his choice of school. She directly asks which university he plans to attend. Lin Qiu immediately suspects she is asking because she wants to go to the same place. He says he is leaning toward Lingwu University in Shanghai and teasingly asks if she wants to study there with him. Jinjin openly admits that she does want to attend the same university, but only because she still wants to defeat him in front of everyone there. Lin Qiu happily accepts that challenge, while she quickly shuts down his joking and returns to business. She explains that the team's next mission is in a Lingwu copper rank area and that their target is an ice fox spirit beast. Because ice foxes move in packs and she cannot handle them alone, she needs the team's help to obtain the fox spirit gem. Jinjin formally asks everyone, including Lin Qiu, to join her on the expedition. Jinjin tries to politely refuse the others' help in going to Linwu, but the blonde girl insists they are friends and that everyone join because they genuinely wants to support her. The rest of the team backs her up, arguing that accompanying her is also training for them rather than a burden. They go further and treat traveling with Lin Qiu and Jinjin as a lucky chance to learn from strong companions, while Lin Qiu awkwardly accepts their praise. Privately, Lin Qiu cannot understand why such high-level talents think they can learn anything from someone as weak as him. Jinjin cuts through the flattery by asking them to stop calling her a goddess and just use her name. With everyone in agreement, the group fixes the plan to leave in 3 days and gather at Lin Qiu's home that morning. On departure day, Lin Qiu gets ready early and calls on his system again while packing. The system rewards him with another new ability, culinary mastery at level E. His interface also reminds him of earlier gains like language mastery and medical mastery, showing how strangely broad his recent skills have become. Lin Qiu jokes that the system seems determined to turn him into an all-purpose academy principal, and the system notes that he has already unlocked the space system. Remembering that, Lin Qiu asks what practical use his new space-related bag actually has, and the system tells him to test it with his backpack. He follows the instruction, and the bag begins pulling in the larger backpack through a spatial effect. The storage process completes smoothly, proving the bag really contains a separate space. Lin Qiu is stunned by how useful the item turns out to be. He realizes the storage bag can swallow objects far larger than itself without becoming heavy, enough to hold everything in the room if needed. He can barely believe he has been handed such an absurdly convenient tool. Before he can test more, his companions arrive outside in a vehicle and call for him to come down. Lin Qiu answers that he is on his way and heads out to join them. As he leaves, he reflects that his space ability may be one of the most practical powers he has received so far. Inside the car, the blonde girl notices the spatial effect around him and immediately recognizes it as a space system skill. The whole group stares at him in shock, realizing he may be someone who awakened a rare dual system ability, while Lin Qiu grows embarrassed under the attention. To prove it, he demonstrates the storage effect again in front of them. That confirms it for everyone, and they react with awe because space users are exceptionally rare and powerful. The blonde girl, fascinated, leans in and asks to examine the strange spatial effect more closely. Lin Qiu panics and accuses her of taking liberties, while she protests that she is only excited because it is her first time seeing a real space skill. One of the men laughs the whole misunderstanding off as Lin Qiu being overly dramatic. The driver soon announces that they have reached the Linwu entrance area. Lin Qiu looks outside and is immediately struck by the scale of the place ahead. He steps out of the vehicle to take in the scene for himself. In front of them stands a towering portal of violent energy, making it clear that Linwu is not just a rumor but a separate world. Seeing it up close, Lin Qiu finally understands that this overwhelming gate really is Linwu. The narration explains that Linwu appeared with the revival of spiritual energy and is filled with spirit beasts whose ranks determine each area's danger level. Although beasts can cross into the human world, they rarely do so for unknown reasons, which keeps the two realms in uneasy balance. Even so, humanity must stay vigilant and maintain defenses against whatever might emerge. Because of that threat, even lower-ranked Linwu gates are monitored by the state, which sends personnel to register entrance and guard the portals. Those officials effectively serve as the final barrier between the human world and the unknown beyond the gate. When the group tries to enter, an official stops them and says the day's quota is full, so they must register now and return tomorrow. Lin Qiu studies the portal while waiting, already feeling the pull of the world beyond it. Once registered, he notices that the spiritual energy around this particular gate feels denser than elsewhere. The blonde girl clings to him playfully, and he realizes she is the one teasing him again rather than some strange creature. She complains about how he addresses her and demands the same familiar tone he uses with Jinjin, while he asks where she is dragging him. She cheerfully decides to pull him back toward the car so she can keep pestering him about his magic storage bag. Nearby, a lurking thug notices the group's expensive gear and wealthy appearance, especially recognizing the rich young master among them. The criminals quickly decide the team looks like ideal prey worth robbing once the chance comes. Their leader, Yanhu of the Xionglang group, orders his men to follow the team into Linwu and strike after they enter. He boasts that his gang specializes in preying on weak but wealthy explorers who wander into the dungeon unprepared. As the gang watches from hiding, they prepare to make an example of this new target. Yanhu promises that once the group is inside Linwu, the place itself will become their grave. The next day, Lin Qiu's team returns to the gate ready to begin the expedition for real. Lin Qiu steps through the portal and crosses the boundary into Linwu. On the other side, the group finds themselves in a vast open world of grasslands and distant mountains rather than a cramped dungeon. Lin Qiu is amazed that the interior of Linwu is so enormous, more like an entire world than a single zone. Jinjin takes command and tells everyone their true destination is a snowfield deep inside Linwu, still 2 days away. As they set out, she assigns Minmin to keep watch over the surroundings. Minmin reveals a sound-based radar skill that scans the area in real time like a bat's echolocation. With scouting in place, the group agrees to stay cautious and begins moving deeper into Linwu. Unseen by them, the Xionglang gang continues shadowing the team from cover. One thug wants to attack immediately, but Yang Hu refuses because the open plains would expose them too easily. He decides they will wait until the team reaches the forest, where an ambush can be carried out properly. Along the way, the group encounters a herd of low-level bronze-ranked bighorn sheep, beasts that attack anything that approaches. One of the sheep notices the intruders and turns aggressive. The beast is instantly blasted down before it can become a real threat. Lin Qiu complains that his teammates are too reckless because burning the beast ruins valuable materials that could have been sold. The others sheepishly apologize while Lin Qiu mourns the wasted profit more than the danger. He orders everyone to search the area for anything valuable, and Min Min quickly finds gems even without using a skill. Before they can celebrate, Lin Qiu and Jinjin spot a new threat gathering above them. A pack of serrated wolves appears on the ridge, surrounding the group from higher ground. Jinjin warns everyone not to rush in, explaining that these wolves hold grudges and become fiercer if one of their own is harmed. Lin Qiu immediately asks what would happen if the one killed were the pack leader instead. Jinjin understands that he wants to break the pack by striking the leader first, but she knows it will not be simple. Another teammate explains that the wolves are cunning and their leader will not expose itself in a direct fight. Lin Qiu decides that if the leader will not come to them, he will use his space ability to go find it himself. He tells the others to stay put while he handles the problem alone. Using a spatial door, he suddenly appears above the hidden alpha and identifies it in midair. He crashes down with overwhelming force and kills the pack leader in a single strike. The remaining wolves panic at the sudden death of their leader and immediately lose their will to fight. His teammates are stunned by how cleanly his spatial ambush solved what should have been a dangerous encounter. Lin Qiu, however, is already focused on butchering the corpse properly this time so the valuable materials are not wasted. Inside the wolf, he discovers a skill pearl containing stealth, turning the kill into an even bigger windfall. Lin Qiu studies the pearl with interest, recognizing how useful stealth could be. Instead of keeping it, he offers the pearl to Xingui, whose wolf-related abilities make him the natural scout for the team. Xingui hesitates because the pearl is worth a fortune, but he agrees to compensate everyone later so the group can still share the profit. The others accept the arrangement, while Lin Qiu pretends not to care despite clearly understanding the value. Xingui absorbs the pearl and gains the stealth skill on the spot. The team watches in amazement as the new ability makes him vanish from sight. Only then does Lin Qiu regret giving away such a useful skill so casually. He consoles himself by reminding everyone that his system gives him a new skill every day anyway, and he immediately draws another one. The result is physical enhancement again, this time at C rank, making it the third time he has received that same strengthening skill. The repeated enhancement instantly tears apart his clothes, humiliating him in front of the girls once again and leaving him furious at the system. After changing plans to rest for the evening, Lin Qiu checks his body and learns that the triple enhancement has pushed his raw strength to roughly silver 6-star level. That revelation shocks him, and even the system mocks him for acting surprised after being handed such blatant advantages. Night falls and the group settles into camp around a fire while keeping watch in the wilderness. Lin Qiu cannot stop grinning to himself over how much stronger he has become. When Jinjin asks what has him so pleased, he hides the truth but inwardly admits he is already eager to see what skill tomorrow will bring. The mood shifts when Min Min quietly reports that she thinks someone has been following them. She confirms the pursuers have kept tracking them from nearly a kilometer away ever since she first noticed them. Jinjin warns that this may be one of the outlaw groups known for hunting other explorers inside Linwu. She explains that such killers rely on the dungeon's dangers to hide their crimes, making murder and plunder hard to trace. Because of that, she predicts they will wait to attack until the team enters the forest where visibility is poor. Lin Qiu tries to reassure her and boldly promises they can handle it, even adding that he will protect her. Flustered, Jinjin rejects the personal part of his promise and insists she only meant that everyone must stay prepared. The next morning, Lin Qiu wakes and immediately calls on the system for his daily draw. This time he receives Taming at E rank, a skill that leaves him unimpressed at first glance. He starts complaining that he had hoped for something better than another low-rank utility skill. Before he can finish, a disturbance erupts and he realizes something has gone wrong with Jinjin. A pair of giant blitz cobras suddenly appears, towering over the camp and threatening the whole team. Lin Qiu is caught off guard by how abruptly the crisis arrives. His system identifies the monsters as extremely fast, highly venomous snakes that are notoriously difficult to tame. Lin Qiu realizes taming could have helped him read or control them, but he has no time to experiment before they attack. He immediately orders everyone to retreat and avoid close combat with the cobras at all costs. The snakes spit venomous projectiles across the camp, forcing the team to scatter. Jinjin takes charge of the response and tells the others to follow Lin Qiu's advice by attacking from range. She and Dianlei launch coordinated ice and lightning attacks to pin the cobras down from a distance. Their combined strike lands hard and disrupts the snake's advance. The barrage pierces one cobra and draws blood, proving the monsters can be hurt. Even so, the snakes remain dangerous enough that the team knows one mistake could still be fatal. As Lin Qiu moves in to finish one off, a teammate notices something else stirring inside the corpse. Lin Qiu halts everyone and tells them to keep their distance until he understands what is emerging. A shadowy shape with glowing eyes pushes out from the body, making the scene look even more ominous. Instead of another predator, it turns out to be a harmless grassland marmot, and Lin Qiu's new taming skill instantly reveals its nature and earth affinity. The team is baffled that such a cute little creature was hiding inside the giant snake. Lin Qiu judges it harmless, but the marmot clearly has a mind of its own. It suddenly leaps straight toward Jinjin, startling Lin Qiu. Jinjin immediately dotes on the adorable creature, while Lin Qiu sees it as a suspicious little thief and a major threat to his peace of mind. While everyone is distracted by the marmot, Lin Qiu keeps cutting into the snake corpse to search for loot. He opens the body further to inspect what valuables it may contain. That search yields 2 mana pearls, and the marmot excitedly reacts to the discovery. Jinjin realizes the marmot wants the pearls for itself and begins interpreting its squeaks. She refuses to hand them over outright, forcing the little beast to negotiate instead of simply begging. To everyone's surprise, Lin Qiu and the marmot begin communicating through his taming skill, allowing an actual exchange. The marmot snatches 1 pearl and bolts before Lin Qiu can stop it, leaving him furious. He chases after it, but the creature is too quick and slips away with its prize. The rich teammate shrugs off the loss as only 2 pearls, which only makes Lin Qiu more upset because he knows how valuable they really are. Before the argument can continue, Jinjin hears a new disturbance approaching. A massive eruption of earth bursts from the ground nearby, signaling that something much bigger is coming. Jinjin senses a huge group of mana beasts closing in all at once. The earth continues exploding upward in multiple places as the hidden creatures advance. A whole colony of marmots appears, each carrying glowing pearls and gathering around the first one. The team can only stare as the tiny beasts reveal themselves to be far more organized than expected. The marmots proudly present their treasure hoard, turning the battlefield into a bizarre parade of loot-bearing rodents. They pile up an enormous mountain of mana pearls in front of the stunned humans. Jinjin can hardly believe the entire hoard is being offered to them, while Lin Qiu realizes the first marmot is repaying them for the earth pearls they gave up. After counting, the group discovers the gift contains 213 bronze rank mana pearls, with several of them even holding skills. Lin Qiu notes that the rare earth-type pearls are gone because the marmots absorbed those themselves, so he starts sorting what remains by who can use them. He gives the fire-type skill pearls to Zhuangqing, who eagerly hopes one of them contains the giant fireball skill he wants. Then Jinjin unexpectedly tells Lin Qiu to keep all the remaining pearls for himself. When the others hesitate, she insists the easy victory over the cobras happened because Lin Qiu led them correctly and deserves the reward. The rest of the team agrees, adding that the marmots only shared their useless to them elemental pearls anyway, so Lin Qiu should accept them. Lin Qiu finally stops pretending indifference, and happily gathers up the pearls they insist on giving him. With the treasure secured, Jinjin encourages Lin Qiu to try absorbing one of the pearls next. The boy agrees to try absorbing the mana pearl even though he has no idea how it works. As the pearl's power enters him, he immediately senses a strange surge. The surge pushes him through a breakthrough, and he advances to bronze 3-star on the spot. His teammates are stunned and congratulate him, wondering if the pearl held an enormous amount of mana. He downplays it, saying he had already been on the verge of advancing, while the group celebrates becoming stronger. The blue-haired girl thanks the little beast for its help, and says it is time for everyone to head back. He abruptly stops her and insists on borrowing the little beast for another task, catching her off guard. He persuades the creature to come with them underground, and it obediently agrees. Unseen by the group, armed men continue shadowing them from behind the rocks. The pursuers notice the students have entered the forest and debate striking immediately, with one eager to handle the youngsters alone. Their leader restrains them, reasoning that with 3 silver ranks they can win easily, so it is smarter to wait until the students go deeper in. He decides they will attack only after the prey relaxes and lowers its guard. That night, the boy secretly begins preparing the campsite, judging the ground depth ideal for a trap. He orders the little beast to help line the trench with sharpened stakes. The creature eagerly starts driving the stakes into place. Together they quickly fill the hidden pit with deadly wooden spikes. Satisfied with the trap, he asks the beast to bring more of its kind and also takes out cobra venom. He explains that even a few drops of the venom will cripple anyone struck by the stakes, whether or not it kills them outright. He coats the wooden spikes with the poison. Once the work is done, he dismisses the beasts and warns them not to get caught again. Back with the others, the blue-haired girl reports that the traps are hidden and says Ching Min has new information. The team gathers around the fire to hear the update. Using her hearing ability, Cheng Min says the enemies are only 500 meters away and she can hear them clearly. She reveals that the attackers plan to strike during the night, shocking the group. She identifies them as the infamous Feral Wolves, a gang known for hunting and killing bronze-rank newcomers. When she adds that the gang includes several silver ranks, the team's fear spikes and the boy realizes morale is collapsing. He cuts off the panic before it spreads further. He reminds them this will not be a safe arena match, but a life-or-death fight, so panic will only get them killed. His seriousness forces the girls to focus. The fat boy absorbs the warning that one mistake could cost them their lives. Taking command, the boy assigns Xingui to protect the weaker Zhang-san and Chengmin, since they will be the enemy's first targets. The blue-haired leader is startled to realize he has naturally taken over the role she should have filled. He reassures the support members that their safety matters to the whole team, and his calm steadies them. He then turns to the blue-haired girl directly, drawing her attention. Trying to lighten her fear, he teasingly offers himself as a place to hide if she gets scared. Instead of getting angry, she nearly laughs. With her composure returning, she tells him she will rely on him. Her unexpectedly cute response overwhelms him for a moment, and breaks the tension for everyone else. At 2 in the morning, the feral wolves finally creep toward the camp. Their leader gives the signal and the hunt begins. He orders his men to split up and encircle the camp from every direction. The gang moves into position at speed. They close in confidently, convinced the students are trapped. One thug scoffs that the leader is making too much of a simple job. The moment he steps forward, the hidden trap activates beneath him. He is violently launched upward before he can react. The poison stakes impale him midair and kill him instantly. The leader is stunned by the sudden death. As more men fall into concealed pits, he realizes they have walked into an ambush and orders an immediate regroup. A surviving subordinate reports that 2 of their brothers are already dead. Another reports that a third has been gutted by poison stakes and is unlikely to survive, making clear the students prepared this carefully. From inside the camp, the boy mockingly complains that the intruders will not even let them sleep. The gang leader bitterly admits that after years of preying on others, he never expected a few kids to turn the tables on them. He drops the pretense and declares that children at their level can only die here. The boy challenges that arrogance without flinching. He snaps his fingers to begin the counterattack. The remaining wolves look up in alarm. He gives the signal for his teammates to strike. A combined barrage of fire and lightning crashes down on the regrouped enemies. 2 allied mages unleash giant fireball and lightning ocean together. The gang leader is caught off guard by how organized the students are. He orders his men to scatter before the spells wipe them out. The boy checks with the blue-haired girl, and she says her spell is ready. She seals the battlefield with ice, cutting off escape routes. The surviving wolves suddenly find themselves hemmed in by rising ice. The trap closes around them, leaving them exposed in the kill zone. The fire and lightning attacks slam into the frozen enclosure. The enclosed blast devastates the trapped wolves. When the smoke clears, another enemy is confirmed dead. The last 3 survivors release their full silver rank power and prepare to fight back in earnest. The students realize the enemy still has 3 silver ranks against only 1 on their side. The blue-haired girl is shaken by how strong the remaining opponents feel. The boy insists they are only defending themselves and warns everyone to stay sharp. Even with their plan working, the blue-haired girl sees that the raw gap in strength is still overwhelming. She decides to hold the enemy leader herself so the others can occupy 1 more silver rank, while the boy handles the last. He stops her before she overextends. He tells her not to be afraid. Flustered by his teasing confidence, she denies being scared at all. He leaves her with a quick encouragement, and turns to direct the rest of the team. Knowing she cannot last long against the leader, he orders Zhang San to hide while the others protect him so the fight can end quickly. The support members are stunned that he is taking charge so naturally. One enemy mocks him for trying to play hero despite being only bronze rank. He dismisses them as weaklings and refuses to be intimidated. A silver rank thug lunges at him with a killing strike, forcing the others to shout a warning. Before the blow lands, a fiery tornado from his teammates sweeps the attacker away. The boy uses the opening to shield his weaker allies from the aftermath. He then charges straight through the tornado's edge, proving he can move faster than the enemy expected. As the thugs hesitate, he reminds them what happens when a warrior gets close to a mage. He batters 2 of them down in rapid succession with his staff. Standing over the fallen pair, he mocks them for collapsing before he has even gotten serious. The fat boy cheers him on and credits the quality staff he provided. At the same time, the blue-haired girl corners the enemy leader and prepares to finish him. The leader suddenly counters with a green, clawed strike aimed directly at her. The boy sees the danger too late and realizes she is in trouble. The leader slips past him and closes on her from behind. The boy throws himself into the attack's path and takes the blow to protect her. The leader is shocked that the 2 men he thought he had left behind are already dead, while the boy checks that the blue-haired girl is unharmed. The leader refuses to accept what he is seeing and insists the boy must be relying on tricks. The boy accepts that accusation and decides to answer with one of his own hidden tricks. He swings low with a deliberately indecent feint that startles the leader and ruins his timing. The leader's footing breaks as the boy's attack forces him off balance. Enraged, the leader activates Tiger's Rage and vows to tear the boy apart. His empowered claws slash wildly as he presses the attack. He brings both flaming claws down in a brutal overhead strike, intent on killing the boy first. The boy barely holds the attack back and realizes the leader is too strong to beat head-on. The force of the clash sends him flying backward. He lands hard but recovers immediately, already searching for another option. He concludes he needs a different plan if he wants to survive. The leader senses his hesitation and punishes him for losing focus. A red claw slash cuts across the boy before he can fully evade. The leader keeps up a relentless barrage, trying to box him in. Even while attacking, the leader realizes the boy's speed is a problem, and that Tiger's Rage will not last forever. He changes tactics and unleashes Tiger's Whip to catch the boy with a longer range attack. The boy is briefly horrified by the name before realizing it is an actual whip-like tail attack. The leader lashes out with the flaming tail. The boy is relieved for a split second that the attack is not what he feared, but that distraction costs him. The whip smashes him and knocks his staff from his hands. Bruised and disarmed, he admits he can no longer keep his strongest ability hidden. He finally invokes Anywhere Door, revealing himself as a spatial mage. A black portal opens beside him, and he calmly declares the fight nearly over. The leader loses sight of him and panics. The boy vanishes through the portal and reappears elsewhere, leaving the leader unable to understand what happened. The leader tries to reassure himself that this only means the boy has come within his reach. He lashes out again, convinced the next strike cannot be dodged. The boy waits for the exact instant to counter. The blue-haired girl supports him with winter is coming, freezing the ground and limiting the leader's movement. At the same moment, their fire mage prepares another giant fireball. Their lightning mage follows with lightning strike, setting up a coordinated finisher. The remaining thug realizes too late that the boy has vanished again and that the portal has turned the battlefield against them. The leader finally understands the truth. The bronze rank boy is a spatial mage, and the boy taunts him one last time. A massive explosion erupts as the redirected attack and the team's spells converge on him. When the blast ends, the boy praises the teamwork that brought the enemy down. The gang leader crashes to the ground, broken and defeated. The fat boy confirms that the last enemy is dead. The blue-haired girl is startled by the finality of it all. She can only let out a shaky breath as the adrenaline fades. The boy checks on her first, making sure she is all right after the fight. Looking at the others, he realizes the battle and the killing have deeply shaken the whole team. He admits this was their first time taking lives. Even so, he tells them they had no choice because if they had hesitated, they would have died instead. The blue-haired girl agrees that ending the feral wolves here will save many future victims. The boy urges everyone to clear their heads and move camp, since none of them should try to sleep beside the corpses. He leads the group away, and the fat boy follows with renewed trust in him. The blue-haired girl lingers behind, watching him with a changed expression. Later, she tells Jong San to rest because she and Lin Xiu will take the watch. Jong San happily reports that his healing has fully recovered him. The boy praises Jong San as the team's best support, and the compliment leaves him bashfully pleased. When Jong San notices the blue-haired girl staying nearby, he asks why she has come over. She says she has something she wants to discuss with the boy in private. Jong San immediately backs off, leaving the boy flustered and confused about what she intends. By the campfire, Lin Xiu is caught off guard when Jinjin suddenly comes to speak with him alone. As she sits beside him, he nervously wonders what serious matter she could possibly want. When she quietly studies him instead of speaking, his anxiety only deepens. He hides his panic behind a joke, but inwardly he is flustered that she keeps looking at him. Jinjin teases his vanity. While he admits that being noticed by the girl he likes makes him embarrassingly self-conscious. To his shock, she shyly admits that now that she is really looking at him, he does seem a little handsome. The unexpected compliment hits so hard that Lin Xiu blurts out that this version of Jinjin feels completely unlike the one he knows. She explains that she means it, praising how he steadied everyone during the day's crisis and handled dangerous silver-rank criminals. Hearing her sincere admiration, Lin Xiu is left stunned and can only repeat her name. Carried away by the moment, he grabs her hand and tries to say what is really on his mind. He finally asks the question he truly cares about and wants to know whether she already has a boyfriend. Jinjin is so startled by the sudden turn that she can barely process what he just asked. As both of them blush, she demands to know why he would ask something like that, while he struggles not to lose himself over how cute she looks. Trying to recover, Lin Xiu awkwardly claims her sudden praise made him wonder whether she wanted him. She immediately denies it and insists her standards are high, saying any future partner must surpass her in every way, which makes Lin Xiu realize she is still unattached. Jinjin then turns the conversation into a challenge, refusing to admit inferiority and declaring that the upcoming exams will decide who is truly the best in the city. Lin Xiu raises the stakes by revealing he has already been admitted to M City Awakener University, yet promises to take the exams seriously if she wants to compete. He even jokes that if he wins again she should become his girlfriend, and she angrily rejects the idea while blushing. Their flirtatious argument is interrupted when the others arrive to change shifts at camp. Lin Xiu cheerfully parts from Jinjin for the night, leaving her irritated and him confused by her reaction. The next morning begins with the group still camped in the forest. Lin Xiu immediately turns to his system and asks for the day's random skill. The system grants him Mana Enhancement, an S-rank ability, and begins upgrading his mana directly. The enhancement pushes him up to Bronze 5-star, advancing him 2 levels at once. He greedily asks for even more, but the system snaps that his luck is already absurd and refuses. After checking himself, Lin Xiu realizes his combat level and mana strength have both risen sharply. His friends sense the change immediately and are stunned that he has already reached Bronze 5-star. The shock makes one of them slip with a knife while preparing food. The small accident startles everyone, but it also draws concern from Qingmin. Her gentle care toward the injured boy leaves him flustered and impressed by her kindness. When Lin Xiu acts casual about his growth, the others call him insane for treating 2 breakthroughs in one night as normal. They can hardly believe Lin Xiu advanced twice, and he explains that yesterday's battle taught him a great deal. The teasing is cut short when Qingmin urgently warns that they need to prepare themselves. A panicked group comes running with news that a huge wave of mana beasts is charging straight toward them. Lin Xiu is stunned by how suddenly the danger has escalated. The beasts turn out to be mandrills, a violent pack species that is difficult to control. Worse still, the mandrills are notorious for attacking women in a particularly degrading way. That revelation enrages the girls and hardens Lin Xiu's resolve to stop them. The entire group flees down the forest path with the mandrills swarming after them. As their stamina fails, Lin Xiu realizes they cannot keep outrunning the pack forever. One of the boys decides that if death is the alternative, they should turn and fight instead of being hunted down. The mandrills quickly surround them, cutting off any easy escape. Accepting that retreat is over, Lin Xiu grabs makeshift clubs and prepares for close combat. In the middle of the crisis, Jinjin grimly asks Lin Xiu to kill her if they lose rather than let the beasts violate her. Cheng Min agrees, saying she would rather die than be taken by the mandrills. Lin Xiu refuses to accept that outcome and vows that he will protect them even at the cost of his own life. He orders the two girls to hold the beasts off and buy time while he prepares the strongest attack he can manage. Charging into the pack, he declares that these beasts have no right to threaten the girl he cares about. With a flurry of blows, he knocks several mandrills away and briefly disrupts the encirclement. One beast is cut down outright as he fights with desperate force. A combined elemental blast from the girls crashes into the battlefield and wipes out a large section of the pack. Jinjin notices, however, that while Lin Xiu is still tied up with the main group, several beasts have broken through toward them. She watches Lin Xiu continue fighting multiple attackers at once, unable to break away in time. One mandrill lunges straight at Jinjin before she can defend herself. The attack detonates just before reaching her, stopping it at the last instant. Lin Xiu has intercepted the strike, but the impact leaves him under heavy pressure. He retaliates savagely and cuts down another beast to keep the girls safe. Even so, more mandrills keep diving at him from every direction. One slips through and tears into his arm, drawing blood. The girls finish charging and shout for him to move so they can unleash their spells. Lin Xiu withdraws just in time, and their combined attack erupts across the clearing in a massive elemental explosion. The blast scorches the forest floor and annihilates the beasts caught in its center. For a moment it looks like the battle might be over, and the others dare to hope. That hope vanishes when Qingmin senses another enormous wave of mana beasts still approaching. The ground shakes under the arrival of an even larger force. A giant mandrill leader appears at the head of the new pack, confirming that the first wave was only the beginning. With their mana and stamina nearly spent, the group realizes they are now in real danger of being overwhelmed. Chengmin breaks down in fear, lamenting that she does not want to die before ever having a boyfriend. Torn between terror and duty, she decides she must still protect Qingmin for the sake of their people. Zhang San suddenly raises his phone and calls for Zhao Si to reveal himself. The others stare at him, baffled by what he is doing in the middle of a life-or-death crisis. Ignoring their confusion, Zhang San openly summons Zhao Si by name. He presses a command on his phone as if activating a hidden safeguard. A powerful figure drops into the battlefield and announces that he has arrived to protect his young master. Lin Xiu and Zhang San look up to find a calm adult standing over them with complete confidence. The newcomer is identified as Zhao Si, a gold rank expert with the ability Onimorph Cape. Zhang San casually reveals that Zhao Si has once again stolen his father's cigar, then orders him to wipe out the beasts before he reports it. Zhao Si accepts the threat with ease and says the mandrills are not even enough to warm him up. He transforms into a far more savage combat form, releasing a terrifying aura. The others are stunned to learn that Zhang San's family manager is actually a gold rank powerhouse. Zhang San immediately starts cheering him on like a child ordering a bodyguard into battle. Even the mandrill leader recognizes Zhao Si as a dangerous opponent and orders the weaker beast aside so it can face him. Zhao Si answers by charging straight through the leader's attack and meeting it head-on. When the leader tries to seize him, Zhao Si catches the attempt effortlessly. He slams the giant beast into the ground with overwhelming force and batters the rest of the pack apart. Watching their leader get crushed so easily, the surviving mandrills lose all courage and try to flee. Zhao Si finishes the leader with a devastating strike that sends it crashing down for good. The leader's defeat breaks the pack completely, and the remaining beasts scatter in panic. Zhao Si's killing intent alone is enough to keep the survivors from daring to approach again. He lets out a roar that asserts total dominance over the battlefield. The lesser mandrills cower around him, no longer a threat in the face of his power. Within moments, the survivors abandon the fight and run for their lives. Lin Xiu can only admit that gold rank experts are monsters in their own right. Once the danger is gone, Zhao Si reports that the matter is settled and prepares to leave, while Zhang San magnanimously forgives the stolen cigars. Zhao Si thanks his young master and departs as abruptly as he arrived. Afterward, Jinjin asks Zhang San whether Zhao Si had been secretly protecting them the whole time. Zhang San confirms it and explains that their families had wanted to send escorts from the start, but eventually agreed to send only Zhao Si and keep it hidden. He recalls that the decision was made in secret by the elders, with strict orders not to tell the others. He apologizes for keeping it from them, but the others understand and do not blame him. The blue-haired boy points out that if they had known they were protected, they would never have pushed themselves so hard, and now that training has paid off. That realization triggers his own breakthrough, and he rises to bronze 9 star with mana overflowing through his body. Lin Xiu is left speechless that someone else can advance so casually right in front of him. Qingmin also breaks through, proving that the brutal training has strengthened nearly everyone. Seeing everyone else improve, Lin Xiu wonders if he can force another breakthrough too. He focuses seriously and tries to trigger advancement through sheer will. For a moment he feels energy gathering around him and believes it might actually work. Then he senses only a warm pressure in his core and starts to suspect something has gone wrong. Instead of advancing, he embarrassingly lets out a fart, leaving the others staring at him in silence. The system mocks him for dreaming too big, and the others laugh while he laments that all he managed was gas. The system bluntly refuses his greed, reminding him that one breakthrough is enough and calling him the weakest bronze 5 star in the group. While recovering from the embarrassment, Lin Qiu notices a mana pearl among the spoils and identifies it as a rare silver sound pearl containing Northern Lion's Roar, a stun skill. He immediately calls Zhang San over, clearly intending to use the pearl for something other than himself. Lin Qiu tells him he can only help him this far, hinting that the pearl should be used to support his feelings for Qingmin. Remembering Qingmin's kindness, Zhang San admits that Lin Qiu has seen through him and that his feelings for her are genuine. As Qingmin cheerfully serves food, Zhang San becomes even more convinced that she would make an ideal partner. Lin Qiu dryly notes that Zhang San is already imagining marriage. Zhang San promises Lin Qiu 2 million after they get out alive, and Lin Qiu instantly becomes delighted at the reward. Clutching the pearl and his newfound fortune, Zhang San starts imagining his future until someone interrupts him. Qingmin approaches after noticing his strange smile, and he panics under her attention. Seeing him freeze up at the crucial moment, Lin Qiu decides to physically shove him into action. The push nearly sends Zhang San tumbling, but it also forces him to commit. He drops to one knee before Qingmin and offers her the sound mana pearl. Qingmin is astonished that he found a sound pearl and asks if he really got it specifically for her. Blushing furiously, Zhang San confirms that it is for her and stresses that it was not easy to obtain. She happily accepts his sincerity and clings to him, while Lin Qiu and the other two can only watch as the couple forms right in front of them. Qingmin's affection becomes obvious enough that even a simple touch says more than words. Jinjin cuts off the scene before it gets any more unbearable and orders everyone to pack up and move on. The group leaves the forest behind and heads toward the snowy region ahead. At the border between forest and snowfield, Jinjin decides they should stop and rest for the night. They set up camp together in the cold, each taking on a task to prepare for the evening. As the temperature drops, Jinjin quietly endures the cold without saying anything. Lin Qiu notices her discomfort and decides to act. He offers her his jacket and tells her to wrap up before she catches cold. Jinjin accepts softly, clearly touched by the gesture. Their quiet moment is interrupted by a sudden growl from the snowy wilderness. The next morning, breakfast is being prepared when the threat reveals itself. Lin Qiu still checks in with his system for the day's skill and receives feeding, an E-rank ability, which is almost insultingly useless. The system and Lin Qiu trade insults over how pathetic the new skill is. Trying to salvage his mood, Lin Qiu asks Zhang San to pass him the honey for his bread. Before he can take it, a giant snow-peak bear appears and snatches the honey instead. The silver rank mana beast looms over Lin Qiu and Zhang San, instantly turning breakfast into another crisis. Qingmin steps forward with her new sound skill, using Northern Lion's Roar to stun the bear and reassure everyone. At the same time, a red-armored figure suddenly attacks from the side, aiming a blow at Lin Qiu and Jinjin. The bear, still dazed and frightened, can only cry out helplessly as the new attacker enters the scene. Lin Qiu and Jinjin turn to face the stunned bear, momentarily confused by the interruption. The girls praise Qingmin's stun for making group battles far easier than before. Lin Qiu urges everyone to hurry, saying they should reach the fox den by the end of the day. While preparing to move, he is still busy processing the bear as potential loot when Jinjin asks how much longer he needs. He cheerfully explains that the bear is basically a walking treasure chest and plans to stuff the whole carcass into his storage space. When Jinjin questions the absurdity of carrying an entire bear, Lin Qiu casually insists it is no burden at all and tells everyone to keep moving. 3 hours later, the group reaches the snowy fox territory deep in the mountains. Using the map, they confirm they are close to the snow fox den. The blonde girl senses the beasts nearby through her ability. She warns that 32 are close enough to be a real threat, putting everyone on guard. Their tension breaks when they notice something unexpected instead of an immediate attack. A tiny snow fox cub appears, more annoyed than dangerous. The two girls are instantly charmed and forget the danger for a moment. Lin Qiu recalls that snow foxes are usually gentle and only become relentless if their kin are harmed. He realizes Jinjin came for a snow fox skill pearl, but her fondness for the cub may change her decision. He watches her closely, wondering whether she will still go through with killing it. He concludes that taking the cub down would be easy if she chose to do it. Instead, Jinjin hesitates while holding the cub, clearly unwilling to hurt it. Lin Qiu offers help, testing whether she wants him to finish the job for her. The cub looks up at her innocently, making the choice even harder. Jinjin rejects the idea and decides they should leave the fox alone. She insists that killing harmless creatures for power would make them no better than the people who attacked them before. For her, meeting such a gentle mana beast is reward enough. Her kindness wins admiration from the others, and Lin Qiu falls for her even more. Just as they prepare to head back, Jinjin stops them. Lin Qiu senses danger and realizes retreat is no longer possible. 2 giant adult snow foxes descend, assuming the group has taken their child. Their furious roar makes it clear the misunderstanding could turn deadly. Lin Qiu quickly figures out the parents think they kidnapped the cub, and Jinjin asks what they should do. The cub steps in and starts explaining the situation to its parents. The adult foxes calm down enough to listen. The group realizes the cub has successfully cleared up the misunderstanding, and they are relieved they did not attack first. When asked if he can understand beasts, Lin Qiu downplays it as simple affection for animals. He immediately tries to turn the peaceful encounter into a deal by asking the foxes for a skill pearl. To prove his sincerity, he offers a trade instead of trying to take one by force. The foxes reveal they do have pearls and will give one if the group helps them deal with a natural enemy. Lin Qiu eagerly agrees before even hearing what the enemy is. The foxes name their enemy as the Snow Peak Bear. The group is stunned when they learn the enemy is a silver rank Snow Peak Bear, far more dangerous than expected. Lin Qiu still commits and starts searching for a way to solve the problem. He quickly identifies the specific bear troubling the foxes, earning their gratitude. In return, the foxes hand over 2 mana pearls instead of 1. Jinjin explains these pearls are ancestral gifts left behind after a fox's death, making the reward even more meaningful. The others urge her to learn the new skill immediately and show them what she got. At Lin Qiu's encouragement, she agrees to use one of the pearls right away. She begins absorbing the pearl and drawing out its power. The new skill forms around her as icy energy gathers in her hands. She announces a demonstration and unleashes the attack. The blast is so fast and overwhelming that it nearly catches the others off guard. Its impact tears through the snowy forest with explosive force. The attack leaves behind a massive frozen vortex, stunning everyone with its power. The group congratulates Jinjin, and she modestly tries to move on. Instead of leaving immediately, they decide to take a commemorative photo with the fox family. The cub obediently helps them set up the shot. Everyone scrambles into position before the countdown ends. They capture a cheerful group photo with the blushing foxes. 3 days later, that photo has become a treasured memory. Lin Qiu lies in bed admiring the picture and smugly imagining how well he and Jinjin look together. At the same time, the profits from the trip arrive, and he realizes he earned over 10 million from one dungeon run when the pearls and payments are counted together. Flush with success, he daydreams that taking first place in the upcoming exam will finally make him worthy of Jinjin. He argues with himself, insisting he is no longer weak after all his effort. He reviews his disciplined routine of absorbing pearls, studying constantly, and messaging Jinjin every night, convinced no one knows the textbooks better than he does. Tired of waiting, he demands that his system finally give him a new skill. The system responds by awarding him an A-rank skill called Zoom. He immediately doubts its value for exams since he already considers himself academically unbeatable. Then he realizes the skill could be used to secretly watch over Jinjin near her dorm, exposing his own shamelessness. A month later, results day arrives. At the cyber cafe, the group gathers to check scores, and the others admit they only took the exam to support their 2 strongest students because they were already admitted. Zhang San still boasts that he expects to place in the top 10. The results are finally about to be revealed. Jinjin leans over Lin Qiu in her excitement, urging him to hurry. The closeness nearly overwhelms him before he can focus. When she sees his score, her mood flips instantly. She declares the result unforgivable, shocking him. She demands to know how he achieved such a score. Lin Qiu has earned perfect marks in every subject for a total of 750. The others call him inhuman, while he proudly accepts the title of exam god. He nervously asks how Jinjin did, but she tries to avoid the subject. At last she admits that he beat her in academics. The confession delights Lin Qiu far more than it should, especially because her embarrassment makes her seem even cuter to him. Feeling triumphant, he immediately uses his grades and money as grounds to ask when he can seek her parents' approval to marry her. Jinjin is stunned by his audacity and calls him shameless. Even after being rejected, he takes it as proof that he still has hope if he keeps improving. The group then confirms they will leave together for Magic City in 2 weeks. The day before departure, Lin Qiu finishes packing. As he prepares to leave, he realizes he has grown attached to this place and wonders when he will return. The system ruins the mood, and he demands the skill he was promised. A new draw begins. He hopes for something that can raise his mana further. Instead, the system starts a temporary mana enhancement for him. He protests, but the system warns the enhancement will vanish by the end of the day if unused. Since he is already on the verge of advancing, he decides to save the boost and break through at the right moment. He begins cultivating with several mana pearls to force an advancement. When progress stalls, he commits fully and adds a silver rank pearl to push through. The gamble works, and he advances to bronze 9 star. The system tells him this is the perfect time to use the temporary mana enhancement. He accepts and braces himself for the next breakthrough. With the enhancement, he jumps cleanly into silver 1 star and boasts that barriers mean nothing to him. Reaching silver unlocks a new spatial skill called Spatial Grasp, which lets him pull and control objects from afar. Excited, he decides to test the new power immediately. He targets his packed bag with confidence. He tries to summon it into his hand as if it were effortless. The attempt drains all his mana and barely moves the bag, teaching him the skill is far harder to use than he expected. The system mocks him and explains that even lifting something that heavy is difficult for a beginner. Stubbornly, Lin Qiu keeps practicing from his room window instead of giving up. The next day, a woman arrives at his room while he is gone. Finding the door open, she calls out for him. When no one answers, she steps inside and notices he has already left. She finds a letter and a package waiting on the table. Reading the note, she learns Lin Qiu has gone to study in Magic City and is annoyed he left without saying goodbye in person. She opens the package he left behind. Inside is a shocking amount of cash. The sight leaves her speechless, and she briefly wonders whether he somehow turned criminal to earn so much so young. Far away, Lin Qiu sneezes as if sensing he is being talked about. On the trip to Magic City, Jinjin worries about him catching cold, and he reassures her. His phone rings during the ride. He answers, expecting trouble. The caller panics over the money he left behind, and he hurriedly tries to calm her down. He insists he earned everything legally, while Jinjin quietly listens beside him. His friends use the call to remind him that, despite his grades, his magical foundation is still weak and he must keep studying hard. The call ends with a teasing reminder to bring home a girlfriend someday, which he accepts with suspicious confidence. As the train reaches its destination, he cuts the conversation short. The group arrives in Magic City, and Zhang San remarks that Lin Qiu must come from a caring family. They step out into the crowded city and head toward the university. Among the crowd, an elderly man has already been watching them. He is revealed to be Lu Jun, a true valiance expert and vice principal of Magic City's university. The old man approaches the newcomers directly. He calls Lin Qiu and his companions by name, leaving them stunned that the vice principal came personally to meet them. Lu Jun proudly says he knew they would choose his university and praises all of them after watching their competition. Then he senses something strange about Lin Qiu and blurts out that the boy is already at silver rank. Without explanation, he orders Lin Qiu to visit his office after enrollment. Lin Qiu is horrified that he has attracted the vice principal's attention on his first day. Afterward, the students are assigned to their dorms, with Lin Qiu and Zhang San sharing room 303. Zhang San marvels at Lin Qiu's absurd growth rate and envies how quickly he reached silver. While his roommate dreams of benefiting from living together, Lin Qiu decides to unpack quickly and then face the vice principal. Before leaving, he triggers another system draw. This time he receives another physical enhancement, now at S rank. The enhancement succeeds, and he asks the system to measure his current body strength. The answer shocks him. His physique now rivals a gold 2-star power-type awakener. The system explains that because his body has reached gold rank, future physical enhancement draws will automatically upgrade to SS rank. His roommate snaps him back to reality by reminding him the vice principal is waiting. Lin Qiu rushes to the vice principal's office and is called inside. Lu Jun invites him to sit and asks to speak privately. The vice principal begins with a few probing questions. He reviews the hierarchy of ranks and then asks Lin Qiu to confirm his ability type. When Lin Qiu says he is an animorph and specifically a rabbit, Lu Jun becomes even more suspicious. Lin Qiu pretends not to understand where the questioning is leading, while privately worrying the old man somehow knows about his system. Lu Jun bluntly asks whether Lin Qiu gained his power through some unbelievable lucky encounter, because his growth makes no normal sense. Lin Qiu laughs it off and decides to invent a safer explanation. He claims he simply advanced quickly by consuming mana pearls, but Lu Jun points out that still does not explain everything and demands to know how many rabbit skills he has. When Lin Qiu casually answers that he has around 7, the vice principal is left speechless. Lu Jun explodes, arguing that no rabbit animorph should possess that many abilities unless Lin Qiu is something else entirely. To support his lie, Lin Qiu says his rabbit form evolved and developed spatial powers. That explanation shocks Lu Jun all over again. The vice principal is forced to accept that an animorph evolving into another ability type is somehow possible. Lin Qiu proves it by pulling his luggage out of a spatial pocket, leaving Lu Jun staring at the impossible evidence. An old university official confirms that Lin Qiu truly awakened a spatial ability, and tells him he has come to the right place for guidance. He reveals that the country's only confirmed true valent spatial awakener is their principal, Ouyang Zhe. Lin is stunned to learn the principal shares his rare path, but he is told the principal is away and can be approached later. The official immediately turns serious and asks who else knows about Lin's evolution. After hearing that several dungeon companions know, he orders Lin to make them keep the matter secret, and Lin agrees. Wanting to judge more than Lin's ability, the official suddenly demands that Lin hit him with everything he has. He explains that Lin's body impressed him before, so now he wants to test Lin's true physical strength as well. Lin unleashes a full-force punch empowered by his energy without holding back. The blow tears up the room, and Lin quickly checks whether the old man survived it. The official realizes in shock that Lin's physique has already reached the gold rank despite his unassuming appearance. He concludes that Lin has been hiding monstrous physical power and directly asks if his body is truly gold rank. When Lin calmly confirms it, the official refuses any further testing and instead threatens to deduct repair costs from Lin's scholarship, sending Lin into panic. As he leaves, the official adds that next month's competition was originally unrelated to Lin. Now that he knows Lin's body is gold rank, he decides to give him a place in the event. Lin rejects the idea because he only cares about his money, but the official insists the competition matters far more than his exam plans. The moment the official mentions a huge cash prize and a platinum mana pearl, Lin's resistance starts to crumble. Lin instantly changes his tune and claims he will fight for the university's honor, leaving the official exasperated by how transparent he is. With that settled, Lin heads back to his dorm. His roommates greet him and mention that the rest of their dorm group has arrived too. Lin walks in awkwardly and tries to introduce himself. The green-haired roommate snaps at him before he can judge his appearance, insisting his hair is natural and not dyed. Lin mocks him for wearing his thoughts on his face, and the boy introduces himself as Zhang Hongang, a bronze 9-star Flora Awakener. Another roommate asks whether Lin's father handled his registration for him, and Lin greets him casually. That roommate, who looks far older than the others, looms over Lin and leaves him wondering what is wrong with him. The others explain, to Lin's disbelief, that the severe-looking man is actually one of their roommates too. Lin learns the stern roommate is only 17 and even younger than him, which makes his mature appearance even more absurd. To break the tension, the green-haired roommate suggests they compare IDs and decide who is oldest. All four pull out their identification cards to settle the matter. The results make Lin the eldest, and he immediately declares himself the boss of the dorm. The green-haired boy angrily bargains for second place in the pecking order, and Lin casually accepts. Before the dorm hierarchy can go any further, someone calls them to gather in class for the counselor's meeting. The roommates head out together toward their first class gathering. They arrive at the classroom as a group. Their entrance makes several students turn, and Lin is briefly mistaken for a teacher because of how composed he looks. The misunderstanding becomes a joke when his older-looking roommate protests that he is a student too. A woman behind Lin clears her throat and instantly silences the room. She orders everyone back to their seats, and her status display identifies her as Han Juning, a Platinum 8-star rare nine-tailed fox animorph. Han Juning introduces herself as their counselor, and says she called them together for two purposes. The first is for the class to get acquainted and choose a class representative, and she decides to demonstrate by introducing herself first. She presents herself as being from Magic City, a Platinum 8-star nine-tailed fox animorph, and casually mentions her interests. After her example, she tells the students to introduce themselves one by one starting from the front. Zhang San introduces himself as a silver 1-star healer, and, with embarrassing honesty, blurts out that he likes Qing Min. The counselor laughs at his bluntness and moves the introductions along. When Lin's turn comes, he introduces himself as Lin Chio, a silver 1-star rabbit animorph from P-City, and keeps it deliberately vague. Han Juning interrupts to expose that Lin was the only student with a perfect exam score, making him the center of attention. The class immediately starts gossiping that the legendary perfect score student is somehow just a rabbit animorph and may have entered on academics alone. Lin brushes off the whispers and pushes the introductions forward without defending himself. Once everyone is done, Han Juning says they can move on to selecting the class representative. She reminds them that everyone admitted to the university is exceptional in some way. Then she announces that she has already shortlisted 4 outstanding silver rank students with scores above 700. The 4 candidates are Qin Jinjun, Lin Xiao, Ouyang Qian, and Sima Yen. Each candidate is given 2 minutes to win over the class, and Han Juning asks who wants to speak first. Sima Yen, a silver 2-star eagle animorph, confidently volunteers to go first. He begins with polished courtesy, thanking the counselor and introducing himself with practiced confidence. Sima Yen argues that his long experience as class representative since childhood makes him the best choice to lead this class as well. Some students challenge him, saying everyone here is elite, so experience alone is not enough to justify choosing him. After his speech, Han Juning turns to Lin and asks him to make his own case. Lin reluctantly takes the microphone, already thinking the position sounds like a nuisance he does not want. He openly tells the class that he does not want to be the representative at all. Instead of campaigning for himself, he asks everyone to vote for Qin Jinjun, catching her off guard. Han Juning is baffled by the strangest campaign speech she has ever heard and wonders whether Lin is deliberately causing trouble. Qin Jinjun then steps up, gives a brief and icy request for votes, and says almost nothing else. Even the counselor is surprised that Qin ends her speech so quickly, but Qin simply confirms she is finished. Her cold, proud demeanor only makes many classmates admire her more. Han Juning calls for the final speech from Ouyang Qian, while Lin notices just how popular Qin's aloof image is. Ouyang Qian privately dismisses Qin as no threat, convinced her own charm will win the room. The class reacts exactly as she hoped, fawning over her beauty the moment she takes the stage. Ouyang Qian introduces herself as a silver 3-star fire awakener, and keeps her speech light and flirtatious. Rather than offering qualifications, she simply asks everyone to give her all their votes. That straightforward appeal wins immediate enthusiasm from much of the class. Lin notes that Ouyang Qian is the complete opposite of Qin Jinjun, yet both girls are wildly popular for different reasons. After the voting, Han Juning announces that the results are in and unexpectedly dramatic. She prepares the class for the winner reveal. Qin Jinjun wins the most votes and becomes class representative, while Ouyang Qian takes second and is named vice representative. Ouyang Qian fumes over losing and vows to find out who failed to vote for her, while Lin quietly senses danger in her mood. Han Juning congratulates the winners and immediately shifts to the second purpose of the meeting, military training. She warns that this training is far stricter than at ordinary universities and that anyone who skips it will be expelled. She adds that the instructors are battle-hardened elites from the Vermilion Bird Squad who will train them like real soldiers. Lin admits he has never heard of the Vermilion Bird Squad, shocking the others. As Ouyang Qian explains that the squad is made up of flying animorphs or riders of mana beasts, she also starts thinking Lin is handsome enough to pursue. While Sima Yen continues explaining the nation's elite squads, Ouyang Qian tries to get Lin's attention, but he is too busy imagining the value of mana beast mounts to notice her flirting. Lin becomes excited by the idea of mana beast mounts, and starts thinking his beast-related skills might let him obtain one someday. The next day, military training begins with the freshmen assembled on the field. Zhang San reunites with Cheng Min and gets teased about losing weight, while Lin is forced to watch another couple act sweet in front of him. Standing near Qin Jinjun, Lin can only sigh over his own lack of romantic luck. His wandering thoughts are interrupted when someone tells him to look up. A formation of giant eagles sweeps over the field, instantly commanding everyone's attention. One of the riders orders the students to descend into formation below. The eagles circle down over the assembled freshmen. A stern officer lands and declares that military training begins immediately. He introduces himself as Lin Chong, captain of the Vermilion Squad and chief instructor, and bluntly says he is unhappy to be wasting time on pampered students. He lectures them that soldiers do not seek comfort, and that these sheltered freshmen know nothing of the cruelty of the real world. Even so, he says orders are orders, and his team will now train them as soldiers whether they like it or not. Lin Chiu is assigned to instructor Qin Ming, a gold 3-star medal awakener with an intimidating presence. Lin jokes about the instructor's name sounding like figures from the classics, which immediately marks him as trouble in Qin Ming's eyes. Qin Ming decides the freshmen seem far too lively and prepares to crush that spirit. His first task is brutal: 10 laps around the field with no mana allowed, and anyone caught cheating gets 5 extra laps. The class is horrified that the punishment starts this harshly. Qin Ming orders them to run at once and adds that anyone who fails will lose lunch. By the 5th lap, weaker students are already falling behind, exactly as Qin Ming expected. He judges their physical fitness by how long they can maintain the pace. As he checks his roster, Lin Chiu's name draws his attention. He notices that Lin is running with suspicious ease and begins to focus on him. Qin Ming cannot understand how Low-Star Silver Rabbit Onimorph is somehow leading the pack. Meanwhile, Qin Jinjin and Ouyang Qian are both struggling to keep up with the pace. Lin notices that Qin Jinjin looks especially exhausted and may not last much longer. He suddenly slows and lets the girls catch up to him. Lin offers to help Qin Jinjin for a while if she is too tired to continue alone. Qin refuses the help despite her condition, and Lin realizes she is too proud to accept assistance. Ouyang Qian, however, immediately clings to him and shamelessly demands that he help her instead because she is tired. Lin panics at the impropriety and tries to pull away, while Ouyang Qian turns possessive the moment he hesitates. Lin escapes by telling Qin Jinjin to call for him if she needs help, and she quietly agrees. By the 9th lap, only the strongest runners are still near the front. Sima Yen realizes the final lap has become a race between himself and Lin and becomes obsessed with beating the rabbit at least in running. The pressure of that rivalry makes him feel as if the air itself has turned cold, but he refuses to back down. Lin keeps pace while inwardly complaining that he has to suppress his real fitness just to avoid standing out too much. Even while holding back, he realizes his physical condition is still far beyond the rest of the class. Sima Yen misreads Lin's calmness as contempt, and grows even more furious that Lin can look around casually while running. Determined not to lose to a rabbit, Sima Yen secretly uses his power to accelerate with a burst of lightning-fast speed. He surges toward the finish line and seems poised to take first place. Sima Yen vows that he will not let Lin beat him. Lin is startled by the sudden burst and cannot understand why Sima Yen is sprinting so desperately when Lin only wanted second place. He tells Sima Yen to slow down because he has no intention of stealing first, but Sima Yen is too locked in to listen. Lin realizes he now has to stay behind Sima Yen to preserve his low profile, while Sima Yen is shocked that Lin can still keep up. Sima Yen doubles down and swears he will never lose to a rabbit. He launches into an all-out finishing burst, convinced this will finally settle the matter. In his desperation, he steps on the lane marker at the worst possible moment. The mistake throws off his balance, and he realizes too late that he cannot stop his momentum. Sima Yen crashes and Lin ends up crossing ahead of him anyway, leaving Lin lamenting that even after holding back he still could not avoid first place. Sima Yen is devastated that all his effort only earned him second after the fall. Qin Ming congratulates Lin for taking first, and quietly marks him for close observation. He praises Lin's performance as too easy for someone at his supposed level, while Lin worries he may have exposed too much. Lin immediately puts on a terrible act of total exhaustion, but Qin Ming sees through it at once. The instructor warns Lin that he will be watching him from now on, and Lin realizes his attempt to stay unnoticed has failed. Sima Yen vents his humiliation by blaming Lin for making him look bad even after Lin supposedly held back. He insists Lin only won through luck because of the trip, while Lin wonders how Sima Yen still has not understood what really happened. Lin finally answers with open contempt, saying he only looked because Sima Yen seemed like trash. Sima Yen snaps back that Lin is just a rabbit onimorph, and therefore natural prey for an eagle like him. Lin responds with quiet confidence that Sima Yen knows nothing about him. As the rest of the students finish straggling in, the race tension finally breaks. Qin Ming notes that everyone at least passed the test of willpower by finishing the laps. He orders the exhausted class to gather up again immediately. Without giving them time to recover, he announces the second task: 5 sets of 100 push-ups each. The students despair at the thought of destroying their arms right after destroying their legs, while Sima Yen and Lin remain near the front. Qin Ming orders them to spread out, count aloud, and warns that anyone who slacks or skips repetitions will be punished. The class drops into position under his watchful eye. Qin Ming gives the command to begin. Sima Yen regains confidence because push-ups are part of his normal training, and he believes this event will let him beat Lin. Lin, by contrast, immediately looks crushed at the thought of the new exercise. Seeing Lin's sudden collapse, Sima Yen is left staring in disbelief and starts to suspect that the rabbit may be far more monstrous than he imagined. Lin Chiu decides there is no point hiding his real ability anymore, since the instructor has already noticed enough to become suspicious. Watching from afar, the instructor studies him more carefully and starts reassessing the quiet freshman. He concludes that Lin Chiu is exceptional and marks him as someone worth close observation. When the brutal morning drills finally end, The exhausted students collapse while the instructor remains completely composed. The class complains that their instructor is monstrous, with everyone too drained to even move properly. Instead of mercy, the instructor announces only a short break before afternoon training, deepening everyone's despair. Sensing their resentment, he teasingly offers them a chance to challenge him. He raises the stakes by promising that anyone who beats him, while he suppresses himself to their level, can skip the month-long military training. He adds that victory would also earn top marks, and explains he will lower himself from gold 3-star to around mid-silver. The challenge is accepted at once, and Lin Qiu becomes interested in seeing how this turns out. Lin Qiu asks whether weapons are allowed, already thinking beyond a simple fistfight. When he names his weapon, the instructor briefly thinks he means a gun, and is horrified by the idea. Lin Qiu clears up the misunderstanding and reveals he only meant a spear. The instructor dismisses the awkward moment, and sends everyone off to prepare, while Lin Qiu's roommate eagerly encourages him to join the challenge. Elsewhere, senior staff continue monitoring the freshmen and identify Lin Qiu as the most promising student in the new intake. They note that he was the one who created the huge crater earlier, confirming his unusual potential. The chief instructor tells a masked subordinate to personally train Lin Qiu and several other selected students. The subordinate accepts the assignment with rigid loyalty, and the chief tries to ease the formality between them. The chief notices the scar on the masked man's face and asks why he still refuses to heal it. The masked instructor explains that he keeps the scar as a reminder and swore not to remove it until he brings the person responsible to justice. The chief can only sigh at how long he has carried that grudge and hopes he finds his target soon. The masked man leaves with renewed determination, convinced he has finally found clues that will lead him to the culprit. By early afternoon, Lin Qiu arrives for the challenge while students gather to watch. His roommate hurries him along, but Lin Qiu is still thinking about what weapon would suit him best. He remembers breaking the last weapon he was given, which makes choosing one more troublesome. His roommate suddenly stops him, having found a solution. A senior student rushes over carrying a spear, clearly having prepared for this moment. He offers Lin Qiu a sturdy alloy spear as if presenting something precious. Lin Qiu is delighted by how impressive it looks and gratefully accepts the gift. The senior is thrilled that Lin Qiu likes it, happy just to be useful to him. As the event begins, the instructor asks who will challenge first, and the first volunteer steps forward before Lin Qiu can. A blonde student boldly claims the opening match against the instructor. He introduces himself as a silver 2-star eagle animorph and prepares to rely on aerial combat. The instructor is unfazed, noting that he has fought many flying animorphs before and knows their habits well. He tells the student to transform properly and get serious if he wants a real fight. The challenger morphs into his eagle form, gaining wings and taking to the air. He immediately dives from above to seize the initiative. From the sky he unleashes an azure slash, combining flight and offense in a flashy opening attack. Lin Qiu watches with interest, impressed by how naturally the animorph can attack while airborne. The instructor remains calm and lets the attack come. He blocks the slash head-on with his body, revealing overwhelming durability. The eagle student follows with a stronger azure wave, trying to break through by force. The spectators realize the instructor is a rare metal awakener, which explains his absurd confidence and defense. His metal-based toughness makes the class doubt that anyone at their level can actually beat him. The eagle student quickly starts running out of mana and loses confidence. Seeing his opponent fading, the instructor offers him a choice between surrendering now or being beaten down. Unable to continue, the first challenger admits defeat. The instructor immediately calls for the next student. A red-haired girl steps up and introduces herself as Ouyang Qian, a silver 3-star fire awakener. She asks him to go easy on her, but her expression shows she intends to fight seriously. The instructor starts the match without underestimating her. She opens by raining fire from above, forcing him to defend from the start. He judges her first fireball as weak and slow, but assumes she must have a stronger plan if she dared challenge him. Deciding not to wait, he charges in to pressure her directly. She had been baiting that approach and reveals a trap the moment he commits. Her flame machine gun floods the area with rapid-fire blasts and catches him off guard. The instructor is startled as the barrage closes around him faster than expected. He endures the bombardment behind his metal defense, but the pressure forces him to take her seriously. Ouyang Qian escalates again with Flame Sniper, condensing a much more dangerous attack. Even the instructor is shocked that this year's freshman can produce attacks of that level. A massive wave of fire surges toward him and threatens to overwhelm his position. He responds by raising a steel rampart, creating a huge metal barrier to survive the blast. As the flames keep burning around the shield, he realizes he may actually lose if he keeps holding back. He calculates that the heat is already extreme and knows he cannot endure it indefinitely. Meanwhile, Ouyang Qian is also straining badly, pouring too much mana into the attack. Her body starts to give out before she can finish him. With her mana exhausted, she finally admits defeat. The instructor praises her strength, acknowledging that she pushed him harder than expected. Qin Jinjin watches silently, clearly measuring both the instructor and Lin Qiu. She steps forward next and introduces herself as a silver 4-star ice awakener, impressing the instructor with her rank. He offers her a chance to rest him out of fairness, but insists he still has enough reserves as a gold expert. She declines any delay and warns him to be careful instead. The instructor begins the third match, now more cautious than before. Qin Jinjin instantly launches Frost Arrow, showing far greater precision and power than the others. He blocks the first shot with difficulty, and immediately recognizes the threat. She follows by filling the sky with multiple ice projectiles, forcing him to defend from every direction. He realizes he cannot stop all of them unless he hardens his whole body and rushes in before she overwhelms him. But whenever he tries to close the distance, she fires another heavy frost arrow to keep him out. The repeated impacts wear on him until he openly admits how irritating her control of range is. From the sidelines, Lin Qiu's roommate gushes that the instructor cannot even get within 3 meters of her. At last the instructor signals surrender before his mana runs dry. He admits defeat from exhaustion, relieved that he survived her relentless pressure at all. With the strongest challengers finished, he asks if anyone else still wants to try. Lin Qiu finally raises his hand and introduces himself as a silver 1-star Onimorph. The instructor turns to him with immediate interest, having waited for this match all along. He asks whether Lin Qiu needs rest first, partly out of caution and partly because he wants to see Lin Qiu at his best. Lin Qiu refuses, and the instructor confidently claims that a silver 1-star Onimorph should not trouble him much. The masked chief instructor abruptly intervenes and orders Qin Ming not to underestimate Lin Qiu, warning that a humiliating loss awaits if he does. Qin Ming asks whether he should really go all out against a freshman, and the chief confirms it without hesitation. The other students are stunned, since Qin Ming is actually a gold 3-star expert, and had been holding back heavily the whole time. As Qin Ming goes to recover, the chief tells Lin Qiu that Mr. Liu has already informed him about the boy's unusual situation. Lin Qiu panics when the chief hints that he knows more than just Lin Qiu's physical ability. The chief presses him with a pointed question, making Lin Qiu fear he has revealed too much. When Lin Qiu slips and mentions something spatial, the chief catches it immediately, and realizes Lin Qiu may possess the clue he needs. He quietly asks Lin Qiu for a favor later and, in return, tells him to teach Qin Ming a lesson for getting too arrogant. Qin Ming overhears enough to feel insulted and challenges the idea by betting 500 push-ups on the outcome. Lin Qiu inwardly complains that everyone keeps forcing him into the spotlight when he wanted to stay unnoticed. Qin Ming tells him to go ahead and morph, still assuming that is where an anamorphous strength comes from. Lin Qiu bluntly says that morphing is not the source of his power, leaving Qin Ming baffled. Qin Ming takes that as mockery and becomes genuinely angry, convinced Lin Qiu is looking down on him. He attacks with a fierce spear strike, determined to punish Lin Qiu for his attitude. Lin Qiu immediately sees that Qin Ming has poor spear fundamentals and is relying on raw strength instead of technique. As they exchange blows, Lin Qiu realizes Qin Ming only knows crude stabs, flicks, and sweeps, which makes his patterns readable. That lets Lin Qiu defend cleanly while searching for a decisive opening. Once he spots the flaw, he turns the exchange around in an instant. Qin Ming is caught off guard when Lin Qiu's counter lands exactly where his structure is weakest. Lin Qiu smashes Qin Ming's spear apart and sends him flying, shocking everyone watching. Qin Ming crashes to the ground in front of the chief and the crowd. The chief calmly confirms that Mr. Liu's judgment was right and that Lin Qiu's physical strength already belongs in the gold rank. The students around him are awestruck, and Qin Jinjin quietly realizes Lin Qiu has grown far beyond what she can match. Instead of feeling threatened, she decides that having someone like him on her side is reassuring. She openly cheers for Lin Qiu, drawing even more attention to him. The crowd joins in, turning Lin Qiu into the center of admiration whether he wants it or not. Lin Qiu is left wondering how the situation spiraled so far out of control. The chief praises the result while Qin Ming struggles back up, unwilling to accept the humiliation. Qin Ming decides he cannot let the fight end like this. He admits that the spear was never his real specialty and that he had been hiding his true style. He draws a dagger and reveals that close combat is his actual strength. Lin Qiu dryly agrees that Qin Ming's spear technique was awful, which only enrages him further. The chief explains to the onlookers that the battle has changed completely now that Qin Ming is serious and using the right weapon. He points out that the spear dominates at range while the dagger excels up close, so the two are now probing for control of distance. The clash resumes with far more precision and danger than before. Lin Qiu advances with the spear while Qin Ming circles in dagger range, each trying to force the other into their disadvantage. Lin Qiu reflects that gold awakeners are troublesome because their defense is high and they can create whatever weapon suits the moment. Qin Ming seizes on a brief lapse in Lin Qiu's focus and attacks sharply. Lin Qiu realizes too late that he is in real danger. Under the pressure, the shaft of his spear cracks. Even with the broken weapon, Lin Qiu blocks the dagger strike and refuses to give ground. Qin Ming is stunned when Lin Qiu instantly adapts by splitting the damaged spear into two short weapons. Lin Qiu's aura sharpens as he turns the broken spear into a twin-stick style better suited for close combat. He shifts his grip and stands completely, revealing a new layer of combat instinct. Qin Ming hardens himself with metal defense again, bracing for the counterattack. Even while defending, he realizes Lin Qiu is strong enough that he would have embarrassed himself badly if he had not been warned to recover first. Lin Qiu's strike breaks through Qin Ming's balance and sends him crashing down once more. The spectators can only stare in disbelief at how decisively the freshman keeps overturning the fight. Qin Ming, now fully convinced, admits to himself that Lin Qiu's raw physical power is on par with his own despite being only an Animorph. That realization finally strips away the last of his arrogance. Lin Qiu, however, is also feeling the strain and knows a prolonged fight against the Gold Awakener will wear him down. He weighs whether to keep pressing or end things before the situation turns against him. Choosing the safer path, Lin Qiu proposes that they call it a draw since they now seem evenly matched. Qin Ming accepts the face-saving exit and shakes his hand, claiming he was limited because Lin Qiu is still a student. Privately, Lin Qiu thinks the fight would have been completely one-sided if he had been free to use his spatial ability. Qin Ming publicly declares that because he had not truly suppressed himself earlier, the result still counts as Lin Qiu's victory, and he may skip the training. Lin Qiu happily accepts the reward and immediately invents an excuse about feeling unwell so he can take time off. The class erupts with mixed awe, envy, and admiration, while some students become even more determined to get close to him. Qin Ming crushes everyone else's hopes by ordering the rest of the class back to afternoon laps with no dinner until they finish. Lin Qiu cheerfully leaves the others to their misery while his roommate begs in vain for the same privilege. Before Lin Qiu can get away, the masked chief instructor stops him. Lin Qiu turns, realizing the chief has come to speak with him personally. The chief quietly invites Lin Qiu to take a walk with him, setting up a more serious conversation away from the crowd. Lin Qiu is startled when the chief instructor insists on taking only him along. The instructor presses the issue so aggressively that Lin Qiu tries to wriggle out of it, claiming he is busy. To lure him in, the instructor reveals he had planned to take Lin Qiu flying on his storm eagle. Lin Qiu immediately identifies the beast, surprising the instructor because that subject has not even been taught yet. Lin Qiu covers by saying Majoran once taught him a little about mana beasts, which makes the instructor focus on that name. The instructor summons his eagle down in front of them to test how much Lin Qiu really knows. He asks Lin Qiu for an opinion on the army's storm eagles. Lin Qiu cautiously offers to explain what he knows and let the instructor correct him if needed. He deduces that these eagles were raised by the army rather than taken young from dungeons, meaning they hatched in the outside world. When pressed on how he knows, Lin Qiu bluntly says the birds are being wasted under their current care. That accusation enrages the instructor, who takes it as an insult to the military's worthiness. Lin Qiu calms him and clarifies that the problem lies in the breeding method, not the soldiers themselves. He explains that bred eagles are weaker than dungeon-born ones, setting up a direct comparison between the two. He points out that the army's storm eagles are smaller than those found in dungeons. Lin Qiu adds that the army must keep stealing eggs and chicks from dungeons because their line dies young, only living about half the natural lifespan. The instructor is shaken that Lin Qiu spotted at a glance what even the research department has failed to solve. He demands to know how Lin Qiu could possibly know such detailed information. Lin Qiu credits Majoran and his own feeding-related skill, claiming it has made him unusually knowledgeable about mana beasts. Once he hears Lin Qiu may actually know the solution, the instructor immediately decides to take him along. Lin Qiu protests that he still has classes, but the instructor dismisses the concern and says he will handle the school. Without waiting for consent, the instructor calls in and casually borrows Lin Qiu for several days. When Lin Qiu asks if refusal is possible, the instructor threatens to mark him absent from military training and get him expelled. Dragged into the arrangement, Lin Qiu bitterly concludes that men's promises cannot be trusted. He barely has time to process what is happening before the situation changes again. The instructor hauls him into the sky on the Storm Eagle, and Lin Qiu panics as they take off. They arrive at the Vermilion Bird Squad's secret base, where their return is immediately reported. The Eagle lands and the forced trip finally pauses. Lin Qiu is stunned by how impressive the hidden base is. He takes in the isolated complex built among mountains and modern structures. A high-ranking officer, Jin Yiyong, asks why Captain Lin Chong has returned so quickly instead of training academy students. Lin Chong proudly announces that he has brought back a precious treasure. Lin Qiu, still confused and unwilling, demands an explanation for why he has been dragged here. Lin Chong refuses to explain directly and says everything will make sense after they meet Team Leader Shin. He leads Lin Qiu toward the logistics base instead. The two head deeper into the mountain facility. They stop before what looks like nothing more than a sheer rock wall. Lin Qiu points out that a rock face is not the meeting place he was promised. A hidden intercom answers in the name of Team Leader Shin, revealing the wall itself is a disguised entrance. Lin Chong activates the concealed mechanism. The mountain rumbles open, exposing a secret passage. A massive hidden door is revealed inside the cliff. Lin Qiu is impressed by how advanced the concealed base is. Lin Chong brushes off the amazement and promises even bigger surprises ahead. Inside, Lin Qiu realizes the hidden facility is practically a separate world. He sees researchers handling mana beasts in a highly controlled environment. The scale of the underground research complex becomes clear as they move through it. Lin Qiu notices multiple rare flying beasts being kept in containment. He realizes the mountain has been hollowed out into a giant logistics and research center. Lin Chong proudly asks what he thinks of the squad's logistics base. Lin Qiu immediately spots dangerous feeding mistakes, condemning the fatty meat being given to one beast while judging another creature acceptable. Lin Chong is delighted that Lin Qiu is not intimidated by the base and can still identify errors on sight. He keeps leading Lin Qiu deeper inside. When Lin Qiu asks where they are going, Lin Chong says the researcher they seek is probably buried in her work. Deciding that subtlety is pointless, Lin Chong prepares to force the issue. He blasts through the obstruction instead of waiting politely. Even Lin Chong looks tense about what that reckless entrance might trigger. As dust fills the room, Lin Qiu coughs and remarks that the captain may have overdone it. A woman inside slowly turns toward the disturbance. Lin Chong explains that their real problem is waking Xinxing from her research trance, and Lin Qiu realizes this woman is the team leader he was brought to meet. Lin Chong introduces her as Xinxing, a gold-rank demon awakener. Her full status as logistics and research team leader is made clear, underscoring how important she is. Lin Qiu is shocked to learn demon-type awakeners even exist. Xinxing casually notes that demon awakenings are as rare as Lin Qiu's spatial type, revealing she already knows more about him than expected. Lin Qiu realizes his secret was never hidden from them, and Lin Chong smugly confirms it. Lin Chong orders Lin Qiu to hide because waking Xinxing is dangerous. He warns that if someone interrupts her thoughts, she enters a demon form so violent that even he is not sure he can beat her. Even knowing the risk, Lin Chong resolves to endure the consequences for the sake of the Vermilion Bird Squad. Xinxing begins slipping into that demon state as the disturbance fully registers. She draws real guns without hesitation. Lin Chong rushes her and is met with immediate gunfire. Xinxing unleashes a barrage that forces Lin Chong entirely onto defense. Watching from cover, Lin Qiu is horrified that she is firing live rounds inside the lab. When the bullets run out, Lin Qiu thinks the danger might be over. Instead, Xinxing's body cracks with demonic power as she fully transforms. Her expression hardens into something predatory and far more dangerous. She sprouts horns and lunges with raw demonic force. Lin Chong realizes the situation has escalated beyond what he expected. He throws up an earth wall to block her attack. Xinxing tears through the defense without slowing down. Her demon form smashes forward with overwhelming momentum. Lin Chong hardens his body with stone skin and realizes she has grown even stronger, likely reaching Gold 9 star. He stacks multiple defensive techniques, yet her offensive power still drives him back. Unable to hold her much longer, Lin Chong orders Lin Qiu to go find help. Lin Qiu agrees, but he has already noticed something more useful than reinforcements. Instead of fleeing, he runs straight to a nearby workstation. He finds Xinxing's research data on flames or hatching parameters. After one look, he realizes the setup is fundamentally wrong and that any hatchlings produced this way would be defective. Lin Chong yells at him to stop standing there and get help, not understanding what Lin Qiu has found. Lin Qiu tries to interrupt with a warning. He tells Xinxing there is a problem with her flames or parameters, and that statement cuts through her frenzy. The demon researcher immediately claims she knows how to hatch them properly. As her horn begins to crumble away, she asks whether Lin Qiu is telling the truth. Lin Qiu recognizes that he has finally gotten her attention. Xinxing admits she has researched the eggs for a long time without understanding why they refused to hatch, while Lin Chong realizes all his previous beatings were unnecessary if this was all it took to wake her. Now fully lucid, Xinxing asks why Lin Chong woke her again and what urgent matter justified it. Lin Chong presents Lin Qiu as an expert on mana beasts whom he brought to solve her problem. Xinxing laughs at the idea that such a young student could be an expert, and Lin Qiu bristles at being mocked. He angrily insists he should not be dismissed just because he looks young. Determined to prove himself, Lin Qiu pulls out his notes and prepares to explain. He states that her flames or parameters are wrong because the incubation temperature is far too low for a fire-type mana beast. He explains that the mother normally accelerates hatching by breathing fire on the eggs, so the correct temperature should be around 500 degrees. He adds that flames ores also need mana pearls placed around the eggs so the embryos can absorb mana while developing. Lin Qiu further criticizes her plan to incubate them in a vacuum, warning that she would suffocate the eggs. Xinxing objects that although they have seen flames ores breathe fire on eggs, they have never observed them using mana pearls. Lin Qiu asks whether she has ever actually entered a dungeon and then points out the key difference between dungeons and the outside world. When she answers that the difference is mana density, he knows she is finally following his reasoning. He explains that dungeon eggs can absorb ambient mana naturally, but outside the dungeon that missing mana must be replaced, and Xinxing is amazed she overlooked something so basic. Excited by his insight, Xinxing grabs Lin Qiu's hand before he can bask in the praise. She drags him off, declaring that they should create new life together by hatching a flame ore and promising to acknowledge him as a man if they succeed. She presses him to help, framing refusal as unwillingness to support her research. Flustered by the sudden intimacy, Lin Qiu hesitates. He pulls himself together and insists that there is a more urgent task than indulging her bizarre invitation. He drags Xinxing along at a run while Lin Chong scrambles after them, demanding to know where they are going. Lin Qiu abruptly addresses the entire research staff, forcing the room to pay attention. He introduces himself and announces that he is there to give them advice. He openly declares that he has already identified many mistakes in their work. The researchers reject him immediately, offended that a student would dare lecture acknowledged experts. Lin Chong silences them and backs Lin Qiu, treating the boys' impatience as justified rather than disrespectful. When asked how he intends to make them believe him, Lin Qiu says words alone are useless and he will demonstrate his point. He requests a storm eagle for an experiment, promising it will not be harmed and may even benefit from the procedure. A researcher refuses on principle, insisting that no mana beast should be mistreated. Lin Chong realizes the staff will never cooperate with a stranger on trust alone. He settles the matter by ordering them to open the gate and bring in his own storm eagle for the test. The staff question the order, but Lin Chong does not waver. He publicly stakes his authority on Lin Qiu, saying he believes in the boy. A researcher announces that the captain's beloved eagle has arrived. The enormous storm eagle enters the lab, immediately dominating the room. Lin Qiu is stunned to learn the captain affectionately calls such a fearsome beast cutie, while Lin Qiong sees nothing strange about it. A worried researcher begs Lin Qiong to reconsider, saying the eagle worked hard to reach peak gold rank, but Lin Qiu instead asks for a healer, alcohol, anesthetic, and a surgical knife. Lin Qiong calmly notes that Lin Qiu himself is a healer, and that the rest of the supplies are available. With the preparations accepted, Lin Qiu tells the staff to come with him despite their fear for the eagle. Using his taming knowledge, Lin Qiu searches the eagle's head for a sensitive spot that makes it feel safe and affectionate when massaged. He finds the spot and begins soothing the beast exactly as he predicted. The eagle relaxes under his touch, proving he can control even a proud high-rank mana beast. He then orders the eagle to lie down, and it obeys, leaving everyone stunned. The massive bird settles onto the floor in complete submission. Lin Qiu invites one of the skeptical researchers to climb up with him and witness the procedure firsthand. The man nervously steps onto the eagle's back. Lin Qiu asks for the anesthetic, alarming Lin Qiong, who fears he is about to do something extreme to Cutie. The requested syringe is handed over anyway. As Lin Qiu prepares the injection, both Lin Qiong and the researcher wonder whether he truly knows what he is doing. Lin Qiong reminds himself that Lin Qiu is still only a student, yet the boy is already moving like a practiced operator. Lin Qiu next asks for hot water to be poured around the eagle's stomach, prompting Lin Qiong to panic that he is about to cook the bird. The staff realize he is only plucking feathers to expose the treatment area, not harming the eagle for no reason. Once the area is cleared, Lin Qiu asks for the scalpel and prepares for the real procedure. The onlookers are horrified that he truly intends to operate on the storm eagle. Lin Qiu vows that because Lin Qiong trusted him, he will not fail. Lin Qiong steels himself and decides to trust Lin Qiu completely. He orders the staff to hand over the scalpel despite their lingering fear. The surgical knife is finally placed in Lin Qiu's hand, and the experiment is ready to begin. Lin Qiu confidently takes charge of an operation on a sick storm eagle, while the researchers watch in doubt. The room braces itself as he begins his diagnosis, and even the skeptical chief instructor pays close attention. He confirms his suspicion that the eagle's problem is caused by excessive fat buildup. Treating it as a straightforward fix, he orders the staff to help remove the fat immediately. The crude procedure backfires at once and leaves him bloodied, exposing how rough his methods are. He casually has the healer patch him up so the treatment can continue without delay. Once recovered, he climbs back onto the giant bird as if nothing happened. When the masked chief instructor questions why he removed the fat, Lin Qiu links the obesity to the eagle's infertility. He explains that slimming them down will not only strengthen them but also allow them to reproduce naturally. Then he identifies the real cause as the squad feeding the birds the wrong kind of fatty meat and orders a change in diet. The chief instructor warns that he will hold Lin Qiu responsible if this advice fails, but the test is interrupted by movement from the eagle. The treated eagle begins to stir, signaling that the operation has changed something. Its sudden awakening shocks everyone into silence. The eagle rises in a burst of power, more concerned about its appearance than its health. The squad celebrates because their beloved eagle has finally awakened. Its first response is an explosive screech of outrage as its renewed strength surges out. The chief instructor realizes the bird has undergone a second growth spurt and advanced all the way to platinum rank. When the eagle responds to him, Lin Qiu reveals that he can understand mana beasts, astonishing the chief instructor. The chief instructor immediately drops his doubts, praises Lin Qiu as a true expert, and apologizes for misjudging him. With his authority secured, Lin Qiu begins pointing out broader flaws in the Vermilion Bird Squad's beast management. He starts laying down new rules for the Storm Eagles while the blonde team leader silently studies him with growing interest. That night, the chief instructor personally arranges a guest room for Lin Qiu so he can stay and continue advising them. Exhausted after lecturing researchers all day, Lin Qiu collapses into bed. He finally relaxes, thinking he can at last get some sleep. That hope ends when someone suddenly touches him in the dark. He jolts awake, instantly alarmed by the intrusion. The intruder turns out to be the blonde team leader, who has entered his room in the middle of the night. Lin Qiu is so startled that he can barely get her name out. He demands to know why she is in his room at such an hour. She brushes off the impropriety and insists that the real issue is something she urgently wants to show him. Even as he protests her climbing into his bed, she pushes him to focus on her news instead. She reveals that the flame Zor egg has already hatched far earlier than expected. When he questions how that happened, she admits she used a precious gold rank mana pearl to speed it up. Lin Qiu is furious that she woke him for this, but she insists she came because she has something more important to ask. After hesitating, she finally works up the courage to make her request. She asks Lin Qiu to become her teacher and personally instruct her in mana beast knowledge. He objects that such a relationship is inappropriate for a student and teacher, but she refuses to care about formalities. Pressed by her persistence, he reluctantly agrees to accept her as a student. She immediately performs an earnest disciple's salute, taking the acceptance far more seriously than he expected. Embarrassed by how intense she is, he hurriedly stops her before the situation gets any more awkward. He dismisses her for the night, and promises to begin teaching her the next day. By morning, Lin Qiu is still drained from the sleepless night and endless work. He reflects that the chief instructor has taken the eagle out, leaving him unsure what to do next. His new student solves that by greeting him bright and early and calling him teacher with full enthusiasm. She immediately asks for her first lesson, making it clear she has been waiting for him. Unsure how to formally teach, Lin Qiu suggests she simply ask questions and let him answer them. She eagerly presents a failed frostwing egg experiment and asks him to diagnose the mistake in her research. He instantly identifies the problem as incorrect incubation temperature and explains that the eggs need less heat, not more. Her non-stop curiosity quickly overwhelms him, but he keeps answering as they head toward the lab. At the lab, more people arrive looking specifically for Lin Qiu. Researchers and beast handlers bombard him with urgent problems, treating him as the new authority on every crisis. The flood of requests becomes so chaotic that someone has to order everyone to line up and wait their turn. After days of non-stop work, Lin Qiu ends up sleeping wherever he can, completely spent by his own sudden fame. An alarm abruptly drags him out of that exhausted sleep. He wakes in confusion, barely able to process what is happening. A broadcast orders everyone outside, signaling an emergency serious enough to mobilize the whole squad. Lin Qiu senses that something major must have happened. He runs out with Shin to find out what triggered the alarm. They learn that the captain of the Vermilion Bird Squad has returned and is making an emergency announcement. Captain Chao Gai reveals that Captain Lin recently uncovered the hideout of the notorious Taika mercenary group operating in their country. After days of surveillance, Captain Lin finally located the enemy base. Because the main squad is tied up elsewhere, Chao Gai asks for 10 volunteers to support Captain Lin on an extremely dangerous mission. He adds that Captain Lin specifically requested someone named Lin Qiu for the operation. Lin Qiu realizes he has just been singled out for something far more serious than beast care. He steps forward and identifies himself without hesitation. When Chao Gai asks who this unfamiliar kid is, Shin immediately vouches for Lin Qiu as the expert Captain Lin personally brought back. Lin Qiu's recent feats have already turned him into a minor legend in Shin's eyes. Chao Gai is impressed by the young man's reputation and attitude. Still, he hesitates because sending such a valuable talent into danger feels reckless. Lin Qiu argues that a dangerous mission is exactly where his abilities may matter most. He formally volunteers and says he wants to repay the chief instructor's kindness by helping save Captain Lin. Chao Gai remains uncertain until Shin promises to personally protect Lin Qiu during the mission. That pledge leaves Chao Gai visibly conflicted, because he knows Shin's feelings are involved. He gives Lin Qiu one last chance to back out, warning that the mission could cost him his life. When Lin Qiu stands firm, Chao Gai accepts him and hands over Captain Lin's intelligence for review before departure. As the team is assembled, Lin Qiu steels himself for the mission ahead. Traveling toward the target, he realizes the operation will be difficult because the enemy is deeply embedded in a civilian area. The dossier reveals the Taika mercenary group as a brutal international force led by elite awakeners and killers. Lin Qiu studies their lineup and understands they are facing hardened criminals, not ordinary enemies. Shin explains that the real problem is not just their strength but the fact that any direct assault could slaughter civilians. She also points out that the enemy has an explosive specialist, making a clean strike nearly impossible without spatial abilities. Lin Qiu finally understands why the chief instructor insisted on bringing him along despite the risk. As they near Captain Lin's position, Shin keeps the team updated. At the border town, the exhausted chief instructor waits for them after days of covert surveillance. He explains that he recognized the wanted criminal Wu Ke by chance while flying with the eagle and secretly tailed him back to the hideout. Lin Qiu asks why the chief instructor delayed contacting them, sensing there must be more to the story. The chief instructor says Wu Ke was extremely cautious, forcing him and the eagle to monitor him from above for days without proper rest. That patience finally paid off when Wu Ke returned to the Taika group's base without noticing he was being watched. The hideout turns out to be a hotel in the middle of town. The chief instructor warns Lin Qiu not to stare because the enemy likely has watchers covering the street at all times. They decide to rest, rotate watch, and wait for the right moment rather than rush into a disastrous fight. The next day, Shin reports that the enemy has barely moved and that Wu Ke only stepped out briefly for breakfast. Lin Qiu sees how completely the chief instructor has worn himself down from constant surveillance. He decides passive observation is no longer enough and proposes getting closer to inspect the situation directly. When Shin worries she has no suitable disguise, Lin Qiu unexpectedly produces spare clothes for her. His suspiciously convenient stash of women's clothing leaves Shin baffled, but he refuses to explain and tells her to change. She accepts the plan and hurries off to get ready. Once disguised, Shin draws attention effortlessly as they enter the town like ordinary civilians. To sell the act, she clings to Lin Qiu as his girlfriend while he tries not to look too uncomfortable. They arrive within sight of the hotel and prepare to test the enemy's vigilance. Shin suddenly improvises by loudly demanding a room, turning their approach into a believable couple's quarrel. Lin Qiu catches on and quietly activates his listening skill while staying in character. Their act brings them right into the hotel lobby without raising immediate suspicion. From inside, Lin Qiu notices armed watchers using sniper optics to monitor the street, confirming the place is heavily secured. Realizing they are being observed, he pulls Shin close to maintain the illusion. He tells her to keep walking naturally because every movement is being judged. Shin admits the current position still gives her a poor view, so she suggests getting even closer. Lin Qiu agrees and decides to push the disguise further. He loudly proposes getting a room together, making them look like an impatient couple rather than spies. At the desk, he specifically asks for a room on the 3rd floor, the level closest to the enemy. The receptionist says the entire 3rd floor is fully booked, forcing him to improvise. Shin hesitates, but Lin Chiu keeps the act going without breaking character. He claims they rushed there without identification and begs for an exception. To sell the story, he even pretends they came for private fun and had prepared all kinds of enhancers. The receptionist resists at first, citing hotel policy. Lin Chiu immediately switches tactics and bribes her with cash and a fake ID. The receptionist's attitude flips instantly, and she gives them room 404 while boasting about the hotel's soundproofing. That room number tells Lin Chiu they are now directly adjacent to the target area. Inside, he dismisses the soundproofing claim and puts on his enhanced headphones to eavesdrop through the wall. At first he hears nothing and wonders if the room is too well insulated after all. Then a woman's voice suddenly comes through, startling him with how intimate it sounds. Shin tries listening too, only to discover the neighboring room is occupied by a couple in the middle of sex. The obscene noise confirms they tapped the wrong room and leaves both of them mortified. Lin Chiu is so shocked by what he hears that Shin has to snap him back to the mission. She nearly blurts out what is happening, but he silences her and says he has picked up something more important. She listens again, now realizing there's another conversation beyond the embarrassing distraction. Lin Chiu isolates the real target room and hears the mercenaries speaking in an unfamiliar language. Shin cannot understand a word, but Lin Chiu tells her to stay quiet because he can. He relies on a language mastery skill he obtained earlier to decode the conversation. Shin is stunned that he can even understand this language and waits for his interpretation. Lin Chiu identifies the language as Fulani and says he has extracted 3 crucial points from the exchange. First, the Taika group did not come on their own initiative but was hired by someone else. Second, they are waiting to receive an item and smuggle it out of the country once it arrives. Third, they have planted multiple explosives and will cause catastrophic destruction if they are cornered too slowly. Lin Chiu realizes this means the mercenaries are only a vanguard and that a much larger plot is unfolding. A phone call from Captain Lin interrupts them with even worse news. The item he was guarding has already been stolen. The mercenaries celebrate separately, believing the goods will arrive the next day and that their payday is near. Lin Chiu reports that the enemy expects delivery tomorrow, confirming the theft and the timing of the transfer. Shin is shocked to hear that the stolen object may be the very thing the mercenaries are waiting for. Captain Lin calls again, forcing them to reassess the entire mission in real time. He admits they have been outmaneuvered and that the protected item has already been taken from his side. Lin Chiu immediately connects the stolen item to the mercenaries' employer and the planned extraction. He urgently reports that the employer behind Taika is likely the same force responsible for the theft and that the delivery is set for tomorrow. Chao Gai realizes they have been baited twice and warns that they still cannot move rashly because the enemy has a dangerous explosives expert. He promises to send backup, then asks Lin Chiu what exactly was stolen. Chao Gai reveals the truth. The missing item is Zhang Hong's lifelong research, the final design for Awakener weapons. Lin Chiu learns that the squad had been transporting those designs to the capital when the leak exposed the mission. He vows to complete the operation and recover the research no matter what. After the call, he asks Shin what Awakener weapons actually are so he can grasp the stakes. She explains that they are a newly perfected class of mana-powered national weapons, and both of them realize how disastrous it would be if Zhang Hong's final work fell into enemy hands. The team steels itself to recover the stolen data, treating the mission as a matter of national duty. After reviewing everything they know, they admit their information is still limited. A proposal is made to coordinate with firefighters and evacuate civilians. While the silver-haired young man realizes he has no direct role yet, he turns to his system and demands a new skill that might help. The draw gives him another low-rank ability, ventriloquism, and after cursing his bad luck he suddenly realizes it could still be useful. He interrupts the captain with a question that could reshape the plan. When he asks where the enemy would hide their explosives, the captain reasons they would keep them close for self-protection. That answer gives him an opening, and he announces he has a plan. The captain allows him to explain. He begins with a deliberately shocking premise. He proposes setting the hotel on fire to force the enemy into panic and expose their weakness. The woman is horrified, but the captain stays calm and orders him to continue. He explains that once the hotel burns, the enemy will flee without carrying the explosives because doing so would draw too much attention. He adds that disguised operatives can pose as police, escort Taika's group out under the excuse of protecting foreigners, and exploit their fear of the explosives detonating. The captain sees the tactical value but asks how they will recover the data if the targets are eliminated too soon. The young man answers that the others only need to seize Buck Taika's phone, or at least its SIM card. His real aim is to impersonate Taika and arrange a meeting with the enemy contact. He demonstrates that his new skill can mimic voices. When the captain doubts the trick will fool people who know Taika well, he insists Taika's own phone will make the deception convincing enough to recover the data. His companions are impressed that he can imitate voices on top of everything else he knows. The captain then asks Lin Chiu whether he can remove the explosives before they detonate, and Lin Chiu promises he can teleport in and take them away. With no better option, the captain accepts this as their best course. He finalizes the operation for 8 that night, and the whole team acknowledges the order. Hours earlier, at 5 in room 404 of the Cupid Hotel, the silver-haired young man and the woman begin surveillance. He quickly grows bored and tired from listening in on the enemy for so long. She reports a disturbance downstairs, only for him to reveal the supposed commotion is just the targets playing poker all afternoon. Seeing how worn out he is, she gently suggests he rest, and he agrees to doze while still listening. He falls asleep. In his dream, the woman appears vulnerable and confused, saying she is not ready. The dream turns more intimate as she calls for him. He panics inside the dream, unable to handle what it implies. He jolts awake in her lap, embarrassed to realize it was only a dream and blaming the noisy men downstairs for it. She brushes past the awkwardness and tells him it is time to prepare. He notices the operation is close and wonders why she let him sleep so long. She admits she wanted him to get more rest because she was worried about him. He is quietly moved by her concern. At 7:55, he orders her to get the walkie-talkie ready and prepare to move on the captain's signal. The operation begins with the cry of fire as flames erupt through the hotel. On the third floor, the disguise team starts directing an evacuation and keeping the targets under control. The mercenaries first fear they have been exposed, but soon realize the hotel itself is burning. Once they remember their room is full of explosives, panic takes over and they decide to evacuate immediately. When one man worries about abandoning the explosives, the others refuse to risk exposing themselves by carrying them out and rush for safety instead. The eye-patch demolitions expert lingers with a dangerous grin. He secretly arms a timed explosive device. The countdown starts with less than 10 minutes remaining. Pleased with himself, he treats the coming blast like art. Outside, firefighters battle the blaze while the city remains unaware of the hidden bomb threat. Tiger's men flee the building exactly as planned. Watching from cover, the silver-haired young man reports that the targets are coming out. The disguised police team confirms they are escorting the group away smoothly. The captain reports that the fire was deliberately kept away from the third floor and orders the explosives handled immediately. The young man and the woman sprint into the burning hotel to do just that. They reach Buck Tiger's room on the third floor. Inside, they find the explosives exactly where expected. He suddenly senses something is wrong. One of the devices is not just stored there but actively armed. When she asks if he knows how to defuse bombs, he admits he has no such expertise. She reveals the worst part. The time bomb has only 3 minutes left. She urges him to think of the people below, but he nearly gives up, convinced there is no way to solve this in time. Then her desperate joke about going to heaven together sparks an idea in him. He remembers that his anywhere door has expanded to a 50-meter range after reaching silver rank, making a teleport-based solution possible. He asks whether she likes fireworks, hinting at his new plan. He teleports them both to the rooftop. She is amazed they appeared there instantly while he focuses on the bomb in his hands. He rapidly calculates gravity, mana use, and timing until he finds an exact window to eliminate the danger. He narrows the acceptable margin to only seconds. With 30 seconds left, he asks her to throw him upward as hard as she can. She worries for his safety, but he tells her not to hesitate. With 20 seconds remaining, she commits to the plan. She launches him into the sky with far more force than he expected. As he rockets upward, he realizes she is much stronger than he accounted for, but decides the extra height will help. With 10 seconds left, he opens anywhere door in midair to keep climbing instead of falling. By chaining portals, he continues rising higher into the night sky. Even so, the countdown is nearly over. At the critical instant, he opens one final portal above him. He throws the bomb through the portal, trusting the teleport to carry it far enough away. The device is sent more than 50 meters into the sky, safely above the city. Below, the woman understands his intention at last, to turn the blast into fireworks. The bomb explodes high overhead, dazzling the night instead of slaughtering the people below. She watches in delight, admiring the beauty of the improvised fireworks. Her joy is cut short when he screams for her to catch him at the roof's edge. He realizes too late that the explosion's shockwave has accelerated his fall and ruined his descent calculations. He becomes certain she cannot reach him in time. Refusing to accept that, she sprints with everything she has. She leaps from the rooftop to intercept him in midair. She catches him by the ankle just before he is lost. Using the building for leverage, she hauls him back towards safety. The rescue ends brutally as he slams headfirst into the rooftop. He can only groan in pain. Still dazed, he starts thanking her for saving him. He suddenly realizes he has landed in an intimate position on top of her. Flustered, he scrambles to change the subject, complaining about the mercenaries' recklessness and insisting he still has to find Tiger's remaining men. She points out that he has exhausted his mana and needs recovery first. To support him, she offers a gold-rank mana pearl and casually promises even greater rewards in the future. He is stunned by how casually she treats such a valuable treasure and eagerly accepts the idea of raiding gold-rank dungeons with her someday. After recharging, he declares himself ready to hunt down the remaining mercenaries. Elsewhere, the blast still lights the sky above the city. Inside the escort vehicle, the captain's team hears the explosion, and while one ally takes comfort in the sound, the captain worries about the losses and about Lin Xiao and Xinxing. He also knows he still has unfinished business with the enemy in front of him. Maintaining the disguise, he tells the mercenaries there was only a minor incident ahead and that they will reach safety soon. But his instincts warn him something is wrong, and he quietly orders his people to prepare for a fight. When they arrive at the real destination, he senses the trap has fully closed. Dropping any pretense, he announces that now it is the enemy's turn to die. He strikes first inside the vehicle. The mercenaries immediately realize these escorts were never ordinary police. The captain kills the eye-patch demolitions expert, Park Budong, before the man can become a threat again. Outside, the battlefield erupts in flames and chaos. The captain sees that fighting has already begun elsewhere and understands the enemy has only sacrificed their weakest members so far. A larger clash between awakened fighters is underway around them. One of his subordinates warns that something feels wrong in the air itself. Their healer confirms the truth. Poison gas is spreading through the battlefield. Everyone has been dosed, and her healing mana cannot be used. The enemy leader reveals himself and mocks the captain, explaining that he poisoned them during the drive because he sensed from the start that something was off. He boasts that anyone weaker than him will be fully poisoned while even stronger opponents will be badly hindered, and he has only just activated the toxin. The captain feels the poison already eating into his body. Seeing his squadmates falter, he fears this may be the end for all of them. The enemy asks for his name, and the captain openly identifies himself as Lin Chong of the Vermilion Bird Squad. The enemy reveals he knows Lin Chong's past, especially the origin of the scar on his face. That reference hits a buried nerve, and Lin Chong demands to know where the man connected to that scar is. Instead of answering, the enemy transforms into a monstrous rhino-like form and declares Lin Chong will die before learning anything. The beast charges with a savage smash meant to crush the squad. Lin Chong hardens his body with stone-based defensive skills and braces himself as a living shield. He catches the rhino's horn with his reinforced hands. Even so, the impact drives him violently backward and tears into him. He refuses to yield despite the damage. A Wind Awakener ally unleashes a storm of blades while confessing that he once betrayed the squad and has lived with that guilt ever since. His attack slams the rhino away and buys the others a moment. The enemy leader orders his men to press the attack, confident the poison has crippled the weaker squad members. Mark Cruz, a Platinum 5-star Wind Awakener and deputy commander, steps forward to fight back. Lin Chong uses a massive slab of earth to shield his poisoned teammates from the enemy assault. The rhino's horn begins to crack under the strain. Lin Chong realizes the opening. The rhino crashes into the barrier while the squad tries to hold the line around their captain. His subordinates beg him to run and survive so he can avenge them, believing they are already doomed. Lin Chong rejects that completely and vows the enemy will reach his people only over his corpse. Mark Cruz keeps fighting with everything he has, trying to atone for his old betrayal. Lin Chong meets the rhino head-on again, still shielding the others. Mark launches another wind strike to support him. The enemy leader coldly decides that if Lin Chong wants to die protecting his squad, he will grant that wish. Lin Chong is cut again as the wind and poison-torn battle intensifies around him. A huge burst of force erupts over the battlefield, interrupting the killing blow. Lin Chong is slashed badly, but the sudden intervention prevents the enemy from finishing him immediately. His squad cries out as he bleeds, fearing they are losing him. The enemy leader moves in to end Lin Chong personally. Believing he has failed his squad a second time, Lin Chong resigns himself to death. The enemy closes in with cruel satisfaction. Then a red sports car comes screaming into the battlefield like a missile. The unexpected arrival shocks everyone and knocks the enemy's focus away from Lin Chong. Lin Chong can barely process what he is seeing. At that same moment, the silver-haired young man arrives carrying the woman in his arms, laughing at his own dramatic entrance. He lands beside her with perfect timing and proudly announces himself as the flash in the sky that has finally arrived. Lin Chiu and Xinxing find the battered enemy captain still alive and confront him before he can recover. Under pressure, the captain reveals that he walked into a trap, which turned out to be a poison awakener, and everyone on their side has been poisoned. The enemy camp confirms that Wuku himself has been badly injured in the chaos, leaving their side in disarray as well. Their commander orders Mimiko to heal Wuku while the others move out immediately, switching to Falani to keep outsiders from following the plan. Xinxing calmly interrupts in their own language, making it clear he understood every word. The mercenaries are stunned that he can not only understand Falani but speak it back to them. Realizing secrecy is gone, the commander abandons caution and orders an immediate attack. Xinxing's blonde ally answers by entering demon form, her power surging into a far more dangerous state. The enemy healer and strategist hesitate as they realize they may have provoked someone stronger than expected. Consumed by bloodlust, Xinxing's ally launches herself forward with clear intent to kill. Ito, a peak gold rank earth defender, throws up a wall of earth and braces the team, while the strategist questions whether her true strength is being hidden. Her explosive assault crashes into the earth barrier with overwhelming force instead of being stopped cleanly. She keeps pressing through the defense, turning the clash into a direct breakthrough attempt. Her claws sharpen into a lethal finishing strike. The blow tears through Ito's defense and wounds him badly, proving the barrier could not fully contain her. The strategist realizes her attack power is closer to a gold rank 9-star strike, and the commander orders everyone to combine forces rather than underestimate a demon awakener. Watching the battle, Xinxing judges that the outcome is still uncertain despite her rampage. A nearby ally coughs from the poison, reminding him the larger crisis is not the fight but the toxin spreading through his team. Lin Chiu warns that the poison has nearly run its course on them and they cannot hold out much longer, forcing Xinxing to remember that everyone has been poisoned. He decides he has to solve the poisoning immediately, and reaches for Lin Chiu to begin treatment. Lin Chiu can only stare at him, unsure what he is about to do in the middle of a battlefield. Her condition worsens, confirming there is no time left for hesitation. Xinxing tells her to endure a little longer because he intends to finish the treatment quickly. He reveals that a recently acquired medical proficiency let him prepare emergency medicine and needles in advance. After checking her pulse, he figures out how the toxin works and assures her she will recover once it is removed from her body. Lin Qiu is impressed that someone his age understands both mana beasts and medicine at such a high level. He brushes it off as one of many hobbies, privately noting that his daily skill draws let him become absurdly versatile. Then he admits the treatment is not finished yet and that the final step requires her cooperation. Unable to move because of the needles, Lin Qiu panics when she sees him take out a knife and fears he is about to perform unnecessary surgery. Xinxing reassures her and begins the final extraction without giving her time to resist. He cuts just enough to release the concentrated poison, drawing a scream from her. The toxin immediately pours out of the wound instead of remaining in her body, proving his method was correct. The black poison drains away in a visible stream. As the poison leaves her system, Lin Qiu feels her dizziness fade, her sight return, and her mana begin flowing freely again. Recovered, she urges Xinxing to save the others at once. He awkwardly reminds her that she is actually a healing awakener and could handle the rest herself, while she admits his medical skill made her forget her own role. Lin Qiu immediately begins healing the poisoned allies with her own power. One fallen teammate starts recovering under her treatment. The man's eyes open as consciousness returns. He wakes confused, not understanding how the situation changed so quickly. From the enemy side, Wuke is shocked to see the poisoned group recovering instead of collapsing. He realizes the opposing healer is removing the toxins and cannot understand how she cured herself first. Seeing his side lose its poison advantage while his boss is already struggling, the enemy commander decides the situation is slipping away. Wuke resolves to release another wave of toxins, believing that otherwise their entire side is finished. He unleashes a fresh poisonous burst and boasts that antidotes only delay defeat because he can simply poison them again. Xinxing's demon ally steps in front of the spreading toxin and stops it from reaching the others. The mercenaries celebrate too early, assuming that if she is poisoned she will be unable to defeat them and ordering Mimiko to heal them instead. Their confidence breaks when they notice something impossible happening behind them. Rather than being harmed, Xinxing's ally draws the poison into herself. She savors the toxin as if it were nourishment, revealing a monstrous compatibility with poison. Wuke is horrified to learn that her new netherworld claws carry poison and that she is not threatened by his toxin at all. His courage collapses as his mana runs low and she keeps advancing, leaving him with no way to stop her. She strikes him down effortlessly while demanding even more poison to feed on. The commander finally understands the truth. This demon awakener can convert poison into her own power. He warns his remaining men that she is coming for them next. She charges again before they can regroup. The commander and strategist can do nothing but cling to each other in panic as she closes in. Their screams echo through the night as she tears through the last resistance. Xinxing dryly concludes that once she went fully on the offensive, the result was never really in doubt. He notes that even a peak platinum defender like their captain could not have endured her explosive demon attacks for long, so surrender was inevitable. With the battle decided, the masked captain leaves cleanup to the others and specifically orders Wuke kept alive because he wants answers from him. Molly explains to Xinxing that Wuke may know where the captain's long-sought sworn enemy can be found. Xinxing is surprised to hear that the captain has been carrying a personal vendetta all this time. Molly begins recounting the mission from 8 years earlier that created that obsession. Back then, Captain Lin joined a dangerous operation to bring a highly valuable item back to their country while many factions hunted it. On the return journey, Captain Wu and the others were ambushed by a mysterious force despite already being exhausted from battle. Their enemies included a diamond rank elite and several platinum rank fighters, far beyond what the wounded team could handle. Everyone except Captain Lin sacrificed themselves to buy him time to escape with the item and complete the mission. The scar on Captain Lin's face came from the diamond rank enemy during that disaster, and he refused to have it healed so he would never forget. He has lived ever since with crushing survivors' guilt, calling himself a deserter who should have died with the others. Molly insists that the squad sees him differently, as the hero who fulfilled the mission they all died protecting. Xinxing realizes Captain Wu Haiyuan must have been deeply conflicted about sparing Captain Lin after that tragedy. Molly adds that sometimes the one who survives suffers more than the dead, and Captain Lin has clearly never escaped that burden. As she wonders how strong that old diamond rank enemy must be now, the conversation is cut off by a sudden change in Xinxing's ally. The demon woman abruptly breaks through to platinum rank in the aftermath of battle. In her frenzy she kills the notorious commander and deputy commander of the Taika mercenary company, wiping out the last enemy leaders. Xinxing notices that her condition has become unstable rather than simply stronger. Her breakthrough floods her with even more violent power, threatening another loss of control. The masked captain explains that a demon awakener who reaches platinum can regain control over their mind, so this breakthrough may save her from madness. Still wary, she asks whether the 3 surviving enemies should be finished off before they become a problem again. The captain refuses and orders them taken alive for interrogation, though he wants to question them personally first. He begins by asking whether they know the origin of the scar on his face. The prisoners claim they cannot even understand him, trying to hide behind the language barrier. Xinxing activates a bloodlust interpreter and translates the threat into Fulani, making clear that lies will cost them their heads. After hearing them out, the captain concludes that these two know nothing about the scar. Their healer adds that Wuke has been struck by demon-type poison and cannot be healed, so he is the only remaining source of answers. Xinxing's ally volunteers to wake Wuke herself, clearly enjoying the idea more than necessary. She absorbs the demon poison from his body instead of treating him normally. Wuka's eyes snap open at once. She looms over him with a predatory smile, making it obvious that waking him was only the beginning. Terrified, Wuka mistakes her for the same violent demon who just slaughtered his comrades. He begs not to be eaten, reducing himself to a trembling wreck before questioning even starts. The captain sends the other 2 prisoners away and keeps Wuka in front of him for a private interrogation. He directly demands that Wuka tell him everything he knows. Wuka immediately understands that the captain is asking about the scar and the man behind it. He refuses to speak for free, arguing that once he gives up the information he loses the only value keeping him alive, though he notes the others were spared. He reminds them that he has committed many crimes and doubts they would truly release him after he talks. The captain asks what guarantee would be enough to make him speak. Wuka demands a sworn promise in the name of the squad that they will not kill him after he reveals the truth. He presses further, saying he knows their military code and believes they would rather risk their lives than break a vow. The captain accepts and swears that no one from the Vermilion Bird squad present will attack Wuka after he talks, staking the squad's destruction on the oath if he breaks it. Wuka is genuinely shocked that the captain would bind himself so seriously just to hear the answer. Moved despite himself, he decides to honor the bargain and speak honestly. He reveals that the man who left the scar is Capella, an agent of M Nation and a berserk awakener. Wuka adds that the last time he saw Capella, the man was already at the peak of diamond rank, though he cannot say how much stronger he is now. When asked how he knows this, Wuka explains that he once heard it from one of Capella's underlings, Jabari, while the man was drunk. The captain realizes this matches every clue he has uncovered over the years, finally giving shape to the enemy he has been chasing. Having gotten what he wanted, the captain tells Wuka he is free to leave under the terms of the vow. Wuka mocks them as rigid military fools and laughs at the idea of clinging to the dead after so many years. Xinxing immediately decides that since the vow only binds the squad, there is no reason for him personally to let such a despicable man walk away. Wuka protests in disbelief, realizing too late that the oath did not protect him from Xinxing. Xinxing cheerfully explains that the squad must fear the vow, but he is not a member of the squad. Wuka can only stare as the loophole closes around him. Xinxing leaps in with open delight, promising to beat him into a pulp. He follows through with a brutal punch that leaves Wuka spitting blood and screaming. Afterward, the captain produces Buck's mobile phone, giving them a practical lead to exploit the mercenary company's assets. Xinxing is thrilled, seeing the phone as the key to a much more profitable victory. He tells the captain not to treat himself like an outsider, and asks what caused the explosion they heard earlier. Xinxing casually lies that they safely detonated the enemy explosives in an empty area and that no one was hurt, though the hotel still suffered heavy damage. He adds that the beasts had rigged the explosives with a timer, using that excuse to smooth over the incident. The captain simply thanks him, accepting that explanation without pressing further. He admits that thanks to Xinxing the operation succeeded and for once, he did not abandon his own squad. Xinxing deflects the praise, saying someone of the captain's ability and status should not lower himself for him. The captain insists on dropping formal distance and asks Xinxing to call him Chong instead of captain or chief instructor. Xinxing agrees, accepting the new closeness between them. Together they decide to find a place to rest and continue interrogating the surviving mercenaries. The next day, Xinxing begins a formal interrogation of Mimiko, who eagerly agrees to confess. She introduces herself as Matsushita Mimiko from our nation, explains that she was once a courtesan, and claims Buck recruited her only after her healing ability awakened. She immediately tries to turn the interrogation flirtatious, asking Xinxing not to be too rough with her. Xinxing's demon ally clears her throat in warning, cutting off the mood before it goes too far. The ally reminds everyone this is a real interrogation, forcing Xinxing and Mimiko back into line. Mimiko promises to be serious once Xinxing threatens punishment for hiding anything. Asked who hired the mercenary company for the operation, she says she is not certain but has seen the contact before. She recalls that someone from M Nation spoke directly with Buck and identified himself only partially as a certain important figure from that nation. When Xinxing asks whether anyone on their side kept in touch with that contact, she says yes and gives the codename Great Teacher, adding that he seemed to hold a high position. Xinxing reasons that only someone with real authority could access the classified information involved, so the codename likely belongs to a major insider. He then asks how much the mercenaries were promised for the job, and Mimiko answers that Buck said the payment would be 100 million M dollars. The sheer size of the number leaves Xinxing stunned. He urgently asks how the payment was supposed to be made, and Mimiko explains that 30 million would be paid up front and the rest transferred into the company account after completion. Xinxing immediately realizes that if Buck alone controlled the account, the money might already be lost with him. Mimiko rescues his hopes by revealing that she also knows the password because she serves as the company treasurer. Ecstatic, Xinxing asks for a hacker, and Xinxing's side quickly points him to Yang Fan. 10 minutes later, Yang Fan arrives ready to help with whatever Xinxing has in mind. Xinxing bluntly orders him to transfer every cent from the Taika mercenary company account into theirs. While the hack begins, Xinxing quietly asks his demon ally whether he can get a share, pretending he only wants a little leftover money. She agrees easily, saying he earned it by helping them so much. Yang Fan breaks into the account successfully, and the whole group celebrates the windfall. Xinxing is dazzled by the amount on the screen and starts counting the digits in disbelief. His joy collapses when he learns that the so-called small change he asked for is only $1.5 million compared with the full haul. He can only lament that if he had known how huge the total was, he never would have asked for merely a little, while his ally offers to use her authority to give him more. The silver-haired boy grandly gives up a $1.5 million prize, insisting the money matters more to the others than to him. His pose collapses when he learns the woman had actually intended to reward him with $10 million instead. The lost fortune hits him hard, and he can only brood over how much money he just threw away. To console himself, he activates his system and orders it to awaken a new daily skill. The system reveals he has gained an E-rank living skill, leaving him stunned. The skill turns out to be appraisal, which lets him judge whether treasures and valuables are genuine. He immediately realizes this ability is worth far more than the money he missed and starts dreaming of profits in the antique market. While he basks in visions of easy wealth, the masked man beside him pulls him back to the mission at hand. The masked man warns that the people behind the stolen files should be contacting them any moment. The group regathers in the hotel lobby and prepares to play along with the enemy's next move. The masked man reminds him that once the call comes, the whole operation will depend on his performance. Right on cue, the phone starts ringing. The masked man quietly instructs him to answer on speaker so everyone can hear. The boy disguises his voice and pretends to be the mercenary contact. On the other end, Buck checks in about the fire at their hotel, and the boy smoothly lies that they are safe and already relocated. The captives immediately recognize Buck's voice and realize the deception is working. Buck says he will arrive in 2 hours and call again when he reaches them, and the boy calmly accepts. After the call ends, the team sees that their impersonation has fooled the enemy for now. Excitement rises at the thought of finally meeting the mastermind, but the boy warns that the caller's accent suggests a local from Z Nation, making the trap even more dangerous. The masked man orders the 2 captives to cooperate fully and warns that if the operation is exposed, either of them will survive the fallout. Terrified, the captives quickly promise obedience. As time passes, the blonde woman grows uneasy because Buck is already 20 minutes late and still silent. When the boy suggests calling Buck first, the masked man hesitates and senses something may be wrong. The boy starts wondering whether their cover has somehow been blown. Before he can think further, Buck finally calls back. Staying in character, the boy asks why Buck is delayed, and Buck claims there was trouble on the road. Buck then changes the plan and says the files have been left in locker 35 at Subwa supermarket for his men to collect. When the boy questions why they will not meet face to face, Buck insists anonymity is safer and abruptly ends the call. The team debates whether to retrieve the files immediately. The boy argues against going themselves, suspecting the enemy may be watching the locker to identify them. He warns that moving personally could expose them while the enemy may still have more tricks prepared. The masked man agrees they need another approach instead of walking into a possible surveillance trap. He decides they already have the perfect disposable courier with them. The curly-haired captive is stunned to realize he has just been volunteered. The boy gives him a knowing look, making it clear there is no escape from the assignment. 10 minutes later, they send the captive to Subwa supermarket to collect the package. Trying to stay unnoticed, the captive enters the supermarket while the others remain hidden. He reaches the storage lockers and nervously confirms he is at the right place. The boy had already promised him a better prison arrangement if he helped recover the goods, so the captive forces himself to cooperate. Once he finds the locker, he realizes he does not know how to open it. A hidden person suddenly bumps into him from behind and vanishes before he can react. Startled, he turns to call out, but no one is there. He searches the corridor in confusion, unable to find the stranger. Then he notices something has been left behind for him. At his feet lies a small card or key dropped by the mysterious passerby. He understands that the real courier is being extremely cautious and is passing the access item indirectly. Using what he was given, he opens the locker and retrieves the package. He checks with the hidden watchers to confirm this is the correct item. Back at the hotel, he reports that he has successfully obtained it. He hands over the flash drive and anxiously reminds them not to forget the single-cell reward they promised him. The team immediately plugs the drive into a computer to inspect it. Their hacker cannot decode the contents, but the boy takes that as proof the files are genuine and heavily protected. Even without identifying the spy behind the theft, the team celebrates because they now possess the real files and only need to pass them to reinforcements. The boy then points out that the enemy still believes the files remain with the Taika mercenaries, which gives them a chance to turn the situation around. The masked man orders the 2 captives to reveal where they were originally supposed to deliver the files. He pressures them by saying one captive has already earned a private cell and the other's fate depends on how cooperative they are. The female captive eagerly offers to do anything if it means getting the same treatment. The boy shuts down her attempt to bargain physically and demands only the delivery destination. She reveals the files were meant to be delivered to Jeweled City on the coast, with exact coordinates stored in Buck's phone. The boy realizes that if the deal collapses now, the remaining $70 million payment promised to Tiker's group will also disappear. That thought gives him a sudden new idea involving Buck's phone. He tells the others to stay quiet because he has found a better way to exploit the situation. Using Buck's phone, he contacts the buyers and pretends the delivery is still proceeding. But instead of confirming the handoff, he demands the rest of the payment be transferred immediately. When the buyer protests that payment was supposed to come after delivery, the boy boldly changes the terms and threatens to sell the item elsewhere if they refuse. The buyer warns him not to do anything reckless. The boy escalates the extortion, saying the threat has raised the price to $100 million on the spot. Cornered by the risk of losing the files, the buyer says he must seek approval from his superiors. While waiting, the boy silently signals the masked man to stay calm, but a sudden crash elsewhere in the building raises tension. He keeps his composure and waits for the answer anyway. The buyer finally agrees and transfers the money, demanding the delivery proceed without delay. After the call ends, the boy grumbles that the buyer kept hanging up on him, but the team is already focused on the result. Their hacker confirms that $100 million has arrived. The team celebrates wildly, realizing they recovered the files and squeezed an extra fortune out of the enemy while setting up an ambush for the receiver. The blonde woman immediately orders the money transferred to her account, treating the windfall as hers. The boy protests that he had only asked for an extra $30 million so he could get married someday, and now even that has been swallowed up. His complaint unexpectedly makes the blonde woman blush at the mention of becoming his wife. She teasingly offers to marry him herself so he can save the wedding money. He panics and rejects her on the spot, insisting he already loves someone else. She laughs off the misunderstanding and promises his compensation will still be at least $30 million. A few hours later, military reinforcements arrive by helicopter. As the aircraft land, the team senses that someone important has come in person. The boy and his companions stare upward, realizing this is no ordinary pickup. The arriving leader is introduced as Murong II, one of Z Nation's 3 exalts and a legendary military figure. Even the masked man is shocked that such a powerful elder has shown up personally. He quietly explains to the boy that Murong II is the tiger of the army and one of the nation's highest-ranking powerhouses. Murong II warmly praises the team for their success and singles out the young leader for doing well. The masked man humbly refuses to take all the credit for the operation. He says the greatest contributions actually came from Lin Qiu and team leader Xinxing. The boy is caught off guard when his own name is suddenly pushed to the front. Murong II laughs approvingly and affectionately praises Xinxing as well. He explains that the enemy had already reached their doorstep, so he and the other exalts moved personally to crush the traitors and make sure none escaped. When Murong II asks who Lin Qiu is, Xinxing steps in to explain. She gives a full account of the boy's role, and Murong II is impressed by what he hears. Xinxing goes even further and calls the boy her teacher, astonishing everyone. Murong II tries to make sense of that relationship through seniority and family logic. He decides that if the boy is Xinxing's teacher, then he must count as an elder to her as well. Following that twisted reasoning, Murong II declares the boy his nephew from now on. The boy instantly accepts the new relationship with exaggerated respect, and Murong II likes his shamelessness. Their banter is interrupted when Murong II receives another call. He answers Elder Shin and checks on the parallel operation happening elsewhere. The masked man quietly explains that Elder Shin, Xinxing's grandfather and another exalt, is helping wipe out the enemy forces in Jeweled City. Murong II hears that the hostile forces there have been annihilated, and is pleased by the report. He announces that the enemies who tried to steal the Awakener weapon files have essentially all been eliminated. The masked man formally hands over the recovered flash drive containing the stolen research files. Murong II reflects on Zhang Hong, an old friend who abandoned cultivation at gold rank to devote himself to researching Awakener weapons. He recalls how Zhang Hong once stood alongside the other future exalts before choosing a different path. With relief, Murong II vows that Zhang Hong's research has been saved. He says the nation will now use that research to strengthen itself, but warns that traitors still remain inside the country and must be rooted out. The boy listens carefully, realizing the stakes behind the files were even larger than he first thought. Murong II takes the 2 captured traitors away for deeper interrogation, hoping they can still reveal new clues. After packing up, the team leaves as well and rides their giant bird mounts back to base. By early morning they reach the Vermilion Bird Squad logistics base, where the commander unexpectedly asks the boy if he wants to join the squad. Another officer openly admits he is impressed by the boy's performance. The boy declines military service, saying the army's rules are too restrictive for him. He still makes it clear that he would gladly accept any special reward they want to give him. The officer scolds him for not appreciating the honor of a first-class commendation, but the boy bluntly reminds him he is just a student, not a soldier. Xinxing then suggests there may be a reward better suited to him. She proposes giving him the squad's most valuable treasure, though she admits it has never hatched and may already be dead. She argues that keeping the useless treasure makes less sense than paying him $30 million, and the boy immediately objects to being compensated with junk. The commander decides the treasure should be brought out anyway, despite the boy's protests. Xinxing assures him that the item is truly valuable and presents it as his compensation. The reward turns out to be a strange armored egg. The boy instantly recognizes it as some kind of mana beast egg, while Xinxing admits they never identified it because it never hatched. Using appraisal, he is shocked to realize the egg is actually connected to dragons, creatures he never expected to exist in this world. He asks his system to confirm it, and the system insists this is indeed a dragon egg, even though such beings should not exist here. The system explains that these are true Eastern dragons from myth, not the lesser Western creatures that only resemble them. The boy immediately wonders whether a hatchling dragon would mean adult dragons once existed nearby, but the system says their energy signatures are gone. Delighted by the discovery, he decides on the spot that this egg will one day become his mount. He then remembers that his incubate skill can hatch it, but realizes too late that doing so will cost an enormous amount of mana. As he studies the egg, Xinxing asks whether he has learned anything useful from it. He warns her not to keep tapping it carelessly. She replies that the shell is so tough even bullets cannot pierce it, and jokes that she would have eaten it long ago if it were fragile. Her temper flares for a moment as she recalls how much frustration the egg once caused her. The commander reveals that Xinxing once spent 3 months studying the egg, then went berserk and beat it for an hour when she found nothing. The boy finally tells them plainly that the treasure is a dragon egg. The commander is stunned and grabs him for confirmation, unable to believe the legendary sky dragon is real. The boy briefly considers whether he should regret accepting the egg, then immediately offers to return it for $30 million instead. Xinxing sees through him and asks if he is only backing out because hatching it is difficult. He admits hatching is actually simple in principle and says it only requires mana, with 2 possible methods. The first method is for an exalt to feed it mana every day for about 10 years. The second is to use 2 exalt rank mana pearls, but Xinxing points out that both options are absurdly expensive and unrealistic. Even so, the commander refuses to take the egg back and says a gift once given should stay with its owner. He declares that the egg is fated to be with the boy, who happily accepts once the decision is final. The boy consoles himself that if he can ever hatch it, becoming a dragon rider would be worth the trouble, and he can always nourish it himself after reaching exalt rank. That night in the guest room, he begins feeding the egg his own mana, hoping to make slow progress over time. He resolves to transfer a little mana every day, thinking even tiny savings now might matter later. But as he continues, he suddenly senses a strange change inside himself. Instead of the egg hatching, the mana transfer unexpectedly pushes him through a breakthrough to silver rank 2-star. Exhausted but thrilled, he realizes he gained a cultivation breakthrough from the process when he had only meant to nourish the dragon egg. Linqiu remembers the gold rank mana pearl Xinxing gave him and considers whether to use it on himself or save it for the dragon egg. After weighing his options, he decides the pearl will help him more than it would help the egg right now. He commits to using the pearl to push his own cultivation higher. He reassures the egg that this small amount of energy would barely matter to it anyway. Linqiu absorbs the pearl's power into himself. The surge forces a breakthrough, raising him to silver rank 3-star. Pleased with the result, he realizes he is only a little short of reaching 4 stars. But when he checks his supplies, he finds no ordinary spiritual pearls left, only skill pearls. With no other choice, he decides to try selling those skill pearls, possibly to the Vermilion Bird Squad. As he handles the dragon egg again, something unusual begins to happen. Too tired to investigate further, he decides he will ask Chong about it after some sleep. The next day, he discovers his pearls are missing and panics that he has been robbed. His alarm grows when he confirms his stash is completely gone. He rushes to Chong and accuses an unseen thief of cleaning them out. Chong points out that stealing from Linqiu's pocket dimension should have been impossible, forcing him to rethink the situation. That makes Linqiu suddenly suspect the dragon egg. The truth becomes obvious when the egg spits out the pearls it had swallowed. Linqiu realizes the egg itself was the culprit and demands to know why it ate his hard-earned skill pearls. Instead of relief, he explodes in frustration that the egg consumed expensive skill pearls before he could sell them for cheaper food. The egg treats the loss casually, as if it only ate a trivial amount. Linqiu explains that one meal cost him millions, and Chong is stunned to learn the egg even devoured a valuable frost arrow pearl. After estimating the loss at least 10 million, Linqiu forces himself to move on and turns his attention back to returning to university. Chong reminds him that many people in the Vermilion Bird Squad are still waiting for his guidance before he leaves. Among those waiting is team leader Shin, who clearly has something personal on her mind. Linqiu jokes to himself that going back to ordinary campus life may be worse than military service. Shin hesitates, struggling to say what she really wants. She finally asks whether he is truly leaving, addressing him with unusual intimacy and dependence. Linqiu awkwardly answers that he probably has to go back as a freshman, while trying to understand what Shin is really asking. Shin's embarrassment makes it seem for a moment like her feelings might be personal. Linqiu starts wondering what has gotten into her, but Shin reveals that her real concern is the Mana Beast research, which would suffer badly if he left. Linqiu immediately misreads the emotional tension as being only about work. The rest of the team confirms they rely heavily on him, but Linqiu decides answering everyone individually is too inefficient. He calms them down and admits he cannot keep solving every question one by one. To fix that, he decides to write a book on Mana Beasts before returning to school. The team eagerly accepts the idea, relieved that all their questions can be answered at once. His status among them rises even further as they openly celebrate him. Over the next few days, Linqiu pours himself into writing the book, though the system keeps pushing him hard. By the time he nears completion, the work itself has awakened several new Mana Beast-related skills for him. He finishes the book, and the Vermilion Bird Squad distributes copies so everyone can study from it. That night, Shin comes to see him privately before his departure. She confirms that he is leaving the next day when military service ends and classes resume. Still curious, she asks how someone so young could know so much about creatures he should never have encountered before. Linqiu improvises a ridiculous explanation about having a hidden master named Majorin. Shin instantly notices the name sounds fake and challenges whether he is mocking her. He brushes off her suspicion and insists he simply learned from someone rather than being born with that knowledge. Shun lets the matter drop and explains she really came to thank him for saving the squad years of research. She adds that his help with the Awakener weapon was just as valuable. With genuine reluctance, she asks him to visit when he has time because the squad will miss him. Linchio promises he will stay in touch and reminds her that Magic City is not far away. The next morning arrives and his departure becomes real. As he prepares to leave, he admits to himself that he has grown attached to this place. Even so, he tries to slip away before everyone wakes up to avoid an emotional farewell. His plan fails when he notices something missing from his room. He discovers his headphones are gone and is baffled by the new mystery. Before he can dwell on it, he decides to leave anyway because he still hates drawn-out goodbyes. Then the squad commander suddenly calls everyone to attention. Linchio turns back in surprise. The entire Vermilion Bird squad salutes him in a formal send-off. Caught off guard by such respect, Linchio is deeply moved even if he cannot express it well. He returns the salute, understanding at least that their feelings are sincere. As he departs, the squad reflects that none of them will forget what happened during his time with them. The commander regrets that he could not recruit Linchio into the Vermilion Bird squad permanently. Shin concludes that the squad was never really the right place for someone like him. Watching him leave on Chang's giant bird, they accept that staying with them might only have limited his future growth. Linchio heads back toward Magic City and university life. On the way, he learns Chong was the one who arranged the squad's farewell because everyone would have been upset to miss his departure. Linchio complains that the gesture still embarrassed him, while Chong dryly agrees. Chong also tells him that his standing in the squad is now nearly equal to the commander's own. Chong invites him to report everything to Qin Ming, but Linchio refuses because he would rather see his old classmates first. He parts from Chong on good terms and heads back to campus. He stops outside room 303, the dorm room he once knew well. With a racing heart, he knocks on the door. As he waits, he wonders how everyone inside has changed. A familiar irritated voice answers from inside, and Linchio recognizes Zhang San immediately. He freezes, realizing this reunion is actually happening. The door opens, and Zhang San appears transformed almost beyond recognition. Linchio is so shocked by the slim stranger that he briefly thinks he has the wrong room. He tries to back out, convinced he made a mistake. But the stranger insists he really is Zhang San, leaving Linchio stunned. Another roommate explains that military service made Zhang San thinner day by day until he ended up like this. Zhang San proudly claims the brutal training remade him completely. He also reveals that Linchio has become famous across the university because of what happened during military service. Linchio is surprised that people still remember him, only to learn he is now practically a campus celebrity. Zhang San says everyone is talking about him and urges him to attend the upcoming summary presentation. Linchio agrees, though part of him is really wondering whether he will see a certain girl there. At the sports field, the university gathers for the summary presentation. Linchio arrives tense and distracted. Zhang San teases him for obviously searching the crowd for the campus beauty, and Linchio denies it too quickly. Before he can recover, someone calls out to him. The person he wanted to see appears at last, and she greets his return. Linchio answers simply that he is back. He is immediately approached by both the freshman beauty queen and the freshman class beauty, making his return even more conspicuous. The cheerful girl asks if he has only just come back. She admits she was bored without him, while the other girl's jealousy starts to show. Linchio laughs it off and says he already met Qin Jinjin as soon as he returned. Their reunion is cut short when the summary presentation officially begins. The university chancellor, Ouyang Zhe, appears in person to observe the event. Linchio immediately recognizes the old man as the university's chancellor. To Linchio's surprise, the chancellor notices him and waves him over. Linchio is startled that the summons is meant for him. He greets the chancellor respectfully, but hesitates to accept such public favor while everyone is watching. Ouyang Zhe insists and publicly praises Linchio for bringing honor to the university, even promising to teach him personally later. Linchio instantly realizes this could mean guidance and spatial abilities and becomes excited. He answers modestly, though inwardly thrilled by the opportunity. The other freshmen are shocked and resentful that Linchio is being treated like a leader rather than an ordinary student. Even the blue-haired beauty notices how far ahead Linchio has pulled from the rest of them. Yet instead of jealousy, she finds herself sincerely happy for him. As the presentation continues, the class rankings begin to be announced. Linchio quickly loses interest in the routine proceedings. To pass the time, he asks the system to awaken a new skill for the day. The system grants him an A-rank lightning skill, finally giving him access to lightning abilities. He eagerly activates it at once, delighted to escape his old E-rank limitations. The system then offers to fuse the new lightning power with his already fused Unimorph and spatial abilities. Linchio immediately agrees to another fusion. He accepts without hesitation, convinced the new combination has already been strengthening him. The fusion succeeds, evolving his form into a new state called Dorielecpit. Linchio is briefly thrown by the absurd name. The system grandly explains that the new form combines space, lightning, and Unimorph powers under one title, while Linchio focuses on the fact that he can now wield lightning. The system proudly defends the overblown naming scheme, and Linchio decides he can ignore it as long as the power works. He learns the fusion has also produced 3 additional skills. One of them generates electricity through rapid hand-rubbing during transformation, and Linchio instantly sees the ridiculous practical value. He jokes that this would be a blessing for single men, fully embracing the nonsense. More importantly, he gains true offensive lightning techniques, including a stronger long-range attack called Heavenly Punishment. Testing the power in his mind, he realizes the attacks are devastating but still focused on single targets. That makes him think ahead to finding a multi-target skill pearl later. When he checks his overall strength, the system tells him his current ability rank has risen to S, not far from SS. With electricity crackling around him, Lynchio finally feels like the powerhouse he always wanted to be. Once the presentation ends, he gratefully reflects that military service is truly over at last. As people begin leaving, he overhears Jong-san promising to stay fit for the sake of his girlfriend and not become obese again. Even those who long for the end of service admit they now feel reluctant to part from it. At that moment, Lu arrives and tells Lynchio that Ouyang-zhe is already waiting in the training room to teach him. They head to the Awakener training room, which is still closed to ordinary students before classes officially resume. The moment they enter, Ouyang-zhe launches an attack without warning. The Chancellor's sudden aggression confirms Lynchio's fear that this lesson will begin with a beating. Lynchio realizes this does not feel like instruction at all. Ouyang-zhe bluntly orders him to attack with everything he has so he can see Lynchio's full ability. Lynchio complains inwardly about old men who call this teaching, but understands he has no way out. Resigned, he decides to go all in. He activates his new fused form and calls on Dory Elecbit. Lightning erupts around him as the transformation begins. Lynchio completes the change, taking on rabbit traits wrapped in crackling electricity. Watching from the side, the instructors note that his explosive power has grown again, even if the rabbit form looks absurdly stylish. Lynchio strikes a confident pose, fully testing the new transformation. He opens a spatial portal in the middle of the fight. Using the portal to change his angle of attack, he catches the Chancellor off guard. His electrified punch lands cleanly. The impact leaves Ouyang-zhe visibly shocked. Lynchio immediately follows by moving through another portal to continue the assault from a new direction. The observers conclude in amazement that Lynchio now commands lightning as well, and that even the force of his punch has reached gold rank. Lynchio steps into the test area and prepares to continue his evaluation. The old Chancellor addresses him directly, making it clear the trial is far from over. Instead of ending the match, the Chancellor invites Lynchio to unleash every offensive technique he has and promises not to strike back. Lynchio complains that he attacked only because he thought he was being ambushed, while the elder grumbles about the disrespect. Taking the invitation seriously, Lynchio gathers lightning around himself for a stronger attack. He commits fully and releases his lightning technique, determined to stop holding back. The attack crashes down on the Chancellor, but the old man remains standing. The Chancellor judges the blow impressive, noting that its finishing power nearly reaches the level of a peak silver rank strike. Lynchio realizes even that level of force still failed to injure the elder. The Chancellor calmly asks whether that was all, keeping the pressure on him. Lynchio understands the elder is deliberately testing his limits and decides he must reveal more. He resolves to use his hidden trump card. Lynchio rushes in with a barrage of close-range blows, and the Chancellor encourages him to keep going. Seeing the elder enjoy the exchange, Lynchio starts plotting something else. He warns that his next move will be his final attack, prompting the Chancellor to brace himself. Instead of striking, Lynchio abruptly stops, confusing the old man. Lynchio reaches out and plucks a single hair from the Chancellor's head. He proudly declares that even removing one hair counts as injuring a far stronger elite, while the Chancellor is stunned that this was his plan. Having shown every trick he has, Lynchio formally ends the demonstration before the embarrassed elder. The Chancellor reflects that Lynchio's methods are unruly but clever, and that his growth from 1-star to 3-star silver rank in a month makes him worth cultivating. Satisfied, the Chancellor offers to take Lynchio as his disciple. Lynchio immediately accepts and bows in gratitude. As a welcome gift, the Chancellor decides to solve Lynchio's lack of offensive spatial techniques. He hands Lynchio a rare mana pearl tied to spatial power. Lynchio is shocked to learn it is a gold rank spatial mana pearl containing the skill dimension slash. The Chancellor orders him to learn it on the spot. Lynchio begins absorbing the pearl's power. Watching him, the Chancellor feels he has finally found a successor to inherit his nation's spatial path. The new skill pushes Lynchio into a breakthrough, raising him to mid-silver rank 4 stars. The elder sets up a target so Lynchio can test the newly learned technique. A training dummy is presented for the trial. Lynchio focuses and prepares to activate his new mana skill. He launches Dimension Slash for the first time. When the slash vanishes almost immediately, Lynchio worries the technique's range is disappointingly short. He bluntly tells his master the skill seems weak. A moment later, the delayed strike detonates at the target. Lynchio is startled by how destructive the attack actually is. He quickly realizes the skill is powerful, long-ranged, and capable of spatial movement. The Chancellor asks Lynchio to explain his own spatial abilities so they can be combined properly. Lynchio says he has 3 spatial skills and begins with the one he calls Anywhere Door. The Chancellor asks whether he has ever considered opening that door somewhere other than his own destination point. Lynchio instantly grasps that using remote portals together with mana skills could create far more practical combat applications. Pleased by his insight, the Chancellor tells him to test the idea. Now at 4-star silver rank, Lynchio notes that Anywhere Door's range has expanded from 50 to 70 meters and opens a portal. A spatial opening forms at a distance. Lynchio times the combination and commits to the attack. Another portal opens to receive the moving slash. Dimension Slash passes through the portal and is redirected. The redirected strike slams into the ground with tremendous force. Lin Qiu celebrates the success, and the Chancellor praises him. The result leaves a massive crater, proving the combination technique works. A nearby elder explains that with Anywhere Door, Dimension Slash can teleport multiple times and even change direction, making it overwhelmingly strong. Lin Qiu imagines how deadly the technique would be in real combat. He excitedly concludes that he can now attack from almost anywhere, and keep pursuing even if an enemy dodges. As he starts imagining even nastier uses for portals, a girl arrives to call her grandfather home for dinner. Lin Qiu and the girl recognize each other at once and are both surprised to meet here. She reveals they are classmates, and reminds her grandfather that he has been searching for spatial awakeners. The Chancellor dismisses Lin Qiu as an omnimorph awakener, and tries to prevent any misunderstanding. His granddaughter refuses to accept that, and the Chancellor settles the matter by announcing that Lin Qiu is now his apprentice, and therefore her senior. The girl is intimidated by her grandfather's sternness. Forced to acknowledge the new hierarchy, she awkwardly addresses Lin Qiu as Uncle Qiu. Lin Qiu cheerfully accepts and even points out that, since he also teaches Xinxing, the title is technically correct. The girl swallows her irritation and asks him to look after her classmate during school. Afterward, the Chancellor leaves for other business and tells Lin Qiu he will begin proper instruction once classes resume. As Lin Qiu parts from his new master, his friend Zhang San comes running after him. Zhang San complains that he has been searching for Lin Qiu all day and drags him away before he can explain much. Since vacation is not over yet, Zhang San insists they go enjoy themselves at Prosperity Group. That night, the story shifts to the city's wealthy district. Lin Qiu arrives at Prosperity Group and remembers that Zhang San comes from one of the richest families in the country. Zhang San excitedly calls out to someone important. The newcomer is introduced as Zhang Er, the second son of Prosperity Group's owner. Zhang San presents him as his second brother, and Lin Qiu privately mocks how casually the family names its children. Zhang Er confirms Zhang San's introduction, and the brothers recognize each other warmly. Lin Qiu reflects that anyone seeing Zhang San now would never believe he lost so much weight in only a month. The two brothers casually exchange a family code question about their eldest brother's name. Lin Qiu is baffled that the eldest brother's name does not follow the same simple numbering pattern. Watching them happily call each other brother, he jokes that only the eldest must be the real son while these two seem adopted. Zhang San introduces Lin Qiu as the friend who has been protecting him at university. Zhang Er greets Lin Qiu politely, and invites him to address him as brother as well. Even while accepting the invitation, Lin Qiu suspects the businessman is being courteous rather than sincere. They head up to a private floor high in the building. Inside the luxurious elevator, Lin Qiu is struck by just how wealthy the Zhang family is. Zhang Er leads them into a private collection room. The room turns out to be a lavish gallery filled with displayed antiques. Zhang San explains that his brother manages the company but also loves collecting curios. Lin Qiu surveys the room and is impressed by the sheer number of antiques. Zhang Er asks for Lin Qiu's opinion on the collection, clearly testing him. Lin Qiu activates his appraisal ability to inspect the room. The skill reveals that most of the displayed pieces are counterfeit, leaving Lin Qiu stunned. He bluntly says most of the collection is fake, though not entirely worthless, shocking Zhang Er. Zhang Er protests that he spent heavily on the collection and even hired a master appraiser. Lin Qiu offers to prove his claim by appraising any item Zhang Er chooses. Though doubtful of someone so young, Zhang Er agrees to test him against the expert's judgment. He selects a blue and white tall-footed bull for the challenge. Lin Qiu identifies the bull in detail as a famous Y Dynasty blue and white dragon piece. He explains that if it were genuine, it would be worth at least 25 million. Zhang Er is impressed because that is exactly what he paid, but Lin Qiu stops him before he can celebrate. Lin Qiu clarifies that Zhang Er's bowl is only a high-quality imitation worth around 100,000, while the real version would command 25 million. The realization hits Zhang Er hard as he understands he paid a fortune for a fake. Lin Qiu offers mock condolences and moves on to appraise more pieces. He rapidly exposes one fake after another, assigning low values and pointing out flaws, while Zhang Er's confidence collapses. Unable to bear the humiliation, Zhang Er finally begs him to stop. Lin Qiu backs off, and Zhang Er apologizes for doubting him. Lin Qiu realizes Zhang Er's outburst came from the emotional shock of being swindled repeatedly. Recovering himself, Zhang Er invites Lin Qiu to accompany him to an auction the next afternoon and promises to pay him for his help. The next day arrives. At 10 in the morning, Lin Qiu wakes and notes Zhang San is probably still asleep. He asks his system to awaken the day's new skill. The system grants him a B-rank living skill called Penetration Vision, and he is absurdly excited by the name. Without hesitation, he orders the system to teach it immediately. Once learned, he reads the description and decides the skill sounds far more valuable than its rank suggests. Testing it, he discovers he can clearly see through objects and into what they contain. He experiments on the fish tank and nearby vase from his bed. Just then, Zhang San enters and asks whether he is awake. Lin Qiu turns toward him without thinking. Penetration Vision instantly strips away the surface in his sight, leaving Zhang San's skeleton and body exposed to view. Horrified, Lin Qiu panics that he has become a human X-ray machine. He quickly realizes this is not the kind of vision he had fantasized about at all. Zhang San catches him spacing out and asks why he is daydreaming so early. Lin Qiu decides to bury his disappointment and pretend he gained nothing useful today. He brushes it off and asks why Zhang San has come, while hurriedly getting dressed. Zhang San reminds him they agreed to go to the auction house with his brother. Soon they arrive at Treasure Trove Pavilion, the auction venue. The place is heavily guarded, underscoring how serious and exclusive the event is. Zhang Er leads Lin Qiu and Zhang San inside. Using his new vision, Lin Qiu notices even the bodyguards possess mana, which makes him more cautious. The three continue deeper into the venue. An attendant escorts Zhang Er to his reserved seats. The auction hall is already filling with wealthy guests. Lin Qiu notes that anyone allowed into this auction must be at least moderately rich. Then he spots Qin Jinjin and is delighted to run into the girl he likes. Qin Jinjin is equally surprised to see him there. Lin Qiu is immediately captivated by how beautiful she looks. Someone beside her asks whether she knows him. Qin Jinjin introduces Lin Qiu to her mother. Her mother, Wen Shihan, sizes him up with interest. Lin Qiu is startled to realize he is meeting the mother of the girl he likes. Wen Shihan coolly identifies him as the boy who has defeated her daughter several times. Zhang Er greets her respectfully, revealing that their circles overlap. He explains that Zhang San is his younger brother, and that Lin Qiu is Zhang San's schoolmate. Wen Shihan says her daughter mentions Lin Qiu often, which instantly flatters him. Lin Qiu eagerly plays along, and Qin Jinjin is embarrassed by how openly her mother is exposing her interest. Trying to win favor, Lin Qiu praises Wen Shihan and Qin Jinjin together, saying they look more like sisters than mother and daughter. The compliment lands perfectly, and Wen Shihan is delighted by his smooth tongue. Qin Jinjin tells him not to talk too much nonsense, while he happily obeys in a teasingly devoted way. Privately, Wen Shihan decides she likes this boy and can tell her daughter likes him too. Before the auction begins, she prepares to address the room. The owner of Treasure Trove Pavilion, Li Zhenyu, reminds everyone that antique deals are final once money and goods are exchanged, even if mistakes slip through appraisal. Lin Qiu immediately sees through the speech and realizes the house is disclaiming responsibility for any fakes that appear. With the warning delivered, the auction officially begins and the first item is brought out for bidding. The auction opens with a supposedly rare blue-white plum blossom bowl from the S dynasty. The host sets the opening price at 2 million and invites the room to compete for it. A nervous buyer asks Lin Qiu for an appraisal, while his companion tries to calm him down. Lin Qiu studies the piece in silence before giving his judgment. He confirms the bowl is authentic but says its real value should not exceed 5 million. Taking that advice literally, the buyer immediately bids 5 million and leaves Lin Qiu exasperated. With no one willing to go higher, the host checks for any final challengers. The rest of the room stays quiet, and the first lot is effectively decided. The bowl is sold for 5 million, and the auction moves on. When a bronze vessel is presented next, Lin Qiu dismisses it at once as a fake. A landscape painting follows, and this time he confirms it is genuine. Another flashy framed piece is exposed as counterfeit too, though he jokes that anyone can still waste money on it. The host then shifts attention to the next hall, where raw jade gambling will take place. He hypes a semi-revealed wondrous stone believed to hide treasure inside and sets its opening price at 100 million. After the auction, the crowd begins moving toward the stone gambling area. Lin Qiu's companion asks whether there will be jade gambling, and Lin Qiu admits he is not especially interested. But the companion is thrilled, because Lin Qiu's newly awakened penetration vision finally has a perfect use. At the new hall, someone notices Jinjin has arrived as well. The speaker is revealed to be Song Gu, the son of the owner of Rising Group, and he greets her with smug familiarity. Jinjin clearly has no interest in him and responds with cold silence. Before Song can press further, Lin Qiu grabs Jinjin's hand and pulls her away. Song immediately realizes another man has stepped between him and the woman he wants. Lin Qiu openly claims Jinjin and acts as if he has been searching for her, leaving her startled. Jinjin is flustered and wonders whether Lin Qiu is deliberately helping her. Lin Qiu turns back with a provocative smile, making it clear he intends to challenge Song. Song is enraged that someone he considers beneath him dares interfere. Lin Qiu calmly walks off with Jinjin still in hand, forcing Song to watch them leave together. Song immediately orders his butler Wang to investigate Lin Qiu. He demands a full background check, treating Lin Qiu as a new threat. Meanwhile, Lin Qiu and Jinjin continue deeper into the jade gambling hall. Lin Qiu assumes Song can no longer see them and relaxes his guard. Jinjin abruptly pulls her hand free. Embarrassed but grateful, she warns Lin Qiu not to touch her like that again, while he insists he was only helping her escape Song's attention. She admits she understands his intention, but the sudden intimacy still unsettled her. Trying to recover her composure, she thanks him and asks him to warn her first next time. Lin Qiu is charmed by how cute she looks when flustered. When she bristles at his teasing, another woman steps in and tells them to stop bickering in public. The newcomer redirects everyone toward the jade stones before the awkwardness can grow. They arrive before a spread of raw jadeite stones laid out for gambling. Lin Qiu explains that these are all uncut jadeite stones. The rules of stone gambling are laid out. No one can tell from the outside whether a stone contains jade or how good it is. Different kinds of stones are handled differently depending on how much of the interior has been revealed. Cheap all-in stones carry huge risk, while semi-revealed stones cost more but are safer bets. Nearby, experts inspect the expensive wondrous stone that had been advertised earlier. Lin Qiu recognizes it as the semi-revealed stone from the announcement, and estimates that if its interior were truly rich, it could be worth hundreds of millions. He activates his penetration vision to see through it. What he finds is disappointing. The stone is impressive on the outside but hollow of real value within. He realizes the host's own experts must already know it is defective, and are trying to unload the loss onto someone else. As he concludes that any buyer will be ruined, Song confronts him again. Song warns Lin Qiu to stay away from Jinjin, claiming he is unworthy of her. Lin Qiu mocks the idea that Song is any more worthy. Song boasts that he and Jinjin belong to the same social class and sneers at Lin Qiu's cheap appearance. When Lin Qiu insults him back, Song takes it as a direct challenge. Lin Qiu pretends innocence and says he would never insult another man. Song loses his temper completely, while the others watch the confrontation escalate. He finally proposes a wager. Whoever loses must stay away from Jinjin. Jinjin tries to stop him, but the challenge is already out in the open. She rebukes Song for treating her like property to be wagered over. Song hurriedly denies it and tries to reframe his words. He changes the terms and demands a stone gambling contest with 100 million paid by the loser. Lin Qiu refuses, not because he is afraid, but because the amount is too small to interest him. Song mistakes that refusal for weakness and mocks him as a penniless loser. Lin Qiu reveals his real condition. If there is a bet, it must be worth far more. He raises the stakes to 500 million and asks whether Song is brave enough to accept. Song hesitates, knowing the amount is dangerous, but backing down would humiliate him. Trying to regain control, he questions whether Lin Qiu even has that kind of money. Lin Qiu's earlier buyer steps in and guarantees the payment if Lin Qiu loses. With that support, Song convinces himself he is only facing an inexperienced child. He accepts the wager, and both sides lock themselves into the contest. Off to the side, Jinjin's mother notices her daughter's unusual attention toward Lin Qiu. Jinjin denies any romantic interest, insisting she is still too young for that. Her mother teasingly reminds her that she is not a child anymore. The teasing leaves Jinjin embarrassed, though her mother clearly finds it amusing. Then her mother reassures her that she will not interfere with her choices as long as she is happy. The host offers to serve as witness for the 500 million wager. He explains that the stones in this hall are divided into 5 price tiers. The tiers range from a few thousand to over 10 million, depending on the stone. The contest rules are set. Each side will choose 10 stones, and the side with the higher total jade value wins. The selection begins, with Lin Qiu and the others moving among the stones. Lin Qiu's side finishes choosing first. The host quietly notes Lin Qiu's confidence. Lin Qiu's rival finishes his own selection as well, ready to compare results. On the surface, Wang's chosen stones look larger and more promising than Lin Qiu's. Even the observers wonder whether Lin Qiu understands the game, or is relying entirely on luck. The host asks how they want the stones cut and who should go first. Lin Qiu lets Wang's side cut first, inviting them to show their hand. The cutting begins under the saw. The cutter immediately senses that something valuable has appeared. The first stone produces an ice variety red jade, and the crowd reacts with excitement. The host praises its fine texture, clarity, and luster. He appraises that first red jade at 10 million. The onlookers marvel at Wang's luck, since he struck valuable jade on his very first stone. Wang's side regains confidence as the result is confirmed. The host then turns to Lin Qiu's side and asks how he wants his own stone opened. Lin Qiu chooses an enclosed stone and orders it cut straight through the middle. That instruction makes him laugh, because he already knows what the cut will do. When the host demands an explanation, Lin Qiu brushes it off with a joke. The host suppresses his annoyance and proceeds with Lin Qiu's cut. The saw slices through Lin Qiu's stone while everyone watches closely. Lin Qiu reflects that he had originally wanted Wang's stone, but Wang snatched it first. He admits Wang's eye was sharp, though he also knows that sharpness will not save him. As the cut finishes, Lin Qiu prepares for the reveal. The stone yields an ice variety yellow jade, and the room erupts in surprise. Wang's side initially thinks they are still ahead because their piece is larger, but the host explains that while the quality is comparable, Lin Qiu's jade was damaged by being cut through the middle. Because its integrity was reduced, the yellow jade is valued at 8 million instead of more. That still gives Lin Qiu the first round, and the score swings in his favor. Jinjin happily tells Lin Qiu that they are now leading by 2 million. Lin Qiu wonders whether she is pleased by his victory. He teases her by promising a present later, which only makes her more flustered. She denies wanting anything from him, and he casually moves on to choose more stones. Privately, Lin Qiu decides to keep his lead narrow on purpose so he does not attract too much attention. The second round ends with both sides failing to extract any jade at all. In the third round, Wang wins by a small margin, but the final round begins with Lin Qiu still ahead overall. Lin Qiu remains calm as the contest reaches its decisive stage. Wang's expert calculates that Lin Qiu is only ahead by 1.9 million, so the deficit can still be overturned. What shocks him is that Lin Qiu built that lead while spending less than 100,000 on his stones. Lin Qiu stands there looking composed, which only deepens the pressure on the other side. At last, Wang's expert admits the truth. Lin Qiu is no amateur but a genuine master of stone gambling. The host announces that both sides may now choose their final stones, with Lin Qiu still leading by 1.9 million. Wang's expert panics, fearing that one wrong choice now will cost the company 500 million. Wang refuses to accept defeat and convinces himself that a single good stone can still reverse everything. A sudden realization hits him as he spots the semi-revealed wondrous stone. He immediately claims that expensive stone for the final round. Lin Qiu's ally protests that using a stone already worth over 10 million is practically cheating. Wang argues that their wager was only about the value of the jade produced, not the purchase price of the raw stone. He calculates that even if the stone is costly, winning the 500 million side bet will still leave him with a huge profit. Jinjin calls the move shameless, but Lin Qiu remains strangely confident. Instead of objecting, Lin Qiu raises the stakes again and proposes that the loser also surrender all the jade already cut so far. Wang hesitates under the crowd's mockery, afraid of looking cowardly. To save face, he agrees to the new terms and demands that Lin Qiu choose his final stone. Wang's own expert is already convinced they are finished, because Lin Qiu's skill far surpasses his own. Ignoring that warning, Wang assumes Lin Qiu has cracked under pressure when he picks a tiny 3,000 stone. Even Lin Qiu's rival asks if he is serious, and Lin Qiu calmly confirms the choice. The final stones are placed on the table, one massive and one tiny. Wang insists that his own stone be cut first so he can crush Lin Qiu's spirit before the last reveal. The saw tears into the huge green stone. As the cutting continues, Wang's expert grows visibly uneasy. His worst fear is confirmed. The giant stone contains nothing of real value inside. Wang refuses to accept the result and orders it cut again and again. Each new cut only proves the same thing, until even his own side admits the interior is empty. The host explains that while no one can perfectly predict a stone, the exposed jade still gives the ruined piece a value of 15 million. Wang seizes on that number and declares that he is now leading by 13 million. He taunts Lin Qiu, convinced that a tiny 3,000 stone can never produce enough to beat that total. Lin Qiu's rival assumes he has finally broken Lin Qiu's nerve and asks whether he is giving up. Instead, Lin Qiu gives a completely unexpected order and tells the cutter to scrape the whole stone. The rival is baffled, because no one starts by scraping such a cheap stone unless they know something extraordinary. The surface is carefully scraped away under everyone's eyes. As the color beneath emerges, the crowd can barely process what they are seeing. The tiny stone reveals imperial green jade, instantly overturning the match and stunning the entire hall. The crowd realizes Lin Qiu's gamble has produced an imperial green jade worth at least 50 million, turning a cheap purchase into a fortune. As the value keeps climbing, onlookers marvel that he spent almost nothing for something now worth tens of millions and begin treating him as extraordinary. With the wager decided, Lin Qiu calmly forces Mr. Song to acknowledge his defeat. Mr. Song is left sweating over the disaster, realizing he has just lost 600 million. The moment the jade's worth is confirmed, buyers rush in and one opens at 60 million for the imperial green piece. The bidding immediately turns chaotic as competing offers drive the price higher and higher. A pink-haired buyer ends the contest by pushing the price to 100 million. Away from the crowd, the pink-haired man praises Lin Qiu's unbelievable luck and skill in stone gambling. He offers to buy not only the prized jade but all of Lin Qiu's other stones as well, and Lin Qiu gladly accepts the easy sale. The deal is completed on the spot as the man takes the colorful stones off Lin Qiu's hands. After selling everything else, Lin Qiu notes that only one red jade remains with him. When he notices Qin Jinjin nearby, his attention shifts from profit to her. He walks toward her holding the red jade, and she instantly panics at the thought that he is approaching her for a confession. Seeing the red jade in his hand, she convinces herself he might be about to declare his feelings and wonders whether she should accept. Overwhelmed by the possibility, she hides her face and mentally retreats before he even speaks. Lin Qiu instead turns to the woman beside her, leaving Jinjin stunned and embarrassed. He offers the red jade to the older woman as a small gift to mark their first meeting. The woman accepts with amusement, finding him bold and interesting while pitying Jinjin for being outmaneuvered. When the woman jokingly backs him, Lin Qiu shamelessly calls her mother-in-law and promises to keep trying. At the same time, debt collectors corner the ruined Mr. Song and refuse to let him escape without paying what he owes. Lin Qiu thanks the collectors, pleased to hear that Mr. Song has already been scolded by his father. Even while nursing his humiliation, Mr. Song vows revenge, only to be interrupted by a payment notification. The transfer arrives, confirming that Mr. Song has paid, and Lin Qiu celebrates becoming suddenly rich. As the collectors drag Mr. Song away, Lin Qiu cheerfully sees them off. He basks in the fact that he made 600 million in a single day. But his windfall immediately reminds him of the greedy little lord he has been feeding. He complains that even 600 million may not satisfy it, since it already consumed all of his mana pearls. Zhang San congratulates him on the successful bet, and Lin Qiu agrees it was a huge win. Lin Qiu decides to put the money to use instead of simply enjoying it. He asks Zhang San for a favor, trusting him to handle an important purchase. Zhang San readily agrees and treats Lin Qiu's problem as his own. Lin Qiu orders him to spend the new money on gold rank lightning and spatial mana pearls. Zhang San warns that lightning pearls are manageable, but spatial pearls are so rare and expensive that 600 million may still fall short. Lin Qiu accepts that a lone buyer cannot outbid major groups and asks Zhang San to watch for any chance to obtain them. Zhang San promises to reserve any suitable pearls he can find, and Lin Qiu gratefully entrusts the matter to him. Afterward, Lin Qiu is given a place in the city to rest for the next 2 days. Once alone, He collapses from exhaustion but quickly decides to get back to work with 9527. He begins another draw, hoping for a useful new skill. The system rewards him with an SS rank Onimorph skill called Jade Rabbit, a moon-blessed form tied to the legend of Chungless Rabbit. Even after receiving such a rare skill, Lin Qiu is suspicious because he has not drawn a low-rank dud in days. He then realizes the bigger issue. He already has one Onimorph skill and should not normally be able to awaken another. 9527 explains that Jade Rabbit is compatible with his existing power, and when Lin Qiu agrees to fuse them, the system evolves the skill into Dimensional Moon Rabbit. Lin Qiu approves of the new name, though he jokes that the full title should have included Lightning as well. The evolved skill is revealed as an SS Plus form whose core ability, Moon Lion, draws on lunar power to awaken inner potential. Its phases massively boost all of his stats, culminating in a full moon state that multiplies them by 5, which leaves Lin Qiu thrilled. Eager to test it, he decides to morph immediately and inspect the result for himself. He gets off the bed and prepares to activate the new form. With a command, he triggers the transformation. Lightning erupts around him as rabbit ears appear, confirming that the fused form has taken hold. Seeing himself in the mirror, he loves the new second morph and notes that although it burns much more mana, it multiplies his combat ability several times over. He asks 9527 to calculate how long he can maintain the strongest full moon state. The answer is disappointing. At his current level he can only sustain full power for about 1 minute. Still, Lin Qiu consoles himself that 1 minute of 5-fold stats is better than nothing. His roommate Lu Qiu suddenly enters and calls out to wake him, catching him at a terrible moment. Both of them freeze as Lu Qiu realizes he may have seen something impossible. Lu Qiu hurriedly pretends he saw nothing and tries to retreat before trouble finds him. Lin Qiu briefly considers silencing the witness before deciding against it. 2 days pass, and the campus comes alive as the new term begins. Walking back to school with Zhang San, Lin Qiu notes the crowds returning for the official start of classes. A fiery red-haired senior suddenly orders the 2 freshmen to stop and carry her luggage. Lin Qiu and Zhang San deliberately act as if they heard nothing, refusing to indulge her arrogance. When she calls out again, Lin Qiu finally turns to face her. He studies her coldly instead of being intimidated by her status. The girl, Lin Yunxian, reveals herself as a famous third-year gold 9-star shadow awakener and demands to know why he ignored her. Lin Qiu answers with calm politeness, forcing her to explain herself instead of submitting. Yunxian is outraged because no one in Magic City has ever treated her so dismissively. To protect her pride, she convinces herself the boys must be pretending indifference just to attract her attention. She drops the command and tries a softer approach, offering him the chance to help with her luggage instead. Lin Qiu immediately questions why he should do that at all. He bluntly tells her that asking for help does not entitle her to order strangers around, and that they owe her nothing. Yunxian realizes he is right, and awkwardly admits that her usual beauty and status normally make men volunteer before she has to ask properly. Swallowing her pride, she apologizes and politely asks the handsome freshman for help. Satisfied, Lin Qiu tells her she should have spoken that way from the beginning. He accepts the apology, judges that she is hot-tempered rather than malicious, and agrees to help her. As they walk, she asks whether the 2 are freshmen and tries to learn their names. Zhang San introduces himself and Lin Qiu, while pointedly reminding her that she should have introduced herself first. Yunxian answers by naming herself and emphasizing her third-year status, expecting that to impress them. Zhang San recognizes her as Magic City's former campus beauty and notes that she seems to have fallen on hard times if she has no one to help her. Elsewhere, Qin Jinjin and Ouyang Qian notice Yunxian and react to her appearance. Lin Qiu privately judges that although Yunxian is attractive, she still cannot compare to Jinjin in his eyes. Yunxian calms herself by deciding the freshmen's ignorance excuses their behavior. When they reach the girls' dormitory, Lin Qiu announces they are there and Yunxian goes to notify the dorm manager. At that exact moment, a pair of panties falls from an upper window and drifts toward them. Zhang San looks up in confusion just before the underwear lands on his face. The accident leaves him ecstatic and horrified at the same time, while Lin Qiu and Yunxian are both stunned. Mortified, Yunxian snatches the underwear away and rushes to return it, ending the encounter as quickly as possible. After she leaves, Zhang San can only marvel weakly at how enviable the girls' dormitory seems. By the next day, the first official day of school begins. Lin Qiu arrives in class and settles in among the other students. He notes that his first course is on mana beasts, a subject he knows better than anyone here. The instructor introduces himself as Professor Zhang, a renowned expert in mana beast studies. The class is impressed that the university managed to invite such a famous scholar. Lin Qiu inwardly scoffs, convinced that no one in this world understands mana beasts better than he does, aside from 9527. As the lecture begins, he quickly spots an error in the textbook. Rather than stay quiet, he starts marking the mistakes directly in the book. He keeps noting correction after correction while the lecture continues. Professor Zhang suddenly addresses him, interrupting his quiet editing. Lin Qiu is startled to find the professor standing right beside him. The professor asks what he has been writing and requests to see it. Lin Qiu hands over the marked pages while wondering how the old man approached without him noticing. Professor Zhang studies the notes in silence, and the room grows tense. Another student asks Lin Qiu to move aside so the professor can continue reading comfortably. Instead of scolding him, the professor asks Lin Qiu for his name. Once Lin Qiu identifies himself, Professor Zhang challenges one of his corrections about the Crimson Jade Cat and asks for proof. Lin Qiu calmly explains that the beast's per night vision can be verified directly, and that its nighttime agility comes from exceptional hearing rather than sight. The class is shocked to see the professor seriously consulting a freshman, and even more surprised when he starts asking Lin Qiu about other beasts. A blonde student objects that class is still in session and the professor should not be focused on one freshman. Professor Zhang dismisses the complaint, declaring that the textbook contains dangerous mistakes and that revising it with Lin Qiu is more important than continuing the lesson. The students are left stunned as Lin Qiu's first class ends with the professor deciding to rewrite the material because of him. Professor Zhang orders everyone else to leave and not disturb their discussion. The class files out while Lin Qiu remains behind with the professor. When Lin Qiu asks whether such urgency is really necessary, the professor insists that wrong information about dungeon creatures can get people killed. Hearing that, Lin Qiu begins to respect the old man's seriousness. The professor then resumes the discussion with Lin Qiu as an equal partner rather than a student. Later, Lin Qiu heads to an advanced math class where only a few students have arrived. He notices that the empty seat beside Qin Jinjin is available and sees a chance to sit near her. Before he can settle in, Ouyang Qian rushes over, clings to him, and insists on sitting together so he can tutor her because she now sees him as a top student. Lin Qiu tries to protest that he came for Jinjin, but Qian refuses to let him go. As she praises his knowledge, Lin Qiu blames his trouble on his photographic memory and on Jinjin's increasingly intense stare. Unable to endure the pressure, he hides behind an English book and silently begs for help. After class, the students gather at the university training grounds for the long-awaited Awakener course. The freshmen speculate excitedly about what kind of instructor they will get. Yun Xian appears again, and Lin Qiu asks why Ouyang Qian has been following him all day, only for her to insist she just wants his help studying. He gives in outwardly, though inwardly he feels trapped between too many interested girls. Their attention shifts when a familiar voice greets them. Ms. Han arrives and announces that she will be teaching the Awakener class this semester. Lin Qiu greets her warmly, while Zhang San is instantly dazzled by her beauty. Ms. Han cheerfully explains that the first Awakener lesson will be a show and tell of everyone's powers. Lin Qiu immediately despairs at the thought of having to reveal his own ability in public. He dreads being forced to turn into a rabbit in front of the entire class. Ms. Han begins the demonstrations with Qin Jinjin. Jinjin steps forward and unleashes crackling lightning, showing the class the force of her power. Ouyang Qian follows with a blazing fire display that proves she is no less formidable. After praising the girls, Ms. Han calls on Lin Qiu next. He tries to avoid the demonstration by claiming he has nothing worth showing. Pressed further, he admits that morphing in front of so many people feels unbearably embarrassing. Ms. Han reassures him that a rabbit omnimorph is nothing to be ashamed of and that no one will mock him. Resigned, Lin Qiu activates Dimensional Moon Rabbit in front of the class. The transformation surges through him as blue energy gathers around his body. Instead of becoming a harmless rabbit, he emerges in a powerful humanoid rabbit form wrapped in spatial lightning. The energy alone makes the watching students recoil as he steps forward. The girls erupt in excitement at the sight of his transformed form. Rather than ridicule him, they gush over how adorable and attractive the rabbit-eared Lin Qiu looks. To complete the demonstration, he launches himself at the stone targets with explosive speed. His strike obliterates the blocks in a single devastating blow. He lands cleanly, proving that his new form is not cute but overwhelmingly strong. The spectators are left awestruck and openly admire how cool he is. Even Jinjin and Qian are flustered, finding his transformed appearance even more handsome than before. Qian happily thanks her grandfather for arranging such a handsome senior for her, revealing that Professor Zhang is related to her. Realizing the girls may faint if the excitement continues, Ms. Han quickly moves the class on to the next student. A flashy blonde student tries to draw attention to himself while standing beside the calm silver-haired Lin Qiu. He boasts to the girls that they should admire him instead of Lin Qiu. To prove it, he shows off his omnimorph ability and insists his transformed form is far cooler than Lin Qiu's rabbit form. The onlookers immediately dismiss his display as pathetic and say he is nowhere near Lin Qiu's level. Humiliated, he blames Lin Qiu, but Lin Qiu coolly tells him his embarrassment is his own doing. Their instructor, Ms. Han, steps in and says that now she understands everyone's abilities well enough to tailor their training. She orders the class to begin by running to improve their physical fitness. The students are stunned and ask how many laps they are expected to run this time. Ms. Han raises a finger, as if to give a simple answer. Some of the students foolishly hope she means only 1 lap. Ms. Han drags out the answer just long enough to build false hope. Then she crushes them by declaring they must run without limit until they reach the required standard. She explains that anyone whose physical fitness already matches gold rank is exempt, which makes Lin Qiu wonder if he is being singled out. The class is left reeling while Lin Qiu and the others absorb the order. The blonde student refuses to accept the command and questions why Lin Qiu is not running. When told the rule is to run until reaching gold rank fitness, Lin Qiu calmly asks how they know he has not already reached it. Ms. Han decides to settle the matter personally by testing Lin Qiu herself. Lin Qiu agrees at once, while the blonde student eagerly waits for him to be exposed. Ms. Han begins the test with a direct physical check. Lin Qiu is briefly distracted by how soft her hand feels, but he quickly reins himself in. He forces himself to focus on the test instead of the contact. Ms. Han tightens her grip and measures his physical condition seriously. The result shocks her enough that she asks whether he is secretly a power awakener. She releases his hand after confirming what she sensed. Ms. Han announces that Lin Qiu truly has gold-rank physical fitness, so he is exempt from the running. The blonde student is devastated, while Ms. Han orders everyone else to stop gawking and keep running. As the others continue their punishment, Ms. Han asks Lin Qiu whether he has heard of the Awakeners Clash taking place in 2 months. She reveals the event offers huge rewards, including a platinum mana pearl and 5 million in prize money. Lin Qiu says he already knows about it because Vice Principal Lu Jun has signed him up. Ms. Han is annoyed that the Vice Principal recruited him before she could recommend him herself, but says there is another student in their class who might also qualify. Lin Qiu immediately asks who the other candidate is. Ms. Han names Zhang San, surprising Lin Qiu. She explains that Zhang San's Blessing of Glory boosts all attributes by 10%, making him an excellent support. Lin Qiu realizes the clash must include team competition and asks for the full format. Ms. Han is irritated that he was entered without being properly informed, and blames the vice principal for leaving her out. She explains that each team has 7 members, with 6 1-on-1 matches and 1 5-on-5 match, and that teams also have substitutes. When someone questions whether Zhang San is too weak, she clarifies that the support only needs to use his skill in the 5-on-5 battle, which lasts just 2 minutes. She adds that Zhang San's buff lasts about 2 minutes as well, making those moments decisive when teams are evenly matched. Ms. Han says only Capital University is truly their equal, and admits she is aiming for 2nd place rather than 1st this year. Lin Qiu is startled that she has already accepted another school as stronger than theirs. Ms. Han reveals the reason is Jiang Hu, a rare destruction-type senior who has already reached Platinum 3-star. Lin Qiu is shocked by how high that rank is. She emphasizes that Jiang Hu is a national prodigy who stands above every university student in the country. Even so, she tells Lin Qiu the vice principal entered him not to win now but to learn from stronger opponents and prepare for future clashes. Her teasing turns affectionate as she fusses over Lin Qiu's soft rabbit-like hair, leaving him flustered. Lin Qiu thinks through the gap in strength and concludes that although his current rank is only silver, his body is already at gold level and he still has room to improve. He resolves to use the remaining 2 months to grow stronger, even as the exhausted runners around him collapse from training. Ms. Han then explains why she forced the class to run in the first place. She says better physical fitness reduces the side effects of absorbing mana pearls. With the lesson over, she ends the day's training. Before leaving, she tells Lin Qiu and Zhang San to meet her at the field that night. As night falls, the students speculate that the summons might be related to the Awakener team. At the field, a senior named Qianlong confronts them and says the training grounds belong to his group at night. His teammate dismissively says freshmen should be in their rooms studying instead of using the facilities. Lin Qiu answers that they were called there by their instructor. He realizes with dry amusement that they have run into the very people they were meant to meet. A red-haired senior confirms that their instructor is indeed Captain Han Juning, and Lin Qiu confirms it. Qianlong introduces himself as the team leader and a Platinum 1-star Power Awakener, while another teammate introduces herself as Lin Yunxian, a Gold 9-star Shadow Awakener. Lin Qiu and Zhang San introduce themselves as a Silver 4-star Onimorph and a Silver 2-star Healer. The seniors are puzzled that such low-ranked freshmen have attracted the captain's attention. Ms. Han says a quick spar will answer their doubts. She stands back confidently, clearly intending to let combat speak for Lin Qiu. Lin Qiu is horrified when he realizes she expects him to spar with a gold-rank Awakener. He half-jokes that she is trying to get him killed. Ms. Han spares Zhang San from the fight because he is support type and says a skill demonstration will be enough for him. Zhang San begins concentrating his power. He casts Blessing of Glory, bathing the seniors in a strengthening aura. The red-haired senior immediately feels her power rise under the buff. Qianlong is delighted and decides on the spot that Zhang San is exactly the kind of support they need. Watching this, Lin Qiu wryly notes that support types are welcomed everywhere. To test Lin Qiu, Qianlong suggests he spar with Dai Biao, the weakest among them and their top substitute. Dai Biao steps forward as a gold 5-star Onimorph and warns Lin Qiu that the fight will be one-sided if he holds back. Lin Qiu knows the rank gap is huge, but he still chooses to fight. He instantly enters his rabbit form and launches himself forward with explosive speed. He closes the distance in a blur. Determined to go all out, he opens with a fierce kick. His stomp crashes down hard enough to shake the ground. Dai Biao is stunned that a Silver 4-star can pressure him at all. Lin Qiu keeps up the assault and darts in again with a taunting confidence. He follows with a sweeping strike that sends Dai Biao flying. An explosion erupts where Dai Biao crashes, and the seniors realize Lin Qiu is actually suppressing him. When the dust clears, Dai Biao admits he underestimated the freshman but warns that he will stop holding back. Lin Qiu quickly realizes his earlier attacks barely damaged Dai Biao's defense. Dai Biao transforms into a heavily armored pangolin-like beast form to raise his defense even further. The sight of the ugly form draws ridicule from the sidelines, which only makes him angrier. He charges again with full force. Lin Qiu answers by gathering lightning in his palm, revealing a hidden offensive skill. He unleashes Lightning Palm as a ranged blast. The attack slams into Dai Biao and finally pierces his beast armor with crackling force. Even after taking damage, Dai Biao insists the fight has only begun. Lin Qiu presses the advantage and dives in behind his lightning attack. He strikes again at close range, but Dai Biao's defense still blunts much of the damage. Ms. Han notes that Lin Qiu's biggest weakness is his lack of movement techniques, and Qianlong agrees with the assessment. Dai Biao seizes the opening and ends the exchange with a brutal spinning attack that Lin Qiu cannot fully evade. The blow lands cleanly and sends Lin Qiu reeling, blood spilling from his mouth. A healer named Wang Hui rushes over, alarmed by how badly he seems hurt. She immediately decides to treat Lin Qiu first, ignoring Dai Biao's complaint that he is the more injured one. Wang Hui gently begins healing Lin Qiu while fussing over him like a wounded pet, but he awkwardly insists he is not in serious danger. Once everyone has seen enough, Ms. Han asks whether anyone still objects to Lin Qiu joining the team. Qianlong declares that a silver 4-star who can defeat a gold 5-star has more than earned a place among them and formally welcomes Lin Qiu aboard. Lin Qiu accepts the welcome, but inwardly measures the gap and realizes that if even Dai Biao pushed him this hard, he will need the full moon to have any chance against a platinum fighter like Qianlong. Even after being accepted, Lin Qiu keeps thinking ahead to how much stronger he still needs to become. The night's test leaves him with recognition, a place on the team, and a clearer view of the mountain he still has to climb. He now knows that talent alone will not be enough, and that the coming Awakeners clash will demand far more than what he showed tonight. Still, by surviving the trial and winning the seniors' respect, Lin Qiu takes his first real step toward that larger battlefield. The boastful blonde's humiliation fades into the background as Lin Qiu's true value becomes impossible for anyone around him to deny. Ms. Han's harsh training, her private test, and the nighttime spar all turn out to be part of the same plan to prepare him for the clash ahead. Zhang San also proves his worth, giving Lin Qiu a reliable support partner for the team battles to come. With the team beginning to take shape, Lin Qiu gains both allies and a clearer sense of the competition waiting beyond the academy. What began as a petty show-off contest ends with Lin Qiu being recognized as a serious contender despite his low official rank. The seniors stop seeing him as an unqualified freshman and start treating him as someone who might genuinely matter in the coming tournament. Even Dai Biao, after losing, chooses respect over resentment and acknowledges Lin Qiu's unusual strength. That respect matters because Lin Qiu is entering a world where rank usually decides everything before a fight even begins. By overturning that expectation once, he proves he can challenge the order above him, even if only barely for now. But the mention of Jiang Hu and Platinum 3-star power keeps the larger threat hanging over everything. Lin Qiu understands that beating one gold-rank substitute does not mean he is ready for the monsters leading the top universities. So instead of celebrating too much, he turns the victory into a warning about how much more he must improve. His body may already be gold rank, but his real combat options are still incomplete. He has power, speed, and a dangerous lightning technique, yet he still lacks the refined movement and experience that stronger fighters rely on. That weakness nearly cost him the match, and he knows it. The team around him now has a reason to invest in him, while he has every reason to push harder than before. Ms. Han gets exactly what she wanted: proof for the seniors, motivation for Lin Qiu, and a stronger lineup for the Awakeners clash. Lin Qiu leaves the field not with complacency, but with a sharper hunger to grow. The coming 2 months become more than preparation time. They become his deadline to close an impossible-looking gap. He now has a team slot, a support partner, and a target far above him in Qianlong and the even stronger rivals beyond. That combination of recognition and pressure pushes the story into its next phase of training and competition. Lin Qiu's path is no longer just about surviving school drills, but about becoming strong enough to stand on the national stage. The academy has finally begun treating him like a future representative rather than an odd freshman with a rabbit form. And Lin Qiu, despite all his calm, clearly intends to live up to that expectation. For now, though, he quietly accepts that tonight's victory was only the beginning. The women watching are charmed by his rabbit transformation, but beneath that playful image they have all seen how dangerous he can become. Lin Qiu himself knows that his waning moon form was enough for this fight, but not enough for the battles that truly matter. That realization turns his win into a promise that he will be even stronger under the right conditions. He has earned entry, but not satisfaction. The road to the Awakeners clash remains steep, and Lin Qiu has only just stepped onto it. Still, by the end of the night, no one present can honestly question whether he belongs on the team. His strength has been tested, witnessed, and accepted. His next challenge will be turning that surprising potential into dependable power. And with 2 months left before the clash, the countdown has effectively begun. Lin Qiu leaves the field carrying both the weight of expectation and the confidence that he can keep breaking the limits others place on him. The seniors have gained a new teammate, Zhang San has found a place as support, and Ms. Han's class has taken a decisive step toward the tournament. What comes next will decide whether Lin Qiu remains a promising underdog or becomes a true threat to the strongest students in the country. For now, the night ends with respect earned through battle rather than granted by rank. That is exactly the kind of beginning Lin Qiu needed. He has proven he can upset expectations. Now he must prove he can do it again against opponents far stronger than Dai Biao. The Awakeners clash stops being a distant event and becomes Lin Qiu's immediate goal. And every lesson from this day, from public ridicule to private testing to hard-won acceptance, pushes him toward that future. By the end, Lin Qiu is no longer just the boy people compare others to, but a chosen representative with something real to fight for. Even after winning, He is already thinking about the full moon, platinum rank, and the next battle he has yet to survive. After his victory, Lin Qiu is given mana pearls as a reward. The woman offering them also invites him to seek her out for special training if he wants to grow stronger, but he quietly decides he will not need it. The next day, while cultivating, Lin Qiu concludes the silver rank pearls are too weak for him and decides to feed them to the dragon egg instead. Even though the egg only accepts them for the sake of hatching, he goes through with it. Before he can continue, a phone call interrupts him. He is told to pick up a fresh supply of gold rank mana pearls, and he asks whether the caller is coming along. The caller refuses because he is occupied at the moment. He explains that he finally has a day off and is spending it with the girl he likes. Lin Qiu can only sulk at the display. His thoughts drift to Qin Jinjin, and he envies how openly the other man can be affectionate with the girl beside him. He heads out, trying to shake off the distraction. Forcing himself to focus on his future instead of romance, he resolves to collect the mana pearls first. As he leaves the university, a suited man secretly watches him go. The watcher reports to Uncle Wang that he has found the target, but is ordered not to act near Magic City University because it is full of experts. Lin Qiu continues on, unaware that the surveillance has moved with him. At the pickup point, a man greets him with a box. The supplier hands over more than 100 gold rank mana pearls and 3 platinum rank ones, while apologizing that he still could not find lightning or space type pearls. Lin Qiu recognizes how hard it must have been to gather so many in only a week. He accepts the box and promises to make good use of them, while the supplier thanks him for the trust. The moment he leaves, Lin Qiu confirms his suspicion that the men from earlier have been tailing him since he left the university. Instead of avoiding them, he openly acknowledges their pursuit and turns the game around. He checks a message on his phone for more information. The message gives him what he needs to track their movements. With a grin, he decides to see what the people behind him are planning. He deliberately leads the followers into a secluded alley. One of the spies immediately informs Uncle Wang that the target has entered the alley. Their superior gives the order to move. Lin Qiu keeps walking deeper in, carrying the box as bait. The trap closes around him from both sides. A group of thugs blocks his path and calls out to stop him. Lin Qiu pretends to be frightened and asks whether they want his money or something even worse. His shameless act disgusts the thugs and throws them off balance. Before they can respond properly, someone yanks the box over his head. The men seize him and drag him away while he loudly plays the victim and calls it a kidnapping. They take him to a hidden building under the cover of night. Inside, he is presented to the people behind the abduction. Uncle Wang orders his men to stay downstairs and keep watch while he handles the matter personally. The captors remove the box from Lin Qiu's head. Uncle Wang is about to address him when Lin Qiu cuts in first. Rather than panic, Lin Qiu casually greets Uncle Wang and young Master Song, showing he already knows exactly who arranged this. Uncle Wang tries to intimidate him by claiming escape is impossible, but Lin Qiu makes it clear he stayed only because he wanted answers. Young Master Song smugly assumes someone of Lin Qiu's ability would never need to run from them anyway. He finally reveals the real purpose of the kidnapping by inviting Lin Qiu to work with him. Lin Qiu realizes this was not meant to be an execution after all, only a forced business meeting. Song proposes a partnership based on Lin Qiu's talent for identifying valuable gems and ores inside rough stones, offering an even split. Lin Qiu rejects the offer immediately because he has no intention of sharing profits he can earn alone. Song's tone hardens as he warns Lin Qiu to understand the position he is in. When Lin Qiu still refuses, Uncle Wang releases his platinum rank pressure to force compliance. Lin Qiu endures the pressure and realizes Uncle Wang is far stronger than he expected. Song drops the pretense of cooperation and demands repayment for the 500 million he lost because of Lin Qiu. Lin Qiu says he has no money and mockingly tells him to collect it from Zhang San instead, while secretly calling for help because he cannot hold out much longer. An explosion suddenly tears through the building. Qin Jinjin bursts into the room through the blast, knocking enemies aside. She lands between Lin Qiu and his captors, immediately taking control of the battlefield. Her first concern is Lin Qiu, and she calls out to him in alarm. Lin Qiu is stunned that Zhang San brought her into such a dangerous situation. Qin Jinjin rushes to him, saying Zhang San told her he was in danger, and Lin Qiu reassures her that he is fine. Relieved, she admits she was terrified for him. Her worry leaves Lin Qiu flustered and deeply moved. He apologizes for making her worry, while she denies it out of embarrassment even as her feelings show plainly. Song, furious that Lin Qiu is touching the girl he wants, orders Uncle Wang to get rid of him at once. Even Uncle Wang is unsettled by how quickly the situation has slipped out of his control. As strange energy rises around him, he realizes something is happening that he does not understand. Song demands to know what Lin Qiu has done. Lin Qiu calmly says it was not his doing. At that moment, Ouyang Zhe arrives with Zhang San, answering Lin Qiu's call for help. Uncle Wang instantly recognizes Ouyang Zhe as the true Valiant's master, and is shaken. Ouyang Zhe finds Lin Qiu and Qin Jinjin standing close together, and interrupts the awkwardly intimate scene. Zhang San can only lament that he rushed over expecting a crisis and instead walked into a romantic moment. Qin Jinjin tries to explain herself, but her panic only makes the misunderstanding worse. Lin Qiu seizes the moment and openly confesses that he has always had feelings for her, asking her to be his girlfriend. The two face each other, both blushing, as the room seems to disappear around them. Qin Jinjin softly calls his name, overwhelmed by the confession. Song explodes in jealousy and swears he will never forgive Lin Qiu. He lunges at them in a rage. Qin Jinjin's expression turns cold in an instant. She kicks Song away before he can get close. Then she scolds him for failing to read the situation. With Song out of the way, she tells Lin Qiu they can continue. Lin Qiu asks again, more carefully this time, whether she will be his girlfriend, and she accepts. Overjoyed, he celebrates, and she seals the answer with a kiss. Song collapses into despair as the girl he wanted chooses Lin Qiu right in front of him. Qin Jinjin coldly rejects any familiar claim Song tries to make on her. Lin Qiu gently reassures her that he will deal with the fools for her. He walks toward the defeated Song, who is now sitting helplessly on the floor. Lin Qiu invites young Master Song to have a proper talk. Song gives up resisting and bitterly says Lin Qiu can kill him if he wants. Lin Qiu makes it clear that killing him is not what he wants. Instead, he reaches for his phone with another idea in mind. He reveals that what he really wants is money. He starts making a call while Song nervously asks what he is doing. When Song's father answers, Lin Qiu immediately berates him for interrupting and forces him to listen. Song realizes in horror that the call has reached his father. Lin Qiu pretends to be a kidnapper and demands 1 billion in exchange for Song's safe return. For a moment, even he is surprised by how absurdly far he has taken the act. Qin Jinjin dryly points out that his ransom demand is excessive. He jokes that it is merely her dowry, and still not enough in his eyes. She immediately draws the line, saying she only agreed to date him, not marry him. On the phone, Song's father coldly values his son at only 1 million, and says they can kill him if that is not enough. Lin Qiu instantly drops the act and tries to salvage the negotiation with a better price. He pushes for 900 million, but Song's father refuses to go above 2 million. Before Lin Qiu can continue bargaining, Ouyang Zhe takes over the call. He identifies himself directly to Song Jian. The chairman of Ascent Group is stunned to hear Ouyang Zhe on the line. Ouyang Zhe informs him that his son kidnapped Lin Qiu, who is Ouyang Zhe's apprentice, and treats it as a personal insult. Song Jian immediately apologizes for his son's disgrace and offers 20 billion in compensation to appease Ouyang Zhe. Ouyang Zhe accepts the apology but warns that another incident like this will destroy Ascent Group, and Song Jian hurriedly promises strict discipline. After ending the call, Ouyang Zhe asks Lin Qiu whether he wants all of the compensation transferred to him. Lin Qiu gratefully accepts, while admitting that for now he still values money very much because he has not yet reached a level where only strength matters. When the transfer arrives, Lin Qiu is delighted, while Song is crushed by the sight of 2 billion disappearing because of his own stupidity. Song despairs that his father will never forgive him now. Lin Qiu casually flicks a coin to the floor in front of him. The tiny gesture humiliates Song more than any beating could. Lin Qiu tells him he would make an excellent beggar on the street. Uncle Wang warns Lin Qiu not to go too far and reminds him that burning bridges is dangerous. Lin Qiu answers that Song should have thought about that before arranging his kidnapping. He also points out that Uncle Wang ought to stop provoking him while his young master is still at Lin Qiu's mercy. That reminder leaves both Song and Uncle Wang with nothing to say. Lin Qiu dismisses them with contempt. Ouyang Zhe tells Lin Qiu it is time to leave and offers to teleport him home. Lin Qiu asks for a moment first because he wants to check on his mana pearls. Ouyang Zhe wonders why Lin Qiu did not simply store something so valuable in his spatial storage. Lin Qiu explains that he cannot, because his storage space contains a dragon egg that devours every mana pearl he puts near it. Ouyang Zhe is startled to learn that Lin Qiu has a dragon egg. He asks why Lin Qiu is still worrying over a few mana pearls if he already knows what the egg is. Lin Qiu explains that ordinary pearls are meaningless to the egg and that it would need at least 2 Exalt mana pearls to hatch. Since humanity has not slain an Exalt mana beast in decades, he had assumed hatching it was practically impossible. Ouyang Zhe asks whether there is truly no other method. Lin Qiu admits there is, but slowly infusing mana would take far too long. Ouyang Zhe suggests using other forms of energy instead of mana. The idea hits Lin Qiu at once, and he realizes he had been thinking too narrowly. He understands that the egg needs a huge amount of energy, not necessarily mana alone. Excited, he starts listing alternatives like wind, nuclear, and electrical energy as possible power sources. Ouyang Zhe asks if he wants to test the idea immediately. Lin Qiu decides not to wait, and prepares to use his lightning skill on the egg. He unleashes lightning strike directly into the dragon egg. The egg absorbs the electrical energy instead of rejecting it. Seeing the reaction, both master and disciple realize the method is working. Lin Qiu says he wants to try something even stronger, though he is unsure how much the egg can handle. He asks Ouyang Zhe to erect a spatial barrier in case the next attempt goes wrong, and Ouyang Zhe agrees without hesitation. Lin Qiu brings out the explosive device he obtained earlier. He decides that the spoils from the previous incident are finally useful. He arms the device and sets the timer. Once everything is prepared, he signals that he is ready. He triggers the final setup. With a confident snap, he commits to the experiment. Ouyang Zhe seals the area inside a spatial barrier to contain whatever happens next. The countdown reaches 0. A massive explosion erupts inside the barrier around the egg. When the blast clears, the dragon egg is still there, hissing with energy as it continues absorbing the aftermath. A sinister dragon egg radiates menace, reminding everyone that whatever is inside is dangerous and still growing. Lin Qiu and the old master realize the egg can devour almost anything, which makes its future even harder to predict. Lin Chiu briefly imagines solving the problem with overwhelming firepower, even to the point of bombing it. He jokes that an extreme blast might force the egg to hatch early, showing how reckless his thinking can get. The old master immediately shuts that down, warning that no one knows whether the egg could absorb such an attack and that failure would be catastrophic. Lin Chiu backs off and turns to the real priority, since the Awakener Clash will begin in 2 months. The old man is delighted that Lin Chiu is thinking like him and proudly claims him as his disciple. With the dragon egg set aside, the master asks whether Lin Chiu is ready for special training. Lin Chiu accepts without hesitation and throws himself into the challenge. The master opens the training with a direct attack, forcing Lin Chiu to respond under pressure. Their sparring escalates into a fierce exchange of speed and power as Lin Chiu struggles to keep up with his teacher. By the time evening falls, the brutal training session has run its course. The master ends practice and tells Lin Chiu to absorb the mana pearls and rest afterward. Left alone, Lin Chiu reflects that the master's so-called special training was far harsher than he expected. As he meditates and absorbs energy, Jinjin arrives to pull him away from training for dinner. She simply tells him it is time to eat, cutting through his focus with quiet concern. Lin Chiu is surprised to see her there, and asks why she came herself. He hurries over and tells her she should have called so he could have picked her up instead. His sudden approach startles her and leaves her flustered. Embarrassed by the awkward moment, he hurriedly insists he did not notice anything improper. Trying to smooth things over, he coaxes her to forget it and go eat with him. He takes her hand and leads her out before she can fully protest. The two head into the city together, already looking like a couple. When she worries about the attention they are drawing, Lin Chiu tells her to ignore the stares, while onlookers lament that the campus beauty is taken. Jinjin quietly accepts the new reality and realizes they really are boyfriend and girlfriend now. Their date continues until they return to the residence later that night. At the doorway, another girl in red calls out to Lin Chiu and catches the pair together. She freezes when she sees him arriving arm in arm with Jinjin. Jinjin leans in even closer, making their relationship unmistakable. The red-haired girl is stunned, and Lin Chiu casually identifies her as his niece. He then escalates the joke by introducing Jinjin as his wife, shocking both girls. The niece bristles because Jinjin is her rival, and now Lin Chiu is demanding she treat that rival as family. Jinjin, on the other hand, secretly enjoys the sudden reversal and the advantage it gives her over her rival. She tries to defuse the tension by suggesting they all eat together as classmates, but the niece remains openly irritated. Lin Chiu still fails to grasp why the two girls are upset, leaving both of them exasperated by his cluelessness. Even so, the three end up sharing dinner together. Later that night, the city quiets down while Lin Chiu's thoughts turn back to the coming tournament. He tells Jinjin that the Awakener Clash is close and that he must devote himself to becoming as strong as possible. He warns her that he may not be able to spend much time with her, but she accepts that and urges him to focus on the competition. She also admits she is worried about the strength of this year's field and fears he may be pushing himself too hard. Her concern catches him off guard and leaves him momentarily speechless. Instead of answering, he pulls her into his arms. She protests weakly, but he refuses to let go because he finds her too adorable. 2 months pass as training and preparation continue. When departure day arrives, Lin Chiu and his bespectacled friend head out for the capital and talk about the coming Awakener Clash. Lin Chiu stays outwardly calm, reminding his friend that they are only substitutes, while privately regretting that he still failed to break into gold rank despite reaching the peak of silver. He consoles himself that his body has grown strong enough to rival low-level gold power types thanks to relentless training. That growth is shown in his sharpened close combat ability and explosive physical technique. He reviews the martial arts skills he has recently acquired, including Tai Chi and 8 trigram palm. Lin Chiu realizes he has been drawing one close combat technique after another, almost as if his system has become obsessed with martial arts. Still, he admits those strange rewards have improved his hand-to-hand combat tremendously. Before they leave, Jinjin and another girl come to see them off. His friend points out that Jinjin has shown up, surprising Lin Chiu. Jinjin teases him by asking whether he already misses her. Lin Chiu admits he expected a noisy send-off at the main gate and thought she would avoid that, which is why he did not ask her to come. His explanation makes her blush with quiet satisfaction. She suddenly kisses him, giving him a direct and intimate send-off. When they part, both are breathless and flustered by how bold she has just been. Gathering herself, she wishes him luck and tells him to bring back the championship. Lin Chiu is left stunned by the force of that encouragement. Jinjin turns away shyly, pleased with herself while he stares after her. He promises he will do his best, now carrying her expectations with him. A crowd gathers at the departure point as the competition draws national attention. A university representative urges the students to perform well and protect Magic City University's reputation. The team answers with confidence and heads out for the Awakener Clash. Their flight carries them to the capital, where the real contest awaits. As soon as they arrive, reporters begin pressing Magic City University about whether it can improve on last year's second-place finish. The questions quickly turn hostile, with one reporter mocking the team for bringing 2 freshmen and implying the school has already given up. Their elder representative cuts off the interview and refuses to play along with the provocation. The female instructor tells Lin Chiu not to let the taunts get under his skin. He claims the insults do not bother him, even if the pressure is clearly mounting. Then he learns that only 7 other teams have made it this far. The remaining competitors hurry inside, making it clear this is already the elite stage of the tournament. Lin Qiu is surprised by how small the field is after hearing so much about the event. His instructor explains that more than 100 universities were cut down through brutal qualifiers, leaving only a handful standing. She emphasizes the point: only 8 teams are actually competing in the main event. That revelation makes Lin Qiu realize just how serious the competition really is. He is then introduced to the 6 other surviving schools alongside Capital University and Magic City University. The instructors warn that none of those teams are ordinary, and that underestimating anyone would be fatal. At the strategy meeting, Magic City University gathers to hear the tournament format. Their instructor explains that the event will be decided over 2 rounds. In the first round, every team faces every other team through 6 solo matches and 1 5-on-5 team match, with solo wins worth 1 point and the team match worth 5. That means the opening stage is a full round robin, and only the top 4 teams will advance to the finals. She then assigns the 6 solo slots, and Lin Qiu is included among the fighters despite being a freshman. Lin Qiu immediately recognizes the format as a strategic numbers game where careful deployment can let a weaker team steal points. The instructor confirms that logic but reveals their real plan is to secure victory through the team match. Because Chunlong and Lin Yunxian are both platinum, she believes their solo wins are nearly guaranteed and can anchor the strategy. One of the teammates proudly boasts that the lineup is overwhelming. The scoring breakdown makes clear that a team match victory can outweigh several solo losses. So the plan is simple: even if some solo fighters fall, winning the 5-on-5 should still carry Magic City University to overall victory. Chunlong confidently declares that with 2 platinums, 2 peak golds, and Zhang San's support buffs, the team battle should be unwinnable for their opponents. The instructor hands out intelligence files on the rival schools so everyone can prepare properly. After the briefing, the team is dismissed to rest and get ready for the first day of matches. Before Lin Qiu can drift off mentally, the instructor smacks him with the file to force him to pay attention. He looks up, dragged back from his wandering thoughts. 2 female teammates cheerfully wish him luck for his first match, treating him like a mascot despite the stakes. Lin Qiu checks the file and sees that his first opponent is from Empyrean University, which makes him think the opening fight may be manageable. Once alone, he studies the information more seriously. He silently prays to his system for a useful last-minute reward that might help him win cleanly. Instead, the system grants him aircraft mastery, a skill that gives complete command over all known aircraft, leaving him baffled and annoyed. He had hoped for a breakthrough that would push him into gold rank, not a transportation specialty. Frustrated, he concludes the reward is worthless unless he somehow gets access to an aircraft. As he leaves the room, someone suddenly rushes toward him. A blonde woman throws herself at Lin Qiu and greets him with open affection, calling him master. Lin Qiu is startled to see Xinxing, who should be serving with the Vermilion Bird Squad. She explains that her squad is responsible for security during the Awakener clash, which is why she is here. Lin Qiu tries to calm her down, but her enthusiasm has already overwhelmed him. A stern man notices the scene from nearby and approaches with obvious displeasure. Lin Qiu senses trouble before the man even speaks. The newcomer is revealed to be Jiang Hu, a Capital University prodigy and a Platinum 3-star Destruction-type Awakener. Xinxing cheerfully introduces Jiang Hu to Lin Qiu and jokes that Lin Qiu can treat him like a nephew. Lin Qiu instantly realizes this is the strongest threat listed in their intelligence file. Xinxing scolds Jiang Hu for his rude attitude before he can openly insult Lin Qiu. Jiang Hu refuses to accept being told to respect someone he sees as just a kid. He releases his aura and openly challenges Lin Qiu to prove his strength. Lin Qiu feels the crushing pressure and recognizes just how terrifying a Platinum 3-star really is. Xinxing steps between them and orders Jiang Hu to stop humiliating her guest. Jiang Hu backs off outwardly, but only with a resentful snort. Forced by Xinxing's authority, he grudgingly addresses Lin Qiu as Uncle Lin. Lin Qiu immediately enjoys the reversal and taunts him by acting like the elder, while Jiang Hu fumes because he cannot offend Xinxing. Lin Qiu then dismisses Jiang Hu so he can speak privately with his own student, twisting the joke even further. Xinxing sweetly sends Jiang Hu away, and he has no choice but to leave. Once he is gone, Lin Qiu asks how she even knows someone with such a bad temper. She explains that Jiang Hu is the grandson of Capital University's vice principal and that the two of them knew each other from childhood through their families. Then she reveals the real reason she came. She wants Lin Qiu's help answering a huge pile of questions. She presents him with an enormous question book, making her request look more like a trap than a favor. Lin Qiu is horrified by the sheer volume and compares it to an endless mountain of whys. Xinxing thanks him in advance and happily drags him toward a cafe so he can start tutoring her. Elsewhere, Zhang San waits in the lounge while Lin Qiu is delayed. His bespectacled friend notices Lin Qiu sitting with the blonde woman and is immediately alarmed. He blurts out in disbelief when he realizes it really is Lin Qiu. From a distance, it looks like Lin Qiu is sitting intimately close with another girl while she leans all over him. The friend rushes over, ready to intervene. He grabs Lin Qiu and accuses him of betraying Xinxin, vowing not to let him get away with it. Lin Qiu protests that he is only answering questions for his student and that his friend is wildly misunderstanding the situation. The blonde woman latches onto the word student, curious about who this new person is. Lin Qiu introduces Zhang San as someone as close to him as a brother. Xinxing immediately introduces herself as Lin Qiu's student and the logistics team leader of the Vermilion Bird Squad. Zhang San is instantly impressed that Lin Qiu has somehow won over even a squad leader. With the misunderstanding cleared up, Lin Qiu excuses himself to prepare for tomorrow's match, and Xinxing promises to watch him afterward. The next day, crowds pour into the venue as the tournament prepares to broadcast nationwide. Qianlong rallies Magic City University's team and orders everyone to stand proudly for the opening ceremony. The team answers with confidence as the event officially begins. Across the venue, Jiang, who leads Capital University's side with the same aggressive presence as before. He openly mocks Qianlong and Magic City University for losing to Capital University 2 years in a row and calls them a disgrace. Qianlong immediately answers the provocation by calling Jiang Hu out by name. Jiang Hu erupts with killing intent and dares Qianlong to repeat the insult so he can crush him. Qianlong refuses to back down and makes it clear he is not intimidated. The confrontation sharpens into a direct clash of pride between the two schools' leaders. Blue and red power flare against each other as Jiang Hu and Qianlong square off, signaling that the Awakener clash is about to begin in earnest. A crushing aura from powerful opponents leaves the team barely able to stand, making clear they are facing monsters. One of those opponents mocks Jiang Hu by pointing out that even his own teammates are already trembling under the pressure. As the tension peaks, someone urgently calls out to Jiang Hu. Lin Qiu steps in with casual authority and rebukes Jiang Hu for mistreating his uncle, instantly shifting the balance. Jiang Hu is annoyed that Lin Qiu chose this moment to appear and interfere. The arrogant fighter immediately loses his nerve and addresses Lin Qiu with fearful respect as Uncle Lin. Lin Qiu rewards that submission with a patronizing approval, making it clear who now controls the scene. The blonde woman beside him asks what happened here, trying to assess the conflict. Jiang Hu hastily denies causing trouble when questioned directly. She warns everyone to stop stirring up incidents before the competition and settle any grudges properly in the arena, and Jiang Hu obediently agrees. Before leaving, she warmly wishes her master good luck, revealing her allegiance to Lin Qiu. The confrontation dissolves as the event officially begins and the gathered teams turn their attention to the broadcast opening. The host introduces herself as Lumini, a famous idol honored to preside over the tournament. The crowd reacts excitedly to her appearance as she starts the first event and calls the teams forward, beginning with Capital University. Jiang Hu can only swallow his frustration as the formal proceedings move on. Magic City University is invited next, and Lin Qiu's side calmly prepares to enter. Lin Qiu notices Zhang San's nerves and checks on him, but Zhang San insists he is fine while the introductions continue. All teams are told to take their seats, and Lin Qiu's group settles in to watch. Seeing Zhang San overwhelmed by his first major tournament, Lin Qiu considers whether he should encourage him. Before he can, the blonde woman approaches Lin Qiu and asks for a moment of his time. Lin Qiu turns toward her, mildly puzzled by the interruption. He tries to brush her off as busy, but she presses him to spare just a few minutes. Lin Qiu decides not to interfere too much with Zhang San's nerves and lets the moment pass. The host moves on to introducing the judges who will oversee the competition. The first judge is revealed as Su Buang, an Exalt rank expert known as a National Shield. Lin Qiu is surprised to see an Exalt here and notes that such figures are extremely rare. The remaining judges are introduced as Ouyang Zhe of Magic City University and Situwei of Capital University. The host invites Situwei to say a few opening words. Situwei welcomes the audience, praises the younger generation, and formally declares the Awakener clash underway. With fireworks above the stadium, Lin Qiu feels the tournament has truly begun. The opening match is announced as Capital University vs Gates University. Jiang Hu enters the arena brimming with confidence and contempt. His opponent, Gates University leader Xiao Yang, curses his luck at drawing Jiang Hu in the very first round. At the judge's command, the match begins immediately. Jiang Hu charges in, eager to vent the anger Lin Qiu had built up in him. He attacks ferociously, treating the fight as a chance to release all that frustration. Xiao Yang realizes Jiang Hu is unusually enraged and braces himself, determined not to be humiliated even if he loses. He answers with a fire attack, trying to seize the initiative before Jiang Hu overwhelms him. Jiang Hu casually blocks the flames with one hand, showing the gap between them is enormous. After stopping the attack effortlessly, he asks if the match is already over or if his opponent still wants to continue. Faced with that display, Xiao Yang immediately concedes. Jiang Hu basks in the easy win and wonders whether Xinxing saw how impressive he looked. His smug mood collapses when he notices Xinxing is instead sitting close to Lin Qiu. Xinxing appears quietly flustered beside Lin Qiu, deepening Jiang Hu's irritation. Jiang Hu's jealousy flares into open fury, and he vows revenge on Lin Qiu. Lin Qiu notices the hostility but has no idea why Jiang Hu is glaring at him so intensely. Attention shifts away from Jiang Hu when someone points out the next fight. Capital University's Ling Xian wins the second round, forcing her opponent to surrender. The announcer confirms round 2 goes to Ling Xian, a Platinum Ice Awakener from Capital University. Watching from the stands, Lin Qiu realizes Capital University is much stronger than expected and not reliant on Jiang Hu alone. A teammate from Magic City University is unsettled that Capital now has another Platinum rank fighter. She admits their plan had relied on matching Capital with 2 Platinum ranks of their own, and that advantage is gone now. Lin Qiu agrees that Capital University is proving far stronger than they anticipated. The next two Gates University fighters are defeated in quick succession, showing Capital's depth. A fifth straight loss for Gates University makes the mismatch undeniable. Lin Qiu's teammate explains the reason clearly. Beyond 2 platinum ranks, Capital's remaining members are all peak gold, while Gates has only 2 at that level. The defeated side bitterly complains that Capital humiliated them by leaving them bald, turning the rout into a public embarrassment. The tournament moves on to the next team battle, Magic City University vs Empyrean University. The first contestants face off, but the mood is oddly one-sided from the start. Empyrean's fighter immediately concedes, admitting he cannot match Magic City's team leader at all. The host is stunned by such a sudden surrender. She has no choice but to award the round to Magic City and announce the next pairing, Lin Yunxian against Yao Guoqing, both listed as peak gold. Yao Guoqing, a gold rank Wind Awakener, is relieved he is not facing the enemy captain and believes he can handle a shadow-type opponent like Lin Yunxian. He opens with Tornado, trying to overwhelm his opponent with a direct ranged attack. The red-haired woman from Magic City calmly draws a blade and prepares to meet it head-on. Yao's wind surges across the arena in a massive wave, but she stands firm against the storm instead of being blown away. She cuts through the gale with startling speed, turning defense into offense in an instant. Yao is shocked by how fast she closes the distance. Before he can react, she is already on top of him. She slips behind him in a blur, completely bypassing his guard. With her blade at his back, she leaves him frozen and defenseless. She reveals she has already advanced to platinum rank and declares the victory hers before he can process it. The host announces Magic City University's win and moves on without delay. Lin Qiu reflects that shadow abilities are terrifying in duels because any shadow gives their user overwhelming tactical advantage, and Empyrean takes the next round as the team's score tightens. The red-haired woman returns to Lin Qiu seeking praise, clearly pleased with herself and with his reaction. She sends him off with shy encouragement as another Empyrean win is announced, bringing the team battle even closer. The scoreboard shows Magic City and Empyrean locked at 2 wins each. Lin Qiu regrets that the skill he prepared for this moment turned out to be a useless disguise ability instead of something battle-ready. Another result swings the score, and Empyrean takes the 5th match. The host announces that Empyrean University has completed a surprise comeback and now leads the team battle. The final one-on-one is introduced as Magic City's silver rank Lin Qiu against Empyrean's gold 7-star Lightning Awakener Huang Fan. The host and audience are baffled that Magic City would send a mere silver rank contestant in such a crucial match, assuming they must be giving up. Lin Qiu steps forward anyway, pleased that his turn has finally come. The host notices the backpack he carries and questions what he brought into the arena. Lin Qiu calmly claims it is just his defensive item. Both the host and Huang Fan stare at him, unconvinced. When she inspects it more closely, Lin Qiu admits it looks strange but insists it is simply his egg. Huang Fan calls out the obvious, and accuses him of fooling around with an egg instead of taking the match seriously. Lin Qiu counters by asking whether any rule actually forbids using an egg. Since no such rule exists, the host reluctantly allows it and orders the match to begin. Lin Qiu tells the egg a feast of energy is coming and urges it to eat everything. Huang Fan takes this as proof Magic City has surrendered and loses interest in the fight. He tells Lin Qiu to concede because the difference between them is too great. Lin Qiu agrees that the gap is huge and invites Huang Fan to make the first move. Huang Fan decides to blast him off the arena with a lightning attack. He launches Lightning Strike, expecting the silver rank opponent to be finished instantly. The attack lands on Lin Qiu and the egg, but he remains standing. Huang Fan smugly assumes a casual skill from him should already be more than enough to crush a silver rank fighter. When the crowd stays silent, he starts to worry that he may have overdone it and killed Lin Qiu. That fear vanishes when he senses something impossible happening instead. The egg absorbs the lightning completely, protecting Lin Qiu and feeding on the attack. Huang Fan is stunned that his skill simply vanished into the egg. Refusing to accept it, he powers up and prepares to attack again. He unleashes repeated lightning strikes, trying to overwhelm Lin Qiu through sheer volume. Even after multiple blasts fail, Huang Fan can only wonder if the egg is somehow made of rubber. He escalates further, deciding to use a large-scale attack that should be impossible to evade. His ultimate move, Lightning Ocean, floods the arena with destructive electricity. Lin Qiu raises the egg again and happily offers the incoming energy to it like a meal. The egg keeps crackling as it devours the entire storm without breaking. Lin Qiu mocks the attack as too weak, boasting that the egg even absorbed C4 before and that this is nothing. Huang Fan is left in disbelief, unable to imagine how to fight something like that. Out of options, he accuses Lin Qiu of cheating and demands the judges intervene over the suspicious egg. The judges dryly rule that bringing an egg is not against the rules. Lin Qiu presses the point and asks Huang Fan to produce actual evidence if he wants the accusation taken seriously. Huang Fan has none and can only rage that the egg swallowing all his skills should be proof enough. Elsewhere, students at Magic City University's cafeteria watch the absurd match unfold on television. They agree the egg is incredible, even if Lin Qiu himself is still infuriating. Some of his peers admit that despite being on the same side, they still feel an urge to beat him up. A blue-haired woman notes that Lin Qiu never fights seriously, implying this farce still is not his full effort. Even so, she finds herself already missing him, revealing a softer attachment beneath her composure. Back in the arena, Huang Fan abandons skills and decides to rely on his gold rank physique to crush Lin Qiu in close combat. Lin Qiu sounds disappointed that Huang Fan is stopping with the flashy gold rank skills he wanted to watch. Huang Fan snaps that he is his university's Sanda champion and will win hand to hand. Lin Qiu accepts the switch to melee with delight, claiming this is where his martial arts can finally shine. He agrees to a no-skill fight but warns that if Huang Fan uses any ability again, he will bring the egg shield back out. Lin Qiu settles into a Wing Chun stance and formally names himself, turning the duel into a martial challenge. Huang Fan charges in with brute force, determined to end the embarrassment. Lin Qiu intercepts the attack cleanly and redirects it with precise technique instead of raw strength. Huang Fan keeps swinging harder, trying to break through by force. Lin Qiu spots an opening in the reckless assault. He catches Huang Fan's arm and disrupts his balance before the next strike can land. As the exchange turns, Lin Qiu realizes Huang Fan's technique and power are genuinely dangerous if he makes a mistake. For a moment he understands that one wrong move here could get him killed. Huang Fan cries out as Lin Qiu's counter begins to take effect. Lin Qiu follows through with a controlling strike to the back, shutting down Huang Fan's momentum. Huang Fan is confused when the pain and force hit him all at once. Lin Qiu coolly asks why he is screaming, as if the result should be obvious. Magic City's supporters erupt in cheers, praising Lin Qiu's flawless technique. The host marvels that Lin Qiu defeated Huang Fan without using a single skill. Huang Fan drops to his knees in disbelief, admitting he lost to a silver rank fighter and consoling himself that Lin Qiu's technique was simply superior. The result is finalized as Lin Qiu raises his fist in victory, while Huang Fan can only mutter that he lost. With that upset complete, the host prepares to announce the next pairing. She checks the next draw and realizes what is coming. The scoreboard confirms Magic University defeats Empyrean University by a dominant 8-3 after Empyrean concedes the overall match. Lin Qiu's instructor praises him for winning without even morphing and rewards him with extra credits before the tournament moves on to Gai's University vs Auric University. A new fighter steps out, signaling the start of the next confrontation. Lin Qiu is told to watch carefully because Gai's University's team leader, Huangfu Yiming, is a platinum rank awakener. When he asks how strong she is, he learns she possesses the extremely rare Angel of Light awakening. The next major threat is revealed in full as Huangfu Yiming appears, a platinum rank Angel of Light awakener who may become Lin Qiu's next true challenge. Lin Qiu sizes up Gai's University's leader and immediately senses she will not be easy to handle. The commentators add to the spectacle by revealing that Gai's University stands out not only for its leader, but because the entire team is female. That revelation leaves Lin Qiu openly impressed. But his attention quickly shifts to confusion when Gai sends a healer into a one-on-one fight. The supposed healer answers that doubt by meeting her opponent head-on with overwhelming force. Her opponent braces himself and channels power into his footing to launch a counterattack. Zhou Mo, Auric University's platinum-ranked team leader, dismisses her opening strike and rushes in confidently. At the last moment, Huangfu Yiming prepares a response with a precise gesture. She absorbs the pressure of his assault without losing her composure. Golden energy surges around her as she turns defense into a setup. The momentum of the clash swings as her power expands across the arena. Instead of retreating, she calmly gathers even more radiant force around herself. She reveals the real problem with facing her by invoking healing in the middle of battle. Zhou Mo realizes in frustration that any damage he deals is meaningless if she can keep restoring herself. As he tries to break through with brute force, her sustained power batters him from every side. The punishment finally drives him to his knees. Unable to continue, Zhou Mo concedes defeat. Huangfu Yiming is declared the winner, confirming that Gai's healer is also a terrifying duelist. Her display leaves the audience stunned, and with her healing support Gai's easily takes the later team match as well. While the first day ends with Capital University leading in Magic City, Gai's, and Velocity tied for second. The remaining standings place Empyrean, Auric, and Supremacy tied behind them, while Gates University sits at the bottom with no points. After the matches, Magic City's strategist dismisses the team and gives them free time before the evening planning session. She only insists that everyone return by 7 for strategy, and the team agrees. Lin Qiu, mentally overloaded from watching so many battles, decides to use the break to sort through what he has learned. As he reflects, something suddenly catches his attention. His summoned companion appears excitedly and rushes to him, still treating him as her master. She eagerly produces a book and makes it clear she has many questions for him, while his teammate leaves them to it. Lin Qiu reluctantly accepts the role she keeps forcing on him, even while privately admitting he only gives in because she can overpower him. She immediately starts asking about a detail from one of his lab experiments. The question triggers a sharp mental jolt in Lin Qiu, as if his observations from the day are finally connecting. He realizes that focusing so intensely on the matches has pushed him toward a breakthrough. The feeling becomes unmistakable, and he understands he is about to advance into the gold rank. He seizes the chance, absorbing energy and marveling that simply watching battles solved the bottleneck that had stalled him. The breakthrough succeeds, raising him to gold 2-star. With the new rank comes not just more mana but a fresh skill, a spatial shield that grows stronger with his level. He immediately tests the new defensive technique and forms a barrier of spatial energy around himself. He also discovers that he has awakened a rare lightning area ability, making the breakthrough even more valuable. Lin Qiu is thrilled because area lightning attacks are exceptionally rare, and he knows this is exactly the kind of power Zhang San had struggled to obtain. Before he can enjoy the moment for long, he notices his strategist and teammates staring at him. Caught off guard, he asks why they are all there. The strategist dryly reminds him that it is already 7 and he has been lost in his own thoughts. Embarrassed, Lin Qiu apologizes for getting too absorbed in his advancement. She lets it pass without making an issue of it. Instead, she warns him not to waste opportunities like that again and points out that his breakthrough makes the whole team stronger. One teammate can only grumble that Lin Qiu's rise leaves him as the lone silver-rank competitor in the tournament. The meeting turns to strategy, and the team agrees that Guy's university proved stronger than expected. Their strategist remains unimpressed, arguing that if Guy's performance ends there, they will still lose badly against Magic City. Her confidence surprises the others because Guy's look genuinely troublesome. Lin Qiu reconsiders Huang Fuiming's dazzling performance and starts wondering whether the strategist is judging Guy's by something less obvious. He guesses that the key issue is how many platinum rank fighters Guy's actually has. The strategist confirms his reasoning and explains that Huang Fuiming is formidable, but her offense is her weakness. That means she cannot keep 2 platinum rank enemies occupied at once, so once her teammates fall, she becomes manageable. With that concern settled, the team moves on to planning for the next day. Their strategist says they will face Gates University next and gives several teammates a simple assignment: secure just 1 win. When asked why they are not fielding their strongest gold-ranked fighter, she explains that a top 4 finish is already secure, so conserving strength and training the team matters more. She ends the meeting and sends everyone off to rest. Lin Qiu decides to use the quiet moment to call Junjun and share how much he has gained from the competition. The call connects, but something crashes on the other end before he can settle in. He accidentally catches Junjun in the bath, and she yelps in pain and surprise as her phone slips. The sudden sight leaves Lin Qiu completely flustered. He nearly loses control from the shock and begs her not to let him see anymore. Junjun scolds him for calling at such a terrible moment, then quickly changes the subject because she has good news. She proudly announces that she has also reached the gold rank, astonishing him with how fast she advanced. Lin Qiu explains that he cannot tell whether relaxation or battle observation caused it, but he also broke through. Junjun, fired up by the news, cuts the call short so she can train harder too, leaving him with more he wanted to say. He can only sigh that her competitiveness never changes. The next day begins at the competition venue. The host announces that the arena has changed and prepares everyone for a new set of rules. She explains that contestants can no longer use their own weapons and must choose from the provided rack if they need one. Lin Qiu immediately suspects the rule is aimed at limiting his own gear, especially because feeding his little dragon has already been difficult. Since he has time before fighting, he decides to awaken his daily skill. The system grants him an S-rank enhancement skill called Mana Enhancement, and he is stunned by his luck. He accuses the system of mocking him by giving him the exact kind of skill he had always wanted only after he already advanced. Even so, he uses the new enhancement at once and pushes himself up to gold 3-star. The surge of his advancement is so obvious that his teammates and strategists notice immediately. They can only stare as he grows stronger again overnight, calling him practically inhuman. Soon after, the announcer calls Lin Qiu of Magic City and Chen Zishuo of Gates University into the arena. Before the match starts, Lin Qiu checks whether even his defensive items are forbidden under the new rules. The host firmly repeats that the rules allow only the arena's weapons. Accepting that, Lin Qiu selects a sword from the rack. Chen Zishuo, a gold 9-star raccoon Omnimorph and Gates University's fighter, challenges Lin Qiu to settle things with swordsmanship, convinced his formal training will expose Lin Qiu's weakness. Lin Qiu agrees without hesitation. He even treats the challenge as a gift, deciding to take the easy when being offered to him. Privately, he is confident because his system has already supplied him with plenty of martial arts knowledge. Chen Zishuo charges first, determined to punish Lin Qiu's arrogance. He opens with a sudden sword strike meant to seize control immediately. Lin Qiu casually blocks and chides him for such a cheap opening. Chen Zishuo refuses to be rattled and presses on, but every exchange is cleanly intercepted, and Lin Qiu handles the blade as if he has trained for years. Lin Qiu gives him faint praise, making the humiliation worse. Then he abruptly knocks Chen Zishuo's sword out of his hand. A follow-up strike sends Chen Zishuo sprawling, leaving him shocked that he lost the sword duel so completely. Lin Qiu declares that Chen Zishuo is no match for him. With the blade at his throat, Chen Zishuo realizes just how close he came to losing outright. He swallows his frustration and admits the gap in swordsmanship. Unwilling to accept total defeat, he abandons the pretense of a pure sword duel and demands a real fight instead. Lin Qiu is briefly caught off guard by the sudden change. Chen Zishuo rushes in anyway, trying to justify the switch by telling himself he never properly trapped Lin Qiu into staying with swordsmanship alone. His charge is interrupted when a burst of fire erupts in front of him, forcing him to defend. He realizes too late that Lin Qiu has already shifted the battle onto his own terms. Chen Zishuo transforms into his raccoon Omnimorph form to recover his footing. The crowd reacts with delight to the raccoon form instead of fear, which only undermines his intimidation. He tries to salvage his pride by insisting Lin Qiu should be afraid of his morphed form. Lin Qiu can barely suppress his laughter because the transformation looks ridiculous rather than threatening. He openly belittles Chen Zishuo, making it clear he sees no danger in him at all. Then Lin Qiu reveals his own dimensional moon rabbit form, instantly flipping the crowd's attention onto himself. The women in the audience are captivated the moment they see him with rabbit ears. Their admiration turns into a frenzy as they gush over how adorable he is and even start fantasizing about him. Lin Qiu uses their reaction to further humiliate Qin Zixua by calling him trash. Qin Zixua can only curse back in rage. He retaliates with 7 strikes of the raccoon, a rapid skill barrage meant to overwhelm Lin Qiu. Lin Qiu answers by slicing a watermelon in half midair, turning the attack into a joke. He mocks Qin Zixua by offering 1/2 to him and 1/2 to the crowd, as if the skill were only useful for fruit. Qin Zixua is horrified that Lin Qiu is dismantling his combo while barely seeming to move. He cannot understand how someone so relaxed is neutralizing every part of his offense. Lin Qiu's rabbit ability then traps him in place, and Qin Zixua panics when he realizes he cannot break free. Lin Qiu coldly orders him to take back his earlier insults. Qin Zixua struggles and pours power into one last desperate counter. Lin Qiu meets it head-on and blasts him away with overwhelming force. The explosion ends any real resistance Qin Zixua had left. Satisfied, Lin Qiu decides the job is done and starts to leave as if he has merely finished a shift. The host is left breathless by how stylish and one-sided the entire match was. She nearly forgets her duties because she was too focused on him. Once she recovers, she officially declares Lin Qiu the winner. As he walks off, the host nervously notices the bag he left behind. She calls after him about his egg, startling him. Lin Qiu hurriedly tells her not to use such a misleading word and says she should have called it a dragon egg instead. The announcer then reports that Gates University has conceded the rest of the round, giving Magic City the overall victory. Lin Qiu reflects that the match proved technique matters just as much as raw mana in battle. That thought is interrupted when several women rush toward him. They bombard him with admiration, asking if he is single and begging for his contact information. The sudden attention leaves him reeling. He hurriedly insists that he is already taken, crushing their hopes. He doubles down by declaring himself completely out of their reach. Elsewhere, several senior observers review the first 2 rounds and discuss what they have seen. One of them says Gai's core lineup is clear enough, but asks for Ouyang's opinion on what matters most now. Ouyang surprises them by saying Lin Qiu is the one worth watching, despite his lower level. When they object, he reveals that Lin Qiu rose from silver to gold in only 3 months, leaving the others stunned. He adds that Lin Qiu is already a gold 3-star awakener, making the prodigy even harder to explain. The old man laughs and predicts that Lin Qiu still has far more surprises in store. Later, Lin Qiu finally returns to his room, exhausted from escaping the fan club that formed around him. He can only think about how hard it was to shake off all those admirers. Collapsed on the bed, he looks forward to resting. He comforts himself that he is not even on the roster for tomorrow's match against Supremacy University, so he should finally get a break. That hope ends when the old master appears at his door and says they need to talk. Lin Qiu immediately senses this late-night visit must be important. The old man asks whether he has heard of the World Championship and invites him to sit for tea. He explains that it is a global awakener tournament held every 4 years, superficially similar to the current clash but on a far larger scale, and hidden from the public. Then he corrects Lin Qiu's assumption by warning that the World Championship is nothing like this relatively safe competition. To make the point, he evokes the image of a brutal fight far beyond the level of the school matches. He reveals that the World Championship is always changing, often turns bloody, and claims lives, which is why ordinary people are never allowed to see it. Lin Qiu learns that the World Championship is so lethal that only 1/5 of its contestants survive, and he immediately questions why such a contest is allowed to continue. His master explains that every nation accepts the championship because without it, the resulting conflicts would cause deaths on a vastly greater scale. Lin Qiu realizes the tournament functions as a brutal substitute for war, deciding the interests of nations while preventing even worse bloodshed. The old man admits this explanation was not originally meant for Lin Qiu, since he is still young and was not supposed to be involved yet. Even so, the master reveals that he personally wants Lin Qiu to take part in the championship. The sudden request leaves Lin Qiu stunned. His master makes clear that Lin Qiu's unusual talent, especially his spatial ability, is exactly why he is now being considered. With 6 months left before the championship, the master argues that Lin Qiu's rapid growth and rare skills could greatly improve their side's chances of survival. He still leaves the choice to Lin Qiu, who soberly admits that at his current level he would most likely die there. Lin Qiu falls silent as the weight of that truth sinks in. Then he remembers that he was raised by the state in an orphanage and decides that if the country truly needs him, he cannot turn away. He firmly accepts the mission. Pleased, the master promises to train him seriously after the current competition and do everything possible to raise his odds of surviving the championship. But first Lin Qiu must earn a place on the team by proving himself in the upcoming university competition, and Lin Qiu agrees without hesitation. The master warns him not to disgrace the recommendation he has already made to the other selectors and pressures him to perform well in the next day's event. When Lin Qiu points out that he is not even scheduled to compete the next day, the master awkwardly revises the plan and pushes it back by 1 day. He promises to have Lin Qiu added to the roster and tells him to study the next day's matches carefully. By the following day, the competition is underway. At the arena, the old master is introduced as the official overseeing the team match between Gai's University and Capital University. From the stands, Lin Qiu is less impressed by the judge's professionalism than by his shameless attention to Gai's female team members. A friend catches Lin Qiu doing the same and threatens to report him to his girlfriend, forcing him into a quick retreat. A teasing woman corners both young men and demands they stop staring at girls and actually discuss the match. The obvious favorite is Capital University because Jiang Hu is on their side, though Gai's team leader is also performing strongly. Lin Qiu already knows that much and keeps watching closely. On the field, Gai's healer begins summoning a radiant angelic form. The transformation completes as holy light gathers around her. She unveils Angel of Light form and declares that Gai's must win this match. Capital University's side senses something wrong and orders Ling Xian to stop holding back and finish Gai's quickly. Ling Xian, Capital University's Ice-type vice captain, answers at once and prepares to strike. The battlefield erupts as both teams clash while the angelic healer remains at the center of the storm. Capital's side expects to rush her the moment she starts healing, but her refusal to act immediately makes them uneasy. The healer stays silent, as if waiting for something more decisive. Then she abruptly orders everyone to leave the arena at once. Gai's vice captain Su Xiwei obeys immediately, trusting the command. The entire Gai's team withdraws from the center without explanation. Capital University is baffled and begins to suspect that something far more dangerous than a simple retreat is happening. The healer raises a blazing cross and activates a new technique called Judgment of Light. Even the opposing team can only stare in confusion at the unfamiliar power gathering above them. A colossal sword of light forms overhead and crashes down into the arena. The spectators, including Lin Qiu, are left speechless by the sheer scale of the attack. Lin Qiu realizes that everyone who dismissed her offensive power was completely wrong. The descending weapon is identified as an imperial sword thought lost to history. Its impact detonates across the arena and blasts the combatants away. Lin Qiu coughs through the dust and fumes, shaken by how overwhelming the strike was. When the smoke clears, the arena floor is shattered by the attack's aftermath. Lin Qiu bitterly blames himself for panicking and fleeing instead of staying calm enough to stop the attack. The judge announces that despite being the favorite, Capital University has lost to Gai's University by a single point. Outside the arena, Lin Qiu keeps replaying the scene and notes that even Jiang Hu was blown away by that one sword strike. His girlfriend Jinjin calls to say she watched the match too and was amazed by the healer's skill. She wistfully says she wishes she could witness such battles in person and assumes everyone there must be an extraordinary prodigy. Her words remind Lin Qiu of his master's warning that those sent to the World Championship are the nation's precious prodigies, people he wants to keep alive if possible. Moved by that thought, Lin Qiu suddenly calls Jinjin by name in a much more serious tone. He awkwardly asks whether she would find another boyfriend if he died. Alarmed, she demands to know why he would ask something so ominous and wonders if he is hiding a terminal illness. Lin Qiu quickly denies it and insists he is perfectly healthy. He brushes it off as a random thought, but she immediately answers that she would not replace him. Instead, she asks the only thing that matters to her, whether he is going to stay alive. Lin Qiu, deeply touched, vows that he will live well for her sake and jokingly pushes the promise all the way to raising their future child. The sudden leap to children shocks and embarrasses her so badly that she ends the call on the spot. Left staring at his phone again, Lin Qiu can only sigh that she hung up on him once more. Before he can dwell on it, a university staff member finds him and calls him over. She informs him that because of his excellent performance so far, he will be sent out in all the coming matches, meaning his place has finally been secured. Lin Qiu treats the news like a completed mission and celebrates inwardly. The staff member praises him as the school's future star and places high expectations on him. He modestly rejects the title, though he is clearly pleased. The cheers of the crowd behind him only make him more self-conscious. Back in the arena, he remembers boasting that he did not need to go all out. His first real opponent turns out to be a platinum rank fighter, and the gap in level becomes obvious immediately. Lin Qiu realizes he has drawn a far stronger enemy than expected. He barely dodges the opening strike, surviving on reflex alone. His opponent acknowledges that Lin Qiu's reaction speed is impressive, but not enough to close the difference in rank. A heavy blow lands anyway, and the platinum rank fighter declares that Lin Qiu is no match for him. Lin Qiu is knocked back across the arena and forced onto the defensive. Bruised and frustrated, he admits to himself that he cannot beat a platinum rank opponent head-on. The enemy taunts him to morph if he wants any chance at all. Lin Qiu refuses, deciding he can still win without revealing that trump card. His opponent thinks the hit must have rattled Lin Qiu's brain, because no lower-ranked fighter should talk that way. Lin Qiu calmly answers by invoking a lightning technique, saying he sensed someone was about to be struck by lightning. Storm clouds gather over the arena as electricity begins to coil around him. The opponent looks up in disbelief, realizing Lin Qiu is using a lightning power despite being known as an animorph. Lin Qiu calls down the wrath of lightning on his enemy. A bolt descends toward the platinum rank fighter, forcing him to react instantly. He leaps aside and avoids the direct strike by a narrow margin. Lin Qiu immediately opens a spatial portal with his anywhere door technique. The portal swallows the lightning instead of letting it dissipate. The redirected bolt reappears from above the opponent, turning the battlefield into a trap. Only then does the enemy understand that Lin Qiu is combining spatial and lightning techniques. The redirected strike hits him full on, electrocuting him so violently that his skeleton flashes through the light. The audience erupts in shock, and the selectors instantly decide that Lin Qiu deserves a place after seeing him wield both spatial and lightning powers. Even the organizers realized this was why the dean insisted on arranging this particular battle for him. Observers piece together that Lin Qiu used his spatial ability to bend the path of the lightning bolt. The revelation spreads at once. Lin Qiu is a dual awakener, and his secret is no longer hidden. Capital University's side grows uneasy, realizing that if Lin Qiu also uses the second stage of his morph, even their strongest may struggle to stop him. Magic City University, by contrast, sees his exposed power as a blessing that brings them much closer to victory. Elsewhere, under a darkening sky, another threat of danger begins to move. A man calling himself Vulture watches the televised match and makes contact with his organization. After confirming what he has seen, he orders Agents 79 and 87 to prepare because they are going to eliminate Lin Qiu. He identifies Lin Qiu of Magic City University as the target. Back at the arena, Lin Qiu is suddenly being mobbed by admirers who want photos and praise him as the coolest fighter there. He is bewildered that winning a single match has turned him into a celebrity. His master appears before him before the attention can get any worse. Without explanation, the old man tells Lin Qiu to come with him immediately. The master then teleports them away from the arena. They reappear inside a private study. Lin Qiu learns they have been brought to Situe's office, where senior figures are already waiting. The gathering makes clear that this is no casual visit but a serious summons. One of the senior men envies Ouyang's ability to teleport, and openly praises how brilliantly Lin Qiu fought. He immediately tries to poach Lin Qiu, claiming Ouyang will ruin his future and promising that Capital University will give him anything he wants. Ouyang shoots the offer down at once, mocking the man for trying to recruit a spatial user when he cannot teach spatial techniques himself. The two old rivals start bickering over Lin Qiu like possessive guardians, leaving him caught in the middle. Once they settle down, the discussion turns serious. Situe reminds Lin Qiu that he already knows how dangerous the World Championship is and asks whether he understands what exposing his spatial skill today truly means. Lin Qiu bluntly admits that he does not, because he thought he was simply doing what he had been told, and fighting seriously. Situe explains that revealing such a rare ability ahead of time paints a target on Lin Qiu's back and could invite assassination attempts at any moment. Ouyang promises to arrange constant protection, though Lin Qiu dislikes the idea of being watched all day. To ease that concern, Ouyang says he will assign someone Lin Qiu already knows. Lin Qiu is immediately suspicious of what that could mean. The answer arrives in the form of a blonde woman who cheerfully reports for duty. Lin Qiu realizes with dread that the chosen bodyguard is indeed someone he knows all too well, and she happily declares that she will stay by his side from now on. She even snaps a cuff onto his wrist to make sure he cannot slip away. With a smile that sounds more like a threat than reassurance, she promises not to leave him for even a second. She also reveals that she has prepared a long list of questions for him, making Lin Qiu feel as if his new guard is really an interrogator. Another woman enters, saying she has been searching everywhere for him. She finds Lin Qiu trapped between admirers and informs him that the captain wants to see him. Lin Qiu instantly realizes this summons is his chance to escape the relentless questioning. He agrees to go at once and begs the newcomer to help remove the cuff. She is startled to find that she has been cuffed to him as well. The restraint is unlocked, finally freeing them both. The blonde guard cheerfully promises to prepare even more questions for next time, which sends Lin Qiu fleeing in horror. He rushes out of the room before she can trap him again. The woman who rescued him admits she ran because she feared the blonde would chase them down. She teases Lin Qiu for always being surrounded by beautiful women, and he hurriedly insists he is already taken. At the team meeting, the cat-eared coach arrives and calls everyone to order. She announces that tomorrow's opponent is Capital University, and tells the team to treat the match like a final. She names the lineup for both the one-on-one and team battles, placing Lin Qiu in both and committing the strongest available roster. The team understands that she intends to fight Capital University with everything they have, even though the enemy's overall level is still higher. The coach reminds them that Guy's University already proved Capital University can be beaten. She adds that Lin Qiu's spatial skill is now their trump card and urges the senior members to match the determination their junior has shown. Qianlong answers for the team, rallying Magic City University to victory. The room unites behind that cry and commits fully to the coming battle. The next day, the announcer introduces the long-awaited showdown between top-ranked Capital University and second-ranked Magic City University. With Capital leading 36 points to Magic City's 34, everyone understands that the day's battles will decide everything. The opening match is announced as a clash between the two team leaders, Jianghu and Qianlong. Qianlong admits to himself that he may still be weaker than Jianghu. Jianghu mocks him as a man about to suffer his third straight defeat, but Qianlong refuses to accept that fate. He declares that even if he loses personally, his team will still bring Jianghu down in the end. The two leaders launch at each other without hesitation. Their fists collide head-on in a violent opening exchange. Both men roar through the impact, showing that neither intends to yield an inch. From the sidelines, the coach explains that Jianghu's raw power may be slightly lower than Qianlong's, but his higher level and stronger skills make this a brutally difficult fight, and Lin Qiu agrees that they are testing each other in the most direct way possible. The spectators realize Jianghu's fists constantly radiate destructive power, making close combat far more dangerous than it first appeared. Jianghu calmly gathers that blue destructive energy, showing he can weaponize it at will. It is explained that Destruction Awakeners can unravel an enemy's skill on contact, and Jianghu's power is especially lethal because it can break techniques apart. His opponent feels that destructive mana eating into his body and understands that continuing the fight could leave him crippled or dead. Faced with a power he cannot handle alone, the man finally admits he has no path to victory. He hesitates for a moment, swallowing his pride. Then he gives up before Jiang Hu's destruction aura can finish him off. Jiang Hu accepts the surrender without pressing further, satisfied that the threat alone settled the match. Even in defeat, the loser insists this is a team competition and promises his teammates will still bring Magic City down. Elsewhere in the arena, the next duel is already underway as two women clash at high speed. The host shifts attention to the second pair, Lin Yunxian against Ling Xian, while Jiang Hu steps aside to watch. The crowd hypes up the platinum-ranked women's match as a showcase battle. Ling Xian opens by casting Winterland, filling the field with ice shards and turning the terrain into her domain. Her attack traps Lin Yunxian in a tightening ring of ice, cutting off easy escape. Confident she has cornered her opponent, Ling Xian prepares a finishing sequence of wide-range attacks. Lin Yunxian answers that confidence with a sly smile, revealing she has already found a way through. She slips through the blind spot of the ice user's attack pattern and closes in from behind. With a blade at Ling Xian's throat, Lin Yunxian turns the match around instantly and leaves her opponent stunned. She explains that as a Shadow Awakener she fights like an assassin, and her Shadow Needle let her lock onto Ling Xian through the battlefield. Ling Xian freezes under the threat, realizing she has been completely outmaneuvered. Lin Yunxian further reveals that sunlight striking the ice created countless shadows for her to move through, turning Winterland into a gift rather than a trap. Unable to escape the knife at her neck, Ling Xian concedes, and Lin Yunxian is declared the winner of the second round. Ling Xian can barely believe she lost so abruptly after seeming to control the entire fight. Lin Yunxian teases her defeated opponent, while the onlookers can only call the whole match embarrassingly one-sided. Attention shifts again as the crowd's favorite, Lin Xiu, is called up to face Zhou Zihong, and he eagerly declares it his time to shine. Lin Xiu steps into the arena to meet his next opponent. Seeing the score tied and the pressure rising, Lin Xiu decides he must win this bout and initially judges Zhou Zihong to be manageable. Zhou Zihong, a gold 9-star Flora Awakener, immediately mocks Lin Xiu's earlier win as luck and vows to expose how weak he really is. Lin Xiu privately concludes that Zhou Zihong is more arrogant than intelligent. He opens an anywhere door and decides to end the fight quickly, amused by Zhou Zihong's confidence. Zhou Zihong lashes out with vine whips in a hasty attempt to seize control, but he loses sight of Lin Xiu the moment the portal appears. Lin Xiu comes through the portal behind him and promises a beating before Zhou can react. A brutal kick sends Zhou flying. The impact launches him across the arena in a humiliating instant. He slams into the wall and is knocked senseless on contact. The host announces Lin Xiu's victory and remarks that it may be the fastest match on record. Zhou's teammates can only cry and complain that Lin Xiu ruined their expectations by ending it so fast. After the one-on-one rounds, Magic City leads 4-2 in this segment, leaving the overall contest tied. The host announces the decisive team battle and wonders whether Capital University still has a hidden trump card. Capital University enters with Jiang Hu, Ling Xian, Zhou Zihong, Lu Ziyuan, and Healer and Mushi. Jiang Hu is forced to admit the earlier losses were worse than expected, so he resolves to fight seriously in the team match. Magic City answers with Chenlong, Lin Yunxian, Tian Shulin, Zhang San, and Lin Qiu. Because Lin Qiu has used spatial and lightning abilities despite being listed as an Animorph, even the host is confused about what his true type really is. Jiang Hu sneers at Magic City for fielding a mere silver-ranked healer and suggests they should surrender if this is the best they can do. Zhang San bristles at the insult but can only grit his teeth. Magic City refuses to back down, insisting the loser will be decided in battle, not by Jiang Hu's mouth. As soon as the match begins, Capital University snaps into formation under Jiang Hu's command. Magic City notices the attack coming immediately and warns each other to brace. Capital University unleashes a massive opening wave of power meant to overwhelm the entire opposing team at once. To Jiang Hu's disbelief, Magic City's formation is just a simple straight line, looking absurdly careless. He explodes in anger, convinced their positioning is a joke. Chenlong calmly calls for Zhang San, revealing the strange formation was deliberate. Zhang San casts a blessing that boosts the whole team's strength, turning their reckless setup into a buff-centered opening. With the enhancement in place, Chenlong and Lin Qiu charge straight through the pressure instead of retreating. Jian Hu immediately identifies Zhang San as the support core and orders his teammates to eliminate the healer first. He personally rushes Zhang San with destructive energy gathered in his hand. Zhang San flees by leaping away from the attack path. He cheerfully declares his mission complete, having already delivered the buff and drawn Jiang Hu out of position. Jiang Hu realizes too late that the healer escaped his opening strike. He tries to salvage the exchange by claiming Capital has at least put Magic City down one member. Instead he turns and finds the rest of Magic City standing intact behind him, which completely throws him off. The battlefield reveals that Capital's side has been blasted down while Magic City remains standing, meaning the opening exchange backfired. Jiang Hu is left demanding an explanation for how his team lost control so quickly. While Jiang Hu was distracted by Zhang San, Lin Yunxian used the chaos to catch Ling Xian again and put a blade to her throat. At the same time, Lin Qiu knocks another opponent away and keeps the pressure on Capital's back line. Tian Shulin corners Capital's female fighter and offers to throw her out himself if she cannot move. Qianlong smashes Capital's pink-haired fighter with overwhelming force, removing another threat. Capital's remaining members apologize to Jiang Hu, admitting they were completely caught off guard. Magic City celebrates the exchange as a 1-for-4 bargain, amazed at how well their plan worked. Jiang Hu quickly reads the strategy. Magic City used Zhang San's buff to create a decisive opening and end the team fight before Capital could stabilize. Rather than panic, he welcomes the situation because with his teammates gone he no longer has to hold back his destructive power. Qianlong realizes Jiang Hu is about to use a dangerous large-scale skill. He orders everyone to bring Jiang Hu down before that technique can fully activate. Jiang Hu mocks them for thinking numbers alone could ever be enough to beat him. He releases Dark Star, flooding the arena with a towering eruption of destructive energy. The blast surges upward and outward, forcing Magic City to scatter for survival. Lin Qiu immediately senses that this destructive wave is far beyond an ordinary attack. Lin Yunxian is struck by the blast and screams as the energy tears through her defenses. Another teammate is hurled away by the same wave. Even Qianlong is forced onto the defensive as the destructive current sweeps across the field. The attack gouges the arena itself, showing that Jiang Hu's power is erasing everything in its path. A blonde senior from Magic City intervenes from outside the immediate clash, shouting for the others to stop pushing forward into an attack they cannot endure. He warns that Jiang Hu's current output is beyond what the rest of the team can safely withstand. Believing he has wiped out the opposition, Jiang Hu smugly tells the judge to announce his victory. But the blonde senior points out that only 3 of Magic City's fighters were actually taken out. At that moment, Jiang Hu's own Dark Star collapses onto him from above, crashing down in a reversal he did not anticipate. He panics and demands to know who interfered with his attack. A figure emerges through the smoke, untouched. Lin Qiu steps out and reminds everyone that he was never pushed out of the arena, so the match is not over. He calmly invites Jiang Hu to continue. Jiang Hu asks the judge to confirm whether Lin Qiu is really still in bounds. The judge rules that Lin Qiu teleported into the air before touching outside the arena, so by the rules he never left the match. Qianlong curses the lost advantage but takes comfort in the fact that Lin Qiu alone remains to carry the fight. The blonde senior orders the battle to continue and places the outcome in Lin Qiu's hands. Jiang Hu remembers too late that Lin Qiu's teleportation makes ringouts far harder than normal. He dismisses Lin Qiu's tricks and asks whether such gimmicks are really enough to challenge him, while Lin Qiu admits he can only find out by trying. Privately, Lin Qiu knows his mobility is his only real edge and that a prolonged fight against Jiang Hu's higher level would end badly for him. He also laments that the sun is still up, because under a full moon his moon lion form would have given him a much better chance. Jiang Hu assumes Lin Qiu is preparing for a direct fistfight and judges his technique to be respectable but insufficient. Lin Qiu briefly freezes in a comically tiny rabbit-eared form, steeling himself despite the hopeless odds. He decides the result no longer matters and resolves to fight with everything he has. Calling on Moon Lion, he triggers another transformation. Instead of the expected lion, he enters a new rabbit-eared state crackling with power, shocking everyone who thought they understood his abilities. Capital side and even the host are stunned by what looks like a second morph. The host can only wonder whether this is another hidden skill rather than a normal transformation. The bizarre form even terrifies the host for a moment, turning the reveal into a spectacle of its own. She recovers just enough to marvel at how wild and aggressive the transformation feels. Jiang Hu tells himself to stay calm and not be rattled by appearances. He mocks Lin Qiu by insisting that no matter how many forms he has, he is still just a rabbit and will become Jiang Hu's punching bag. Lin Qiu asks his system 9527 how long he can maintain full power in this state. The system calculates that while his full moon form would only last 2 minutes at his current rank, this new moon state can last up to 10 minutes. Hearing that, Lin Qiu decides 10 minutes is enough to settle the fight. He immediately launches a dimensional attack to test the form's offensive power. A huge spatial wave tears across the arena toward Jiang Hu. Jiang Hu blocks it and boasts that such an attack cannot even scratch him. The energy slams into the ground and dissipates around him. For a moment Jiang Hu thinks he judged the attack correctly and that Lin Qiu's power was all show. Then he senses something wrong behind him. A delayed spatial strike whips back from another angle, proving Lin Qiu's attack paths are far less straightforward than they seem. Jiang Hu realizes he has been injured and is forced to admit Lin Qiu's current attack power has risen to the platinum level. He also recognizes that Lin Qiu's spatial techniques are uniquely troublesome and cannot be allowed to continue unchecked. Determined to seize the initiative, Jiang Hu prepares a stronger counterattack. He drives forward with destructive power concentrated into a direct assault. Lin Qiu answers by raising a spatial shield, using the clash to measure his new moon form against Jiang Hu's raw force. The two powers collide violently, but Jiang Hu's strike still overwhelms the shield and blasts Lin Qiu backward. Jiang Hu is startled to find Lin Qiu's physical strength now comparable to Qianlong's. Even so, he insists that matching strength alone will never be enough and pours enhanced destruction into his next blow. Lin Qiu is forced to brace under the pressure and can feel the gap in power again. Jiang Hu explains that destruction energy does not just hit hard, it corrodes and breaks techniques apart from within. Lin Qiu coughs and realizes his spatial shield was being destroyed from the inside, meaning a direct hit would have ended him instantly. He admits he only survived because he reacted a moment faster than Jiang Hu expected. From the sidelines, his teammates call out for him to stay calm rather than get dragged into Jianhu's pace. One teammate worries that Lin Qiu is in trouble and asks whether they should intervene. Their captain teases her for suddenly acting concerned about a junior, exposing the emotional shift beneath her usual composure. She insists they should trust Lin Qiu, revealing that this stage and strategy were designed specifically to let him shine. Jianhu, still confident, tells Lin Qiu to stop struggling and simply concede. Lin Qiu lowers his head and starts laughing instead, as if Jianhu has just said something absurd. He repeats the demand back at him, making it clear surrender is the last thing on his mind. Then he vanishes again into a blur of spatial movement. Jianhu loses track of him completely and is forced to search blindly. Lin Qiu reappears with burning portals surrounding the field, taunting Jianhu and turning the arena into a maze of attack routes. Jianhu realizes too late that Lin Qiu has slipped behind him again. He fires a destructive punch at the approaching Lin Qiu, trying to catch him head-on. But the target is only an afterimage, and Jianhu's strike passes through empty space. Lin Qiu mocks his surprise while Jianhu fumes that he cannot even land a clean hit on him. Jianhu becomes increasingly frustrated as Lin Qiu keeps striking and repositioning without giving him a stable target. Lin Qiu appears above him through another portal and asks why Jianhu is still standing there instead of reacting. He follows with a rapid barrage of close-range blows, hammering Jianhu before the Destruction Awakener can reset his guard. As Jianhu reels, Lin Qiu finishes the sequence by unleashing another dimensional slash at point-blank range. Lin Qiu opens the exchange by unleashing Divine Wrath through a spatial portal, but his opponent still pushes through the attack. The enemy immediately realizes Lin Qiu's teleportation-style abilities make him impossible to pin down in close combat. Lin Qiu judges the fight honestly and sees that the gap in strength is still too large for his barrage to do real damage. Worse, he realizes his mana reserves are nearly exhausted. His opponent notices that weakness at once and seizes the momentum. Confident that Lin Qiu is spent, the enemy launches his counterattack. Before the blow lands, Lin Qiu abruptly halts the match, catching his opponent off guard. With a smug grin, Lin Qiu declares that his lesson for the day is over and leaves the rest to his rival to figure out. The other boy is furious that Lin Qiu is trying to end things on his own terms. He insists on getting even and activates Skill Splinter to force one last exchange. Lin Qiu slips away again through a portal, denying him the satisfaction of a clean hit. Once the attack misses, Lin Qiu formally concedes and ends the bout. Even in defeat, he keeps mocking his opponent, who chases after him demanding a rematch and at least one successful strike. The frustrated rival vents his rage with a reckless charge. That tantrum ends with him smashing into the ground hard enough to crack the floor. Humiliated, he can only curse his own failure. Lin Qiu dismisses the outburst as childish temper. The defeated boy swears he will settle the score with Lin Qiu in the finals. Lin Qiu cuts him down immediately, reminding him he still has to survive the semifinals against Gai's University first. The announcer confirms that Capital University wins the team match over Magic City University by a score of 7-4. Capital University's side praises Lin Qiu's performance and urges everyone not to lose heart because only the first half of the competition is over. Lin Qiu quietly agrees that they will win the next round instead. After the match, a blue-haired woman checks on him and sees how drained he is. Lin Qiu tries to respond, but his body is already giving out. He suddenly collapses backward in front of everyone. He hits the ground unconscious, alarming the people around him. The blue-haired woman panics and rushes to his side. Lin Qiu slowly regains consciousness, still dazed and weak. The first thing he sees is the worried woman leaning over him. That view leaves him flustered enough to spring a nosebleed instead of a proper answer. Another woman dryly points out that his condition is from embarrassment, not injury, while she and her companion continue treating him. The two women use healing magic to restore him. Once he is fully awake, he asks how long he was out. They explain that he burned through all his mana in the match and fainted on the spot. Lin Qiu accepts the explanation and steadies himself. A winged, horned girl then approaches and politely asks to speak with Lin Qiu and Captain Han in private. She brings them aside for a serious request. Away from the crowd, she finally explains what she wants. She asks Capital University to have Lin Qiu concede the upcoming one-on-one match between their schools. Her request is so blunt that it leaves them stunned. Captain Han repeats the word concede, making sure she heard correctly. The girl explains that Lin Qiu's abilities completely counter her own, and with Capital University already holding 2 platinum-ranked fighters, the result is obvious. As her team leader, she says she only wants to avoid a humiliating defeat. Captain Han calmly accepts the logic and says she will adjust their lineup. Relieved, the girl immediately reveals that she has one more personal favor to ask. She shyly admits she is a fan of Lin Qiu and asks for a photo with him in his morphed form. Lin Qiu reluctantly plays along and transforms into a cute bunny-like version of himself for the picture. The fan happily takes the selfie, and other girls instantly want one too. Word spreads fast that the first-year star Lin Qiu is wildly popular after his earlier matches. He ends up surrounded by admirers asking for photos. Elsewhere, a blue-haired girl sees this attention and bristles with jealousy. Later, the scene shifts away from the arena to the university lodgings. Lin Qiu worries that Jinjin would be furious if she ever saw how much female attention he just attracted. Trying to move on, he calls on his system to awaken a new skill for the day. The system grants him perception at SS rank, letting him sense anything within 100 meters and detect disturbances in nearby mana. Excited by the upgrade, Lin Qiu immediately decides to test it. At the same time, someone else nearby is also releasing a surge of power. Using perception, Lin Qiu instantly reads his surroundings, notices a major mana fluctuation from the team leader's room, and even catches Zhang San's sweet-talking Qing Min over the phone. Before he can enjoy the new skill further, a woman grabs his arm from behind. He turns and apologizes for overhearing, only to realize who stopped him. It is Xinxing, and her sudden appearance gives him a perfect chance to test perception in the field. He eagerly invites her out for a walk while secretly planning to use her as cover for his experiment. Xinxing is puzzled by his sudden enthusiasm. As they walk through the city, she reminds him that Grandpa Ouyang warned him assassins might come after him and that he should not be wandering around. Lin Qiu admits that is exactly why he came out, because exposing himself is the best way to lure the enemy into acting. When Xinxing repeats the word bait in disbelief, he confirms that is his plan. His new perception soon proves him right, and he realizes the pursuers are still on them. To avoid alarming Xinxing too soon, he casually pulls her close. He quietly warns her that they are being followed. He identifies the tails precisely as two girls behind them who have been shadowing them since they left. Xinxing offers to handle the threat immediately, but Lin Qiu decides to lead them somewhere isolated first. They continue walking while the two followers keep their distance. Once they reach a quieter area, Lin Qiu calls the hidden pursuers out. The girls step forward pretending to be harmless fans who only want a photo. Lin Qiu instantly rejects the act and demands to know who sent them. They keep up the weak pretense, claiming they simply think he is handsome. Lin Qiu mocks their performance and says they need acting lessons. He starts dismantling their disguise point by point, beginning with their stiff smiles and artificial faces. He goes on to note their trained physiques and weapon calluses, proving they are veteran knife fighters. Then he boasts that his eyes can see through everything. He reveals the final proof by pointing out the daggers strapped to their thighs. Exposed, the two women drop the act and curse him as a pervert. Lin Qiu proudly celebrates his own deduction as if he were a great detective. The assassins stop pretending and prepare to fight for real. They reveal themselves as platinum-ranked killers, one a shadow cat and the other a snow leopard, and promise Lin Qiu is going to die. Lin Qiu immediately notices something even more dangerous than their ranks. Both daggers are coated with poison. The cat assassin decides that being discovered no longer matters and rushes in. Both assassins attack together and identify themselves as agents of Black Rose, blaming Lin Qiu for becoming their target. Xinxing steps in front of Lin Qiu without hesitation and orders him to stay back. She releases a dark, demonic power from her hand to meet the attack. Her counter overwhelms the first strike instantly. The assassins are caught off guard by the sudden reversal. Xinxing enters a demonified state and takes control of the battlefield. Lin Qiu watches in shock as she casually absorbs the poison instead of being harmed by it. The assassins are horrified that their trump card has become useless against her. Xinxing's power spikes so sharply that even the assassins realize the situation has turned disastrous. One of them is struck down before she can recover. The second assassin is finished just as quickly. In moments, both killers are left unconscious at Xinxing's feet. With the danger over, Lin Qiu asks what should be done with the captives. An older man arrives and tells them to leave the aftermath to him. Lin Qiu greets the newcomer with a joke about people being shocked to death, but the old man is all business. He confirms the assassins are still alive and orders Xinxing to return first in case more enemies are nearby. Xinxing obeys and withdraws, leaving Lin Qiu with the old man. Lin Qiu notices one of the fallen daggers and reaches for it. He casually decides to keep the weapon, thinking it looks valuable. Just then, his perception catches another strong surge of mana. That surge turns out to be Xinxing breaking through to Platinum 4-star. Lin Qiu immediately realizes what happened. He asks her if she advanced and learns that she is now officially Platinum 4-star. When he marvels that she leveled up just by absorbing poison, Xinxing explains that demonification makes her instinctively devour toxic power, though she still praises his own growth rate. Back at Capital University's lodgings, Lin Qiu and Xinxing return together. As he reaches his room, Lin Qiu notices something strange about the door. He opens it cautiously and is startled by what he finds inside. Jinjin is waiting for him there with a carefully prepared gift box. Lin Qiu blurts out her name in disbelief. Overjoyed, he rushes forward and hugs her before he can think better of it. He teases her for missing him so much, while she denies it and insists she only came to support the university. Her real purpose becomes clear when she presents a homemade energy dinner for him to eat before the competition. Lin Qiu is delighted by the unexpectedly domestic gesture and showers her with praise. He tries to repay her with another hug, which only makes the atmosphere more awkward once Xinxing is still standing there. To defuse the tension, Lin Qiu introduces Xinxing as his student and asks her to greet Jinjin. Xinxing politely introduces herself as the person responsible for Lin Qiu's safety. That wording immediately alarms Jinjin, who asks whether Lin Qiu is in danger. Lin Qiu panics internally because he knows Jinjin will insist on helping if she learns the truth. He quickly lies that there is no danger at all where they are. Jinjin sees through the evasion and tells him she knows he is hiding something serious. Even so, she chooses trust over pressure and says she will wait until he is ready to tell her himself. Lin Qiu embraces her and promises he will be fine. He pushes the reassurance too far by joking that he cannot let anything happen before he marries her, and she immediately knocks him back down to earth. Before the moment can settle, another knock interrupts them. The older man from earlier arrives at the door, bringing the mood back to business. He tells Lin Xiu they need to talk. Lin Xiu agrees at once and follows him, while Xinxing stays close behind. The old man reports that the interrogation identified the attackers as members of the assassin organization Black Rose. He explains that Black Rose is a numbered network of nameless female killers notorious for assassinating major figures, and that even platinum-ranked members have killed diamond-ranked targets before. He adds that the two captured assassins were silenced before they could reveal more. They were poisoned to death before any deeper interrogation could be completed. That revelation shocks everyone, especially because it means the killers were eliminated after capture. Lin Xiu immediately follows the implication to its source. He realizes there must be a traitor inside their own side. The old man warns Lin Xiu and Xinxing that the enemy is already inside Capital University, and orders them to stay vigilant. Lin Xiu accepts the warning with unusual seriousness. Left with that knowledge, he resolves to be far more careful now that the threat may be coming from within. Not long after, someone steps into his doorway again. It is Xinxing, who notices he is hesitating and asks why he is still standing outside. She can tell immediately that he is hiding things from her again. Rather than argue, she huffs that she is going back to train. Even as she turns away, she lets him catch her hand. Lin Xiu stops her and asks if she really has to leave so soon, clearly unwilling to let their brief reunion end. Flustered but sincere, the silver-haired boy admits he wants to stay by the blue-haired girl's side longer. His awkward honesty reassures her that despite everything changing around them, he is still the same person she trusts. Even so, she pulls away and reminds him that the finals are tomorrow, so he needs to focus on training instead of romance. She leaves first, forcing him to watch her go with his feelings unresolved. Once alone, he turns serious and decides the only way to keep Xinxing safe from any remaining assassins is to become strong enough to protect her himself. She reaches the same conclusion from the other side, realizing that since he refuses to explain his burdens, the best help she can offer is to push him forward. Without saying more, they silently arrive at the same answer: he must grow stronger. The next day, the grand finals of the Awakener Clash begin, with 4 universities competing for the championship. The opening semifinal is announced as Capital University against Guy's University. The crowd watches the first duel begin on the arena screen. From the sidelines, the silver-haired boy judges that if Guys can win again, his own team's path to the title will improve. He is even more confident because a rare S-rank mana enhancement has pushed him up to gold 4-star. In the match, Capital University's Jiang Hu boldly chooses to meet Huangfu Yiming's powerful judgment of light head-on. Instead of retreating, Jiang Hu answers with Dark Star and commits to a direct clash. The two skills collide in a violent explosion of light and force. Watching the impact, the silver-haired boy realizes Jiang Hu has become much stronger than before. Huangfu Yiming is shaken as her attack fails to overwhelm him. Jiang Hu immediately presses the advantage and closes in before she can recover. He smashes through her defense and drives her down with brute force. The arena erupts in dust from the finishing blow. When the smoke clears, the announcer declares Capital University the first team to reach the finals. That result confirms for the silver-haired boys team that they will likely face Capital University for the championship. His teammates try to calm themselves, but they also admit Jiang Hu's reckless strength makes him terrifying to face. Their captain stays quiet, weighing the gap between the two teams. The silver-haired boy admits that under normal conditions they are no match for Capital University, but he starts searching for an opening. When he asks for the lunar date, and hears it is the 15th, he suddenly realizes the finals will be held under a full moon. After Guys secures 3rd place, the announcer finally calls everyone's attention to the championship match. The first bout of the finals is set between the two team leaders, Jiang Hu and Qianlong. Both captains welcome the challenge, treating it as the last great battle before graduation. Qianlong opens aggressively with brute force, trying to overwhelm Jiang Hu immediately. He boasts that in raw strength Jiang Hu cannot compare to him. Jiang Hu answers by meeting the charge head-on with a crushing counter. The impact tears up the arena floor beneath them. They separate only long enough to square up again. Qianlong acknowledges Jiang Hu's rapid growth and decides to show full respect by fighting without restraint. He pours all his power into the battle. Qianlong unleashes 9th Cauldron, drawing out dangerous destruction energy. From the sidelines, his teammates panic and wonder if they should stop the match before he goes too far. Their captain refuses, believing that forcing Qianlong to concede now could break his spirit and ruin his path to diamond rank. The two leaders trade a savage series of blows at close range. Jiang Hu realizes Qianlong's greatest edge is pure strength, so he decides to avoid direct collisions from here on. Even while adapting, he still takes damage in the exchange. Qianlong's destruction energy continues building, threatening to spiral out of control. Knowing that risk, Qianlong resolves to defeat Jiang Hu before the power consumes him. He bets everything on one decisive strike, power of 1,000. The blow lands hard against Jiang Hu's face. Jiang Hu catches the follow-up and retaliates with Splinter. His counterattack tears through Qianlong's offense and sends him flying. The force of the exchange blasts both fighters across the arena. They crash away from each other, leaving long scars across the battlefield. Their teammates cry out in alarm as the dust swallows both captains. For a moment, no one can tell who is still standing. When Jiang Hu speaks first, he asks whether defeating him is worth losing the ability to fight in the coming team match. Qianlong admits it may not be the smartest choice, but he would rather risk everything than live with regret. Jiang Hu respects that answer and recognizes Qianlong as a genuine warrior. The announcer reveals the result as a historic tie, leaving the championship to be decided by the team battle. Qianlong's healer confirms the destruction energy is too difficult to remove quickly, so he may be unable to participate in the deciding match. Qianlong apologizes to his team for acting too impulsively and putting them in that position. The silver-haired boy immediately steps in and promises he will carry them to the championship anyway. Jiang Hu, still present, reminds them that Capital University has not lost yet. He is furious that he only won the previous round by enduring punishment, and he vows to settle things properly this time. The silver-haired boy answers with a smug promise that Jiang Hu will soon receive all the attention he deserves. His captain points out that challenging Jiang Hu after such a brutal match is reckless, but she also starts calculating their odds. With Qianlong effectively out, she concludes their best realistic chance is to win 3 of the 5 team bouts. The silver-haired boy listens in silence, already forming a different plan. He tells her the team match will decide everything. Then he shocks everyone by demanding command of the team battle for himself. His captain is caught completely off guard by the request. He lays out a blunt strategy. The others should crush the remaining 4 opponents and leave Jiang Hu to him alone. Capital University's team arrives on the field, ready to defend their title hopes. One of his teammates worries he is pushing himself too hard, but he refuses to back down. He insists that a real man never gives up. The announcer declares both teams ready and starts the final team battle. As they rush forward, the silver-haired boy orders Lin Qiu to follow his lead. The opening clash detonates across the arena as both teams collide. He calmly tells his allies he has prepared for this, and only needs them to clear the field for him. Lin Qiu immediately tackles one enemy into the blast zone, trying to remove him from the fight at once. At the same time, another teammate drags a second opponent away, determined to trade herself if necessary. Her target quickly panics and surrenders rather than be dragged down with her. Within moments, the battlefield is in chaos, with multiple fighters blasted out and only a few key players left standing. Jiang Hu realizes in frustration that his entire team has been wiped out around him again. Even so, he boasts that his Dark Star alone is enough to crush the 2 opponents left before him. The silver-haired boy casually reveals he has no intention of helping in that fight and was only stalling. Instead, his bespectacled teammate activates Blessing of Glory and pours buffs into him. Having done his job, the support player cheerfully retreats and leaves the duel to the 2 monsters. Jiang Hu calls the silver-haired boy a coward for relying on tricks and support. He mocks Lin Qiu as well, saying buffs alone will never let him win unless he transforms. The silver-haired boy answers with childish mockery instead of taking the bait. Jiang Hu loses patience and decides brute force will settle it regardless. He launches Splinter with full intent to end the fight. The attack tears forward in a storm of blue destruction. The silver-haired boy slips through the assault with lightning strike and closes the distance instantly. Jiang Hu rages that he keeps relying on teleportation instead of fighting directly. The silver-haired boy points out that using one's advantages is the whole point of battle, not something to be ashamed of. He stands relaxed, fully in control of the pace now. Then the full moon rises overhead, triggering the condition he had been waiting for. Power begins cracking through his body as the moonlight responds to him. The transformation spreads from his clenched fist. Under the full moon, he enters Moon Lion full moon form and his aura surges to a new level. He steadies himself as the transformation completes. Now visibly empowered, he prepares to show what he was hiding. Jiang Hu still dismisses the buffs and transformation as not enough to save him. He rushes in to crush him before the new power can matter. But in the next instant, Jiang Hu loses sight of him completely. The silver-haired boy appears behind him and lands a kick before he can react. When Jiang Hu protests that he promised not to teleport, he is told this is simply speed beyond his perception. The silver-haired boy explains that with the buffs and moon form, Jiang Hu cannot even track his movements anymore. He follows up with Dimensional Slash, treating the fight like a lesson. Jiang Hu barely raises a defensive destruction barrier in time. The slash bites into the barrier and keeps pushing. It still cuts through enough to open a bloody wound across Jiang Hu's back. The injury leaves Jiang Hu stunned and exposed. Even the spectators are shocked that someone at this level could force Jiang Hu to spit blood and be wounded so badly. His allies finally understand that this is Lin Qiu's true strength. Jiang Hu himself cannot comprehend how Lin Qiu became this powerful in only a few days. Lin Qiu coldly asks whether Jiang Hu wants to continue, making it clear he has still been holding back. Jiang Hu refuses to yield and gathers another attack. Lin Qiu watches him without the slightest concern. Then he ends the fight with a mocking finishing blow he jokingly calls Hadouken. The strike smashes Jiang Hu into the ground so hard that he can barely process what happened. Lin Qiu descends over him, making the outcome unmistakable. Still taunting him, he says it is time for Jiang Hu to feel his special kind of affection. He casually points at Jiang Hu's forehead as if the duel is already beneath him. With a final dismissive gesture, he sends the finishing force downward. Jiang Hu is blasted away helplessly. The impact erupts in a towering explosion. Flames and debris swallow the arena floor. When the smoke parts, Jiang Hu is left standing only by momentum, completely defeated. Lin Qiu remains above him, calm and untouched by comparison. He quietly claims the victory as his. The announcer confirms the unbelievable result. Lin Qiu is the final victor of the match. Magic City University erupts in celebration as the new champions. His teammates crowd around him, overjoyed that they really won the title. Away from the celebration, the older observers watch with mixed pride and concern. One of them admits that although winning is good, revealing Lin Qiu's strength this early may have been a mistake. The old man agrees, warning that the assassins targeting him will now be even more determined. They decide he must be protected for the next 6 months and arrange for Shenxing to stay close to him at the university. Meanwhile, the announcer formally closes the tournament and names Magic City University the champion, while also recognizing Lin Qiu as the team's leader. Qianlong accepts the result gracefully and tells Lin Qiu to take over as the next team leader since he will not compete in the following clash. Lin Qiu agrees to accept the role, though he clearly has his own thoughts about it. When the trophy is brought out, he insists that the victory belongs to the whole team, not just him. Together, they raise the championship cup in triumph. Qianlong breaks down in happy tears, feeling that his long-held dream has finally come true. Lin Qiu awkwardly tries to calm him down and keep the celebration from getting too emotional. The host then announces the champions' rewards: a platinum rank mana pearl for each member and 5 million in prize money. Exalt Su Boing steps forward to present the prizes and praises the team for their performance. The cash reward is revealed, instantly grabbing everyone's attention. His teammates are thrilled by the skill pearls, while Lin Qiu is far more interested in what his own reward will be. He eagerly reaches for the covered prize tray, expecting something valuable. The moment he sees the 5 million reward up close, his focus shifts completely from glory to money. Lin Qiu immediately demands the reward he believes he is owed. The organizers stall him by promising they will choose the best item for him later, and he reluctantly accepts as long as they do not forget. Just as he is leaving, the host calls him back with news of a newly added Clash MVP award. Lin Qiu realizes there is an extra prize and instantly pays attention. He freezes in surprise as the announcement turns serious. The host cuts to the point and publicly names Lin Qiu as this year's MVP. She adds another surprise by introducing the special awards presenter, the famous weapons researcher Feng Peng. Feng Peng appears with an imposing reputation as a top weapons expert and a peak diamond rank awakener. Although Lin Qiu has never met him, something about Feng Peng feels disturbingly familiar. Lin Qiu politely accepts the award while studying the man. Feng Peng answers with a strange tone that sharpens Lin Qiu's suspicion. That odd voice reminds Lin Qiu of the disguised thief involved in the earlier weapons data theft. He suddenly realizes Feng Peng is the traitor he has been hunting. Feng Peng notices Lin Qiu's reaction and probes to see whether he has been exposed. Lin Qiu immediately hides his discovery and pretends he is only overwhelmed by receiving MVP. Feng Peng plays along, offers praise, and leaves without revealing anything further. Lin Qiu decides he knows too little to confront Feng Peng openly and resolves to report everything to his master first. His friends invite him to celebrate his MVP win once the event ends. He agrees to join them later but says he must speak with his master first. Lin Qiu finds his master, who says he arrived at exactly the right time. Before Lin Qiu can speak, his master mentions that Su Boing is still trying to find him a good spatial mana pearl. Lin Qiu interrupts because the matter he needs to discuss is far more urgent and concerns the traitor. Realizing the gravity of it, his master takes him somewhere private. At the same time, Feng Peng secretly reports that Lin Qiu skipped the celebration and promises to keep watching him. The discussion moves to Capital University's disciplinary office. Lin Qiu privately briefs his master and the others on what he discovered. His master asks the crucial question of whether Lin Qiu is truly certain Feng Peng is the traitor. Lin Qiu explains that Feng Peng's voice and build match the thief who stole Awakened weapon information months earlier. The older researchers admit they long suspected a mole among their own ranks but never found proof, making this revelation especially dangerous because Feng Peng was being groomed as a successor. The implication is clear that if Feng Peng rises further, the enemy will gain access to even more critical weapons research. Lin Qiu warns that the enemy could seize complete control over their internal Awakened weapon data. Since Feng Peng still does not know they have identified him and they lack hard evidence, the group decides to keep him under surveillance and use him to uncover a larger network. They ask Lin Qiu to stay and help catch Feng Peng instead of returning to school, and he agrees at once. Lin Qiu leaves with his master to continue the operation. A blonde woman joins them, and the group heads toward the celebration together so they can keep Feng Peng under watch. Meanwhile, Feng Peng updates his side, warning that Lin Qiu is now traveling with Ouyang Zhe and ordering his hidden attackers to stay concealed unless a clear chance appears. The celebration dinner begins at the Capital Grand Hotel. Lin Qiu arrives late and finds that important guests, including Ouyang and Xin, are already seated. A bespectacled friend calls Lin Qiu over to a table where a blue-haired girl has clearly been waiting for him. Lin Qiu teases her by asking whether she saved the seat for him, and the embarrassed pair deny it in different ways. He enjoys her flustered reaction, while someone nearby notices how close they are becoming. Before Lin Qiu can sit, the blonde woman accompanying his master steps in. She asks to switch seats so she can stay beside Lin Qiu and protect him at all times. Satisfied with placing herself next to him, she declares the seating arrangement perfect. As the meal begins, waitresses bring out a roasted lamb for the table. The dish is set down directly in front of Lin Qiu and his protector. The blonde woman tests the scent and immediately notices something wrong. She quietly warns Lin Qiu that the lamb has been poisoned. Lin Qiu activates his vision ability to inspect the situation more carefully. Seeing that the attack has finally begun, he decides the assassins will not be allowed to leave. To avoid alarming the room, he casually offers his master a drink. Under that cover, he whispers that the lamb is poisoned and that one of the waitresses is armed, though he is unsure about the other. His master is furious because the poison might not kill him, but it would be fatal to everyone else at the dinner. He instantly casts Spatial Rampart, sealing the room and trapping the attackers inside with him. The waitresses find themselves immobilized by the sudden barrier and panic. Lin Chiu and his master confront the armed waitress directly. Lin Chiu mocks the Black Rose organization for repeatedly hiding weapons on their agents' thighs. The waitress tries to play innocent and claims the weapon is only for self-defense. Lin Chiu presses her by inviting her to eat the poison lamb if she is truly innocent. Unable to maintain the act, she falters under the accusation. Rather than be captured and interrogated, she bites down on hidden poison. The others realize too late that she has chosen suicide over betrayal. Lin Chiu moves to stop her, but he is a moment too late. The dead assassin collapses while her partner stands frozen by the barrier. The surviving waitress is left shaken by what just happened. Lin Chiu tells his master the assassin is dead and that the aftermath should be handed to professionals. His master releases the remaining waitress from immediate danger and lets her go for the moment. Trying to calm the room and preserve order, he apologizes for the scare and dismisses the surviving staff. The surviving waitress nervously accepts and starts to leave. Lin Chiu watches her retreat, already deciding she is worth following. He orders Xinxing to stay behind and protect the others while he and his master pursue the lead. Outside, the surviving waitress escapes by leaping from the building. While fleeing, she reports that the mission failed, that Agent 39 killed herself to protect secrets, and that she needs extraction. Her contact orders her to evacuate immediately and promises to alert Vulture. She races through the city to reach safety. Lin Chiu and his master take to the rooftops to continue the chase. They track her from above as she tries to disappear into the night. Lin Chiu suggests calling in more allies to surround the network, but his master refuses and says the two of them are enough. The old man boasts that he will show Lin Chiu how frightening a spatial awakener can be, and Lin Chiu eagerly plays along. His master tells Lin Chiu to wait outside while he handles the next move alone. Using teleportation, he slips directly into the enemy hideout from the rooftop. Lin Chiu is impressed by how effortlessly his master uses spatial techniques. A moment later, his master realizes he has teleported into an unexpected place. He has landed in the women's bathing area, and the startled women immediately brand him a shameless intruder. He flees at once, abandoning any dignity to get out. Back outside, Lin Chiu notes how quickly his master returned. Embarrassed, the old man admits he made a mistake because he did not expect so many women to be bathing before dawn. Lin Chiu briefly imagines the scene and is left flustered by the absurdity. His master awkwardly insists they should move only after the women have gotten dressed. He immediately tries again, determined to correct the blunder. Inside, the women recognize the intruder from moments earlier and prepare to attack him. This time his master uses time-freezing power to stop them before they can move. The frozen effect spreads through the building like a ticking field. Lin Chiu realizes his master has enclosed the entire warehouse-sized hideout within a spatial barrier. Lin Chiu opens a portal of his own so he can enter the sealed hideout from outside. He steps through the portal and joins the operation inside. Even he is stunned by the scale of what his master has just done. The enemy women remain suspended in place, trapped by the combined spatial and temporal control. Lin Chiu jokes that the frozen enemies look like exhibits in a wax museum. His master praises him and asks how he plans to deal with the immobilized women. The old man decides they cannot trust Capital University's internal people yet, so he will call the Azure Dragon Squad to take over the site. He stresses that this is their biggest victory against Black Rose in years and orders Lin Chiu to search the hideout thoroughly before reinforcements arrive. Lin Chiu immediately starts thinking about what valuables and secrets a base like this might contain. He cheerfully promises to repay his master well in the future for the opportunity, and the old man accepts the flattery. Lin Chiu activates his senses again and notices something concealed deeper inside the base. He discovers a hidden area behind the main room. Searching further, he opens a concealed hatch leading downward. A staircase is revealed beneath the hidden panel. After checking for mana traps and sensing none, Lin Chiu judges the path safe enough to enter. He descends into the newly discovered lower level with his phone acting as a light. He continues deeper into the secret passage. The deeper he goes, the more uneasy he becomes. He reaches a hidden storeroom packed with treasure, cash, gold, weapons, and rare mana pearls. Lin Chiu realizes this is not a simple safe house, but a major Black Rose stronghold with enormous resources. Rather than hesitate, he decides to raid the place thoroughly. While looting, he notices another suspiciously concealed section behind a hanging cover. He pulls the curtain aside to see what else is hidden. A concealed door is exposed behind the drape. Lin Chiu recognizes that there is yet another secret chamber. He senses many weak life auras beyond it, and realizes there are numerous people inside. His master catches up and asks what Lin Chiu has found. Lin Chiu reports that more than 100 people are behind the hidden door. His master tells him to stand back and prepares to break it open. With a concentrated blast, the old man destroys the barrier sealing the chamber. Smoke clears as they brace for whatever was hidden inside. What they see shocks both of them into silence. The room is filled with children imprisoned in cages. His master concludes these children are likely fresh recruits Black Rose has been raising and conditioning. Lin Qiu smashes part of the structure in anger at the sight. He is horrified that Black Rose has been doing this to children and calls them monsters. He kneels by one of the cages and gently tells the children they are safe now. The children recoil and accuse him of repeating the same lie that got another child named Xiao Man killed when she trusted their captors before. Lin Qiu realizes they have been manipulated so badly that they cannot believe rescue is real. He quickly thinks of a softer way to reach them. Instead of forcing the issue, he offers one frightened girl a lollipop. He reassures them that he truly came to save them, not hurt them. The child hesitates and almost reaches for the candy. Another child warns her not to trust him and insists he is only deceiving them. Their fear deepens as they explain they expect torture and whipping if they let their guard down. The children notice movement behind Lin Qiu and panic again. Lin Qiu turns in fury, assuming more of Black Rose has arrived. His master stops him before he lashes out blindly. To prove they are not enemies, the old man calmly demonstrates control by opening a safe path through the surrounding flames. The children huddle together as the fire parts instead of harming them. The scene makes clear that the adults in the room are protecting the children while the captured enemy agents lie unconscious nearby. One of the children finally notices the difference. She realizes the women who guarded them have already been knocked out. Lin Qiu seizes that opening and warmly tells them the bad people have been defeated and they are truly safe now. Once the children begin to calm down, Lin Qiu gently asks how they were captured and where their parents are. The red-haired girl looks down, preparing to answer with the painful truth. Lin Qiu realizes the rescued children still do not trust their saviors. One little girl explains that she and the others are orphans with no parents to protect them. Her memory goes back to being handed over from the orphanage by adults she had no reason to doubt. She reveals the orphanage administrator tricked them with a promised outing and sold them into captivity instead. The revelation enrages Lin Qiu, who immediately orders Black Rose members to be interrogated one by one. His superior expands the response, demanding every Black Rose base be found and every orphanage in the country investigated. They grasp that Black Rose has been preying on orphanages and resolve to wipe the organization out completely. Lin Qiu falls silent as the scale of the betrayal sinks in. The frightened children cling together, still unsure whether safety has truly arrived. Seeing their situation, Lin Qiu asks his master for permission to do something more than just rescue them. He quietly reaches for the money he has on hand. Lin Qiu points out the children likely have nowhere left to return to and offers to fund new orphanages so they can be raised properly. His master accepts and entrusts the matter to him. Lin Qiu kneels to comfort Ran, telling her that as a fellow orphan he believes she can still find happiness. For the first time, Ran dares to believe him. Her gratitude overflows into an impulsive hug that catches Lin Qiu off guard. Their moment is interrupted when another ally arrives for a report. Sun Lei, leader of the Azure Dragon Squad, reports that Lin Qiu's intel has already triggered a nationwide investigation of orphanages. With the immediate crisis contained, the adults decide they should withdraw before drawing suspicion. Lin Qiu agrees and prepares to head back and clean up the aftermath. The next day at Capital University, Lin Qiu waits in a conference room while his master tells him Xinqing will arrive soon. His master leaves to discuss plans with Mr. Situ, leaving Lin Qiu alone for the moment. A flirtatious blonde woman approaches him, but Lin Qiu stays focused on other matters. He decides to improve himself before Xinqing arrives and calls on his system for help. The system rewards him with a new skill, firearms proficiency. He learns the skill grants instinctive mastery over many kinds of guns. Remembering mana pearls, he asks how many he can absorb and is told his limit remains 3 despite his merged abilities. Satisfied, he decides to absorb the lightning mana pearl he won in the competition. He begins the absorption and draws the pearl's power into himself. The process is violent, but it grants him a new lightning skill called Wrath of Thor. When the surge settles, Lin Qiu realizes he has advanced and gained a platinum rank lightning single target attack. He tests the current gathering around his body and feels the new power respond. The blonde woman returns to announce that Mr. Ouyang is ready. Lin Qiu's uncontrolled current brushes against her as she comes too close. The shock leaves her flushed and startled rather than injured. She demands an explanation while leaning into him in confusion. Embarrassed, Lin Qiu hurriedly claims he was only testing a new skill. He cuts the awkwardness short and pushes them onward. The woman is left flustered and annoyed by how abruptly he escapes. Elsewhere, a hidden man receives word that Black Rose has been destroyed. He refuses to believe the organization could have fallen so completely. Still, he reassures himself that his contact methods were anonymous and should not lead anyone back to him. As a precaution, he opens a box containing a pistol. He decides to rely on a final contingency if things go wrong. Confident in a weapon crafted by Zhang Hong, he prepares to use it. A knock at the door forces him to react before he is ready. He hides the gun behind his back and goes to meet whoever has come. Outside, Mr. Ouyang politely invites Feng Ping to a meal and thanks for his support of Capital University. Feng Ping senses something is off and wonders why they have come now. Mr. Ouyang casually closes in and warns him not to make a scene in front of the younger generation. The confrontation shifts to a secluded wooded area. A car screeches to a stop as both sides gather for the real meeting. Mr. Ouyang steps out first to face the suspect. Lin Qiu and the blonde woman join him, and the question about a restaurant turns into open mockery. Feng Ping is accused of betraying his country. He tries to play ignorant, but no one is fooled. He turns away, knowing the trap has closed around him. Lin Qiu coldly raises the stakes, telling him the price of his betrayal has just become far higher. Feng Ping finally recognizes Lin Qiu as the unseen force behind the collapse of Tiger's group and the rest of the operation. Lin Qiu confirms it by reminding him that he knows the voice Feng Ping once trusted. Feng Ping realizes Lin Qiu orchestrated the disappearance of Tiger's people and the unraveling of their network. Desperate, he reaches for the hidden pistol. Exposed and cornered, Feng Ping decides to kill one of them before he is taken alive. Mr. Ouyang instantly throws up a spatial barrier to shield the group. Feng Ping fires anyway. The bullet slams into the barrier, but the weapon's power strains the defense. To everyone's shock, the shot pierces through the barrier and heads for Lin Qiu. The blonde woman lunges to protect him. Lin Qiu realizes too late that she has put herself in danger for him. He reacts by opening an anywhere door to redirect the attack. The bullet vanishes into the portal instead of striking them. It detonates harmlessly elsewhere in a burst of fire. Lin Qiu admits he kept the weapon rather than returning it because it was too dangerous to leave in Feng Ping's hands. Feng Ping curses him and keeps fighting despite losing the advantage. He darts for the dropped gun, hoping to recover it. Mr. Ouyang crushes the space around him to stop the escape. At the same time, the bespectacled ally strikes with violet lightning crash. The attack tears into Feng Ping and leaves him badly wounded. He spits blood and rages that victory was within reach. Even so, he still tries to snatch the weapon back. Lin Qiu stomps his hand and prevents him from reclaiming it. Picking up the gun, Lin Qiu recognizes it as a true awakener weapon and immediately sees its value. His new firearms skill lets him understand that the weapon uses mana as ammunition and carries 20 shots per charge. He realizes that with firearms proficiency, any gun becomes an extension of his will. He tests the awakener pistol at once by firing into the trees. The shot burns straight through the trunks, proving its terrifying penetration power. Lin Qiu notes that the weapon is devastating but needs time to recharge after such a shot. Feng Ping is horrified that Lin Qiu mastered the weapon almost instantly. The bespectacled ally demands to know why Feng Ping betrayed both Zhang Hong and his country. Feng Ping answers without remorse that loyalty meant nothing to him. He reveals that greed was enough to buy him over. For him, the promise of wealth and comfort outweighed every other bond. Lin Qiu asks whether money can really matter that much, and his master dryly turns the question back on him. Faced with that rebuke, Lin Qiu immediately corrects himself and loudly declares that nothing matters more than the country. Mr. Ouyang mocks Feng Ping for having less conscience than a child, while Feng Ping admits they are all too deep in the matter now. Mr. Ouyang offers him a chance to answer questions in exchange for possible leniency. Feng Ping hesitates, bleeding and cornered. The ally watches him closely, wary of another trick. Mr. Ouyang studies him with the same suspicion. Lin Qiu suddenly notices Feng Ping making a final move. He realizes Feng Ping is trying to poison himself rather than be interrogated. By the time they react, Feng Ping has already taken the poison. Mr. Ouyang refuses to let such a key witness die. The blonde woman immediately brightens, as if she has the perfect answer. She rushes toward Feng Ping before the poison can finish him. Her demonic power manifests as she closes in. She seizes him and begins drawing the poison out of his body. With calm focus, she inhales the toxin into herself instead. Feng Ping stares in disbelief as the death he chose is taken away. He cannot understand why he is still alive. Lin Qiu explains that dying will not be so easy because his companion can absorb poison. Feng Ping is stunned that such an ability exists. The woman smugly boasts that she can keep doing it as many times as needed. With his suicide option gone, Lin Qiu returns to the interrogation. Feng Ping agrees to tell them everything if they promise to let him die afterwards so his family will be spared. Mr. Ouyang accepts the bargain. Feng Ping begins by admitting he was ordered to infiltrate the place where 2 captured assassins were being held and poison them. That confession confirms he was acting under outside orders all along. Mr. Ouyang presses him for the identity of the person who gave the order, and whether more spies remain hidden. Feng Ping insists he knows nothing about the handler beyond the instructions he received. He claims he never learned the mastermind's identity, and cannot confirm whether there are other infiltrators. Mr. Ouyang moves to the next issue and asks why they stole the research on awakener weapons. Feng Ping reveals that the United Colonies possesses an azurite mine, the crucial material needed to make awakener weapons. Lin Qiu concludes that they monopolize that resource and do not want rival nations producing comparable weapons. Feng Ping confirms that this is all he knows and begs them to keep their promise to spare his family. Then, without warning, he swallows another hidden pill. The second poison hits immediately, and blood pours from his mouth. The blonde woman realizes too late that he has poisoned himself again. She tries to stop him, but Feng Ping chooses death before they can save him a second time. Mr. Ouyang accepts that the body cannot be taken back and says he will handle the aftermath himself. But before they can move on, the blonde woman suddenly doubles over in pain. The poison she absorbed triggers a breakthrough, and she advances to Platinum 6 star. Watching her and Lin Qiu, the older men can only marvel at how monstrously fast both of them are growing. By the next day, the group is at the airport preparing to return. As they board, Lin Qiu looks forward to finally going home and wonders whether Jingjin misses him. Inside the plane, he notices several suspicious passengers among the crowd. The danger becomes obvious when armed hijackers suddenly pull guns and demand everyone surrender their valuables. Lin Qiu can only stare at the absurdity of being dragged into such a cliché. His system abruptly warns of extreme danger and forcibly grants him bomb defusal. At that same moment, An explosion elsewhere on the plane confirms there is a bomb on board. Using X-ray vision, Lin Chiu searches the aircraft and realizes he must find the device before innocent passengers die. He locates the bomb while one hijacker keeps the cabin under gunpoint. Lin Chiu urgently tells his master there is a bomb on the plane, and they must stop the hijackers immediately. Mr. Ouyang orders Lin Chiu to handle the bomb while he takes care of the gunman. The hijackers turn in alarm as the old man moves. They are stunned by how impossibly fast he is. Before they can react, Lin Chiu sprints away toward the bomb. He reaches the hidden device in a service compartment. The timer shows only 5 seconds remaining. Lin Chiu is left staring at the ticking bomb, realizing he has almost no time to figure out how to defuse it. When 2 hijackers move to detonate explosives on the plane, the old master immediately orders a spatial barrier. He traps the hijackers in glowing restraints and confirms the situation is under control for the moment. Lin Chiu throws the bomb toward his strange egg companion and entrusts the crisis to it. The egg unfolds a protective barrier around itself, and the explosive just before the timer runs out. With only a second left, the blast becomes unavoidable. The bomb erupts inside the barrier instead of tearing through the cabin. Smoke fills the area, leaving everyone waiting to see whether the gamble worked. The egg absorbs the entire explosion rather than letting any of it escape. Lin Chiu realizes the creature has neutralized the threat perfectly and is absurdly pleased. With the bomb crisis over, the captives are left helpless while Lin Chiu turns to the real mystery behind the hijacking. He demands to know who sent the hijackers and makes it clear lies will not be tolerated. One of them breaks and admits they were lured in by a villager using a fake name and promises of easy money, proving they were just pawns. Unsure what to do next, Lin Chiu asks the old master for guidance. Before they can settle the matter, both of them sense the larger danger on the plane is not over. A flight attendant announces that something has gone terribly wrong in the cockpit and begs anyone who can fly to come forward. Lin Chiu can only curse the absurd run of disasters piling onto this flight. He reveals that he actually can pilot a plane and rushes toward the cockpit. The people around him are stunned to learn that his earlier boasting was true after all. On the way, the attendant explains she heard a gunshot and then lost all contact with the cockpit crew. Lin Chiu takes charge and tells her to leave the crisis to him. His confidence steadies the others even as the attendant panics. Inside the cockpit, the co-pilot is already dead and the wounded pilot is using his last strength to stop the gunman from taking full control. The scene confirms this was far more than a simple hijacking. The old master reports that the captured hijackers only knew weapons had been prepared for them on board, not by whom. Lin Chiu pieces together the grim facts. Both pilots are dead, the autopilot has been sabotaged, and there are no obvious leads. Pressed for an answer, he realizes there is no elegant solution left. He accepts that he has to shoulder the responsibility himself. Lin Chiu takes the controls and decides to fly the plane manually. After a tense effort, he stabilizes the aircraft enough to respond. He settles into the pilot's seat and focuses completely on bringing everyone home alive. Air traffic control calls the flight after noticing it has gone off course and demands a response. Lin Chiu answers calmly, reports trouble on board, and assures them the plane is returning to its route. The crisis ends with the aircraft landing safely, sparing everyone from disaster. Back on the ground, Lin Chiu and the old master walk away from the plane alive, with the survivors gathering around them. The old master concludes the attack was likely an assassination disguised as a hijacking and decides to investigate while sending Lin Chiu back to the university with Xinxing. A blonde woman tries to use the lull to spend time with Lin Chiu, but he politely puts her off because he has something more urgent to handle. She accepts to brush off and agrees to meet him later at the university. Once alone, Lin Chiu questions his system about the forced awakening that saved him during the flight. The system admits it can do more than trigger skills and reluctantly reveals it can also restore his mana. When Lin Chiu presses for details, the system warns that using that function drains its own tiny reserve of energy, and should be reserved for emergencies. Lin Chiu offers to help it recover, and the system finally explains that after becoming bound to him it lost its ability to absorb energy on its own and now depends on him. Even so, it refuses to tell him everything yet, insisting he is still too weak and must reach diamond rank first. The story shifts back to Magic City University, where Lin Chiu returns after the ordeal. As he walks the campus with the blonde woman, he notices something is off. The university feels strangely empty, with none of the familiar faces he expected to see. The mystery ends when a crowd of friends and classmates burst out to welcome him back like a hero. Lin Chiu is greeted warmly by the people who have been following his rise. They tell him they watched all his matches and admired how impressive he was. A green-haired classmate notices the unfamiliar woman with him and immediately wants an explanation. Lin Chiu introduces her as Xinxing, a new transfer student. The group accepts the introduction and greets her. The green-haired boy still protests. Worried Lin Chiu is shamelessly collecting girls while another admirer is already around. Ignoring the teasing, Lin Chiu invites Xinxin, the blue-haired girl close to him, to go for a walk. Xinxin is caught off guard by the sudden attention and clearly flustered. Their friends immediately read the moment as proof that Lin Chiu truly cares about her. Once they are alone on a bench, Lin Chiu apologizes to Xinxin with unusual seriousness. She assumes he is about to do something improper and warns him not to get any ideas. Instead, he confesses that he spent all the money he had been saving for their future together, amounting to several billion. Seeing her confusion, he asks her to hear the full story. He begins recounting everything that happened after the competition, starting with the Black Rose incident and the children he helped. Jinjin learns for the first time how much danger and sacrifice had been hidden from her. When she asks whether he is angry about losing so much money, Lin Qiu reassures her that helping those children was exactly the kind of thing she would have wanted him to do. His answer moves her deeply and softens all her worry. Trying to comfort her further, Lin Qiu jokes that he will simply earn more money and give her and their future child a good life. Jinjin blushes furiously and rejects the idea that she has agreed to anything that far. Lin Qiu notices she is close to reaching gold rank and uses that as another excuse to draw closer. She admits she has been pushing herself because he keeps advancing too quickly, and he shamelessly asks for a hug in return. A few days later, back in the dorms, Lin Qiu settles down to review his growth. He reflects on recent events with satisfaction and a little self-admiration. His thoughts drift back to his playful exchange with Jinjin and how much it affected him. He realizes her embarrassed blows actually left him sore, reminding him that his body still has limits. Taking stock of his gains, he notes that he has absorbed 3 Animorph Mana Pearls and obtained Wild Awakening, Beast King's Roar, and Bolt. He also recognizes that his physique has improved dramatically along with his appearance. The system cuts off his vanity and tells him to draw the day's new skill. The draw grants him an SSS-grade physical enhancement, which he immediately activates and uses to reassess himself. The upgrade raises his body to the level of a Platinum 3-star fighter, finally letting him use the Platinum Spatial Mana Pearl his master gave him. He begins absorbing the pearl, drawing its power directly into himself. A vast surge of spatial energy pours through him as the pearl's power awakens. From it he gains Spatial Fracture, a skill that creates a fixed zone of chaotic space capable of tearing apart anything trapped inside. The influx of mana also pushes him toward another increase in rank, leaving him exhilarated. Still celebrating his luck, he is interrupted by a phone call. The old master tells him there is both good news and bad news and orders him to meet at the field immediately. Lin Qiu hears the urgency in his master's voice and drops his carefree mood at once. At the field, the old master has already gathered a large crowd of students for an emergency announcement. Lin Qiu arrives wondering what could justify such a massive assembly. The old master acknowledges him and addresses the students with grave news. A gold-rank dungeon has erupted only 50 kilometers from the university. The students are shocked by how close the danger is. The old master explains that nearby universities are sending teams to help contain the outbreak, but participation will be voluntary because the beasts inside are deadly. Lin Qiu immediately recognizes this as the kind of high-risk opportunity that can change his future. Despite the warning, he decides this is the perfect chance to test the new skills he has just gained. The old master adds one more temptation by revealing that volunteers may keep all the mana pearls they obtain. That reward convinces Lin Qiu the authorities are treating the situation as extremely serious. But it also makes the mission irresistible. He can already picture the fortune and growth that a successful run through a gold dungeon could bring him. Remembering how much he once earned from a mere bronze dungeon, he becomes even more eager. Lin Qiu volunteers on the spot, dressing his greed up as a noble duty, and Jinjin immediately volunteers too. He worries aloud that a gold dungeon is full of monsters far above her level and does not want her exposed to that danger. Jinjin answers that she understands her own strength, but this dungeon matters to her for reasons she has not fully explained. What she really wants is his promise that he will protect her if she goes. Her direct trust catches Lin Qiu completely off guard and leaves him blushing. He agrees to protect her, and she makes him promise to stay by her side no matter what. He accepts the condition without hesitation. To make sure she can survive, he gives her a secret weapon charged by his master, powerful enough to kill ordinary gold and even platinum rank mana beasts. Jinjin takes the weapon, stunned by how much power he is placing in her hands. Lin Qiu warns her that the final shots are strong enough to threaten even diamond rank beasts, making her realize just how serious he is. He also hands her the strange egg and tells her to use it as a shield if she is ever in danger. After arming her for both offense and defense, he still feels it may not be enough and considers asking Xing to guard her too. Jinjin accepts his preparations, touched by how thoroughly he is trying to protect her. She reassures him that she will be fine and tries to calm his anxiety. Lin Qiu answers with a solemn promise that he will protect her no matter what, and she tells him she trusts him completely. The old master watches their exchange from a distance, amused by how romance has found its way into a battlefield briefing. He remembers Jinjin's identity and realizes her presence may matter more than Lin Qiu understands. The old master concludes that she is an ice awakener and that the frozen dungeon is probably tied to an ice-type treasure, making her unexpectedly valuable. A few days later, the volunteer teams travel to the frozen mountain where the dungeon erupted. Upon arrival, they are told that all platinum rank and stronger beasts have already been captured and that no Tok'ter threats remain inside. Lin Qiu steps off the bus with his team and notices other schools have arrived as well. He learns that Orit University and Gai's University are both participating in the operation. Seeing only women from Gai's University, he wonders whether it is a female-only school. A teammate explains that it is not, but their principal, Huangfu Lingsui, drove out the male students until none remained. That infamous principal soon appears in person, radiating power and making Lin Qiu instantly understand the rumors. He can only think that someone with that much hostility toward men must be impossible to deal with. Before he can avoid her, she directly addresses him. Huang Fu Lingcui introduces herself as Gai's University's principal and bluntly invites Lin Qiu to transfer because she is very interested in him. Her subordinate formally presents her, while Lin Qiu inwardly curses his luck at being singled out by exactly the person he hoped to avoid. He politely refuses, saying he is happy at Magic City University. Rather than backing off, Huang Fu Lingcui tries to tempt him by promising that Gai's university is full of beautiful women and that any of them would welcome him. She even jokes that her own granddaughter could be included, which horrifies the granddaughter and embarrasses everyone nearby. Lin Qiu shuts the matter down by declaring that he is already taken, prompting Jinjin to bristle at how many women seem interested in him. To make the rejection final, he wraps an arm around Jinjin and announces that they are in love and want to be left alone. Huang Fu Lingcui simply broadens the offer and suggests both of them transfer together. Lin Qiu still refuses and firmly chooses to stay with Magic City University. The principal scolds him for trying to hand Jinjin off so casually, then admits he is one of the rare men she does not instinctively dislike. Once she leaves, Lin Qiu exhales in relief, feeling as if he narrowly escaped being forced into a bizarre marriage arrangement. A representative from the Vermilion Bird Squad then takes over command and explains that the area has already been scouted. The dungeon has suddenly turned into an ice age, driving the beasts berserk and forcing the authorities to contain them before they can spill out. The students are issued warm jackets and ordered to enter the dungeon to help suppress the remaining monsters. Lin Qiu and Jinjin accept the mission and prepare to move in together. Lin Qiu opens a swirling spatial portal to serve as their entrance. The portal roars to life, drawing the team toward the frozen battlefield beyond. As they stand before it, Jinjin senses an unusually powerful presence inside the dungeon. Lin Qiu reaches for her and tells her it is time to go. She agrees without hesitation, trusting him enough to follow. Hand in hand, they step through the portal and enter the dungeon together. The freezing air hits Lin Qiu so hard that he immediately sneezes. Inside, the team finds itself in a vast frozen landscape of ice and snow. One of the boys complains that the cold is unbearable almost as soon as they arrive. Lin Qiu tells him to toughen up, but he is already scanning the area and noting that no beasts seem to be nearby yet. His warning comes a heartbeat too late when he suddenly senses danger and shouts for everyone to take cover. A herd of mammoth-like beasts bursts into view and charges straight at them across the ice. The frozen ground begins to thunder under the stampede as the dungeon's first real battle crashes down on the team. As danger closes in, the silver-haired boy grabs the blue-haired girl and pulls her out of immediate harm. He carries her to safety while the rest of the team scrambles away from incoming attacks. He bitterly notes that the moment they entered, they were surrounded by hundreds of mana beasts. The threat becomes clear when a herd of Herculean mammoths appears. The team realizes these are gold-rank mana beasts and panics at the thought of facing so many alone. The silver-haired boy quickly takes command and decides they must draw the beasts in and buy time for their heavy hitters. He assigns Xinxing to protect Jinjin, while the others accept that some of them are not suited for direct combat against gold-rank beasts. With the plan set, he orders Huang Fu Yiming to activate her domain. The winged healer rises and empowers the team, bathing them in restorative support. Her healing domain takes effect, strengthening and sustaining everyone inside it. Bolstered by the blessing, the front line surges forward with renewed power. The silver-haired boy launches himself straight at the mammoths in a burst of lightning. He crashes down among them and tears open their formation with a violent shockwave. Feeling the domain's warmth and recovery, he realizes it keeps them in peak condition as well as alive. Excited by the advantage, he decides this is the perfect chance to test his newly gained abilities. He activates Wild Awakening and throws himself deeper into the herd. His first strike lands hard enough to stagger a mammoth instantly. One of the giant beasts collapses smoking at his feet. He seizes a mammoth by the tusk instead of merely finishing it off. Using brute force, he swings the enormous beast around as if it were a club. Delighted by the absurdity of it, he treats the battle like a game and keeps pressing forward. He smashes mammoth after mammoth with the body of another, turning the herd's own weight against itself. Watching from behind, his teammates are stunned that an Omnimorph can use a Herculean mammoth as a weapon. Still experimenting, he announces that he will try a crowd control skill called Beast King's Roar next. His teammates immediately grasp the value of that idea, realizing that controlling the beasts would let them kill them at will. He gathers himself and prepares to unleash the technique. Instead of a terrifying roar, what comes out sounds like a rooster's cry. The ridiculous result leaves everyone baffled and him deeply embarrassed. Just as he is about to dismiss it as a failure, he notices something change. The mammoths suddenly become dazed, proving the absurd skill actually worked. He immediately tells the others to use their abilities while the beasts are under control. The team responds at once and begins their coordinated attack. Their combined assault crashes down on the immobilized herd in a devastating burst. The surviving mammoths panic and decide they are hopelessly outmatched. The entire herd turns and runs. Seeing them flee so easily, he realizes he had underestimated his own strength rather than overestimated the enemy. His teammates agree and point out that his power was the real surprise here. Before they can celebrate, one of the boys notices something left behind. The defeated beasts begin dissolving into loot. Golden mana pearls spill across the ground in large numbers. The group is thrilled by the unexpected haul. The silver-haired boy snaps them out of their amazement and orders everyone to start collecting. The winged healer suggests he should keep everything since he did most of the work. He refuses and insists the whole team contributed, so the rewards should be shared. He personally gives Jinjin an ice-attributed gold-rank mana pearl, choosing one that suits her. As soon as she takes it, Jinjin feels a breakthrough approaching. He reassures her that the dungeon's dense mana should help the advancement succeed. He tells Xinxing to guard her while he gathers the remaining pearls. The winged healer stops him before he leaves. She insists that without him they could never have driven off the mammoths, so he deserves the collective pearls. He asks whether the others truly do not want any of them. They answer that they do, but they would rather earn such rewards through their own efforts. Accepting that, the winged healer proposes that their groups split up for now. He is caught off guard by the suggestion. They explain that they came here to train, and staying with someone overwhelmingly stronger would keep them from getting the experience they need. He reluctantly admits he may have scared them by showing too much power. Before parting, he takes out signal flares. He gives them the flares and promises to rush over immediately if they call for help. They part on good terms and wish each other safety. Left alone, he turns his attention to his own next move. He kneels beside a strange beast egg and decides to deal with it now that the mana pearls are stored away. He lets the creature inside feed on the lesser pearls, keeping the valuable ones for himself. Nearby, Jinjin continues her breakthrough while another girl stands guard, and the team decides not to move until she is finished. The egg responds to the feeding and begins to crack open. While waiting, he reflects that this gold dungeon is far larger than the bronze one he once explored with Jinjin. Judging from the earlier loot, he concludes that most of the beasts here are probably gold rank, which is even better than he hoped. A sudden sneeze reminds him just how cold the place still is. His system recalls that Herculean mammoths normally live in temperate grasslands or forests. That makes him realize the current icy environment is unnatural and likely the reason many beasts suddenly went berserk. He concludes that the dungeon's climate must have changed recently. At the same time, Jinjin's breakthrough reaches its final stage. She successfully breaks through to gold rank. He immediately checks on her, and she confirms her advancement with relief and pride. When they look around, they realize the others are gone. He jokes dramatically that he has been abandoned. He complains that being too strong has driven everyone away, though Jinjin sees through the act at once. Now alone together, she asks where they should go next. He answers that anywhere is fine, since the goal remains the same: kill beasts, level up, and gather gear. Jinjin falls quiet, clearly affected by being left alone with him. A rustling sound interrupts the moment from the nearby forest. Jinjin says she feels something calling to her from that direction and asks if they can investigate. He agrees, then suddenly senses something off. The forest ahead grows ominously still for a moment. A lone mammoth emerges from the trees, and he recognizes it as the same one that fled earlier. He is surprised to run into it again so soon. The mammoth recognizes him too and panics at the reunion. He refuses to let it escape this time and moves to stop it. Instead of killing it, he decides to claim it as a mount. The two girls immediately seize the chance and leap onto the mammoth's back. They settle in as if the decision has already been made for everyone. He reassures the terrified beast that it will be safe as long as it behaves. With the mount secured, he climbs up as well. The three of them set off together through the forest. The other girl suddenly notices something strange. Jinjin becomes acutely aware of how close she is to him on the mammoth's back. The intimacy of the ride flusters both girls at once. He also notices the softness pressed against him and nearly loses focus. The other girl snaps him back to reality before he can dwell on it. She points out dark clouds gathering overhead and warns that a storm is approaching. The mammoth grows visibly uneasy, sensing danger before the others fully understand it. The silver-haired boy sharpens his senses to investigate the cause. He identifies the threat as onyx locusts, silver-rank mana beasts that reproduce at an extreme rate even if they can never reach gold rank. Jinjin realizes there are far too many of them and that the swarm is flying straight toward them. He orders the mammoth to run immediately. The locust swarm closes in like a living storm. When he questions why they are fleeing from silver-rank enemies, the other girl explains that sheer numbers can overwhelm even vastly stronger fighters. She wonders how the university could have missed a swarm this massive. He reasons that the climate shift likely triggered explosive reproduction and that the swarm is heading for the dungeon exit. That realization means other people are already in danger. He understands that if the swarm reaches the exit, it could cause an unprecedented disaster. He jumps down from the mammoth, choosing to confront the threat instead of just escaping. Jinjin calls out in alarm as he leaves their side. He tells the two girls to go on ahead while he holds the swarm back. The locusts bear down on him without hesitation. He braces himself and welcomes the attack. Jinjin answers with her own spell, invoking winter. She unleashes extreme ice seal to stop the front ranks of the swarm. A wave of ice locks many locusts in place midair. He is startled that she stayed instead of fleeing. She and the other girl refuse to abandon him and insist on fighting beside him. He gives in, but only after making them promise to stay safe. A surviving locust dives through the chaos and slashes at Jinjin. The three regroup on the ground with the mammoth behind them as more insects gather for another assault. Xinxing arrives in time, furious at the swarm and ready to join the fight. He unleashes Crash of Thunder, blasting the locusts with a violent surge of lightning. The attack spreads through the swarm in a broad electrical wave. Many locusts are torn apart or burned out of the air, but countless more remain. He sees the strike worked, yet knows it is still not enough. He follows with an even stronger technique, Divine Wrath Thunder God Crash. At the same time, Jinjin answers with absolute zero, adding freezing power to the defense. She pushes herself hard despite her recent breakthrough and limited reserves. Even so, the swarm keeps coming in overwhelming numbers. One locust slips through the barrage and lunges straight at Jinjin. It tears her clothes and leaves her shaken, exposing how close the danger has become. She insists she is still able to fight, but admits her mana is running low. The silver-haired boy realizes they have killed many, yet the swarm is effectively endless and will drain them dry at this rate. He steels himself, and decides he must commit completely. Knowing there is no room for restraint anymore, he prepares his strongest option. He opens a spatial rift, astonishing Jinjin with a power she has never seen before. The rift tears through space itself and begins swallowing huge sections of the swarm. Jinjin can only stare in amazement at the scale of it. Xinxing explains that the technique is incredibly effective but consumes far too much mana to use repeatedly. He asks his system for a way to recover quickly, and it offers emergency mana support that must later be repaid and should be used only as a last resort. He accepts immediately, deciding that survival and stopping the disaster matter more than any cost. The system floods him with mana, restoring his strength for one more decisive effort. Reinforced by that support, Xinxing steadies himself for the finishing blow. The silver-haired boy tells the others to stay back and watch what happens next. The girls are left stunned as his power suddenly shifts again. He opens another portal and redirects the battle to a distant frozen region, stepping through to continue the fight away from the dungeon exit. On the snowy other side, he faces a new swarm of bee-like monsters amid crackling lightning, ready to continue the battle in a harsher arena. In the frozen dungeon, a vast swarm of onyx locusts closes in as the young man prepares a desperate counterattack. He raises a barrier and gathers lightning, choosing to meet the swarm head-on instead of retreating. Knowing his mana should run dry after one more strike, he commits to a final thunder attack anyway. At that moment he calls on 9527 to recharge him, and his mana is immediately restored. With his reserves refilled, he opens spatial rifts above the battlefield to amplify his assault. The locust swarm is funneled into the trap as his spatial and lightning powers converge on them. Watching from the mammoth's back, the two women are stunned by how overwhelming his power has become. One of them is so dazzled by his display that she briefly imagines him as an untouchable hero. The blonde is equally captivated, admiring his absurd stamina and endurance. Bathed in the afterglow of his power, he revels in how easily he can keep fighting. He openly celebrates that unlimited skill use has turned the battle completely in his favor. Once the swarm is wiped out, he lands beside the women and declares the crisis over. He immediately seeks praise, asking the blue-haired woman if he looked impressive. Instead of answering, she throws herself into his arms, still shaken by what almost happened. She admits she was terrified that he might die in front of her. He comforts her with a teasing promise that he refuses to die before marrying her. Their intimate moment is broken by the blonde, who cuts in with practical urgency. She reminds him that he just killed several million onyx locusts, and asks how much mana he even has. He barely reacts to the danger but is shocked by the sheer number she names. The shock instantly turns to greed when he realizes how valuable that many locust corpses should be. He starts fantasizing about mountains of mana pearls and sudden wealth. He eagerly checks the remains, expecting a fortune to be scattered everywhere. Instead, he finds almost nothing and can hardly believe the terrible drop rate. His despair deepens when he realizes there is not even a single silver mana pearl among them. The blonde points out that the quantity still makes the hunt worthwhile, trying to soften the blow. While they talk, a strange egg nearby begins drawing in the lingering energy and attention of the surviving insects. The egg reacts more strongly, hinting that it is no ordinary loot. He decides that whatever it is, he is claiming it now before anything else can happen. The group resumes traveling through the dungeon on the giant mammoth. He promises not to rely on forced mana restoration unless absolutely necessary and turns his focus to awakening a new skill. 9527 grants him Beast Master, a skill that lets him communicate directly with mana beasts. Excited by the new ability, he immediately decides to test it on the mammoth carrying them. When he casually addresses the beast, he is startled to hear a reply in return. The mammoth is even more shocked, wondering how a human can speak its race's language. He cuts through the confusion and demands to know what has been happening in this dungeon. The mammoth explains that about a month ago a blue pillar of light erupted from the dungeon's center, suggesting a treasure had appeared there. He is amused that the beast speaks with such confidence, almost like a scholar making predictions. The mammoth recalls how the light drew the attention of many powerful beasts and fighters. As the cold worsened day by day, everyone realized the phenomenon was too dangerous to ignore. Hearing this, he starts to suspect the mysterious treasure may somehow be connected to Jinjin. The women are amazed that he can now talk to beasts at all, while he stays focused on the implications. They continue deeper into the central area of the dungeon to investigate the source directly. Jinjin reasons that whatever had been calling to her must also be the cause of the dungeon's recent changes. He agrees, but the situation bothers him because the dungeon was supposedly cleared long ago, so the treasure should not still be here. Rather than speculate endlessly, he decides they should go see the truth for themselves. As they advance, Jinjin suddenly senses that something is off. He notices her unease and asks what changed. She reveals that the call guiding her vanished the moment they reached the central area, as if it had never existed. That ruins his plan to let her lead them, forcing him to consider a blind search instead. The blonde immediately suggests splitting up to cover more ground, and he reluctantly accepts. Before searching, he activates X-ray vision in hopes of spotting anything hidden. Even knowing the odds are low, he decides he has to try every method available. As the search begins, he is briefly distracted by the blue-haired woman's movements instead of the mission. The distraction hits him hard enough that he nearly loses his composure on the spot. He awkwardly pretends everything is fine while the mammoth looks on in confusion. By nightfall the search has turned up nothing, and they regroup around a campfire while the mammoth sleeps nearby. He tells them the central area is too large to finish in one day and insists they rest before continuing. The next morning arrives with no progress and no answers. He wakes refreshed, trying to keep the mood light despite the failed search. Seeing the women already tense, he asks why they look so grim so early. The blonde reveals the real problem. The Herculean mammoth has vanished overnight. He realizes it could not have left unnoticed, which means something else must have taken it. He concludes that if an enemy could remove a beast that large without a trace, it must be at least diamond rank. Jinjin immediately offers to retreat rather than let the others risk themselves for her sake. He dismisses the idea, though the image of the missing mammoth being carried off like prey makes the danger feel very real. Privately, he understands that if such a creature targeted him or Jinjin directly, they might not escape so easily. He decides the safest move is to leave the area for now, orders everyone to stay alert, and has Jinjin carry the bag. The three set out cautiously through the forest, abandoning the campsite. As they move, he quietly asks 9527 whether it knows what is stalking them. 9527 refuses to explain much, insisting some truths must be faced firsthand, though it offers another skill awakening. He receives clairaudience, a temporary ability that boosts his hearing 100-fold for up to 30 minutes. Trusting 9527's confidence, he decides the hidden enemy is dangerous but still within his reach if he plays it right. A sudden realization strikes him as he pieces together the clues. He finally understands what kind of creature could steal the mammoth so cleanly. He announces that he has solved the mystery and catches the women's full attention. They demand an explanation as the tension around them rises. He concludes that only a spatial-type mana beast could have taken the mammoth right under their noses. With theatrical confidence, he names the culprit a spatial-type mana beast and enjoys his own detective moment. The women accept the logic, though they warn that spatial mana beasts are notoriously troublesome opponents. He signals for silence and prepares to use his new hearing to draw the enemy out. Activating clairaudience, he listens for the slightest disturbance in the forest. The woods answer with a faint rustle, confirming something is moving nearby. A red-eyed humanoid beast reveals itself from concealment, watching them from the brush. He locks onto the hidden threat without panicking. After gauging the distance, he decides to spring an ambush before it can reposition again. He opens an anywhere door and uses it to launch the team straight into close combat. He dives through the portal first, turning the enemy's mobility against it. The trio bursts out together and catches the creature off guard before it can fully react. The blonde lands the first clean hit, proving the surprise attack worked. The beast snarls back with mocking confidence instead of fear. It instantly tries to flee again, relying on speed and teleportation rather than a direct fight. He stops the blonde from chasing recklessly and identifies the enemy as a spatial wanderer, a beast built for extreme mobility. When she asks how he knows that, he turns to Jinjin for confirmation. He explains that the spatial wanderer is a diamond rank mana beast, vicious and vindictive enough to return for revenge after being struck. Far from intimidated, the blonde is thrilled to hear the enemy will come back for another round. Her bloodthirsty excitement makes even him think she is more frightening than the monster. Still, he cannot understand why a diamond rank beast is hiding in a gold rank dungeon or where the treasure is concealed. The spatial wanderer keeps shifting through the forest, refusing to expose its true position for long. Using clairaudience again, he confirms that the beast never really left and is circling them. The women wait for his lead while he listens and calculates. He decides the beast will not strike immediately and tells the others to rest so they can bait it into lowering its guard. He and Jinjin sit close together as part of the act, making the trap look convincingly relaxed. From hiding, the spatial wanderer watches and laughs, convinced it has found an opening. After 2 exhausting hours of waiting, he nearly loses patience but refuses to abandon the chance to claim the beast and its loot. The prolonged stakeout leaves him trapped between the 2 women, who lean against him while pretending to sleep. Jinjin notices his arm has gone numb from holding still so long. She quietly offers to massage his hand, deepening the awkward intimacy of the trap. He is absurdly pleased by the attention, forgetting the danger for a moment. Then he reactivates clairaudience, forcing himself back into focus. He hushes Jinjin and warns her not to move. At last he hears the spatial wanderer creeping in from behind, ready to strike the seemingly defenseless group. He stays perfectly still while the women maintain the bait, even as the beast closes to killing range. The monster chooses the blonde as its target, convinced she is the easiest prey to snatch. It lunges in with predatory confidence, expecting a quick capture. The instant it commits, he gives the signal and the trap is sprung. The blonde meets the attack head-on instead of cowering, eager for the fight she has been waiting for. She unleashes her full power with savage enthusiasm, turning the ambush back on the beast. Her counterblow crashes into the spatial wanderer and halts its momentum. But the beast retaliates with spatial energy, seizing her arm and activating a strange distortion. She realizes too late that the creature's power is not just movement but direct spatial manipulation. The spatial wanderer grins as its technique takes hold and traps her instead. A swirling spatial prison forms around the blonde, cutting her off from the others. The beast declares that all of them are finished now that it has taken control of the battlefield. The blonde is sealed inside the sphere while the spatial wanderer stands outside, ready to use her as leverage. The short-haired girl panics and asks Lin Qiu what they can do now that Xinxing has been captured. He studies the prison carefully instead of rushing in blindly. He tells her to stay calm, arguing that if Xinxing is the captive, the beast should be the one in danger. A violent impact from inside the sphere proves his confidence was not misplaced. Xinxing attacks from within the prison itself, refusing to be contained. She batters the beast with furious force and mocks it for thinking it could isolate her. He reminds the others that he had already warned them how terrifying she is in a real fight. Xinxing keeps hammering the spatial wanderer, determined not to let it escape again. Seeing the beast finally cornered, he decides the moment has come to capture it for good. Xinxing prepares another move, but the monster starts trying to slip away through the spatial prison. He shouts a warning that the beast is attempting to escape through its own technique. The spatial wanderer taunts them, treating the entire battle like a game it still controls. He realizes too late that the beast has shifted its focus from Xinxing to Jinjin. The monster appears behind Jinjin inside the spatial distortion, placing her in immediate danger. A second prison closes around Jinjin as the beast looms over her from within the warped space. She reaches out to him in panic while he rushes toward the sphere. His punch slams into the barrier, but brute force alone cannot break the spatial wall. The narration reveals why this enemy is so dangerous. The spatial wanderer survived by being far more cunning than ordinary beasts. When the treasure first appeared, it stayed hidden and watched stronger platinum-rank beasts slaughter each other over it. Afterward, it effortlessly stole the treasure from the victor and later hid so well that even human experts clearing the dungeon failed to kill it. Remembering that history, he understands he is facing a patient predator that has been manipulating everyone from the start. Enraged by Jinjin's capture, he vows to wipe out the beast's entire kind if it harms her. He launches into pursuit at full speed and orders 9527 to keep tracking the creature's teleport path. 9527 reports that the beast is blinking constantly toward the northwest, and he chases without hesitation. As he runs through the collapsing ice and spatial turbulence, his only thought is for Jinjin's safety. Ahead of him, another burst of spatial light erupts, marking the beast's next jump and the continuation of the chase. A teleporting mana beast seizes the blue-haired girl and toys with her as it shifts through space. Even while trapped, she realizes the beast is teleporting so often because Lin Qiu must be close behind, and she forces herself to stay calm. She understands the creature targeted her from the start, so her only goal is to break free and survive until Lin Qiu arrives. A desperate idea comes to her as she reaches for the bag Lin Qiu left her. She pulls out the strange egg he told her to use only as a last resort, though she still has no idea what it really is. Betting everything on it, she pours her remaining mana into the egg while the beast closes in. The egg erupts with overwhelming power and begins draining the monster's mana instead. The girl is stunned that the egg is far stronger than expected and has consumed all of her own mana as well. Even the high-ranking mana beast is shaken, feeling crushed by the pressure coming from the egg. Elsewhere, Lin Qiu senses that the egg he had been feeding mana all along is finally showing its true value. The girl clutches the egg like a lifeline, trusting it after seeing what it can do. With the egg buying her time, she digs into the bag again for another of Lin Qiu's emergency tools. She decides to test the gun he gave her next. The beast notices the new weapon but does not yet take it seriously. She fires her first shot with full determination. The bullet streaks past as the teleporting beast evades it. Now wary, the beast realizes this unfamiliar weapon could be dangerous. A second shot finally lands and pierces the creature's body. Encouraged by the hit, she thinks the gun may actually work. But the beast mocks her confidence, treating the wound as trivial. Her hope falters when she sees the bullet barely scratched it. The enraged monster lunges to finish her off. It charges straight at her with a roar, trying to overwhelm her before she can try anything else. She refuses to panic, because she knows Lin Qiu saved one final round for exactly this kind of enemy. She remembers Lin Qiu explaining that the last bullet was specially made by Dean Ouyang, and could threaten even a peak diamond rank foe. Trusting that promise, she fires the final shot. The special round launches with far greater force than the earlier ones. The beast boasts that a creature that reached diamond rank through a treasure cannot be brought down so easily. Its arrogance ends instantly when the bullet blasts through its head. The monster collapses in front of her, finally dead. At that moment Lin Qiu and Xinxing race toward the battlefield, drawn by the gunfire. Lin Qiu spots the last shot's trail and knows she must be nearby. He recognizes the sound as coming from the gun he entrusted to her, and rushes in that direction. He pushes through the brush, tense and afraid of what he might find. Calling for her, he arrives just as the danger has ended. She turns to him, still holding the bag, exhausted but standing. Relieved and proud, she tells Lin Qiu that she killed the beast. She tries to play it off with a little pride after surviving on her own. The moment Lin Qiu reaches her, all that bravado melts, and she clings to him, admitting how frightened she was. She quickly reassures him that she is unharmed. When Lin Qiu asks how she managed it, she credits the egg and gun he prepared for her. She also realizes the decisive blow came from the powerful special bullet he arranged. Then her attention returns to the egg that protected her when everything else failed. She praises the little creature inside and promises to hatch it as soon as possible, while the egg responds happily. Xinxing interrupts the reunion after noticing something unusual in the dead beast's remains. The three gather around the corpse to inspect the spoils. As the body breaks down, two shining mana pearls emerge from it. The pearls separate from the dissolving corpse and hover in the air. Lin Qiu collects both pearls and immediately notices that one of them is unusual. After consulting 9527, he identifies the strange one as a rhyme essence pearl. 9527 explains that its power was originally too violent to absorb directly, but the spatial wanderer purified it, making it ideal for Lin Qiu's girlfriend. Lin Qiu offers the rhyme essence pearl to her so she can grow stronger. The moment she touches it, she feels it calling to her and knows it belongs to her. She begins absorbing the pearl's energy at once. Its power drives a chain of breakthroughs, pushing her from gold rank 3 all the way to gold rank 9 in one surge. Lin Qiu and Xin Xing are left staring in disbelief at how many consecutive advancements she just achieved. They realize the rhyme essence pearl has strengthened her far beyond anything they expected. Lin Qiu worries that such a rapid rise might harm her, but 9527 assures him there are no side effects because the pearl enhances her body as well as her mana. 9527 adds that she is only using part of the pearl's power now, while the rest is being stored for later. Hearing that, Lin Qiu immediately wants a treasure like that for himself too. 9527 teases him for being greedy, and he shamelessly admits he would gladly take more. Xin Xing notices the snowstorm around them has already begun to fade. Lin Qiu realizes the dungeon is returning to normal because the rhyme essence pearl was the source of the frozen disturbance. As the environment clears, she continues floating in the middle of her transformation. Lin Qiu concludes that the pearl caused all the strange changes inside the dungeon. Her transformation reaches a deeper stage as a new power awakens within her. When Lin Qiu asks how she feels, she says she has reached platinum rank 1 and feels stronger than ever. She reveals that the breakthrough also awakened a new skill called Rhyme Domain. When she activates it, an icy field spreads out that boosts the damage and mana recovery of all ice element awakeners inside by half. Lin Qiu immediately recognizes how valuable that would make her in a coordinated ice element team. Flushed with confidence and affection, she jokes that maybe she should be the one protecting him now. Lin Qiu awkwardly steers the conversation away before it gets too intimate in front of Xin Xing. With her finished, Lin Qiu decides it is finally his turn to use the remaining mana pearls and asks the girls to watch over him. He begins absorbing them, and a new surge of power erupts around him. The energy pushes him up to gold rank 7. The girls marvel that he advanced twice at once and note how rare it is to have access to so many high-level pearls. Lin Qiu reveals that one of the pearls was even a skill pearl, so he gained more than raw power. With the danger over, he casually invites her to go on a trip with him. She accepts his hand without resisting. Blushing hard, she can barely process that he is asking her out. Lin Qiu tells her not to blink, preparing to show off his new ability. She is still trying to understand what he means. He suddenly pulls her into his arms and vanishes with a burst of spatial energy, leaving Xin Xing behind in shock. The girl he whisked away can only groan in embarrassed frustration while Xin Xing watches the portal close. Lin Qiu explains that he has just learned the Spatial Wanderer's signature move and can banish anything he touches to a location of his choosing. He says the current range is about 1,000 meters, which only makes the girls admire him more. Since the dungeon problem is solved, the group decides to head back to the entrance. Near the exit, the scene shifts to another team in sudden trouble. A student panics as he realizes they have encountered something they should never have met there. A Herculean mammoth charges them, forcing the trapped students to prepare for a desperate fight. The mammoth swings its trunk as it attacks. The students notice writing on the beast and begin to suspect Lin Qiu is somehow involved. Lin Qiu arrives and asks Zhou Mo's group what happened. He and the girls step in calmly, already understanding the situation. Zhou Mo says they were not attacked by the mammoth itself, but Lin Qiu's little companions still scared them badly, and the beast is here too. He also relays that the principal has ordered everyone to regroup and return now that the dungeon crisis is over. The party reaches the dungeon entrance. The people waiting outside are relieved to see them finally return. The principal is stunned the moment he sees who came back and in what condition. He can hardly believe Qin Jinjin advanced from silver rank to platinum rank in only a few days. Demanding an explanation, he presses Lin Qiu to tell him exactly what happened in the dungeon and how she became so strong so fast. Lin Qiu begins recounting the events. The principal admits he never expected the supposedly clear dungeon to become so dangerous, then praises Lin Qiu for resolving the disaster. He immediately starts thinking ahead and asks whether Jinjin should join the upcoming World Championship now that she has reached platinum rank. Lin Qiu rejects the idea on the spot. He tells his master he intends to win the championship himself but does not want her exposed to that kind of danger. The principal respects his concern but reminds him that participation ultimately depends on the representative's own consent, so the matter can wait. Jinjin quietly smiles after hearing how fiercely Lin Qiu wants to protect her. Lin Qiu silently vows that nothing will happen to her as long as he is around. Their conversation is interrupted by an urgent call coming in to the principal. He learns that teams from M Nation, C Nation, and J Nation came for an academic exchange, but after 3 days of sparring many of their students have been badly injured. Realizing the situation is serious, the principal decides they must return to campus immediately. Back at the university, a blazing fire attack crashes down onto the athletic field. The strike sends another Magic City University student flying as the exchange match turns brutal. A bespectacled woman from the visiting side calls out in alarm to her representative. The athletic field is crowded with students watching their side get humiliated. Another local student is knocked down, showing how one-sided the exchange has become. The attacker introduces himself as Luke of M Nation, a peak gold rank fire awakener, and openly mocks Magic City University for failing to win even once in 3 days. The woman orders a healer to treat the fallen student, trying to keep the situation under control. But another blonde visitor, Fitch of M Nation, makes it clear they have no intention of showing restraint. He coldly argues that injuries and deaths are normal in fights and that elders should not interfere. The woman rebukes him, saying this is supposed to be an academic exchange, not a slaughter. A shirtless spectator from the visiting side crudely comments on the Fox Awakener from Z Nation, treating the whole event like entertainment. The woman is disgusted by the behavior around her. Another brute from the visiting side laughs that he wants to fight her after he is done crushing the local students. Before that, he decides to finish off the student already at his feet. The visiting crowd sneers that the so-called national champion university of this country is a joke. The local students protest that the visitors are only acting tough because Magic City University's main force is away. The brute offers the fallen student a chance to surrender, threatening death if he refuses. The student refuses to submit even under that pressure. Annoyed by the defiance, the brute prepares a killing blow. He burns the student with a close-range fire strike. The attack detonates across the field, escalating the exchange into outright abuse. Luke is suddenly struck across the face before he can keep pressing the attack. The principal arrives with Lin Qiu and the others and furiously condemns the visitors for causing trouble at his university. The woman tries to explain, but the principal cuts in and says he already saw enough. He orders Xinxing to teach them a lesson, while making clear she is not to kill anyone. The visitors are incredulous that he is sending a woman against them. Xinxing answers by moving first and landing a crushing blow. Her punch smashes into the brute and stops his arrogance cold. She sends him flying across the field with a single strike. He crashes down coughing blood, instantly humbled. Luke protests that her counterattack was too severe, even though his own side had been brutalizing students moments earlier. He charges Xinxing in a rage, wrapped in fire. Xinxing remains completely unfazed as he comes at her. The principal mocks the hypocrisy of men who bully students but complain the moment someone stronger pushes back. A blonde visitor tries to hide behind the excuse that they are guests. Lin Qiu tears that excuse apart, pointing out that they injured countless students without remorse and only cry foul when one of their own gets hurt. Another visitor coldly notes that Luke is the weakest among them, implying the real challenge has not even begun. The silver-haired visitor finally steps forward and tells Fitch to stand aside because he will handle the situation himself. Angel Sea Nation's captain, true Valiant's expert, returns and pointedly suggests that with Ouyang Zai's main force finally back, the exchange can begin in earnest. Ouyang's side mocks the excuse that the visitors were merely warming up and openly welcomes a real test. Angel's captain privately reminds herself that spatial awakeners are troublesome, especially Ouyang Zai, who has even killed an Exalt. Even so, she drops the pretense of personal sparring and steers the conversation back to the student exchange. Ouyang immediately exposes her real interest, accusing her of coming mainly to assess Lin Qiu. She admits she has heard Lin Qiu is a spatial awakener and the MVP of his competition, if the reports are true. Lin Qiu's reputation alone is enough to make him the center of everyone's calculations. She concludes that a freshman like him could become a major threat at the coming World Championship, so this exchange is her chance to measure him. General Barton asks Ouyang how he wants to structure the exchange. Ouyang proposes a straightforward format of 5 one-on-one rounds against Magic City University. The visiting side rejects that as too mild and arrogantly proposes that just 5 of their students fight all 15 of Magic Cities without breaks. Even Angel's own subordinate thinks the proposal is absurd, but she accepts it because they expect to dominate. Ouyang raises the stakes further by proposing a wager. His side will hand over their research on awakener weapons if they lose, while the other side must pay emeraldite, or if they lose. He makes it clear that refusing the wager would make the whole exchange pointless to him. Angel asks for time because the wager has serious consequences, and Ouyang gives her only 5 minutes before forcing his preferred format. Once he leaves, Angel fumes at his arrogance. Barton's student worries that risking weapon information is reckless if they lose. Barton reveals he never promised when he would hand over the information, only that he would, turning the wager into a trap. While the adults settle terms, both sides gather on the field and prepare their chosen fighters. A blonde strategist named Fitch briefs General Barton on the situation and asks if they can proceed confidently. Their confidence rests on a hidden trump card. Fitch is told that with Zoa on their side, victory should not be difficult, and he will be rewarded if he secures the weapon data. He accepts the assignment with obvious ambition. The wager is accepted, and Barton invites Ouyang's side to send out their first representative. Ouyang names Magic City University's 5 fighters as Lin Qiu, Xinxing, Chenlong, Lin Yanxian, and Qin Jinjin. Qin Jinjin worries she may not be good enough for such an important match, but Lin Qiu reassures her that Ouyang chose her for a reason. He recalls how angry she was after being humiliated before, knowing she wants a chance to fight for the university's honor. Lin Qiu gently draws out that desire and asks if she wants to stand up for the school. Their hands meet, turning his encouragement into something more intimate. Qin admits she is worried but understands his feelings and only asks him to be careful. He promises that he will. With that settled, Qin volunteers to take the first match while the others support her. She steps forward alone to face the opposing team's opening lineup. Fitch realizes she was not listed among Magic City's top students and decides to use weaker fighters first to probe her strength. He sends Odajirai out as the first tester. Chin refuses to waste time on a cautious duel. Instead, she contemptuously tells all of them to attack her together. The opposing students are stunned by her confidence. Their eye-patched leader takes it as an insult and orders her to be taught a lesson. Several masked fighters rush her at once under his command. Chin answers by activating an ice technique. She unleashes Extreme Ice Seal across the field in a sweeping wave. The attackers are instantly frozen in place from the legs up before they can reach her. Without pausing, she prepares a follow-up attack. She forms a bow of ice and draws a frost arrow. The arrow launches with blinding speed. It tears through the trapped group, dropping them in one strike. Even Fitch is forced to recoil as the attack reaches his side of the field. He is shaken that an unknown girl just eliminated 6 opponents by herself. Magic City immediately praises Chin for the overwhelming opening win. Qianlong jokes that after the dungeon trip, both Chin and Lin Qiu have grown so much that he can graduate in peace. Lin Qiu turns the joke into teasing, claiming they are practically a couple now and even inviting him to their future wedding. Chin responds by smacking him for getting carried away. Still blushing, she tells him to stop fooling around, but inwardly she is delighted by the idea. Being mentioned alongside Lin Qiu after such a victory makes her feel closer to him than ever. Across the field, Fitch watches the celebration and realizes the exchange is already slipping out of his control. He panics that they cannot afford to lose the next match as well. A blazing attack suddenly cuts across the field, announcing a stronger challenger. The newcomer blames Fitch for wasting time on weaklings and says she should have been sent in earlier. Fitch recognizes the voice and calls for Linda. Linda, the M Nation team's Platinum 5-star fighter ranked just below Noah, steps forward and claims Chin for herself. She directly calls out the ice user. With fire already gathered in her hand, Linda mockingly offers Chin time to recover her mana first. Chin refuses, saying the earlier opponents were too weak to cost her much mana. Linda introduces herself as a Platinum 5-star Fire Awakener and acknowledges Chin as a worthy opponent. She opens by sweeping flames across the battlefield. The two women square off as the field becomes a ring of fire. Lin Qiu and the others immediately realize this opponent is on a completely different level. They note the danger of a Platinum 5-star fire user facing Chin, whose ice element is her natural opposite. It becomes clear that Chin has only just reached Platinum rank, leaving her at a severe disadvantage in raw power. Linda drives a massive wall of flame toward her to test whether that gap will decide the fight immediately. She presses the attack without hesitation. Chin blocks with an ice shield and refuses to be overwhelmed. Even while defending, she realizes Linda's destructive force far exceeds any opponent she has faced before. Rather than retreat, Chin charges into the inferno to close the distance. She answers with winter is coming, raising the battle to a colder, more dangerous level. Linda welcomes the escalation and counters with even fiercer fire. She unleashes Primal Explosion in a violent burst. The blast smashes into Chin's ice defenses and shatters them apart. Chin realizes she cannot win a straightforward exchange of damage against Linda, so she activates her domain, Rhyme Domain, to change the battlefield itself. Within that domain she launches Frost Storm, turning the area into a freezing maelstrom. The storm engulfs Linda before she can fully reset the tempo. Linda is hurled back through the torrent of ice. The spectators are stunned that Chin's power has suddenly surged so much. Linda, instead of panicking, becomes more excited by the challenge. She answers with Dance of the Fire God, raising her flames to another stage. Chin counters with Absolute Zero, meeting fire with an even deeper cold. Linda follows by launching Storm Inferno straight through the freezing pressure. From the sidelines, even the enemy captain admits Chin can fight Linda almost evenly despite the rank gap. Linda concedes Chin's strength, and says that at equal levels she might already have lost. But she insists that right now she still holds the advantage and invokes Dance of the Phoenix. Chin rejects that conclusion and declares that Linda is not stronger than she is. She hardens her resolve and refuses to yield the comparison. Their powers collide again as ice and fire crash head-on. Chin reinforces her side with another Extreme Ice Seal, trying to lock down the battlefield around Linda. Even while straining, she refuses to admit defeat and keeps forcing the exchange. Linda breaks through the storm and rushes in physically. For the first time, Linda is rattled that someone 4 stars below her can keep fighting this long, and she starts to wonder if Chin's mana is effectively endless inside the domain. Chin seizes that hesitation and moves. Linda lunges in close from Chin's blind side, trying to end it at melee range. The two suddenly find themselves face to face, either able to finish the other cleanly. Linda's tone softens as she addresses Chin like a younger sister rather than an enemy. She proposes that since either of them can decisively beat the other, they should call the match a draw. Chin accepts and admits that her domain was the only reason she could last this long, because it both strengthened her and restored her mana. Fitch is horrified that even Linda, their ace beneath Noah, failed to secure a win. Linda, however, remains cheerful and unbothered by the result. Fitch swallows his anger because Linda comes from a family with an exalt, making her someone he cannot afford to offend. Linda casually tells him not to worry, saying she has already drawn one of Magic City's best fighters. She reminds him that their truly monstrous members have not even entered yet, trying to restore his confidence. He can only agree weakly. At the same time, Qianlong decides that aside from Zoa, the remaining opponents are manageable and prepares to step in. He instantly proves it by ambushing an enemy fighter from behind and winning before the man can react. A second opponent is dropped just as quickly, giving Magic City another sudden victory. Fitch can barely believe the exchange is collapsing this badly for his side. With only 3 fighters left, Angel's camp finally admits they badly underestimated Magic City University. They think back to the terrifying monsters still waiting in reserve on their own side. Angel realizes the worst part is that they still have not learned Lin Qiu's abilities, yet they are already being forced to reveal their aces. Fitch tries to save face by praising Captain Chen's success while his own side regroups. Qianlong is offered healing for the injuries from his last battle, but he refuses. After a short rest, he insists on taking down one more opponent for the team, and Lin Qiu encourages him to go. A heavy step announces the next challenger. Derek of Sea Nation, a Gravity Awakener, enters as Qianlong's next opponent. Derek notices Qianlong is still hurt and tells him to surrender instead of fighting on. Qianlong immediately senses that Derek is dangerous, with unusually dense mana and sharp awareness. He turns to Lin Qiu for confirmation. Qianlong asks whether Lin Qiu would ever give up in a situation like this. Lin Qiu answers that a real man never surrenders, giving Qianlong exactly the push he wanted. Fired up, Qianlong steps forward and declares the fight on. Derek is irritated by their confidence, and vows to show them the true gap in strength. He activates Gravitational Field, crushing the area with intensified force. Qianlong is immediately pinned down by the sudden pressure. The spectators recognize Derek as a rare Gravity Awakener, making the situation even more dangerous. Even under the crushing field, Qianlong refuses to back down. Derek taunts him to try surviving long enough to be knocked out of the ring. Then Derek escalates the pressure to Gravity X20, turning the field into a killing zone. The force spikes again as he focuses it with a gesture. Qianlong is driven to his knees and starts coughing blood under the strain. He realizes his previous battle drained too much stamina and mana, and that he is close to his limit. He knows he cannot hold out much longer. Derek closes in, convinced the match is already over. Standing over the weakened Qianlong, he prepares a finishing blow with lethal intent. The attack descends toward Qianlong at point-blank range. At the last moment, a hand intercepts the strike. Derek is stunned that someone blocked him so casually. Lin Qiu appears beside Qianlong in a blur, having stepped in before the killing blow could land. He tells Qianlong that he has already done enough by lasting this long. Lin Qiu then opens a spatial portal right beside them to remove his injured teammate from danger. Qianlong is sent through the portal to safety, leaving Lin Qiu to take over the fight himself. Lin Qiu drags the badly wounded Captain Chen away from the arena edge through a portal, keeping him from collapsing where he fell. Captain Chen bitterly admits to Lin Qiu that he has lost the match. His injuries worsen, and he coughs up blood as the defeat sinks in. Their teammates rush over in alarm, realizing the captain is in serious condition. Lin Qiu cuts off any self-blame and makes it clear that Captain Chen has already done enough for them. Before they can regroup, Derek starts mocking Lin Qiu from across the field. He smugly insists the rules are on his side, claiming Lin Qiu already lost by leaving the ring. Lin Qiu immediately sees through the shameless provocation and prepares to answer it. Even the spectators watching remotely think Derek is pushing his luck too far. Some viewers are embarrassed that Derek is disgracing his own side with such petty behavior. Elsewhere, a woman following the live stream notices the turn in the fight with sudden interest. Rather than pitying Lin Qiu, she admires his loyalty and righteousness and starts openly rooting for him. She is so taken with him that she wants to shower him with gifts through the stream. The host urges everyone to keep watching first and see whether Lin Qiu really accepts this defeat. Lin Qiu stays calm and reasons that with Xinxing still available, their side can still win overall. At that moment, the opposing captain unexpectedly declares that Lin Qiu is still allowed to continue fighting. A woman from their side reminds Derek that this event is supposed to be an academic exchange, not a grudge match over victory at all costs. Forced to retreat, Derek pretends his earlier taunts were only a joke, but Lin Qiu can tell something is off. Derek formally introduces himself, trying to reset the encounter on friendlier terms. Lin Qiu answers with open contempt and refuses to play along. Humiliated, Derek drops the act and decides he wants Lin Qiu eliminated immediately. He abandons pretense altogether and launches a gravity-based attack to settle things by force. Derek dives in with a crushing strike, trying to overwhelm Lin Qiu before he can react. The blow detonates against the ground, but Lin Qiu slips clear of the impact. Lin Qiu counters in midair with a spatial cutting technique aimed straight at Derek. Derek barely evades the slash, realizing Lin Qiu has studied his movements well enough to avoid the opening attack. Lin Qiu calmly reads Derek's tactics and understands he is dealing with a brute who relies on area pressure. Derek decides that if he cannot land a direct hit, he will simply devastate everything around Lin Qiu instead. Lin Qiu answers by calling down a massive thunder attack over the battlefield. Derek is shocked because an attack of that scale should only be survivable through raw mana resistance. He braces himself and pours power into his body to endure the strike head-on. The lightning crashes into him in a blinding blast. To his surprise, the attack is not as lethal as he feared, and his confidence quickly returns. He reminds himself that Lin Qiu's rank is lower, and convinces himself there is no reason to fear him. Derek retaliates with his own area control technique, spreading a gravitational field across the arena. He intensifies the field to an extreme level, trying to pin Lin Qiu down under overwhelming pressure. Lin Qiu feels the weight immediately, but he does not panic. Derek even lifts heavy stone slabs within the field, showing that he can still maneuver freely inside his own pressure zone. He boasts that years of training let him move normally under this gravity, unlike his opponent. Lin Xiu struggles forward anyway, refusing to be immobilized by the field. Seeing that resistance, Derek becomes convinced Lin Xiu cannot last much longer and starts talking as if the kill is already decided. The two square off again, with Lin Xiu still gathering lightning in one hand despite the crushing pressure. Lin Xiu mocks Derek's fantasy of victory and refuses to accept being cornered. He points out that intense gravity does not stop him from using his abilities at all. Then he unleashes a divine lightning technique that tears open the sky above them. The storm swells into a towering vortex of thunder, turning Derek's own battlefield control against him. Lightning spreads across the entire area, threatening both combatants and forcing Derek to reconsider the cost. Derek is stunned that Lin Xiu would cast something so wide-ranging when he is standing inside it too. In the chaos, Derek loses track of Lin Xiu's position entirely. Lin Xiu appears behind him and electrocutes him at close range before he can react. The shock finally makes Derek spit blood, proving the earlier exchange was not harmless after all. Lin Xiu tells him this is only the beginning and makes it clear he is punishing him for what happened to Captain Chin. He follows with a lightning-charged rush, driving Derek back with relentless momentum. The impact flashes so brightly that Derek can barely track the attack. Lin Xiu slams him again with a brutal kick, pressing the advantage without mercy. Derek staggers, now fully on the defensive and no longer able to dominate the exchange. For the first time, he genuinely fears Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu coldly says he could end the fight in one move, but chooses not to. Instead, he shifts into close combat and brings out a beast-like claw technique. He tears into Derek while accusing him of preying on weaker opponents. Another slash lands, and Lin Xiu calls out Derek's dirty tricks as he keeps carving through his defenses. Derek is shaken that someone supposedly at Lin Xiu's rank can possess such overwhelming physical power. Lin Xiu seizes Derek by the clothes, taking complete control of the fight. With mocking calm, he asks Derek whether he can swim. After hearing that Derek cannot, Lin Xiu opens a portal and promises him a special vacation. Their allies immediately demand to know where Lin Xiu has sent him. Lin Xiu casually reveals that he dumped Derek into the shallow pool by the university to teach him a lesson. The opposing side panics and orders someone to retrieve Derek at once. Their captain curses Lin Xiu, furious that his team is being humiliated one after another. He orders his apprentice Tachibana Sakyo to finish Lin Xiu before his mana can recover. An older observer recognizes the new arrival immediately, and realizes the real swordsman has entered the field. He warns Lin Xiu that Tachibana Sakyo is Matsuda's direct disciple and a prodigy of swordsmanship. The explanation continues that Sakyo trained from childhood and shaped his awakened power almost entirely around the sword. The old man grows serious, understanding that Lin Xiu is now facing a specialist rather than another brawler. He advises Lin Xiu to step aside and let Shin Xing handle this opponent instead. Lin Xiu refuses and asks for a sword, wanting to test his own swordsmanship against Sakyo's. The request shocks the old man, who did not expect Lin Xiu to insist on meeting a master swordsman on equal terms. Even so, he opens a portal to provide what Lin Xiu asked for. A blade is pulled through the portal and offered to him. The old man admits he has a sword to spare, though he never expected Lin Xiu to ignore his warning and use it. Lin Xiu accepts the weapon with obvious satisfaction, already treating it as enough to change the battle. The old man tells him to take care of the blade and not overextend himself, while Lin Xiu confidently says victory is already halfway secured. Sakyo introduces himself with formal courtesy and asks to use this duel as a chance to learn from Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu agrees precisely because Sakyo's manners make him worth dealing with. Lin Xiu decides that this swordsman seems decent, so he will answer him seriously. He even gives Sakyo the initiative, claiming Sakyo will not get another chance if Lin Xiu attacks first. Taking that challenge, Sakyo draws and strikes without holding back. He launches himself forward in a textbook opening meant to end the duel instantly. Lin Xiu watches closely and immediately appreciates the quality of Sakyo's swordsmanship. Sakyo unleashes a Japanese-style sword-drawing slash with lethal speed. Lin Xiu slips through the attack and dismisses it as a wasted effort. As their blades meet, Lin Xiu bluntly tells Sakyo that his swordsmanship lacks true essence, and that his master is wasting his talent. Sakyo is visibly jolted by the insult, but he does not lose his composure. The onlookers are stunned that Lin Xiu not only blocked Sakyo's eye, but insulted his teacher to his face. Instead of taking offense, Sakyo respectfully acknowledges Lin Xiu's skill and asks to witness more of it. Lin Xiu accepts and tells him to watch carefully. He explains that Sakyo's draw resembles his own nation's two-handed waist strike, a style built around killing in a single swing. Sakyo realizes from Lin Xiu's movement that the counter is coming too fast to read. Lin Xiu's blade slips inside Sakyo's guard and stops at his body before Sakyo can complete a response. Lin Xiu asks whether Sakyo has understood the lesson yet. Sakyo still cannot grasp how Lin Xiu drew and swung so quickly, and the gap leaves him shaken. Lin Xiu tells him that if he cannot understand it, there is nothing more he can explain right now. Sakyo privately concludes that Lin Xiu's sword skill may even surpass his own master's. He immediately admits defeat and, driven by obsession with the sword, begs Lin Xiu to accept him as an apprentice. Lin Xiu is caught off guard by how abruptly the duel turns into a plea for discipleship. He realizes Sakyo is far more obsessed than he expected and refuses to accept him for now. Still, Lin Xiu dangles the possibility that he might reconsider if Sakyo ever joins their side. That suggestion enrages the opposing team, who accuse Lin Qiu of trying to poach one of their national treasures. Lin Qiu mockingly apologizes for calling Sakyo's master trash, only to make clear that the apology changes nothing. He doubles down by saying the master's status only makes his poor teaching more disgraceful. Then he states outright that the man is worse than trash, turning the insult into a public humiliation. Sakyo's side explodes in anger, while Lin Qiu remains perfectly composed. As Lin Qiu starts to leave, Sakyo calls after him, and Lin Qiu reminds him that the invitation still stands. Lin Qiu is pleased because he can tell someone as sword-crazed as Sakyo will seriously think about defecting. Xinxing watches all this unfold and realizes the situation has become disastrous for their opponents. The opposing side internally laments that they have already lost most of their core fighters and nearly lost Sakyo as well. Xinxing starts thinking hard about what this means for the larger exchange. He worries that if this keeps going, their precious emeraldite ore will be lost too. Lin Qiu and the old man cheerfully reassure each other that the enemy's treasures can simply be taken from them. Xinxing panics over how badly this will go for him if the higher-ups learn what is happening. A new voice notes with amusement that Xinxing is unusually flustered. A woman named Zoa arrives, introduced as a Platinum 6-star Psychic Awakener. Xinxing immediately relaxes, convinced that with someone like Zoa present, they finally have a reliable trump card. The crowd is captivated by her beauty before she even makes a move. Lin Qiu and the old man quickly identify her as the enemy's final ace. Zoa answers Lin Qiu's suspicion with a flirtatious gesture, making it obvious she intends to weaponize charm as well as power. Lin Qiu is briefly thrown off by her approach, but only for a moment. The old man snaps him back to his senses and warns him not to lose the match by falling for her looks. Zoa introduces herself directly, emphasizing both her beauty and her high psychic rank. Lin Qiu identifies himself and immediately realizes that a psychic opponent is a dangerous counter to his spatial abilities, so he decides to end things quickly. He opens a portal beside her, planning to banish her from the arena with a single touch. As he closes in, he resolves to finish the match instantly by sending her out of bounds. His hand reaches through the portal first, setting up the banishment strike. He launches himself through the portal towards Zoa, expecting to catch her before she can react. But before he can complete the move, another spatial user intervenes and activates a banishment of his own. At the same time, Zoa traps Lin Qiu with psychic bindings, stopping his body in mid-attack. Lin Qiu is stunned to find himself completely unable to move. The bindings drag him down and slam him helplessly onto the ground. He immediately understands the problem. Psychic control is an even worse matchup for him than another spatial user. Zoa calmly steps onto him, asserting total dominance over the immobilized Lin Qiu. With psychic energy coiling around her, she stands over him like she has already claimed her prize. She explains that psychic binding gives her direct control over his body, turning the fight into a capture rather than a duel. Then she openly declares that Lin Qiu belongs to her now. Seeing his rabbit traits, she becomes delighted and starts doting on him instead of finishing him. Lin Qiu, flustered and trapped, warns her not to get carried away and insists he is a family man. Zoa ignores the warning and decides that because he is a rabbit, she wants to play with him. Lin Qiu can only protest weakly as her attention becomes more intimate. She grabs his fluffy rabbit tail, instantly exploiting a vulnerable spot he did not want exposed. Amused by how soft and satisfying it feels, she keeps squeezing while Lin Qiu blushes in helpless embarrassment. Off to the side, someone clenches a fist in anger, signaling that this humiliating turn is about to provoke a new reaction. Jinjin seethes over an offense she considers absolutely unforgivable. Her outrage turns petty and possessive as she fumes that another woman got closer to Lin Qiu than she ever has. Even when warned that rushing in could ruin the match, she only grows more jealous that Zoa claimed those first intimacies with Lin Qiu. On the field, Zoa keeps Lin Qiu pinned and taunts him while treating his rabbit traits like toys. The referee side panics that Zoa is going too far and fears the whole exchange will be banned if this keeps escalating. Lin Qiu realizes he cannot move under Zoa's psychic restraint and urgently searches for a way to break it. At that moment, his system detects dangerous overstimulation and forcibly triggers an S-rank mental barrier to protect his mind. Lin Qiu immediately accepts the emergency activation. Freed from helplessness, he rises to face Zoa, catching her off guard. The mental barrier erupts around him and stabilizes his mind against psychic interference. Zoa is startled to find her hold on him suddenly broken. Lin Qiu wastes no time and launches a counterattack. He uses spatial banishment to force Zoa away and break her momentum. Zoa is blasted back across the field by the sudden reversal. Shaken, she cannot understand how a mere gold-rank fighter escaped her control. Refusing to accept it, she decides to attack again with stronger psychic power. Her renewed psychic binding crashes into Lin Qiu's barrier and fails completely. Zoa realizes with alarm that he is rapidly becoming immune to her control, so she stops holding back. She plants herself and prepares a far more serious technique. Zoa unleashes Hypnotic Storm, flooding the battlefield with violent psychic force. The attack intensifies as she pours more power into it. She warns Lin Qiu to surrender before her power destroys his sanity, then follows with Psychic Thorns. The psychic barrage rains down, but Lin Qiu evades and splits his movement to avoid being cornered. Now confident, he dismisses her threat and meets the thorns head-on. Protected by mental barrier, he declares that he no longer fears her psychic abilities. Zoa is horrified that an attack that should shatter an ordinary mind is doing nothing to him. Lin Xiu opens a dark spatial rift and swallows one of her attacks into it. He mocks her lack of effect and presses forward through the storm. Using the rift as footing and cover, he closes the distance. With her psychic edge neutralized, he announces that it is finally his turn. He reaches out as if preparing a finishing move. Zoa panics and imagines herself utterly ruined if he retaliates the way she fears. Instead of a lethal strike, Lin Xiu humiliates her with a slap to the backside. Zoa is stunned and demands to know what he thinks he is doing. Lin Xiu coldly frames it as payback for her touching his tail. He continues the punishment, repaying both the insult to his ears and the violation of his tail. The pain and humiliation finally make Zoa beg him to stop. Lin Xiu reminds her that she tried to strip and disgrace him in public, so he insists she deserves this lesson. Watching from the sidelines, Jinjin is furious on the surface but secretly thrilled by the spectacle. Her agitation spikes as she imagines Lin Xiu turning that same attention on her. She tries to reassure herself that he only struck her with a mop handle before, but now he is using his hands and that unsettles her even more. When Jinjin snaps at him to be careful, Lin Xiu suddenly remembers she has been watching the whole time. He awkwardly convinces himself he did nothing excessive and was only reclaiming his dignity. Zoa, trembling with anger and shame, accuses him of treating her outrageously, but Lin Xiu argues she started it by touching what should never be touched. Driven past reason, Zoa activates her ultimate move, Mind-Forging Domain, and vows to kill him. Lin Xiu immediately senses the danger as the domain suppresses his transformed state. Worse, he realizes the domain has cut him off from sensing mana, leaving him vulnerable if she attacks with raw power. Zoa dives in for a killing blow while wrapped in psychic energy. Lin Xiu barely blocks the strike with his arms and is forced into a pure physical clash. The impact tears up the ground, but he holds. He quickly deduces that the domain seals Zoa's skills as well, not just his own. With both sides reduced to physical combat, they charge straight at each other. Lin Xiu realizes that if it is only a contest of bodies and technique, he still has a path to victory. Zoa is rattled that her superior physical strength is not overwhelming him the way it should. Lin Xiu calmly receives her attacks and studies her rhythm. Seeing an opening, he decides the moment has come to take control. He counters with a focused burst of force and begins turning defense into offense. Zoa is driven back, her clothes torn and her confidence shaken. She cannot believe that even her ultimate domain has failed to stop him from fighting back. Lin Xiu bluntly tells her that while her physical gifts are impressive, her technique is lacking. He promises to show her what real technique looks like. Drawing on his rabbit form's martial style, he unveils Fierce Rabbit's Descent. He surges forward in a disciplined sequence of strikes. The attack pattern forces Zoa to defend from multiple angles at once. Lin Xiu praises her reactions just enough to make clear he is still in control, then moves into the next form. His second move, Rabbit's Foot, comes down as a brutal kick. The blow lands hard and drives Zoa further onto the defensive. As the exchange continues, Zoa realizes his martial arts are evolving in real time. Even the referee is stunned that an 18-year-old could display technique that should take decades to master. Off to the side, Fitch reports the worsening situation by phone while the battle rages behind him. His superior, watching the livestream, scolds him for the disastrous performance and orders him to stall after the match while they find a solution. Fitch obediently agrees, even as Lin Xiu keeps pressing Zoa. Privately, Fitch despairs that he will be blamed for the fiasco and that Zoa cannot hold out much longer. Lin Xiu prepares a final decisive strike and declares the fight over. Before he can finish her, Zoa suddenly calls for him to stop. She admits defeat but asks for one answer before the match ends. Still flushed and disheveled, she gathers herself enough to ask her question. Lin Xiu jokingly slips into melodrama, pretending to reject her before she can even speak. Zoa is baffled by the performance, and he casually admits he was just showing off because her words sounded familiar. She finally asks whether he was truly affected by her psychic binding at the beginning. When he confirms that he was, she presses him on why it stopped working afterward. Lin Xiu dodges with a shameless joke about being too handsome, and Zoa gives up on the explanation and formally concedes. The referee thanks both fighters for the thrilling match and prepares to announce the result. Even while doing so, he is baffled that Lin Xiu would reveal so much of himself so casually. He declares Magic City University the winner, and their side erupts in celebration. The referee personally praises Lin Xiu for carrying the day. That celebration is interrupted when Fitch steps forward to address Principal Ouyang. Fitch acknowledges the loss and says the promised compensation will be sent, then asks to leave immediately. Ouyang is outraged by the attempt to settle the matter so lightly and walk away. Lin Xiu joins in, mocking Fitch and demanding to know whether he thinks Magic City University can be treated like a place to enter and leave at will. When Fitch protests his name, Lin Xiu keeps deliberately calling him the wrong one just to needle him. Ouyang steps in and says he will handle the matter himself. He rejects Fitch's attempt to end things with a few matches and insists that a true academic exchange should continue until the debt is settled. Fitch realizes Ouyang intends to detain them and asks if he really plans to use force. Ouyang openly confirms it, warning that no one is leaving until he sees the 50 tons of emeraldite ore. Fitch tries to sound firm, saying he will not accept that and hinting that Ouyang should consider the safety of the visiting students. Ouyang immediately reads the statement as a threat. He demands to know whether Fitch speaks only for himself or for M Nation, and promises lethal retaliation either way if their side dares endanger his people. Fitch blusters that Nation has 3 true valiance experts and tries to act fearless. Ouyang's killing intent alone is enough to crush that bravado and make Fitch falter. One of Fitch's own companions quietly warns him that Ouyang has already killed an exalt and is not someone to provoke lightly. Fitch's nerve breaks. Before he can recover, a blazing force descends from above and shocks everyone. The impact announces the arrival of an even greater presence. The newcomer steps through the flames with effortless authority. He reveals himself as Shin Taichung, grandfather of Xinxing and one of Nation's 3 exalts, and dryly remarks that Nation should raise its children better. Xinxing is stunned that his grandfather has appeared in person. Fitch realizes the situation has become catastrophic now that even one of their exalts has come to oversee it. Shin Taichung lightly chides his grandson for never visiting, and Xinxing shoots back that his grandfather is impossible to track down anyway. After the brief family exchange, Shin Taichung turns serious and notes that everyone here is in trouble now. He singles out Lin Qiu, praises his performance, and tells him to come along. Lin Qiu is caught off guard by the sudden summons. Shin Taichung admits he is not fluent enough in their language and asks Lin Qiu to translate for him. Lin Qiu happily volunteers, immediately weaponizing the role to taunt Fitch while claiming to relay Shin Taichung's words. Instead of translating faithfully, he starts by emphasizing Nation's terrible attitude. He turns Shin Taichung's message into a stream of insults aimed directly at Fitch. Fitch explodes, furious that Lin Qiu is skipping the important parts and only translating the abuse. Lin Qiu smugly replies that he understands Shin Taichung perfectly well and does not need help. Fitch insists Lin Qiu must translate every word, only to get mocked even harder. Shin Taichung lets the farce continue for a moment, amused but eager to end it quickly. He finally cuts through the nonsense, and orders Fitch to call his superiors because this matter must be settled at a higher level. Fitch realizes he has no choice. Under Shin Taichung's gaze, he nervously places the call. The phone is handed over so the negotiation can proceed directly. Lin Qiu's own superior calls in at the same time, furious that he was supposed to stall rather than escalate things this far. Lin Qiu bluntly reports that Nation is stalling and clearly intends to back out of the deal. Then, speaking on behalf of Shin Taichung, he warns Nation that if the Emeraldite ore does not arrive soon, the safety of their students cannot be guaranteed. Faced with that pressure, Barton, the general of Nation, asks for time to prepare the shipment and requests that the students be sent back first. Shin Taichung dismisses the excuse as an obvious threat and forces Barton to promise delivery within a week at most. Lin Qiu immediately raises the price, demanding 57 tons instead to cover the cost of feeding and housing the detained guests. Barton caves completely, cuts the deadline to 2 days, and tells them to prepare to receive the shipment. After hanging up, he orders 52 tons of emeraldite ore prepared for Z Nation, deciding the loss is worth protecting their championship prospects and key students like Linda and Zoa. Back at the field, the detained students realize the negotiation has turned against them. Barton bitterly explains that they have no better option because their strongest competitors are being held as leverage for the World Championship. He concludes that the ore is a small price compared with what they stand to gain later and orders the shipment arranged immediately. The call ends and the device is passed back. Lin Qiu cheerfully reports that the deal is done, while Fitch can only stare in defeat. Fitch feels completely broken by how badly everything has gone. With the dispute resolved, Shin Taichung says it is time to disperse and Lin Qiu respectfully sees him off. The moment peace returns, Xinjin corners Lin Qiu and demands to know whether he enjoyed touching Zoa. When he foolishly admits it felt unforgettable, Xinjin explodes and drags him off for a very personal reckoning. Lin Qiu can only yelp and beg for a chance to explain, while everyone else watches. His embarrassed teammates can only conclude that Lin Qiu is absurdly lucky. 2 days later, the scene shifts to Magic City's VIP lounge. Fitch, now reduced to pleading, desperately begs his superior to call him back soon. The visiting students wait in miserable confinement, while Zoa calmly fixes her makeup as if nothing happened. One of the others suggests resting, but Fitch can only say he wants to go home. At last, the phone rings again. Fitch learns that the emeraldite ore has finally been delivered to Z Nation and rushes to pass on the news. Relieved beyond words, he prepares to inform Ouyang Zhe so their side can finally be released and return home. Lin Qiu steps into a corridor and is immediately struck by an overwhelming surge of mana gathering nearby. He realizes the energy density is far beyond normal and senses something major is happening. As he follows the flow, he concludes mana from an enormous surrounding area has converged in one place. He opens the door to investigate the source of the disturbance. Peering inside, he finds the phenomenon centered on a room full of cultivators. An instructor seizes the chance and orders everyone to calm themselves and cultivate, since this brief moment could surpass a month of solitary training. One student feels the flood of mana pushing him to the edge of a breakthrough. The opportunity pays off, as several students break through their bottlenecks on the spot. Those who advance celebrate, thrilled that the rare mana tide truly changed their fortunes. Watching from the doorway, Lin Qiu learns that many Magic City University students benefited from the earlier surge. The teachers conclude the phenomenon was likely caused by Ouyang Zhe. At that moment, Ouyang himself erupts with power as his own cultivation rises. The students recognize the aura of an exalt and realize he has reached a higher realm. Another elder warmly congratulates his old friend on the breakthrough. Lin Qiu joins the congratulations and jokes that the newly advanced master even looks younger. Ouyang grumbles at the teasing, though he is clearly pleased. The other elder points out that the day brought more than one gain, because Ouyang has become a spatial exalt, a development of exceptional importance. While the congratulations continue, Lin Qiu reminds them that the shipment of emeraldite ore has arrived and needs to be confirmed. With the celebration winding down, he asks if they can finally head home. Ouyang interprets the ore delivery as a timely tribute arriving just as he advanced, and even he has to admit the brat's timing feels perfect. He immediately orders everyone to gather and take him to the emeraldite shipment. Lin Qiu agrees and prepares to lead the way. At the port, workers unload crates from a ship while a representative waits for the university party. The representative notices the arriving group and turns to greet them. Ouyang and the others arrive in a flash, making a dramatic entrance. The representative confirms the emeraldite ore has been delivered and invites Principal Ouyang to inspect the goods before his people depart. Ouyang accepts the paperwork and begins the formal inspection. He assigns Lin Qiu to check the shipment itself while he handles the documents. Using X-ray vision, Lin Qiu looks through the crates instead of opening them one by one. He discovers the senders included not only ore but also shields and armor made from emeraldite, clearly overcompensating in their haste. Satisfied with the generosity, he reports there is no problem. Ouyang dismisses the delivery crew and lets them leave. As the crew departs, Lin Qiu notices one of the men and rushes toward him. He calls the man Capella and complains that his delay nearly got them all killed over the past few days. The name jolts Lin Qiu because he recognizes it from another dangerous connection. Nearby, a masked observer reacts sharply to hearing that name. Lin Qiu remembers that Capella is the sworn enemy of Captain Lin Chong, which makes the encounter even more suspicious. Rather than confront the issue immediately, he decides to quietly take a picture for later. He passes Capella without starting a fight, choosing caution over escalation. Lin Qiu decides he can ask Lin Chong about Capella when he gets the chance. Before he can dwell on it, a blonde woman appears close beside him and demands to know what he is doing. Her sudden arrival startles him badly. He accuses her of nearly scaring him to death, but she only mocks the idea that someone strong like him could be frightened. Then she leaves him with a threat, promising that next time they meet she will skin him alive and turn his fur into a coat. Lin Qiu refuses to be intimidated and vows he will be even stronger by then, while asking whether she thinks he will stand alone. She warns that M Nation has several people stronger than her, and wonders if he will remain so calm when they appear. Her warning leaves Lin Qiu thinking less about her personally and more about the larger world of powerful opponents. He concludes that he needs to learn more from his master about the coming world championship and the strong figures behind it. Soon after, Ouyang tells Lin Qiu the goods have been stored and orders him to help deliver the materials to the research base. Lin Qiu agrees, and they depart at once. They arrive at Z Nation's Awakener Weapon Research Base, hidden among the mountains. Inside, they meet Zhang Qiu, son of the famed smith Zhang Hong, who is reviewing weapon designs and warning others to be careful during forging. Zhang Qiu notices the newcomers as they enter. Lin Qiu and Ouyang size him up, recognizing a serious craftsman at work. The base staff enthusiastically welcome Ouyang and celebrate the arrival of more than 50 tons of materials. Ouyang introduces Lin Qiu to Zhang Qiu as the one who made the pistol he had received earlier. Lin Qiu immediately returns that pistol to its creator. He tells Zhang Qiu the weapon belongs with him. Zhang Qiu accepts it gratefully, explaining it was a keepsake from his father and means a great deal to him. Lin Qiu says he will not take such a gift for free and promises to make something worthwhile for Zhang Qiu later now that the materials are available. After the delivery is complete, Ouyang asks whether Lin Qiu plans to leave with him or stay behind. Lin Qiu chooses to remain at the base so he can study Awakener weapon manufacturing from Zhang Qiu. Zhang Qiu is stunned that this seemingly delicate cultivator wants to learn forging and bluntly doubts his body can handle it. Ouyang laughs and leaves his student in Zhang Qiu's care, while Lin Qiu privately notes that he has already awakened a forging-related skill and wants to develop it. Zhang Qiu sighs, already sensing trouble from his new guest. Still, he brings Lin Qiu into the foundry and warns him not to touch anything because the tools are dangerous. Lin Qiu is introduced to a workshop lined with modern Awakener firearms. The scale of the arsenal makes clear that Zhang Qiu is no ordinary craftsman. When Lin Qiu asks if he built all of them himself, Zhang Qiu confirms it and boasts that Awakener weapons are difficult to make without specialized talent. Confident in his skill, Zhang Qiu offers to design and forge a weapon for Lin Qiu on the spot and asks what kind he prefers. He assumes Lin Qiu will want some kind of gun and starts listing firearm options. Lin Qiu cuts him off and insists he genuinely prefers stabbing people with a spear. The declaration lands so hard that even the pens on the desk jump. Zhang Qiu can hardly believe Lin Qiu is serious. To prove it, Lin Qiu manifests his own heavy spear and shows he is not joking. That demonstration changes Zhang Qiu's mind, and he admits a spear is actually a cool and versatile choice for an Awakener weapon. Excited by the challenge, he rushes off to prepare the design and materials. Lin Qiu lets him go and decides to wait. While waiting, he tries to awaken his forging skill, deciding not to waste the time. The attempt succeeds, and he obtains manufacturing at E rank, exactly the ability he needed. Pleased by the perfect timing, he jokingly accuses his system of spying on him before accepting the lucky gift. When Zhang Qiu returns with sketches and rare materials, Lin Qiu is still celebrating the new skill. Zhang Qiu reveals his plan to use stellarite for the shaft and diamond for the spearhead, a combination he considers ideal. When Lin Qiu worries that stellarite is too precious for him, Zhang Qiu insists it is a deserved reward for broadening his horizons. Lin Qiu accepts, but points out that forging the diamond still requires one more crucial element. Zhang Qiu protests that he has forged diamond many times, only for Lin Qiu to explain that the missing ingredient is an ice-type awakener who can move and act on command. He asks whether Zhang Qiu has heard of the ice forging technique. Zhang Qiu promptly brings in an ice-type researcher from the base to fill that role. With all the pieces assembled, Lin Qiu takes command of the process and starts issuing instructions. His first order is to raise the heat. Zhang Qiu obeys immediately, trusting Lin Qiu's lead. The furnace roars hotter as the forging begins in earnest. Lin Qiu watches the process closely, already calculating the next step. Zhang Qiu grows uneasy because the diamond is being heated far longer than his own methods would require. The overheated diamond begins to crack, confirming his fear that the process is going wrong. At the critical moment, Lin Qiu orders the ice-type researcher to release ice. She floods the workpiece with freezing power exactly as instructed. The sudden clash of extreme cold and heat fractures the diamond in a controlled way instead of ruining it. Lin Qiu praises the timing and moves to the next stage, calling for the small hammer. He starts shaping the material with precise strikes. His speed and control immediately shock the onlookers. They realize the diamond has rehardened under his ice forging method, and they are stunned that his physical strength rivals Zhang Qiu's despite his slim build. The blonde researcher is so overwhelmed by his display that her thoughts turn embarrassingly infatuated. She becomes openly intoxicated by the sight of his strength. Before long, the spearhead is finished. Zhang Qiu eagerly asks to inspect the completed piece, and Lin Qiu hands it over. The moment it leaves his hand, the spearhead slips free and drops into a prepared mold. It settles perfectly into place, as if the process itself is guiding the assembly. Zhang Qiu watches in amazement as the fit locks in cleanly. He praises both Lin Qiu's technique and the extraordinary quality of the spearhead. Overcome with admiration, Zhang Qiu begs to learn the secret behind what he just witnessed. Lin Qiu instantly recognizes the dangerous look of someone about to ask to become his disciple and decides to cut that off. He refuses to take Zhang Qiu as an apprentice but agrees to teach him everything he knows. Zhang Qiu accepts joyfully and tells the others to record every word while he finishes the spear. The blonde researcher blushes and promises to support Lin Qiu, while he privately laments that he somehow ended up teaching again. Once the shaft is attached, Zhang Qiu proudly announces that the spear is complete. He explains that the finished weapon boosts the user's power by about 20% and contains a mana battery that can be charged. Lin Qiu immediately imagines how terrifying it would become if an exalt filled that battery. As he tests the edge, the spear unexpectedly pricks his finger. He winces as blood touches the blade. The spearhead drinks in the blood instead of merely staining. Both men are stunned when they realize the weapon has absorbed Lin Qiu's blood. When Zhang Qiu asks whether he feels anything strange, Lin Qiu admits he suddenly feels attached to the spear. Deciding the blood-drinking trait suits it, he names the weapon Bloodlust. After seeing the technique, Zhang Qiu asks Lin Qiu to demonstrate more methods so the base researchers can learn from him. Lin Qiu agrees readily, and the researchers promise to provide any equipment he needs in return. He immediately thinks of making a longbow for his blue-haired girlfriend, so he asks Zhang Qiu to help him forge a longbow for her. Zhang Qiu happily agrees to design it personally once he hears it is for Lin Qiu's girlfriend, while the nearby researcher is visibly shaken by that revelation. Work begins again as the forge rings with fresh hammer blows. The bow is finished quickly in a portable two-form design, and afterward Zhang Qiu gathers the researchers so they can all study Lin Qiu's methods. Lin Qiu spends the following days teaching at the base, and Zhang Qiu improves faster than anyone until his overall skill nearly matches Lin Qiu's. By the end of the training, Zhang Qiu stands at the front of a much stronger research team. A week later, back at Magic City University, Lin Qiu meets Ouyang and the others again. Ouyang thanks him for everything he did at the base, calling him a tremendous help to their research efforts. Another teacher adds that the power of the weapons produced there has improved dramatically because of Lin Qiu's guidance, and offers further support. Lin Qiu finally reveals what he really wants by taking out Bloodlust. He asks Ouyang to charge the spear with mana, and Ouyang agrees without hesitation. As Ouyang injects mana into Bloodlust, the spear immediately reacts. Red energy races across the weapon as it begins to crackle ominously. Ouyang is alarmed when the spear starts dragging his mana out of control instead of simply accepting a charge. He has to stop and catch his breath after barely containing the drain. Shaken, he admits that Bloodlust is far more dangerous than expected, and Lin Qiu explains that exalt weapons are exhausting to use. Ouyang realizes the spear nearly emptied his mana reserves and apologizes, promising to treasure the weapon despite the scare. With that settled, Lin Qiu says goodbye as Ouyang prepares to leave. The old master bonks him for overworking everyone, but Lin Qiu immediately asks for one more favor. He reveals he has collected several Awakener weapons and wants Ouyang to charge them too, earning an exasperated threat in return. Later, in Awakener Studies class at Magic City University, students sit through a lecture while one seat is mentally elsewhere. The blue-haired girl spends the class daydreaming about Lin Qiu instead of paying attention. Lost in thoughts of him, she wonders when Lin Qiu will finally come back. Qin Jinjin opens a portal, and Lin Qiu returns to her side without warning. He steps through with an easy smile, clearly pleased to surprise her. Instead of greeting her seriously, he immediately checks whether she has been studying hard. Jinjin is startled by his sudden appearance, and he turns the moment playful by claiming he came because she was thinking about him and brought her a gift. He presents her with a longbow as if offering something precious. Jinjin instantly recognizes it as a rare awakened weapon that money alone could not buy, while Lin Chiu shamelessly frames it as proof of his priceless affection. Flustered by how boldly he is acting the moment he returns, she complains that he has become unbearably cheesy. She tries to regain control by scolding him to stop teasing and focus on the coming exams, but he counters by proposing a contest over who will score highest. Confident after his long absences from class, Jinjin accepts because she refuses to lose to him again and demands to know the stakes. Lin Chiu rigs the wager in his favor by saying she may peck him twice if she wins, but he gets to kiss her twice if he wins. The shameless condition leaves her blushing speechless. When he laughs off her objection and dares her to accept anyway, she hits him in embarrassment, while he keeps pressing the bet. Privately, Lin Chiu congratulates himself for inventing a game where he benefits no matter who wins. Their flirting is interrupted by a school broadcast summoning all students above platinum rank to the field and specifically calling Lin Chiu as well, which confuses him because he is only gold rank. A senior teacher gathers the students to address an emergency. He announces grim news that Heaven Lake volcano in Jade province has erupted, and despite advance evacuation efforts the disaster has worsened. Lin Chiu immediately realizes this is no ordinary school matter and wonders why students are being involved at all. The teacher explains that the eruption turned unexpectedly violent, leaving residents trapped in conditions so dangerous that the risk hardly needs explaining. He asks for volunteers to join the rescue effort. Lin Chiu and several others answer at once, offering to help without hesitation. Lin Chiu understands why he was singled out and reasons that even below platinum rank, his spatial abilities could be crucial in a rescue. The teacher slams his hand down, signaling that there is no time to waste. He orders the volunteers to move immediately, promising the paperwork can wait until later. The rescue team departs at once. They arrive near Heaven Lake as smoke and ash darken the sky. The city below lies under the shadow of the erupting volcano as the team rushes in. Lin Chiu notices the air reeks of sulfur, confirming how close they are to the heart of the disaster. The eruption intensifies again, sending people fleeing in panic as cries for help spread through the area. Faced with the inferno, Lin Chiu can only think that the place looks like hell on earth. The teacher quickly organizes the volunteers, ordering them to split into teams and search for survivors without wasting a second. When Lin Chiu asks what the senior experts will do, the teacher explains that every exalt has separate duties to handle. He reveals the deeper danger. A nearby True Valiance dungeon could release mana beasts if the volcanic chaos draws them out. That means the disaster could escalate into something as catastrophic as the eruption itself, so the exalts must move to contain that threat. As the experts depart, Lin Chiu watches the situation grow even more complicated. A call comes in reporting that 4 rescue squads were already deployed nearby, giving the volunteers a command structure to link up with. They are told to coordinate with the Vermilion Bird Squad, which has established a temporary rooftop command post. Lin Chiu agrees and prepares to move toward the command center. Before setting out, he tells Jinjin and the blonde teammate to hold on tight. They arrive at the rooftop post, where rescuers are already treating the injured and directing operations. A winged squad leader notices Lin Chiu's arrival. Recognizing him as exactly the kind of help they need, the squad leader asks Lin Chiu to assist immediately. Lin Chiu asks what role he can play in the operation. The squad leader transforms and insists they discuss the crisis while moving, making clear the urgency leaves no room for delay. He grabs Lin Chiu with his talons and takes him into the air. Lin Chiu protests the absurdity of being carried like cargo, but the leader ignores him and keeps flying. From above, they spot a group of civilians stranded on a shrinking stone platform surrounded by lava. Lin Chiu immediately points them out and realizes the victims are trapped in the middle of the molten flow. The squad leader explains why a direct aerial pickup is impossible. Unstable boulders could fall at any moment, and wind gusts might topple the platform. Even so, he starts calculating what can still be done under these conditions. At that moment, a loose boulder breaks free overhead. Lin Chiu spots the falling rock and warns that the trapped civilians are about to be crushed. He immediately orders the nearby rescue squad to get ready, taking command of the timing himself. Then he commits to the rescue personally, deciding he will evacuate the civilians by spatial means. One of the stranded men rallies the others to prepare to move the instant a chance appears. Lin Chiu dives toward them with a spear in hand and a portal already forming above. He braces the spear for impact, turning it into an anchor point for the rescue. The spear strike blasts the rock platform apart just enough to launch the civilians upward and away from the falling boulder. At the same time, Lin Chiu opens an anywhere door to receive them. The civilians are pulled through the portal instead of dropping into the lava. They reappear safely on solid ground, and the rescuers realize Lin Chiu has teleported the entire group to safety. Left behind on a lone rock amid the lava, Lin Chiu hears that the civilians are safe but has no immediate way out. The winged leader suddenly notices the real cost of Lin Chiu's gamble and shouts about his feat. The lava has already scorched him badly while he stood in it to complete the rescue. Lin Chiu tries to downplay the injury by insisting his platinum rank physique can handle it, even as the pain is obvious. The squad leader refuses to accept that excuse and insists Lin Chiu needs treatment immediately. When the leader returns carrying him, the people on shore celebrate that the rescue succeeded. 2 men from another group step in to support the injured Lin Chiu as the winged leader lands. Jinjin rushes over, alarmed by the sight of him collapsed and burned. She demands to know how he ended up with such severe burns. Still trying to reassure her, Lin Qiu claims the injuries are only superficial and not worth worrying about. The others praise his courage while a healer named Mo Li immediately begins treating his legs, and Jinjin remains unconvinced by his bravado. As the healing takes effect, the pain starts to fade. Lin Qiu is delighted to find his legs restored and warmly thanks Mo Li by name. Mo Li is overjoyed that he noticed and remembered her, taking his gratitude far more personally than he intended. Lin Qiu jokes that he was right not to worry, but Jinjin snaps back that he needs to take better care of himself. When asked what he plans to do next, Lin Qiu answers that he will keep going wherever he is needed. Jinjin immediately refuses to be left behind and declares that she is going with him. Lin Qiu tries to argue that the area is too dangerous for her, but she cuts him off because that danger is exactly why she refuses to let him face it alone. She openly admits she cannot bear to watch him confront such risks by himself, forcing him to recognize how serious she is. Lin Qiu finally relents and tells her to stay close to him, which she accepts with quiet relief. The squad leader gives Lin Qiu a communicator and tells him to stay in contact so they can call on him whenever his help is needed. After acknowledging the order, Lin Qiu opens another portal and leaves with Jinjin to continue searching elsewhere. They step out into another devastated section of the disaster zone. The new area is a ruin of collapsed concrete and lingering fire, showing the scale of destruction far from the lava itself. Jinjin is stunned by the devastation, while Lin Qiu forces himself to keep searching despite the oppressive heat. A sudden wave of cool air reaches him in the middle of the inferno. Jinjin shyly explains that her ice abilities naturally create a cooling effect, and Lin Qiu immediately praises himself for bringing her along. Embarrassed again, she protests when he casually calls her his wife. Lin Qiu abruptly grows serious as he catches a distant cry for help. He confirms that someone nearby is still trapped and calls Jinjin's attention to it. He grabs her and jumps through an anywhere door to reach the source at once. They emerge on the other side of the portal and rush forward. The pair arrive in another shattered section of the ruins, still searching for the trapped voice. They find a little girl clutching a black cat beneath unstable debris, terrified and surrounded by fire. Lin Qiu spots her immediately, and realizes the flames around her make a direct approach dangerous. Before they can reach her, a heavy beam breaks loose overhead and crashes down toward the child. The falling timber is about to crush her where she crouches. Lin Qiu realizes he may be too late if he tries to reach her by speed alone. He throws himself into a portal-assisted charge while silently willing himself to make it in time. Jinjin launches an ice construct at the same moment to intercept the beam. Her ice barrier catches and stops the falling timber just before it reaches the girl. Lin Qiu arrives beside the child, lifts the beam away, and gently checks whether she is hurt. He carries the rescued girl and her cat back to a safer gathering point where other survivors and responders are assembled. He reflects that with his teleportation and Jinjin's support, the two of them can function almost like a full rescue team by themselves. As they continue working together, more survivors are saved and the disaster's immediate toll begins to ease. By the time evening falls, the frantic pace of the rescue finally slows. Night settles over the forested edge of the disaster zone. With the main rescue effort around the volcano finally over, Lin Qiu and Jinjin take a brief rest together. He suggests they eat something at last, and she quietly agrees. While resting, Lin Qiu decides to awaken another new skill from his system, choosing skill 9527 after the exhausting day. The awakened ability turns out to be lip reading, and almost immediately he catches a nearby complaint that someone is dissatisfied after a hard day's work. He dismisses the strange timing as coincidence and focuses on eating, but the new skill has already made him alert. A group of men approaches their resting place and calls out to them. Lin Qiu identifies two of the newcomers as Qin-Chi, an Animorph, and Zhou Wei, a Poison Awakener, with several family retainers behind them. The men ask whether Lin Qiu and Jinjin are injured and claim to be volunteers checking on them. Lin Qiu smiles politely, but inwardly he immediately doubts them because they look far too clean for people who have been doing rescue work. He keeps up the act and asks their names as though he believes their story. When he introduces himself, the men instantly recognize him by reputation and bring up his famous battle videos. Lin Qiu confirms his identity while probing how they know so much about him. Qin-Chi explains that Lin Qiu has become something of an online celebrity, and claims they are simply admirers from his family. Lin Qiu laughs it off as if he is just an ordinary student, continuing to hide his suspicion. The group offers to stand guard so Lin Qiu and Jinjin can rest, trying to lower his guard further. Jinjin quietly asks who these men really are, sensing the tension beneath the polite exchange. Lin Qiu answers outwardly that they are just kind passers-by, but inwardly concludes they definitely have ulterior motives. He watches them carefully while pretending to relax under their protection. Knowing he cannot safely use obvious detection skills without exposing himself, he decides his new lip-reading ability is the perfect way to investigate them unnoticed. He marvels that the system's timing was almost too convenient, then forces himself not to overthink it and uses the skill anyway. By reading their lips from a distance, he learns they have already identified him as their target and are debating whether to strike now or wait. He also learns they are confident because 2 true Valiance fighters and more than a dozen diamond-rank subordinates have surrounded him, though they still respect his spatial escape ability. That confirms Lin Qiu's suspicion that the men came specifically to capture or kill him, while the exalts are occupied elsewhere. He realizes they chose this moment because the strongest protectors are tied up dealing with the dungeon threat, leaving him isolated. Without drawing attention, he takes Jinjin's hand. At first she only grows flustered, thinking he is suddenly being intimate in front of everyone. Then she realizes he is secretly writing a message into her palm. The hidden warning shocks her into understanding that something is seriously wrong. His message tells her the men are enemies, the place is dangerous, and she must leave at once. Jinjin is alarmed by how many enemies there are and how badly outnumbered they seem. Lin Qiu understands she does not want to abandon him, but he also knows her staying will only make escape harder. He writes a second message, telling her he can escape alone and that her presence would only distract him. Even while facing the trap, he keeps a calm expression so the enemies will not notice. Jinjin still hesitates, unwilling to leave him behind. Lin Qiu answers her hesitation with a reassuring smile meant to steady her resolve. He pulls her into a brief embrace and firmly tells her not to argue, only to go. Jinjin falls silent, torn between fear for him and trust in his judgment. At last she agrees to slip away and seek help while he buys time. Once she moves, Lin Qiu feels the burden lift and prepares to face the trap alone. He watches her leave through the ruins, trusting her to bring reinforcements. One of the enemy leaders notices that something has changed and grows suspicious. He asks Lin Qiu where the girl is going and offers to send escorts after her, clearly testing him. Without missing a beat, Lin Qiu lies that she only went to relieve herself and tells them not to follow, buying her a little more time. After hearing the report, the older man decides to stop interfering directly and leave the woman to handle her part. The silver-haired boy approaches the watchers with food and drinks, pretending to be considerate until they lower their guard. The men accept his offerings and start eating and drinking without suspicion. Privately, the boy is pleased that they still do not realize he has already seen through their scheme. He lets them consume what he handed over, confident they are walking into his trap. He notices the older leader has not touched anything and probes him with casual concern. The man refuses the food and instead tries to keep the boy close, hoping to watch him more carefully. The boy plays along and sits with him, keeping the conversation light. He smoothly shifts the talk away from danger and toward a harmless favor. The leader claims his daughter admires the boy and asks for an autograph, trying to appear sincere. The boy immediately sees through the lie and judges the man even more harshly for hiding behind his daughter. Still acting friendly, he offers signed photos as well, keeping the man off balance. The extra photos turn out to be absurdly self-promotional, making the gesture feel more like mockery than kindness. He even suggests the man can take more for other relatives, pushing the joke further. The leader is left wondering what kind of shameless narcissist carries signed pictures of himself everywhere. One of the photos is especially inappropriate, making the whole exchange feel even more ridiculous. Once the setup is complete, the discarded food wrappers and bottle hit the ground as the scene shifts from pretense to action. The boy casually checks his phone while the leader starts reassessing the situation around him. The older man realizes too much time has passed since the missing woman left, and his suspicion sharpens. He concludes the boy's strange confidence means he knows far more than he should. Dropping the act, the group decides they can no longer delay and closes in. The boy openly mocks them for surrounding him, making it clear he was never fooled. The leader admits the boy noticed their intentions after all. The boy reveals the real trap. The food was doctored, and the men suddenly realize they have been sabotaged. When they accuse him of poisoning them, he dismisses the idea as too crude and too obvious. The leader confirms there was no poison, since their poison specialist would have detected it instantly. The boy explains he only added a digestive medicine, turning their own meal into a humiliating weakness. He warns them that using mana now will make it impossible to hold their stomachs, but one of them refuses to be intimidated. The poison specialist boasts that a mere digestive trick cannot scare someone like him and powers up anyway. He launches a poison attack, trying to prove the boy's threat was empty. Instead, the medicine takes effect at the worst possible moment, and his body betrays him. The result is so humiliating that even his allies are stunned by what just happened. As the man loses control completely, the boy mocks him for the stench while the group's dignity collapses. The older leader is relieved he never ate the food and realizes he narrowly avoided the same fate. With his enemies weakened and distracted, the boy cheerfully wishes them a good detox and prepares to leave through a portal. The leader refuses to let him escape and charges after him with full force. He transforms into a regal leopard beast form to pursue at top speed. The beast lunges through the portal, but the jump misses its mark as the boy slips away. Even while the boss chases, his subordinates are still suffering too badly to keep up. One of the afflicted men is identified as Wei Qin, a perception-type fighter at true valiance rank. The leopard boss orders the others to stay put while he hunts the boy down alone. Using scent and instinct, he quickly locates the boy's trail. He crashes through ruined walls and announces that he has found his target. Inside the ruins, the beast corners a lone figure and prepares to strike. The boy answers first, slashing down before the beast can seize the initiative. He reveals he has fought this kind of beast form opponent before and knows how to handle the speed. Standing beside another portal, he acknowledges the boss's mobility as genuinely impressive. Then he decides to change tactics again by reaching into the portal for something new. What emerges is not a weapon at first, but a small cat, briefly confusing the situation. The boy ignores the confusion and says he will start by dealing with the weaker men first. He sweeps his spear through the crowd, cutting down several of the subordinates in one pass. The surviving men panic and try to react, but one of them is still too busy struggling with the digestive tract to fight properly. The boy decides he cannot wait for them to recover and presses the attack while they are vulnerable. Blood splashes across his face, and he discovers his spear can absorb blood from enemies to restore its own mana. Realizing the weapon can refuel itself through slaughter, he is delighted by how useful it is. He resolves to protect this endlessly sustainable treasure until he understands it better. The weapon's internal reserve appears as a cluster of stored energy, confirming it still has resources left. With renewed confidence, he decides to make the battle more entertaining. He pulls out grenades, shocking the men who never expected such a mundane but dangerous tactic. He gleefully throws them like a soldier on a battlefield. The grenades rain down around the trapped group before they can scatter properly. Explosions erupt across the ruins, forcing the men into chaos. One survivor curses Lin Xiu by name and swears he will not stop until the boy is dead. The boy answers by opening multiple portals and dropping even more explosives from different angles. A man turns to flee only to find another grenade falling directly into his path. He realizes the explosives are less lethal than humiliating, because dodging them while trying not to lose control of his bowels is impossible. The boy cruelly taunts them for still wearing their filthy pants and asks whether they have even cleaned themselves yet. One enraged survivor vows to make the boy suffer the same humiliation. At that moment, the leopard boss returns to the battlefield with murderous intent. Wei Qin unleashes his perception ability, focusing completely on tracking the boy's movements. His sharpened senses begin locking onto the exact points where the boy's portals will open. With that advantage, he sends the leopard in for a killing strike. The beast suddenly appears beneath the boy's path, proving the prediction is working. It dives down with a lethal swipe aimed exactly where the boy should emerge. The boy barely avoids a fatal hit, and is shocked that his teleport route was read so accurately. He retreats through another portal, realizing the fight has changed. He reappears from a different angle, trying to reset the rhythm of the battle. Even so, he is forced to admit Wei Qin's reaction speed is absurdly fast. The leopard keeps pressing him, refusing to let him regain control. The beast clips him with a heavy impact, proving the predictions are translating into real damage. The boy lands among the broken ruins and faces the beast again at close range. He realizes the combination of portal prediction and beast speed is a serious problem. He searches for the source of that unnatural accuracy. His gaze settles on Wei Qin, who is calmly directing the fight from behind the front line. The boy understands that the perception user is the real reason his movements keep getting read. He concludes Wei Qin's mana grants foresight into enemy actions, making him a direct counter to teleportation. Recognizing that disadvantage, he decides to eliminate the counter first. He dives toward Wei Qin, choosing to cut off the support before dealing with the boss. Wei Qin is struck and screams as the attack tears into his arm. Panicking, he calls for a healer immediately. An ally reminds him the healer was killed earlier, leaving them without recovery. Bleeding and furious, Wei Qin begs Qinshi to catch the boy while promising full support despite his injury. The boy glances up at the moon and notices the night itself favors beast-type power. He realizes the enemy is finally getting serious, but the full moon also gives him an idea. He activates a new state called Moon Lion form, sprouting rabbit-like ears as his aura surges. He amplifies Beast King's roar fivefold, pushing his body and senses far beyond normal. The transformation floods him with speed and power as he launches back into motion. The remaining enemies rush together, determined not to let him butcher any more of their support. He answers by leaping high above them with his spear raised. The older leader looks up in confusion, unsure what the transformed boy intends. The boy crashes down in a sweeping cross-slash that cuts through multiple men at once. The leader turns in horror as another subordinate falls before he can react. He is shaken that his trusted men are being erased before they can contribute anything. Enraged, he decides this can no longer be treated as a simple capture. He and Wei Qin agreed to change priorities and kill the boy first. The boy welcomes that decision and says he was planning the same for them. Even while the battlefield burns, Wei Qin keeps feeding exact coordinates to the leader. The leader attacks with killing intent, and the boy notes how murderous his aura has become. Yet once again his movement is anticipated before he can complete it. He swings through the air, but the enemy is already positioned to answer. The leader mocks him as weak and insists a true valiance expert cannot be beaten by someone like him. He launches a direct strike, and the boy decides to use the clash to test the limits of his enhanced body. To his own surprise, the boy catches the attack head-on instead of being crushed by it. The collision explodes outward, shaking the battlefield. The boy strains under the force, but he is still standing after the impact. The leader immediately follows with another brutal blow meant to finish him. That strike smashes the boy into the ground hard enough to crater the stone. Dust billows up, briefly hiding whether he survived. The leader assumes a mere gold-rank opponent could not possibly live through a direct exchange like that. Then he senses something wrong and realizes the fight is not over. The boy rises from the dust and coldly declares that true valiance experts are not as overwhelming as they claim. The leader is rattled that even without using full power, he still failed to put the boy down. The boy taunts him again, while privately admitting that a straight fight is still dangerous even for him. He suddenly vanishes from the ruined ground, abandoning the direct clash. Wei Qin immediately tracks the new teleport point far away and calls out the location. The boy decides the perception user has to die before anything else. He opens another portal and charges straight toward Wei Qin. Wei Qin senses the approach and realizes the boy is coming from above. He releases a restraining aura so powerful that the boy feels his body lock in place. Even immobilized, the boy keeps his spear poised overhead while Wei Qin looks up in alarm. He channels the spear into an awakened weapon state and prepares a named strike. He brings down Dragon King's wrath in a massive descending blast. The attack crashes into Wei Qin before he can escape the line of fire. Its force tears through the battlefield and sends shockwaves across the sky and ruins. The boy is startled by just how devastating the technique is and regrets not using it on Qingxi earlier. When the dust clears, he and the older leader face each other again across the wreckage. The leader finally asks the question he has been avoiding and wonders if the boy is actually an exalt. The boy claims he has been hiding his true strength simply for fun, then dares the man to test whether that is a lie. The leader reasons that if the boy truly were an exalt, escape would be impossible, so he decides to gamble on calling the bluff. He charges in, determined to find out the truth by force. The boy notes that the spear's mana is nearly spent, but he still has one more strike to use. He unleashes Dragon King's wrath again in a final downward assault. Then he immediately dashes after the attack, refusing to give the leader time to recover. As he closes in, he realizes he overestimated the man's nerve and that the exalt bluff has already shaken him badly. He follows through with a direct hit that sends the leader reeling backward. The leader finally understands he was tricked about the exalt claim, but also notices the boy can no longer repeat that overwhelming move. The boy, meanwhile, knows his own mana is almost gone and that he cannot keep teleporting much longer. Before the leader can capitalize, another surge of force knocks him upward and disrupts his footing. The older man regains his composure and declares that the battle has now turned in his favor. The boy realizes too late that his mana is nearly exhausted and he has only a few teleports left, leaving him in real danger for the first time. A stronger enemy mocks Lin Qiu as an exhausted gold rank amateur and presses the attack. The enemy's summoned leopard roars as the pressure on Lin Qiu intensifies. Instead of panicking, Lin Qiu decides it is finally his turn to counter. He realizes his spear cannot withstand a direct clash with an enhanced True Valiance expert. That limitation gives him a sudden idea. His opponent laughs, convinced Lin Qiu is only improvising out of desperation. Certain of victory, the man vows to destroy both Lin Qiu and the strange egg he is protecting. He launches netherworld thrusts straight at the egg, forcing Lin Qiu to commit to his plan. Lin Qiu deliberately lets the attack strike the egg instead of meeting it head-on. The enemy is shocked when the backlash injures him instead. Lin Qiu reveals the egg's ability, mana absorption, turning the attack into fuel for it. The man realizes too late that his mana has been drained while he was wounded. With the enemy weakened, Lin Qiu drops the egg and reaches for his spear. He raises the weapon for a finishing blow. Then he drives the spear through the man and coldly tells him to take his complaints up with the egg. The defeated attacker coughs blood, already broken by the reversal. Lin Qiu stands over him as the fight ends decisively in his favor. The spear strike lands completely, leaving no chance for a comeback. At last Lin Qiu exhales in relief, believing the crisis is over. But help arrives from the sky before he can rest. A winged man descends urgently, calling out to Lin Qiu by name to check whether he survived. The newcomer is introduced as Zhu Qing, captain of the Black Tortoise Squad and a true Valiance expert. Seeing the field littered with corpses, Zhu Qing dryly remarks that the rescue mission looks more like battlefield cleanup. Lin Qiu shrugs off the praise and says he merely moved a little faster than his enemies. Zhu Qing formally presents the Black Tortoise captain to him. Lin Qiu's attention immediately drifts to how beautiful the squad captain is. Before the introductions can settle, another arrival crashes down nearby. Lin Qiu tells the captain he even left one enemy alive so her side can interrogate him. The captain is stunned that Lin Qiu alone brought down 2 true Valiance experts and more than a dozen diamond rank foes. More reinforcements sweep in overhead as the area is secured. Among them, Jinjin rushes in the moment she spots Lin Qiu. She throws herself into his arms, admitting she had been terrified for him. Still flustered, she immediately starts checking whether he was hurt. Lin Qiu teases her by offering a far more thorough inspection than she intended. Embarrassed but relieved, she scolds him for joking and orders him to get dressed properly again. The mood shifts back to business as Zhu Qing orders the battlefield cleaned and every body searched. Lin Qiu adds a warning that the search team should be prepared for a disgusting surprise. The soldiers soon discover the dead enemies had all fouled themselves in terror. Lin Qiu casually suggests finding a water-type awakener to wash them off. The recovered dragon egg is brought back together with a pile of loot taken from the fallen enemies. Zhu Qing confirms the valuables came from the attackers and asks whether the egg belongs to Lin Qiu. Lin Qiu claims the egg and admits he had been wondering where it had gone. The report turns to where it was found, near a place that should have been flooded with lava. Zhu Qing explains that the lava had vanished, leaving only volcanic rock around the egg. Lin Qiu connects the dots and realizes the dragon egg can absorb volcanic energy as well as mana. He immediately opens Anywhere door, intending to test that theory on the volcano itself. A portal appears beside a lava flow, and he steps into the experiment without hesitation. He decides to test the egg directly against fresh lava. The egg begins drinking in the molten flow and rapidly cools the area around it into rock. Lin Qiu confirms the effect is real as the lava visibly hardens. After absorbing so much heat, the egg gives a tiny satisfied burp. Zhu Qing and others hurry over and ask why Lin Qiu suddenly rushed here. Lin Qiu announces that he may have found a way to solve the volcanic disaster and hatch the dragon egg at the same time. He explains that if the egg is brought to the crater, it should be able to absorb the lava there as well. A messenger interrupts with grim news that experts predict a second major eruption in only 30 minutes. Worse, the next eruption is expected to dwarf the first one. The warning leaves everyone rattled. Lin Qiu quickly calculates that he still has enough time and that his mana has recovered enough to act. When Zhu Qing asks whether they should focus on evacuation, Lin Qiu agrees but insists he must still go to the volcano because the dungeon there matters too. Zhu Qing questions whether Lin Qiu can survive the heat and toxic gas at the crater. Lin Qiu answers that the egg can shield him from the temperature. For the toxic gas, he chooses Xinxing to accompany him. Zhu Qing notes that Xinxing can handle hydrogen sulfide, but he still worries about the erupting mountain itself. Xinxing warns Lin Qiu that the mission is extremely dangerous and asks him to think carefully. She hesitates only briefly before making up her mind. Then she declares that she is going with him no matter what. Seeing their resolve, Zhu Qing relents and tells them to be careful and avoid reckless heroics. Lin Qiu and Xinxing accept the order like soldiers heading into battle. With the decision made, Lin Qiu begins the operation. He opens a chain of portals and launches them toward the volcano. He urges Xinxing to move with him as they dive into the ascent. The dragon egg absorbs energy as they travel, helping carve a path through the inferno. Lin Qiu instructs Xinxing to use Demonize the moment they arrive so she can absorb the toxic gas around them. They emerge near the lava fields, hand in hand, with the egg already glowing from the heat. Xinxing is amazed that the ground around the egg keeps turning to volcanic rock without any lava remaining. Lin Qiu reminds her that the gas is the next threat, and she snaps back to the mission. She activates Demonize and draws in the poisonous fumes. The transformation gives her demonic horns and the power to consume the toxic gas. With the air clearing, Lin Qiu says the operation is proceeding smoothly for the moment. The egg continues dropping onto molten patches and draining them one by one. After another section cools, Lin Qiu pushes them onward. Xinxing follows despite the strain, trusting his lead. They keep teleporting upward through a chain of portals while holding onto each other. Lin Qiu reasons that alternating the egg's cooling effect with short teleports is the fastest way to reach the mountainside. Even so, the closer they get to the crater, the more unbearable the heat becomes. Seeing Xinxing drying out, Lin Qiu tosses her water and orders her to hydrate. She catches the bottle at once. She gulps it down desperately. The water is nearly boiling from the environment, but she forces herself to drink anyway. Lin Qiu realizes they cannot keep climbing at this pace or they will collapse from dehydration before reaching the top. He decides they have to gamble on a more dangerous method. Lin Qiu admits he may have to risk his life, because otherwise they will never make it to the crater in time. Xinxing sees him gathering blue energy and realizes he is about to change tactics. He says they can no longer rely on the egg to pave every step, so they need to soak themselves instead. He drenches Xinxing with water to give her at least some protection from the heat. She protests in surprise at the sudden soaking. Lin Qiu explains that even if the water evaporates quickly, some protection is better than none. He warns that the next teleport will take them all the way up, and their skin and clothes may be scorched in the process. Xinxing takes his hand and promises she will follow him to the end. They arrive high on the volcano, where the heat is instantly crushing. Lin Qiu curses the unbearable temperature as both of them start to falter. He keeps them linked to the portal route so they can retreat if needed. Using rapid chain teleports, he drags them through the final vertical stretch toward the crater. At last they reach the rim. But Lin Qiu is nearly spent, with thin air and drained mana pushing him to the edge. Knowing he has no strength left for caution, he throws the egg into the crater and orders it to devour the volcano. The effort finally overwhelms him, and he collapses forward. Xinxing dives after him and catches him before he can fall into disaster. For a moment she thinks this is the end, with Lin Qiu unconscious in the heart of the volcano. Instead, her desperate embrace jolts him awake. She is stunned that neither of them seems to be burning anymore. Looking around, she realizes the lava beneath them has hardened into volcanic rock while Lin Qiu coughs himself back to awareness. She asks anxiously whether he is alright. Lin Qiu notices her clothes have been badly scorched by the ascent. He reassures her that the plan appears to have worked because the surrounding temperature has dropped. Seeing the crater calm, they marvel that the egg really absorbed the erupting lava. Lin Qiu gives the little egg full credit for saving them. He picks it up to check on it after all that strain. The cooled crater floor suddenly cracks and rumbles beneath them. Lin Qiu realizes something is wrong. He concludes that the surface temperature is rising again and the volcano still has not fully stabilized. The brief relief was not enough, and he decides the egg must absorb even more energy. He urges the egg to finish the job, arguing that an eruption this massive should be more than enough to hatch a dragon. A helicopter appears overhead, drawing outside attention to the crater. A reporter begins broadcasting live, noting that the volcano should have erupted by now. She is baffled to see no lava flowing in the crater and spots a battered young man beside what looks like an egg, joking that they seem to be cooking it inside a volcano. Lin Qiu and Xinxing wave from the crater floor, fully aware they are being seen. At the monitoring station, the experts are confused that reality no longer matches their data, while others are simply grateful the prediction failed. Far away, Jinjin hears that Lin Qiu succeeded and is overwhelmed with relief. The helicopter offers to take Lin Qiu and Xinxing back with them. Lin Qiu refuses, saying goodbye because he still intends to stay and hatch the egg on site. With the danger temporarily contained, he tells Xinxing to rest while they wait for the egg to finish. Exhaustion finally catches up to him, and he falls asleep sitting beside it. The egg begins trembling and cracking at last. Lin Qiu wakes in confusion as the shell starts to break apart. A tiny blue dragon bursts out of the egg. Lin Qiu is delighted that it finally hatched. The newborn dragon immediately calls him daddy. Lin Qiu panics and bolts away, absurdly claiming he is terrified of snakes. The little dragon, on the verge of tears, asks whether daddy does not want it. Flustered, Lin Qiu tells it to stop calling him that, especially in front of Jinjin, and demands some distance while he regains control of the situation. The hatchling turns its attention toward Xinxing instead. It wonders whether she is its mother too and imagines it was born from the two of them in a blaze of passion. The suggestion sends Xinxing into a flustered meltdown, while the dragon proudly celebrates its own birth. Lin Qiu can only stare in disbelief at the hatchling's bizarre imagination. He finally grabs the little dragon and threatens to discipline it if it keeps talking nonsense. Trying to regain authority, he asks why a dragon that should have 2 horns seems to have 3. The hatchling indignantly explains that the middle point is not a horn at all but a bump from hitting its head while hatching, and blames Lin Qiu for not helping. That answer makes Lin Qiu pause as he realizes something even stranger about the creature. When he asks if it can speak human language, the newborn casually replies that it learned in only 30 seconds. The young man tries naming his newly hatched dragon Black Worm, only to be immediately corrected by the offended little creature. He refuses the creature calling him dad and sets the relationship on his own terms, allowing master or at least big brother instead. Seeing the first name fail, he tells the dragon to choose a name for itself. The tiny dragon grandly declares itself the Dark Destruction Dragon as if announcing a legendary destiny. He cuts that down to the simpler name Onyx, and learns the dragon is only small because it is still at bronze rank. Onyx eagerly devours nearby loot, convinced it can rank up by eating it. Curious, the young man asks what level that meal will raise Onyx to. Onyx calmly estimates that by human standards it should reach platinum rank. Even that disappoints the young man, who had already started imagining himself as a dragon knight with a majestic mount. Onyx reassures him that rank is not the issue, because it can freely change size and already stretch to 200 meters. That promise excites him at first, but he quickly decides a giant dragon would attract far too much attention and ruin any chance of quietly profiting. So he orders Onyx to transform into something closer to human scale instead. Onyx agrees at once, ready to show off its new ability. The little dragon expands into a sleek serpentine form, finally looking like the legendary mount he wanted. Thrilled, he immediately climbs aboard and asks Onyx to carry him. He gives the order to move, fully embracing the fantasy of riding a dragon. Onyx launches with a fierce roar, but more enthusiasm than control. For a moment the rider enjoys the rush and looks upward in awe. That confidence vanishes when he realizes Onyx has no idea how to steer and they are spiraling out of control. The pair plunge toward the cliff wall before he can stop them. He shouts a warning too late as the crash becomes unavoidable. They slam into the rock face in a violent explosion of debris and light. The young man is left nursing a painful lump on his head from the impact. When he accuses Onyx of doing it on purpose, the dragon protests that this was simply its first time flying. Despite the disaster, he briefly considers trying again, but Onyx wisely chooses to descend instead. Their rough landing brings them face to face with a blonde woman who has witnessed the dragon's arrival. She recognizes the creature as a legendary dragon, and he confirms it without hesitation. Not wanting that revelation to spread, he immediately orders Onyx to shrink before anyone else notices. Onyx obediently returns to its tiny shoulder-sized form, making the miracle easier to hide. The woman is delighted to see that the legendary dragon can also become adorable. With the crisis outside seemingly over, he decides they should hurry back and report the good news to the captain. Elsewhere near the volcano, a group of powerful figures gathers as the situation continues to unfold. A blue-haired woman hears a familiar voice and suspects Lin Qiu is nearby. As a portal opens behind them, the others also start wondering where he is. Someone playfully covers the woman's eyes and asks her to guess who has returned. She instantly recognizes him and greets his return with relieved affection. Lin Qiu basks in the reunion, clearly pleased with the attention. The mood turns teasing when she points out the huge bump on his head, and he blames the dragon for it. Instead of pitying him, she finds the injury strangely cute. As she cuddles Onyx and realizes it is the same egg that once protected her, Lin Qiu snaps jealously, and is branded a pervert for his reaction. He jokingly threatens to eat the dragon, but another observer dismisses Onyx as just a pet. The group is stunned to learn that this little dragon absorbed all of the volcanic energy by itself. At the same time, urgent news arrives that the 4 exalts are fighting mana beasts in a true Valiance rank dungeon and the beasts are still trying to break out. Onyx asks to be taken there, insisting it can help, but Lin Qiu doubts a platinum rank weakling can influence a battle at that level. Onyx answers that even at low rank it remains an overlord among mana beasts, so its words still carry authority. That claim is enough for them to head toward the dragon's master and test whether Onyx can really stop the conflict. They arrive at the dungeon entrance, where a massive portal churns with unstable power. The portal flares violently as the team prepares to enter. Onyx confirms the exalts are still inside, and Lin Qiu announces they now have a way to calm the beasts. With that, the group commits to going in. They pass through the portal into the dungeon. Inside, Lin Qiu steps into a place saturated with dangerous energy. He immediately notes that the mana density in a true Valiance rank dungeon is overwhelming. Before they can settle in, a huge slab of rock comes crashing down toward them. Lin Qiu and the others barely react before the threat is almost on top of them. An older master intercepts the falling boulder with a golden barrier, shielding Lin Qiu without effort. While holding the debris at bay, the master scolds him for entering such a dangerous place. Lin Qiu insists he came to help solve the problem here. The master rejects that idea at first, saying this battlefield is far beyond Lin Qiu's level, but still asks for the current situation. The answer is clear from the battlefield itself, where humans and mana beasts are locked in a chaotic clash. The master explains that even though the volcanic crisis was resolved, killing 2 true Valiance rank beasts only pushed the conflict past the point where it could easily stop. Lin Qiu turns to Onyx and tells it that this is the moment to prove it can settle things. The master finally realizes the little creature beside Lin Qiu is the dragon that hatched from the egg. Onyx answers with a commanding roar and reveals its true authority. The tiny dragon swells into a majestic serpentine form, radiating pressure that dwarfs the battlefield. Its presence sends blue streaks of power across the sky and freezes everyone in place. The human fighters first suspect enemy reinforcements, but quickly realize this newcomer is something else entirely. Onyx addresses the mana beasts directly, demanding to know why they are still fighting instead of talking. The beasts answer with anger, saying humans have already killed many of their kin. Onyx silences the uproar and forces them to acknowledge its authority before anyone else speaks. An elder dragon among the beasts steps forward to answer on behalf of the others. Onyx rebukes the beasts for letting bloodlust and chaos drive them, reminding them the outside problem has already been resolved. The elder dragon counters that if the outside were truly stable, they would never have been forced into this mana-starved place. Onyx orders them to withdraw anyway, warning that continuing the battle will only create more pointless deaths. Faced with a superior dragon's command, the beasts finally begin to back down and leave. The elder dragon's hostility abruptly turns into reverence, as it asks Onyx how it might one day become a true dragon itself. Caught off guard, Onyx improvises a wise-sounding answer and claims the beast's murderous intent is the real obstacle. A meditating monk like Exalt quietly observes the exchange, amused by how smoothly the little dragon is bluffing. Onyx continues the act and advises the elder to cultivate patiently until it naturally transcends into dragonhood. The elder gratefully accepts the guidance and even offers to kill the humans for Onyx if that would please it. Onyx angrily refuses, repeating that the beast must abandon its urge to kill and leave the negotiations to it. The elder submits, promises to remember the lesson, and departs with hope of meeting this dragon again. A portal opens for the retreating beasts, sealing the end of the confrontation. Lin Qiu praises Onyx for pulling off the impossible and ending the battle without another fight. Onyx returns to his shoulder, proud and eager for recognition. The human experts now openly ask Lin Qiu whether the dragon belongs to him. Onyx cheerfully greets the assembled elders as if it has already joined their circle. The gathered experts are astonished that the dragon can speak like a person. Lin Qiu confirms that this remarkable creature hatched from the Vermilion Bird Squad's dragon egg. The older master praises him, saying a pet like this is an extraordinary blessing. He admits the Exalts could have killed the beasts eventually, but many other true Valiance rank fighters would have died in the process, making Lin Qiu's intervention invaluable. As a reward for that contribution, the master asks what Lin Qiu wants in return. Lin Qiu immediately asks for high-grade mana pearls and makes it clear he expects nothing cheap from people of their status. He explains that he needs gifts because he is on the verge of advancing again. The master is startled to realize Lin Qiu is about to break through so soon. Lin Qiu reflects that the rescue mission and the battle forced him to burn through his mana repeatedly, loosening the bottleneck that had held him back. He realizes the dungeon's dense mana provides the final condition he needs to advance. The master watches in amazement, calling Lin Qiu a prodigy for growing at such a speed. Lin Qiu's aura erupts upward as the breakthrough begins in earnest. He forces his way into the diamond rank amid a violent surge of power. When the breakthrough ends, the strain leaves him bent over and drenched in sweat. The master checks on him, but Lin Qiu is more puzzled than hurt by what he has gained. He discovers that the new ability awakened by his advancement is something unexpected. The skill turns out to be Animorph skill, Gigantification, a bizarre reward for all this effort. He can only complain about how strange the skill is before the others congratulate him anyway. Once the excitement settles, the master asks about the battle Lin Qiu mentioned during the rescue mission. Lin Qiu reveals that a hidden force attacked them with more than a dozen diamond ranks and 2 true Valiance ranks under a leader named Qin Qi, a name the authorities do not recognize despite monitoring all high-level awakeners. He then recounts the full story, including how the attackers disguised themselves as rescuers. The master concludes that the enemy's motives are deeply suspicious. Lin Qiu uses the moment to remind them of the threat, but also shamelessly asks someone to recharge his lightning spear while they are at it. Grumbling, one of the experts agrees to help recharge the weapon in recognition of Lin Qiu's contributions. The master thanks him and takes Lin Qiu along as they move to discuss the aftermath. They gather around the battlefield remains and the bodies of defeated mana beasts to decide what comes next. The question now shifts from stopping the battle to handling the surviving beasts and the spoils left behind. Lin Qiu is baffled that so many major figures are asking for his opinion as if he were the one in charge. The elders insist the greatest credit belongs to him and even hand him the list of drops so he can decide the distribution. He refuses to be greedy, asking only for 2 suitable mana pearls and some mana beast meat while leaving the rest to everyone else. Even when offered the 2 true Valiance rank mana pearls, he declines them without hesitation. Instead, he says what he really wants is for these powerful people to look after him in the future, though he privately realizes that owing favors may be even more troublesome. The master sees through the calculation at once and tells him he has just secured favors from true valiance rank experts, which is far more valuable than treasure. With the dungeon crisis settled, the master decides it is time to pursue the man who attacked Lin Xiu. Back in a safer place, they review the captured enemy, but he refuses to reveal anything. The masked ally reports that they know almost nothing about this prisoner either, suggesting hidden forces inside the country are operating beyond official knowledge. Since they cannot break him themselves, they decide to send the captive back to headquarters for proper interrogation. The masked ally volunteers to contact the relevant people and handle the transfer. He then shows Lin Xiu a photo and asks whether he recognizes the man in it. The image reveals the same suspicious figure who had once appeared after the conflict with the students of the three nations. The masked ally confirms at once that this man is indeed the one they are looking for and demands to know where the photo came from. The photo's subject is identified as the same dangerous figure tied to the current attack. Lin Xiu explains that after defeating the students from the three nations, he saw this man come to collect them and took a picture because the name sounded familiar. The masked ally warns him that Capella has already reached true valiance rank and urges him not to rush into revenge. Lin Xiu agrees that reckless action would only embolden the enemy and make them harder to stop. He promises he is not foolish enough to throw his life away and says he would be too ashamed to face Captain Wu if he did. Their discussion is interrupted when someone urgently calls for Ouyang. The message is that all the students from Ouyang's university have arrived and are needed outside. They learn the students are gathered near the ruins of Heaven Lake Hotel. The master immediately brings Lin Xiu along to see what is happening. The masked ally departs in a flash of blue energy to handle his own task. Outside, a large group of students has already assembled at the disaster site. A streak of blue power descends nearby, marking another rapid arrival. The principal and the students look up in confusion at the sudden movement. They quickly recognize the arriving figures and call out to both the principal and Lin Xiu. The students stand in formation, waiting for instructions rather than leaving after the danger has passed. Lin Xiu is surprised to find so many classmates gathered here after everything is already over. One student asks the principal whether there is still anything they can do to help, but the principal says the main crisis has already been resolved. Even so, the students explain they came because they still want to assist with the rebuilding and resettlement after the fire's destruction. Around them, the ruined landscape makes clear how much work remains despite the victory. The students offer practical help with recovery rather than glory-seeking heroics. The principal is deeply moved and praises them as the nation's future, saying the country will prosper with young people like this. He formally tells the assembled students to do their best in the coming days to help the victims recover from the disaster. After the disaster, the university promises every student who helped here 2 extra credits as a reward. The students greet the announcement with relief and excitement, feeling their efforts have been recognized. They are then told the army will soon take over coordination, and everyone should help rebuild the ruined homes until then. When asked about his own plans, Lin Xiu refuses to leave for the capital and decides to stay behind so he can earn those credits honestly by helping his classmates. The departing professor accepts his choice, warns him to be careful, and tells him to return to the university once the work is done. Lin Xiu watches the others leave and turns his attention fully to the recovery effort. Before he can begin, Captain Qin arrives with Instructor Qin and calls out to him. Captain Qin drops formalities and admits Lin Xiu has already surpassed his former rank in ability and status. Instructor Qin explains they were sent to assist because they know Magic City University and its people well, and Lin Xiu accepts their help. With that settled, Lin Xiu entrusts the remaining local work to them and agrees to coordinate the next steps. Instructor Qin offers to take him to the temporary resettlement area, where the need is greatest. Lin Xiu climbs aboard their giant eagle mount, and they set off immediately. They arrive at the temporary resettlement camp, where rows of emergency tents now shelter the displaced. Inside the camp, Lin Xiu sees familiar students and teachers already carrying the wounded and helping with relief work. Realizing many people from his university are here, he understands how deeply the disaster has affected them. A horned healer unleashes a healing domain over the camp to treat the injured on a large scale. Under her power, the wounded begin recovering rapidly instead of remaining bedridden. Lin Xiu is told the healer's support is restoring people in huge numbers, easing one major crisis. He steps into a tent to check on what is happening inside. There he finds Jinjin embarrassed after accidentally spilling water all over herself. The sight catches him off guard, and he blurts out her name in surprise. He rushes to check whether she was hurt, and she reassures him that the water was not hot and she is fine. Relieved that she is unharmed, Lin Xiu finally calms down. Only then does he notice how striking she looks in the dress she is wearing, which leaves him flustered. Jinjin complains that her clothes are soaked and says she needs to change out of the wet top. As she starts changing, Lin Xiu's imagination runs wild and his composure nearly collapses. He instantly overthinks what her words imply and embarrasses himself further. Trying to act helpful, he offers assistance even though he is clearly distracted. Before the awkward moment can go any further, a summons arrives saying the chief of staff wants Lin Xiu at a meeting. The interruption ruins the moment, and Lin Xiu can only resent the terrible timing. He heads to the command meeting, where several senior figures are already waiting for him. The assembled officers and specialists salute him as commander, making his sudden authority official. Lin Xiu is stunned to find himself being treated like a real superior. The chief of staff explains that, Besides the 4 military squads, many university students are part of the rescue force, and the leadership has decided Lin Chiu should direct them. Though reluctant, Lin Chiu realizes everyone is already looking to him for answers. The chief of staff insists Lin Chiu is the only suitable choice, citing both his tournament victory and the encyclopedia he wrote on mana beasts. Lin Chiu protests that the decision feels rushed and that too much responsibility is being dumped on him, but the chief of staff frames it as trust and an opportunity. Seeing no way out, Lin Chiu reluctantly accepts the burden and prepares to lead. He immediately asks for the most urgent problem, and the answer is clear: there is nowhere near enough housing for the victims. As if to prove the urgency, part of the camp structure gives way and frightened civilians huddle together for safety. An aide warns that winter is coming and many survivors may not live through the night if proper shelter is not found fast. Lin Chiu first suggests using Earth Awakeners to create temporary earthen houses for one night. That option is rejected because such structures are unstable and impractical on the needed scale. He learns they require constant mana to maintain, and there are simply too many victims and too few Earth users to sustain them. Overwhelmed by the scale of the problem, Lin Chiu nearly gives up and admits this is far beyond what a student should handle. At that moment, his system warns that his brain is overloading from the strain. Instead of failing, the system forcibly awakens a new life skill for him: construction mastery. The sudden breakthrough gives Lin Chiu exactly what he needs, and he declares that he has a plan. The others stare at him, startled by how quickly he has gone from despair to confidence. Lin Chiu urgently asks for paper and a pen so he can put the idea into workable form. He begins sketching at high speed, letting the new skill guide his design. The speed and certainty of his drafting leave the others baffled. Lin Chiu quickly settles on a practical house design that can be mass-produced for the camp. When he hands over the plans, the experts immediately recognize their value. Jin Baoyu, who studied architecture, confirms the blueprints are clever and fully usable. The next obstacle is materials, since even the best design means nothing without enough stone to build it. Lin Chiu has already solved that too and points to a nearby mountain as their quarry. The chief of staff is skeptical at first, unsure whether such a bold idea can really work. Lin Chiu argues that with roughly 100,000 awakeners on site, the impossible becomes possible. The chief of staff agrees they do have enough manpower for demolition and transport if properly organized. Lin Chiu immediately assigns Chao Gai to gather attack-type awakeners to break the mountain and Zhu Qing to organize the transport teams. He then orders Jin Baoyu to lead the earth users in construction, while support and healing types keep the people calm and stable. The officers accept his commands without hesitation, fully committing to his plan. With less than 10 hours before nightfall, Lin Chiu officially launches the operation and demands that everyone secure shelter before dark. His system smugly notes how impressive it is that so many high-ranking figures are now obeying him. Lin Chiu jokes with the system about splitting the credit, revealing that even under pressure he still relies on it as a partner. As construction begins, Jin Baoyu returns to consult Lin Chiu on technical issues that arise in the field. Lin Chiu confirms the house design is sound and says the only remaining delay is getting enough stone delivered to the site. Watching the slow flow of materials, he realizes transportation is becoming the new bottleneck. To solve that, he opens a spatial portal and creates a direct route to the mountain. The portal's appearance shocks the workers and instantly changes the scale of what they can accomplish. When the chief of staff sees Lin Chiu at the quarry, he is baffled that the commander has personally come to the front line. Lin Chiu casually asks how the quarrying is going, as if opening a portal to the site were the most normal thing in the world. He quickly notices one worker is smashing the rock incorrectly and wasting effort. The worker boasts that the job is easy, not realizing he is producing the wrong material. Lin Chiu stops him before he ruins more of the quarry output. He even flicks the man in irritation to get his attention. Then he scolds him for turning solid rock into useless sand when the builders need proper stone blocks. The chief of staff smooths things over and explains that the mistake reflects inexperience more than malice, though the damage is real. He also reports a deeper problem. The boulders are too heavy, and even with pets helping, transport remains painfully slow. Lin Chiu realizes he overlooked that limitation and starts searching for another answer. He decides to handle the biggest stones himself, despite everyone doubting one person can make a difference. When they question him repeatedly, he shuts down the doubts and insists on being trusted. He then uses his spatial storage to pocket a massive boulder, proving he can remove the heaviest loads from the transport chain. After successfully storing one, he confirms the method works and prepares to repeat it. The workers finally recognize him as the famous Lin Chiu and begin treating him with even greater respect. He tells them to leave the largest boulders to him while they focus on the smaller loads. One of the workers apologizes for doubting him, and Lin Chiu accepts it easily, though being called commander by his peers still feels strange. He keeps the momentum up by ordering the quarry teams to continue smashing without pause. As his storage nears capacity, he prepares to make another delivery run. He leads a line of workers carrying stone back toward the base, keeping the whole chain moving. Privately, he admits that if his mana were stronger, he could teleport everything instantly, but for now he must settle for speeding up the process. He resolves to compensate for his limits by making more trips and working harder. On the route back, he finds another obstacle. The mountain path is narrow and difficult, making transport dangerous and slow. Even so, the workers stay motivated, joking that if the commander can keep going, they can too. Their morale surges, and the operation gains a new rhythm as everyone pushes together. Soon, simple stone houses begin rising across the settlement, and Lin Qiu's involvement frees enough manpower to accelerate the entire project. Before sunset, the victims are able to move into the temporary stone homes and finally gain real shelter. As evening falls, the mountain itself stands visibly reduced from the day's massive quarrying. After the work, someone brings Lin Qiu a lunchbox prepared especially for him. Jinjin delivers it, and Lin Qiu jokes that it must be from his loving wife, trying to hide how touched he is. She sees through the joke and gently notes that carrying authority all day must have been exhausting for him. Her understanding catches him off guard, because she has noticed the burden he tried to hide. Lin Qiu admits that responsibility and power come with a loss of freedom, but helping the victims made the burden worthwhile. Watching him, Jinjin reflects that despite everything he has achieved, he remains as kind as ever. She then tells him that people here could never enjoy the sunset from this spot before and asks if he knows why. The answer lies in the mountain he had everyone quarry away, which no longer blocks the horizon. Jinjin calls that change a miracle and credits Lin Qiu with making it possible. Lin Qiu corrects her, saying the miracle belongs to everyone who worked together, and the two quietly admire the sunset they created. The next day begins with Lin Qiu still watching over the camp as the work continues. That peace is broken when the chief of staff rushes in with news of another emergency on the transport route. A damaged bridge has partially collapsed, cutting off a vital supply line. The chief of staff reports that the supply trucks are stranded and, unless the bridge is fixed quickly, the camp may not even have enough food for dinner. Experts estimate repairs would take at least 2 days, which Lin Qiu immediately rejects because the exhausted victims and students cannot endure that long without supplies. Jinjin proposes trying a different approach, and Lin Qiu turns to her for a solution. She suggests using ice awakeners to freeze the river and create a temporary crossing. Lin Qiu instantly adopts the idea and orders all ice and flora awakeners to gather at the bridge. He moves with urgency, ready to coordinate yet another improvised rescue plan. At the river, the stranded trucks wait on one side while the rescue teams assemble on the other. Lin Qiu orders the ice users to step forward and freeze the river into a passable route. Captain Zhu objects that the river is far too wide for their current strength. She bluntly tells Lin Qiu he is asking for the impossible, nearly shouting him deaf in the process. Lin Qiu counters by asking what if he could increase their power by half. Captain Zhu dismisses his phrasing as childish, but she still listens because he clearly has something in mind. Lin Qiu tells Jinjin to use her domain to amplify the group. Jinjin activates the domain, bathing the area in a strengthening aura. The boosted awakeners immediately feel the surge in power and realize the plan may actually work. With the enhancement in place, Lin Qiu asks Captain Zhu whether freezing the river is still impossible, and she confidently says she could now freeze far more than this. Pleased by her renewed confidence, Lin Qiu encourages the team to proceed. He also warns them not to freeze the water all the way to the riverbed, because blocking the flow completely would create even bigger problems. The ice and support teams charge into action together under his direction. Their combined power is released in a coordinated burst. A broad sheet of ice rapidly spreads across the damaged crossing and stabilizes the route. Lin Qiu immediately follows up by ordering flora users to grow vines across the ice for traction and support types to strengthen everyone involved. The support teams answer at once and layer the crossing with reinforcement. The first truck tests the improvised bridge, and the structure holds under its weight. One by one, the stranded supply trucks begin crossing safely over the frozen route. The workers celebrate as the emergency is solved before it can become a disaster. From the side, Jin Baoyu watches Lin Qiu direct the operation with growing admiration. He finally understands why the higher-ups chose Lin Qiu as commander and admits none of them could have done better. Even the chief of staff starts thinking it would be a waste for someone this capable not to join the military. That night, with the mission stabilized, the city lights shine in the distance as the rescue leaders finally relax. They raise their drinks to celebrate the successful completion of the operation. Lin Qiu joins the toast with the chief of staff and Captain Qin, sharing in the hard-earned victory. Around the camp, the displaced people gather safely by fires and tents, no longer facing the night in fear. The chief of staff asks whether Lin Qiu will return to the university the next day, and Lin Qiu says he must because exams are approaching. Since the crisis is over, everyone agrees to spend the evening eating, drinking, and enjoying the peace they fought for. One of the survivors hesitates, gathering the courage to speak on behalf of the others. The family thanks Lin Qiu and the rescue teams for protecting them after the disaster, calling them the heroes who saved their lives. When the chief of staff tries to give Lin Qiu all the credit, Lin Qiu refuses the praise and insists the miracle was only possible because everyone worked together. A little girl begs Lin Qiu to show off his power, and he awkwardly explains that his ability is basically turning into a rabbit. He tries to play along with the request and presents himself confidently despite how silly the talent sounds. The child reveals that she already idolizes him from television as the so-called strongest rabbit on Earth. She points out that the whole gathering, especially several admiring girls, is excited to see his rabbit form in person. Lin Qiu hesitates and glances at Qin Jinjin, worried she might be upset if he performs. While he is still wavering, Jinjin pushes him to stop overthinking and go entertain everyone. She reminds him that the party is meant to celebrate their new home, so he should contribute and show off a little. Lin Qiu accepts her reasoning, though he can tell she has something more personal on her mind. Jinjin admits that seeing so many girls fawn over him makes her feel jealous. Her honesty catches him off guard, and he is completely charmed by how cute she is. He impulsively hugs her and reassures her that she is the only one who matters to him, embarrassing her in front of everyone. With that settled, he heads toward the celebration area as the child proudly announces their hero's arrival. The bonfire is already lit, setting the stage for his performance. A lively host takes over and asks the crowd if they are ready for the show. She formally introduces Lin Qiu as the commander who will perform magic tricks for the party. The audience cheers, and Jinjin watches with quiet pride from among the crowd. Lin Qiu decides this is the perfect chance to test his new gigantification skill and see whether it really makes him enormous. He begins dramatically by entering his moon lion rabbit form and channeling power into the transformation. The spectacle immediately wins over the audience, especially the girls watching. Jinjin is no exception and melts at how adorable he looks even before the real surprise begins. Encouraged by the reaction, Lin Qiu moves on to the next step of the demonstration. He activates gigantification with a burst of energy and commits fully to the experiment. The skill works too well, and he suddenly becomes a towering muscular rabbit giant over the crowd. The absurd result leaves everyone, including Jinjin, stunned by what kind of transformation he has produced. Lin Qiu proudly notes that he can control his size up to 50 meters, though he has only grown to around 10 for this test. The onlookers can only gape at how huge he has become. His pride quickly turns to alarm when he realizes the transformation enlarged everything, not just his height. He hurriedly uses his tail to cover the part of himself that would make the situation truly humiliating. A child innocently asks why his tail is being held in front, making the danger of exposure even worse. Flustered, Lin Qiu decides to end the act before the embarrassment gets any worse. But the skill starts draining his mana heavily, leaving him weak and making it hard to maintain control. As his power fails, his giant body starts shrinking in front of everyone. He panics at the thought that he will end up completely naked in public once the transformation collapses. To save himself, he opens an anywhere door and escapes through it at the last second. The crowd is left staring at the portal in confusion as their commander vanishes without explanation. He reappears near a tent by the bonfire, hoping he has bought enough privacy to recover. Relieved, he starts throwing clothes on and congratulates himself for teleporting away before total disaster struck. Just as he is dressing, someone pulls the tent curtain aside. Jinjin finds him there, confirming that he really did flee to hide. She is shocked to catch him half-dressed, and both of them scream at the awkward timing. Overwhelmed, she bolts from the tent before the moment can get any worse. Outside, she is left flustered by the fact that she really did see more of him than she expected. Lin Qiu peeks out and nervously asks whether she saw everything. Trying to preserve both their dignity, she claims she only came to bring him food and saw nothing at all. She tries to leave with that excuse, but Lin Qiu protests that she cannot just deny what happened after clearly witnessing it. In his panic, he blurts out that she now has to take responsibility for him. Jinjin angrily rejects that nonsense and drags him away while insisting all she saw was his backside, not something scandalous. By the next day, the embarrassing episode has become yesterday's problem. As the rescued group prepares to part ways, Lin Qiu tells them there is no need for a formal send-off because they will meet again. He also tries to wave off the title of commander, insisting he only held it in name. The blonde man refuses to downplay it and sincerely accepts Lin Qiu as their commander, hoping they can fight together again. To prove that respect, he calls everyone to attention. The whole group salutes Lin Qiu, formally recognizing him as their leader. The unexpected military seriousness catches Lin Qiu off guard. Still, he returns the salute and accepts their respect. His friends soon call him back to reality and tell him to stop acting like a commander because they are heading back to school. From the vehicle, they tease him warmly while Jinjin watches with a soft smile. Lin Qiu climbs aboard to return with them to the university. On the ride back, he jokes that the trip feels like a hero's return after everything they survived. A friend points out that not everyone from the university can claim that title, since weaker students were barred from the rescue mission. He adds that people like Sima Yen did not come at all, framing the absence as cowardice. Lin Qiu turns that around and dryly suggests his friend must be very brave, since he did go. The friend proudly agrees and reveals that the rescue mission let him break into gold rank and awaken a new skill called damage enhancement. He boasts about the advancement, clearly thrilled by his sudden growth. Lin Qiu congratulates him sincerely and is happy to see his friend getting stronger. At the same time, Lin Qiu asks his system for a powerful new skill of his own, hoping for something equally impressive. The system instead grants him E-rank calligraphy mastery, leaving him offended that it seems to be mocking his handwriting. The system doubles down by implying that at least he has enough self-awareness to know his writing is bad. Lin Qiu fumes at the insult until Jinjin notices him acting strangely and asks what he is doing. He immediately hides his frustration and pretends nothing is wrong. Because she cannot see the system interface, Jinjin only senses that he is behaving oddly and wonders if something invisible is there. The moving vehicle suddenly jolts, throwing the moment off balance. Jinjin loses her footing and falls directly onto Lin Qiu. Pinned beneath her, Lin Qiu is overwhelmed by the intimate position and the accidental contact. Jinjin blushes and notices that something hard is pressing against her, misunderstanding what it might be. Lin Qiu panics and desperately searches for an explanation before she realizes the truth. He claims it is only a brush he misplaced and says he had been practicing calligraphy in the air with it. More than 2 weeks later, back at Magic City University, That ridiculous explanation has apparently held. Lin Qiu's calligraphy has become good enough that even Jinjin and the others openly praise it. His work is now polished enough to produce a formal plaque reading that heaven rewards diligence. As they prepare to hang it up, Lin Qiu is relieved that Jinjin seems to believe his brush excuse after all. He reflects that the university has been back in session for weeks. Everyone is busy preparing for exams, and Master Ouyang has still not returned from his trip. During this lull, Lin Qiu has also been cultivating and absorbing the lightning arc skill from a mana pearl he obtained earlier. The new power strengthens him further and adds another useful element to his growing arsenal. He then activates another newly gained ability, Animorph Lock-On, by secretly targeting Jinjin. From the name alone, he guesses it is some kind of tracking skill and decides to test it immediately. Before he can focus on that, Jinjin notices they do not have enough nails to hang the plaque. She volunteers to go fetch some, leaving Lin Qiu with the perfect chance to test the skill. The lock-on works, and he realizes he can pinpoint Jinjin's exact location. Even his little dragon-like mana beast calls him out for using the skill in a way that looks suspiciously like stalking. Ignoring the criticism, Lin Qiu follows the coordinates through the building. When the mana beast keeps complaining, he insists he is only testing a new skill. He challenges the beast to prove it can do more than fly, and it indignantly claims it has many abilities. To demonstrate, the creature starts with the one talent Lin Qiu least wanted to see at close range. It breathes fire directly into his face and proudly treats that as a successful display. Lin Qiu grabs the beast in outrage and demands to know whether it is trying to kill him. The beast tearfully explains that aside from rare spatial powers, it can do almost everything else. It even offers to show off lightning next, but Lin Qiu shuts that idea down immediately and stuffs it back away. He admits the mana beast is impressive but also hopelessly scatterbrained. Returning to the real test, he decides to combine lock-on with anywhere door so he can teleport straight to Jinjin's location. He opens a portal and confidently steps through, expecting to arrive neatly at her side. Instead, he emerges behind a curtain in an unfamiliar room. As he wonders where he landed, he hears Jinjin complaining nearby about getting dirty while searching for nails. He parts the curtain and realizes with horror that he has teleported into the women's changing room. Worse, he catches Jinjin in the middle of changing clothes. A blonde girl chats with Jinjin about hanging up Lin Qiu's calligraphy and teasingly refers to him as her future husband. The teasing escalates into questions about how far their relationship has progressed, leaving Jinjin flustered. Realizing he is overhearing private girl talk in the worst possible place, Lin Qiu tries to retreat quietly. He stumbles on something soft while backing away, nearly giving himself away. The noise alerts the girls, and they immediately ask who is there. Jinjin suspects a pervert may be spying on them. When they cannot see anyone, she wonders if the sound came from somewhere else. Before they can investigate further, Zhang San finds Lin Qiu outside and clamps a hand over his mouth to stop him from being discovered. Lin Qiu exhales in relief after narrowly avoiding total disaster. He thanks Zhang San for saving him from being caught. But Zhang San looks hurt and accuses him of doing something he never expected from him. Lin Qiu instantly realizes Zhang San has completely misunderstood the situation. He angrily denies the accusation and refuses to be painted as a shameless voyeur. To make his point, he smacks Zhang San and insists he only slipped while testing a new skill. Zhang San is left dazed as Lin Qiu prepares to escape the awkward scene. Still, Zhang San admits he had been worried because he saw Lin Qiu blushing after coming out of the women's changing room. Lin Qiu repeats that it was an accident, and Zhang San finally reveals why he was looking for him in the first place. The mention of Principal Ouyang Zhe immediately gets Lin Qiu's full attention. He heads straight to Ouyang Zhe's office. Once inside, Lin Qiu asks his master why he has been away for so long. Ouyang Zhe explains that he was preparing for the World Championship and summons Lin Qiu now because training with the official team will begin after the holidays. He then asks whether Lin Qiu understands why so many people started targeting him after learning he is a spatial type awakener. Lin Qiu admits that he does not know the deeper reason. Ouyang reveals that the World Championship will be held inside a diamond rank spatial type dungeon. Because only spatial type mana beasts appear there, spatial awakeners have a major advantage, and that is exactly why the event matters so much. The true purpose of the championship is to divide the benefits from the world's only known exalt rank dungeon. Lin Qiu is shocked, since textbooks claim true valiance is the highest rank, and Ouyang explains that official knowledge is deliberately incomplete. He says many exalts exist in secret across the world, most of them hidden away in dungeons while cultivating or hunting. Lin Qiu accepts that explanation and asks where the championship will actually take place. Ouyang says no one knows in advance because spatial dungeons only appear when it is time, and this one opens once every 4 years, with Lin Qiu's mission being to gather as many spatial-type mana pearls as possible. When Lin Qiu asks whether victory depends on the number of pearls, Ouyang clarifies that their value matters more than raw quantity. The point is illustrated simply: one superior prize can outweigh many lesser ones. Lin Qiu quickly understands that a single true valiance rank spatial pearl could decide the entire championship. Ouyang warns him not to dream too big, because the tournament gathers terrifying young experts from every country, and only those under 22 may enter. Lin Qiu laughs off the warning for the moment, and asks who else will be on their team. Ouyang says the 10-member roster is basically finalized. He lists the core members, including Captain Zhu Qin, Vice Captain Gu Ziyuan, and several other powerful specialists. Then he moves on to the remaining familiar names. Among them is Qin Jinjin. The moment Lin Qiu hears her name, his concern spikes. He rushes out at once, determined to find Jinjin before it is too late. He cannot understand why she was chosen when there are many other platinum rank students available. Ouyang's explanation follows. Jinjin's ice domain is uniquely valuable because the team has only one diamond rank ice awakener, so her presence would greatly strengthen the whole group. Even knowing that, Lin Qiu decides he cannot let her face such a dangerous championship. Using his tracking skill again, he finally spots Jinjin ahead with another girl and closes in, ready to persuade her to withdraw. While Qin Jinjin and her friend decide they were probably being overly cautious, Lin Qiu rushes over to stop her before she can leave. He urgently pulls Jinjin aside, making it clear he needs a private conversation with her. With her friend tactfully stepping away, Jinjin agrees to hear him out alone. Lin Qiu confronts her for secretly entering the dangerous world championship and is hurt that she never told him. Jinjin tries to answer, but his accusation leaves her momentarily at a loss. She reminds him that he also hid important things from her, so he has no right to blame her alone. Jinjin points out that neither of them would quit just because the other asked, so there is no point pretending otherwise. Instead of backing down, she admits she is relieved to be joining the championship because having him beside her makes her feel safer. She says facing danger together is better than worrying separately, and her honesty begins to break his resistance. Lin Qiu still fears the tournament's brutality, and knows there is no guarantee everyone will survive it. Jinjin answers with complete trust, certain that as long as he is there, he will protect her. Realizing he cannot change her mind, Lin Qiu accepts her decision. He answers by pulling her into his arms and silently choosing to stand with her. Lin Qiu vows that anyone who wants to reach her will have to kill him first. Jinjin rejects his fatalism and insists that both of them will come through this safely. He embraces her tighter and swears to believe in that future with her. A few days later, one of Lin Qiu's contacts is pressed for progress on gathering the mana pearls Lin Qiu urgently requested. The request surprises them because Lin Qiu was usually known for being lazy and unhurried. His friend confirms that something has changed in him recently. The reason becomes obvious. Lin Qiu has been training with unusual intensity every single day. He pushes his cultivation hard, surrounding himself with surging energy as he meditates. Knowing the championship is close, Lin Qiu becomes desperate to grow stronger fast. Even as his ally notes, he only wants high-grade mana pearls. His effort pays off with a breakthrough to Platinum 4-star. Even after advancing, he keeps going until his friend warns him not to overwork himself. Lin Qiu insists he understands his limits, though he is visibly exhausted. A system warning tells him that forcing progress beyond what his body can handle will cause side effects. Lin Qiu accepts the risk because he wants enough strength to reduce the danger Jinjin will face in the championship. The system informs him that Platinum 6-star is the highest rank his current physique can safely support, and he decides to aim for it. He contacts his master to request specific lightning and spatial mana pearls, but learns the spatial ones available are still too weak for him. Even so, the next day he receives suitable pearls from Zhang San and quickly pushes himself to Platinum 6-star. By the time finals arrive, both Lin Qiu and Jinjin have reached Platinum rank and aced the Awakener Studies exam. They leave the exam room together, clearly standing on equal footing now. Lin Qiu breezes through his other written tests as well and spends the rest of his time training with his manufacturing hammer. Once exams end, the semester closes and the holiday break begins. Lin Qiu tells his friends that he and Jinjin have other plans and will not be returning to Peace City with them. They part on good terms, promising to meet again next semester. Left alone with Jinjin, Lin Qiu teasingly demands the reward she promised, convinced she cannot beat him in the exams. Jinjin argues that his rushing through every paper without checking should matter, but he shamelessly claims it changes nothing. Her flustered reaction gives him exactly the kind of suggestive reward he was hoping for. Lin Qiu immediately starts entertaining dangerous thoughts about taking things further if she lets him lead. He blurts out that it would feel different if she took the initiative, leaving Jinjin baffled by his sudden shift. Before the moment can go any further, someone approaches and interrupts them. An elder arrives and announces that their private training is ready to begin. Lin Qiu and Jinjin put aside their embarrassment and declare themselves prepared. The elder teleports them away in a burst of power. At the training site, Lin Qiu immediately recognizes the red-haired man before them as Xu Qin. He greets Xu Qin politely as the team captain he has heard so much about. Xu Qin responds by slapping away the offered handshake, openly disrespecting him from the start. He introduces himself as Captain Xu Qin, a Diamond 1-star Ice-type Awakener, then turns his attention to Jinjin instead. Jinjin stays quiet, watching his attitude carefully. Xu Qin shamelessly asks whether she has a boyfriend and suggests she should consider pairing with him because their abilities are compatible. Lin Qiu is instantly furious that Xu Qin dares flirt with Jinjin right in front of him. Unable to tolerate the insult, Lin Qiu strikes Xu Qin across the face. Jinjin calls Lin Qiu's name in alarm as the confrontation escalates. Lin Qiu doubles down with mocking politeness, telling Xu Qin to respect his elders. Xu Qin, disgusted, warns Lin Qiu not to get arrogant just because he performed well in the Awakener clash. He boasts that anyone on his side could crush Lin Qiu and rejects being treated like a junior. His teammates appear, revealing a lineup of powerful Platinum Peak and high-level specialists backing his confidence. Lin Qiu turns the insult around by pointing out that since Xu Qin calls Ouyang Zhe grandpa and Ouyang is Lin Qiu's master, that would make Lin Qiu Xu Chen's uncle. Zhu Qin cannot refute the logic, but hates how badly it makes him look. Embarrassed and angry, Zhu Qin tells Lin Xiu to know his place. The two square off with killing intent until the elder intervenes. Ouyang Zhe demands to know what they think they are doing and forces them to stop before the clash begins. He ends the argument by ordering everyone to set off for the real training. They arrive at the Magic City Special Awakener training base, where the rest of the trainees are already waiting. Zhu Qin greets Ouyang Zhe respectfully, and Ouyang formally brings him his two new teammates. He introduces Lin Xiu and Qin Jinjin, making clear that Zhu Qin should already know their records. Ouyang leaves them to get the others, forcing the uneasy group to stand together without supervision. When Ouyang returns, he brings the remaining trainees, including a horned-winged woman and several other specialists. Zhu Qin assumes Lin Xiu's silence means he is finally ashamed of his earlier behavior, but Lin Xiu is simply unimpressed. Once everyone is assembled, Ouyang announces that the month-long training will begin immediately. He explains that their first task is an internal competition so they can understand one another's abilities and avoid fatal mistakes in the dungeon. Lin Xiu and Jinjin listen carefully as the stakes of teamwork are made clear. The format is set as 5 one-on-one matches between the two groups. Lin Xiu immediately asks to fight Zhu Qin because he cannot stand him. Ouyang calls the request arrogant, but admits he intended to pair them anyway. To keep the match fair, Ouyang imposes special restrictions on Lin Xiu: no Awakener Spear, no Awakener weapons, and no repeated teleporting to escape. Zhu Qin is offended that the weaker fighter is the one being restricted, taking it as an insult to his own status. Lin Xiu accepts the handicap and raises the stakes by declaring that if he wins, he wants to become captain. Zhu Qin mocks the demand and asks what Lin Xiu will pay if he loses. He thinks for a moment, and chooses the cruelest leverage he can. Zhu Qin demands that if Lin Xiu loses, he must leave Jinjin. Lin Xiu flatly refuses to gamble Jinjin for a mere title and calls the demand absurd. Instead, he offers total submission if he loses, promising to obey any order Zhu Qin gives. Convinced a diamond rank could never lose to a platinum, Zhu Qin accepts the challenge without hesitation. Ouyang allows the wager and moves the competition forward. He orders everyone to prepare and announces the first match. The opening bout is Gu Ziyuan vs Jiang Hu. Gu Ziyuan is introduced as a Platinum 6-star Destruction type Awakener. His opponent Jiang Hu is revealed as a Platinum Peak 8-armed Ahat, a brutal close combat specialist. The two take their positions and size each other up. Lin Xiu notes that Jiang Hu has improved dramatically and is now Platinum 6-star. Gu Ziyuan immediately panics at the thought of facing such a terrifying opponent. Jiang Hu charges first, warning Gu Ziyuan to focus because he is attacking for real. His opening step alone cracks the ground, showing overwhelming physical force. He closes the distance in a blur, relying on raw speed and pressure. Forced to stop him before he gets close, Gu Ziyuan activates a skill. He unleashes a shattering destructive attack that tears through the battlefield. Jiang Hu powers through the rupturing energy instead of retreating. Seeing an opening, Gu Ziyuan condenses a destructive orb for a decisive strike. He swings the attack into motion with full commitment. The dark energy sphere rushes toward Jiang Hu at close range. Jiang Hu keeps advancing straight into it rather than dodging. He answers with his own technique, Dark Star, turning the clash into a direct contest of force. For a moment Gu Ziyuan hopes the exchange has ended the fight. He reassures himself that even if Jiang Hu looks intact, the destructive energy he planted inside him should do the real damage. But Jiang Hu simply tears away the damaged clothing and shrugs off the injury. He praises Gu Ziyuan's attacks while revealing a monstrous physique and complete confidence. Standing over the smaller fighter, Jiang Hu makes the power gap feel even larger. Jiang Hu admits he has not enjoyed a fight this much in a long time. Gu Ziyuan realizes too late that the situation has become disastrous for him. Jiang Hu declares the warm-up over and finally gets serious. He draws an ordinary kitchen knife, shocking the spectators. Lin Xiu and the others are stunned that such a crude weapon is what Jiang Hu chooses to fight with. Jiang Hu immediately multiplies the knives through his many arms. Surrounded by flames and blades, he turns himself into a living execution machine. With a savage grin, he starts deciding how best to carve Gu Ziyuan apart. Gu Ziyuan fires Dark Star again in desperation. Jiang Hu charges straight through the incoming attack instead of yielding ground. Gu Ziyuan is horrified that his opponent is not even trying to evade. Jiang Hu laughs through the wounds, admits the attack hurts, and keeps coming anyway. He leaps in for the finish, promising to return the pain with interest. Gu Ziyuan becomes convinced he will die if the strike lands. Unable to endure the pressure, he concedes before the final blow reaches him. Even after surrendering, he is left shaken by how close death felt. Jiang Hu stops at once, acknowledges Gu Ziyuan's effort, and shows that he had full control all along. The two separate without further hostility, the results already decided. Jiang Hu casually remarks that Gu Ziyuan's destructive energy is interesting, treating the match as useful entertainment. Gu Ziyuan is still rattled because Jiang Hu's killing intent felt completely real. At that moment, a support skill called Revitalized Mind is used nearby. A strange smoke washes over Gu Ziyuan and clears his fear and confusion almost instantly. As he regains composure, another teammate tells him not to be discouraged. That teammate explains that although Gu Ziyuan's rank is lower than Zhu Chen's, Zhu Chen would still have only about a 40% chance against him, and Gu Ziyuan simply has no interest in being captain. He adds that Jiang Hu has trained his body since childhood, constantly challenged peers, and earned the nickname Cleaver Maniac. After awakening, Jiang Hu became even more dangerous through repeated secret missions that sharpened his killing intent. Gu Tsiyuan realizes that the terrifying aura he felt was the product of real experience, not intimidation alone. He bitterly admits he lost badly. Ouyang comforts him by saying even he has fared little better against Jiang Hu, then officially ends the first match. He immediately announces the second match, Qiu Ligao vs Huang Fuyiming. Qiu Ligao reacts with disbelief, clearly not thrilled by the pairing. Huang Fuyiming descends onto the field in a burst of radiant power. She appears as a horned, winged woman wrapped in holy-looking light, making a dramatic entrance. Qiu Ligao tries to charm her instead of treating the fight seriously. Yiming cuts him off at once, refusing to entertain his flirting. He finally introduces himself properly as Qiu Ligao, a Platinum 8-star support type. Still smiling, he proposes that they at least have a pleasant match. As mist spreads across the field, the others wonder how a support specialist who mainly buffs can possibly fight head-on. Lin Qiu notices that the smoke they inhaled earlier is different from the mist Qiu Ligao is releasing now. Xu Qin explains that the earlier buff was revitalized mind together with overflowing calm, Qiu Ligao's bronze and silver skills, which restore clarity and protect against most mental attacks. Before he can finish explaining what the current mist does, Yiming answers by unleashing a sweeping burst of golden power toward Qiu Ligao. A smoke-based fighter opens by trapping a winged opponent in a stinging cloud, trying to win through concealment and irritation. Watching from the sidelines, a confident strategist reveals that this smoke tactic is also meant as a secret weapon against M-Nation Zoa. She and her silver-haired companion observe calmly, expecting the trick to matter later as well as now. The battlefield quickly disappears under a thickening mass of smoke. Inside it, the winged woman realizes this version is harsher than before and begins to suffer from the sting. She counters by beating her wings to clear space around herself. Then she rises above the smoke, instantly escaping the trap the smoke user forgot she could bypass. The smoke fighter admits to himself that his mist and ring combination was clever, but he underestimated an enemy who can simply fly. Freed from the cloud, the winged woman raises her glowing weapon and prepares a direct counterattack. Her blade gathers light as she commits to offense. She dives back through the smoke toward him, forcing him onto the defensive. Cornered, he warns her to keep back because he is about to use his strongest move. She closes in anyway, driving her weapon down near him to keep pressure on. Rather than retreat, she openly dares him to use whatever he has. Provoked, he decides to unleash the move in earnest. As the smoke shifts, she first thinks he may be hiding again, then notices something different. She realizes he has taken a deep, deliberate breath, as if feeding the smoke itself. That sudden realization makes her tense, sensing the real danger too late. From the smoke emerges a giant humanoid form. The platinum skill smoking is harmful, turning the haze into a massive body. The smoke giant speaks through the cloud and urges Huang Fuyiming to concede before he is forced to hurt her. She refuses immediately and chooses to fight on. To break the construct, she rises above it and prepares a heavy overhead strike. She drives a beam-like slash straight down through the giant's body. The attack splits the smoke mass and slams into the ground with tremendous force. For a moment, it looks as if the giant has been cut apart. But the smoke simply flows back together, restoring the construct. The giant explains that while this skill is active, her attacks cannot harm him, and warns that continued resistance will bring retaliation. The smoke fighter advances behind his towering avatar, pressing the psychological advantage. He boasts that even flight will not save her from a skill this overwhelming. The giant answers her resistance with a devastating blast. A huge explosion erupts, forcing the spectators to shield themselves. The onlookers cough through the aftermath and marvel at how violent the detonation was. When the smoke clears, a massive crater shows just how much damage the support-type fighter caused. The silver-haired observer is stunned that a support specialist could produce destruction on that scale. Huang Fuyiming remains standing, but the result has made the gap between them clear. She admits to herself that even her light of judgment would not change the outcome against that form. Accepting defeat, she concedes, and the smoke user drops the act of aggression at once. The match ends and the tension drains from the field. He coughs heavily as soon as the skill ends, revealing that victory came at a painful cost. Its side effect is humiliatingly severe. After use, thick smoke pours continuously from his body, making the powerful skill feel like torture. A healer immediately relieves his condition, earning his heartfelt gratitude. Flustered by her help and beauty, he impulsively tries to ask Huang Fuyiming out. She shuts him down bluntly, saying he has no chance. Before he can keep pleading, the organizer cuts in and announces the third match, Qianlong vs Zhongli. Qianlong introduces himself as a Platinum 5-star Power Awakener. Zhongli follows by declaring himself a Peak Platinum Earth Awakener. Then Lin Jiu unexpectedly steps forward and announces herself as a Peak Platinum Fire Awakener, confusing everyone, especially Zhongli. She explains that she wants to fight at his side, making her intention unmistakably personal. When the organizer objects that a 2-on-2 would defeat the purpose, Zhongli calmly says he is fine with it. The organizer accepts the change and pairs Qin Jinjin with Qianlong instead. Qin Jinjin introduces herself as a Platinum 3-star Ice Awakener, while her teammate encourages her. The red-haired observer tries to offer her a rose and some dramatic support of his own. His gesture is immediately interrupted before he can finish. The silver-haired teammate snaps at him, promising payback later for distracting her. The new teams square off, and Zhongli confidently offers them the first move. Qin Jinjin opens with Rhyme Domain, creating a field meant to weaken fire and set up her side's explosive strategy. Qianlong follows by invoking Heavyweight 9 Cauldrons to charge in with crushing force. He rushes straight at Zhongli, aiming to overwhelm him before the Earth user can set up. Zhongli answers with Heart of Earth, grounding himself and drawing on his element. A huge wall of stone erupts between them, abruptly stopping Qianlong's advance. Qianlong refuses to slow down and commits to smashing through. He punches through the rock barrier in a burst of brute force. Confident in his strength, he declares that tricks are over and he will win through raw power. But Zhongli turns the terrain against him, raising towering stone pillars all around and disrupting his momentum. Seeing Qianlong boxed in, Qin Jinjin leaps onto a pillar to support him from above. She plants herself firmly and takes aim. From that perch, she forms a frost arrow to strike through the maze of stone. She releases the shot with precise intent. The ice projectile threads between the pillars toward Zhongli. Lin Jiu intercepts with fire, sending a blazing counterattack into its path. Her flames collide with the frost shot and neutralize it before it can land. The impact bursts apart in steam and mist. Lin Jiu openly declares that she will not let another woman hurt her boyfriend, making her loyalties embarrassingly clear. Qin Jinjin loses her footing as the pillar beneath her begins to collapse. Zhongli warns that he is about to attack, using the opening she created. Qin Jinjin is caught off guard by how quickly the situation turns against her. The stone formation shifts again, leaving her exposed and unstable. Lin Jiu and Zhongli rise together onto the pillars, taking control of the high ground. They combine Heart of Earth with Phoenix Impact, launching a coordinated earth and fire strike. A blazing phoenix-shaped assault crashes down toward Qianlong and Qin Jinjin. Qin Jinjin realizes too late that the attack is overwhelming their position. The combined blow detonates in a violent explosion across the field. When the blast fades, Qin Jinjin is left shaken and disoriented. She suddenly finds herself in Lin Qiu's arms, confused about how she got there. Qianlong is equally startled to see that Lin Qiu has pulled them out of danger. Lin Qiu explains that he teleported both of them to safety the moment the fight became too dangerous. He steadies Qin Jinjin, smiling as if the rescue were effortless. When she worries about the unfinished match, the organizer rules that the result is already obvious, and the exchange has served its purpose. He adds that even without Lin Qiu's intervention, no one was truly in danger because the participants knew their limits. Qin Jinjin still feels the sting of defeat despite the reassurance. Lin Jiu softens the blow by praising her domain, admitting it noticeably weakened her flames and that only the rank gap decided things. The pink-haired girl then turns to Lin Qiu and confirms that he is indeed Lin Jiu's boyfriend. Once he says yes, she bombards him with bizarrely literal questions about rabbits, treating his omnimorph nature like actual rabbit biology. He can only stare, baffled by the direction of the conversation. Finally, he protests that being a rabbit omnimorph does not make him an actual rabbit and threatens to sue for defamation if she keeps it up. Zhongli casually puts an arm around the pink-haired girl, making the misunderstanding even more awkward. Before Lin Qiu can defend his dignity any further, the organizer announces the final match, Lin Qiu vs. Zhu Qin. His teammates rally behind him, calling him their last hope, and he accepts the burden with confidence. He taunts Zhu Qin, claiming taking him down will be easy. Zhu Qin answers the arrogance with cold anger and prepares to punish it. Lin Qiu introduces himself as a Platinum 6-star Onimorph and claims the initiative with the first strike. He launches a lightning-charged attack shaped like a beast, aiming to overwhelm Zhu Qin immediately. The attack tears across the field toward Zhu Qin with impressive force. Zhu Qin reveals the real gap between them by calmly identifying himself as a Diamond 1-star Ice type. He activates Glacial Armor, and Lin Qiu's opening strike shatters harmlessly against it. Zhu Qin mocks the attack as too weak to matter. Lin Qiu is rattled but not surprised that a Diamond rank opponent would be this hard to damage. Zhu Qin seizes the momentum and declares that now it is his turn. Surrounded by icy power, he prepares a controlling counter rather than a simple blow. Chains of ice whip out toward Lin Qiu from multiple directions. Lin Qiu realizes the trap a moment too late. The chains bind him in place as ice crystals erupt around him, locking him down completely. Frozen in the trap, he can only glare as the pressure closes in. Zhu Qin boasts that all Lin Qiu's bravado has been crushed by a single move. Qin Jinjin panics for him, but the flat-haired observer tells her to look more carefully. He has already noticed something off about Lin Qiu's expression. Qin Jinjin still does not understand what he means. Then Lin Qiu smiles inside the ice, revealing that he was never truly cornered. Unaware, Zhu Qin tells him to surrender before the next attack does real damage. He even mocks Lin Qiu for being unable to answer while frozen. Lin Qiu answers anyway, coolly inviting Zhu Qin to prove that threat himself. Zhu Qin is jolted by the impossible response. A golden arc suddenly appears beside the ice prison, hinting at spatial interference. Zhu Qin cannot understand how Lin Qiu is speaking and moving at all. Lin Qiu reveals that he had several ways to avoid the trap and only stayed to test Zhu Qin's ability. He explains that he wrapped himself in a spatial shield, so Zhu Qin's glacial seal froze the shield instead of his real body. With that explanation, he calmly steps out from behind the deception. He names the technique Anywhere Door, confirming that spatial movement is his true edge. Using the portal, he reappears behind Zhu Qin and attacks from his blind spot. He follows through with a sweeping dimensional slash. Zhu Qin recognizes the move and raises an ice shield to block it. Even while defending successfully, Zhu Qin admits he dislikes being forced into a defensive posture. He breaks free of the pressure and turns the exchange back in his favor. Determined to shut down a spatial user, he unleashes Snowy Wonderland, an area-wide attack meant to leave no escape route. The technique escalates into Extreme Ice Seal and Ice Thorn, filling the entire battlefield with freezing spikes. Lin Qiu is caught in the blizzard of ice and forced to move through a field designed to slow and pin him. The freezing effect begins to sap his speed and mobility. He curses as the seal drags him down and makes evasion harder. Zhu Qin presses the advantage, mocking him and demanding to see whether his confidence was ever real. Instead of panicking, Lin Qiu plants his feet on the ice and starts to laugh. He reaches into his bag with sudden confidence, as if he has been waiting for this moment. Zhu Qin is confused and reminds him that awakened weapons are forbidden in this match. Lin Qiu agrees, then points out that a manufacturing hammer should not count as an awakened weapon. Zhu Qin scoffs, convinced a mere hammer cannot break his defenses. Lin Qiu recalls being entrusted with the tool, treating it as the answer he has been saving. He draws the dark obsidian manufacturing hammer and grips it with growing confidence. Powering it with lightning, he reveals that this is no ordinary tool but the forging hammer used to create exalt rank weapons, and prepares to bring down the wrath of the storm. He charges straight at Zhu Qin with the electrified hammer, turning defense into a direct assault. Zhu Qin still believes his layered ice defenses will hold against the charge. Lin Qiu accelerates further by combining lightning arc with the hammer's power, setting up a decisive high-speed strike. Lin Qiu turns the clash around in an instant, driving his hammer through Zhu Qin's defense. Zhu Qin realizes in disbelief that the outcome has already slipped beyond his control. The final impact lands decisively, ending the match with overwhelming force. As the dust settles, Lin Qiu stands unshaken behind the power of his spatial abilities and weapon. He coldly points out that Zhu Qin's armor never had a chance against a hammer strong enough to warp even higher-ranked weapons. The onlookers immediately recognize Lin Qiu's comeback as a stunning reversal and congratulate him. Attention shifts from the victory itself to what it revealed about Lin Qiu's true level. Everyone is shocked that he won without even transforming, and Lin Qiu explains that he never felt pushed that far. The instructor applauds the result and moves to formally close the match. Before anything else, he orders Zhu Qin treated at once because the boy was badly hurt. Zhu Qin collapses unconscious from the damage he took. The healer rushes in and restores him while the others gather around to watch. Zhu Qin comes to, still dazed and sore from the defeat. Lin Qiu and the instructor are there when he opens his eyes. Lin Qiu offers concern instead of mockery, relieved that he had not injured Zhu Qin beyond recovery. Zhu Qin accepts the hand offered to him but privately admits he had badly underestimated Lin Qiu's strength. Even so, he snatches back his pride before fully taking the gesture. He struggles with his frustration, unable to accept the loss easily but forcing himself to face it. At last he bows and acknowledges Lin Qiu as the team's captain from now on. Lin Qiu is caught off guard by how quickly the hostility turns into submission. Zhu Qin makes it clear he has more to say than just surrendering authority. He declares that after seeing Lin Qiu's strength, he now believes Lin Qiu is worthy of the blue-haired girl's trust and literally pushes her toward him. Zhu Qin says he can finally stop worrying about her now that she is under Lin Qiu's care. The girl, embarrassed but moved, starts to soften her opinion of Zhu Qin. Lin Qiu braces for a fight that never comes, still expecting Zhu Qin to lash out. Instead, he is left awkwardly realizing Zhu Qin handled the loss far more maturely than expected. Lin Qiu tries to respond reasonably, though he is still confused by the sudden emotional turn. Zhu Qin immediately snaps back that Lin Qiu should not flatter himself, insisting the girl's feelings are not his business. Even while denying any romantic implication, Zhu Qin agrees to work with Lin Qiu and seals it with a handshake. The instructor is relieved to see the rivalry settle into cooperation instead of lasting resentment. With the matches over, he gathers everyone for reflection and planning. The team openly admits they had been arrogant and dismissive before, but now they recognize each other as trustworthy allies. Zhu Qin asks Lin Qiu's side for their honest assessment as well. Lin Qiu's group answers bluntly that they are still too weak, and if the World Championship is full of opponents at this level or higher, their survival odds are poor. The instructor praises them for finally understanding both one another and their own shortcomings. Privately, however, he notes that Lin Qiu stands so far above the rest that the championship itself may not challenge him in the same way. He announces that everyone will now receive specialized training. Several teammates are assigned to a dangerous diamond rank dungeon where they will train under real threat and only receive rescue if their lives are truly at risk. When Lin Qiu asks about his own assignment, the instructor reveals he has a separate plan for him. Lin Qiu first assumes he is being spared because the others need dungeon experience more than he does. The instructor explains that the World Championship will be held in an exceptionally dangerous spatial dungeon where they must face not only beasts, but also awakeners from other nations. Lin Qiu realizes his training must be tailored specifically to that kind of battlefield and asks what role he is supposed to play. The healer asks how the rest of them are meant to improve if they are stuck at base. The answer is brutal. Their training will be to fight Lin Qiu at least 10 times every day. Lin Qiu protests that this sounds less like training and more like forcing him to become everyone's instructor and target dummy. The others are split between dread and excitement, knowing exactly how painful that training will be. The instructor finalizes it by ordering the 5 of them to rotate against Lin Qiu without giving him time to rest. Lin Qiu immediately realizes he has been turned into a human punching bag for the sake of the team. That night, the blue-haired girl keeps worrying aloud about the danger of the diamond-rank dungeon she is about to enter. Lin Qiu reassures her that danger is also a chance for growth, and she responds with affectionate concern. He still cannot hide how uneasy he feels about sending her into that kind of risk. She asks if he understands why she is so determined to become stronger. Her answer begins with the memory of always watching him stand in front while she remained behind. She confesses that she no longer wants to be someone who can only watch his back from afar and wants to fight beside him instead. She admits she is genuinely happy that this time they will both be part of the World Championship. Then she asks if he finally understands what her drive really means. Before he can answer, she closes the distance herself. She kisses him, turning her confession into something unmistakable. When they part, Lin Qiu quietly admits that he understands now. Because he understands, his worry only deepens since he knows how hard and dangerous the path she chose will be. Wanting some extra protection for her, he decides to give her something that will ease his mind. He hands over Onyx and explains that if she meets powerful beasts, the creature can communicate with them and at least serve as a translator. He orders Onyx to protect her, while Onyx grumbles that all he did was witness their lovey-dovey moment. Lin Qiu warns the little beast not to spy on them again. Their private farewell is interrupted by movement in the bushes. The others stumble out, caught spying, and the healer blurts out that they were only passing by even though they clearly saw the kiss. One teammate tries to cover the embarrassment by claiming they only came because it was almost time to leave for the dungeon. Lin Qiu lets the matter drop rather than prolong everyone's humiliation. He offers to personally see the departing team off. Watching the blue-haired girl's happiness, he wishes he could accompany them instead of staying behind. As they hold hands, she secretly writes a promise in his palm. He reads her silent reassurance that she will return soon. She finally says it is time to go. Even as she boards, she keeps smiling and telling him not to worry because they will meet again soon. The instructor introduces the elite protectors assigned to escort the dungeon team and assures them they can depart safely. Lin Qiu says goodbye, comforted that their security is stronger than he feared. The system immediately ruins the mood by reminding him that he should worry more about surviving his own training. It also appears only to nag him for skipping his daily skill draw. When Lin Qiu tries to bargain for mana restoration instead, the system flatly refuses and forces him to draw as usual. The result is another absurdly unhelpful reward, an E-rank life skill called Sewing Mastery. He can only imagine how ridiculous it looks for him to gain crafting skills in the middle of combat training. Frustrated, he blames the system, which smugly reminds him that he drew the skill himself. As the helicopter carrying his teammates disappears into the night, the system tells him not to expect life to go his way. Lin Qiu reluctantly admits that complaint will not change anything. The next day, the instructor begins Lin Qiu's special training by introducing Hua Xiaotuo, the nation's greatest healer. Hua Xiaotuo is revealed to be a retired peak expert and former captain of the Azure Dragon Squad. The instructor explains that with Hua present, anyone who is still breathing can be restored immediately, making extreme training possible. That is exactly why Hua has been brought in, to keep the trainees in fighting shape so Lin Qiu can keep crushing them without holding back. Lin Qiu complains that the plan sounds monstrously intense, but the instructor only laughs at how long he will last. Training begins with the team choosing who will challenge him first. A muscular fighter named Gu Ziyuan eagerly volunteers to open the assault. Xu Qin orders him to focus on draining Lin Qiu's mana first, since their best chance is to strike once Lin Qiu is nearly empty. Gu Ziyuan powers up and prepares a relentless barrage. He attacks with a many-armed cleaver technique meant to overwhelm Lin Qiu from every angle. Lin Qiu immediately sees through the plan and decides his own goal will be to conserve as much mana as possible. He answers with confidence, promising to beat all of them once he is done rationing his power. He plants himself and prepares a direct counter instead of wasting energy. Using Beast King's Roar, he launches himself forward with explosive force. The sudden charge blows through Gu Ziyuan's offense before the man can properly react. Gu Ziyuan finds his body locked down by the pressure and timing of Lin Qiu's approach. Lin Qiu closes in and seizes the opening at point-blank range. A lightning charge strike sends Gu Ziyuan flying. He crashes hard, and the first challenger is already finished. The healer restores him immediately while the others reassess Lin Qiu's frightening efficiency. Lin Qiu casually calls for the next opponent, as if the first round meant nothing. The healer girl nervously volunteers after stacking every buff she can on herself. She tries to appeal to Lin Qiu's restraint by reminding him she is a girl. Then she doubles down on the act and asks him to go easy on her. Her warning turns out to be bait rather than sincerity. The moment he lowers his guard, she attacks with a flaming punch. Lin Qiu curses the contradiction of someone acting delicate one second and vicious the next. Still refusing to injure her too harshly, he decides to remove her from the fight cleanly instead of trading blows. He uses spatial banishment at close range and sends her away instantly. The spatial wave engulfs her before anyone can stop it. The others are stunned when she vanishes completely. A moment later she drops back into the field from above, disoriented and defeated. She lands hard and can only groan in pain. Her teammate rushes to check on her at once. She confirms she is fine and is oddly relieved that Lin Qiu spared her face. Seeing the pace of the training, Lin Qiu reaches for a more suitable weapon. He brings out the massive hammer and tells the next two challengers to attack together because one-on-one is too slow. The invitation shocks them, but it also provokes their pride. Xu Qun and the gray-haired fighter protest that Lin Qiu is being absurdly arrogant against two high-level opponents. They attack anyway, determined to prove him wrong. Lin Qiu welcomes the challenge with a grin, clearly enjoying the pressure. His opponents are caught off guard when he slips behind their attack pattern almost immediately. He forces both of them onto the defensive before they can coordinate properly. One sweeping hammer strike launches them both into the air. They crash down together, stunned by how completely they were overpowered. The remaining teammate can hardly believe two of their strongest fighters fell that fast. Lin Qiu turns toward the last one with open provocation. The final challenger, terrified, begs him to go easy. Even so, the first full cycle of matches is over in only 5 minutes. As the rounds continue, Lin Qiu leans harder into his spatial abilities, crushing the others while forcing them to rapidly adapt to his style. But the non-stop fighting also drains his mana so quickly that each new round becomes harder for him to finish cleanly. The instructor admits Lin Qiu has already exceeded expectations by surviving 7 rounds on the first day. Even Lin Qiu knows his mana is nearly gone and that the next round may break him. Gu Ziyuan returns with renewed aggression, vowing not to give Lin Qiu any chance to recover. Lin Qiu refuses to retreat and decides that if mana runs short, he will make up the difference with technique. Gu Ziyuan unleashes another blazing multi-armed assault to finish him. Lin Qiu meets the storm head-on, using precise weapon control to intercept the blades. Gu Ziyuan is impressed that Lin Qiu can defend so skillfully with a blade despite his usual reliance on spatial power. Lin Qiu, bleeding now, acknowledges that Gu Ziyuan's cleaver art is just as dangerous as it looks and that one mistake could be fatal. The spectators realize Gu Ziyuan has finally managed to wound Lin Qiu and begin to hope the tide is turning. Lin Qiu himself recognizes that he is on the verge of losing if this keeps up. Gu Ziyuan presses the advantage with Thunder God Crash, aiming to end it before Lin Qiu can respond. He is stunned when Lin Qiu still has enough mana left to activate another skill. Lin Qiu seizes the tiny opening created by that surprise. He summons Petals of the Goddess, calling forth a new power at the critical moment. With that fresh surge behind him, Lin Qiu launches his counterattack and turns the desperate round into his chance to win. A many-armed fighter is cut up by a lightning-fast counterattack and realizes too late that Lin Qiu is still overwhelming him. As the attack closes in, the battered man sees death coming and is shaken by how little room Lin Qiu has left him. He curses his own carelessness and braces for what he thinks will be a finishing thunder strike. Even while facing that blow, he bitterly admits that he still cannot beat Lin Qiu, even in Lin Qiu's weakened state. Convinced he has failed completely, he resigns himself to defeat. But when the lightning lands, he is stunned to find it is only ordinary lightning and barely affects him at all. That realization is cut short when Lin Qiu's blade suddenly reaches his throat. Lin Qiu coolly reveals that his flashy thunder move was only a bluff because he is too drained to use the real Thunder God Crash. Faced with a sword at his neck, the man immediately concedes. No sooner is that duel settled than another challenger steps forward, eager to take his turn against the exhausted Lin Qiu. The curly-haired elf mocks Lin Qiu's low energy and tries to capitalize on his weakness. Lin Qiu, still irritated by the elf's arrogance despite their recent reconciliation, decides to shut him up personally. He steels himself with the promise that as long as he can still breathe, he will keep fighting. With that resolve, Lin Qiu launches himself at the elf in a direct assault. He crashes into the elf before the latter can properly react and seizes the initiative. The elf cries out as Lin Qiu's attack lands hard. The blow hits the elf in the kidney, leaving him outraged and more offended than dignified. Lin Qiu awkwardly claims the painful target was accidental. The elf fumes, but Lin Qiu tries to calm him by promising to heal the injury afterward. As the scuffle resets, Lin Qiu admits he would rather be using a spear than the long sword in his hand. Since he cannot rely on an awakener weapon, he decides to use the spear Zhang San gave him instead. That choice immediately catches Zhongli's interest, because Zhongli also specializes in the spear. Zhongli proposes that, rather than exploit Lin Qiu's weakened mana with skills, they settle things in a pure spear duel. Lin Qiu readily agrees, seeing the same opening for survival. The two face each other as fellow spearmen, and the mood shifts from bullying an exhausted opponent to testing technique. Lin Qiu knows he has almost no mana left, so a skill-based fight would end instantly, but a spear match gives him a chance. He commits to enduring just a little longer and throws himself into the contest. Zhongli, delighted to meet another spear enthusiast, attacks with genuine excitement rather than hostility. Lin Qiu meets him head-on, and their weapons clash as both recognize the other's real skill. Even while defending, Lin Qiu judges that Zhongli is talented but still behind him in spear mastery. He says so openly and counters with superior technique. Their duel escalates into a rapid exchange of precise spear strikes and parries. Watching from the side, the elf admits Lin Qiu's spear skill is extraordinary, though his stamina is clearly nearing its limit. The spear fight drags on through countless exchanges without either side backing down. Eventually Lin Qiu's body starts to fail him, and he stumbles from sheer exhaustion. His hand slips, and he can no longer keep full control of his weapon. Lin Qiu finally admits he is out of strength and cannot sustain the duel any longer. Zhongli stops pressing and sincerely praises Lin Qiu as the better spearman. Spent but pleased, Lin Qiu even offers to teach him. The principal ends the session, declaring Lin Qiu unable to continue and closing training for the day. The others reflect that despite their higher ranks, Lin Qiu held them off for many rounds and would have killed them repeatedly in a real battle. The red-haired girl turns to Lin Qiu with a new request. She asks him to train them seriously over the coming days. A day passes, and Lin Qiu begins doing exactly that by taking on all challengers before teaching Zhongli spear techniques. Training resumes with Zhongli drilling spear forms under Lin Qiu's eye. Lin Qiu had hoped familiarity would let him survive longer against the others, but instead they improve rapidly and start developing counters to his abilities. The relentless cycle of depletion and recovery pushes Lin Qiu forward too, and he breaks through to Platinum 7-star while his physical stats rise to Platinum 5-star. When the next day's training ends, the scene shifts indoors. The principal formally calls an end to that day's session. Lin Qiu notes with concern that he lasted only 5 rounds this time, proof that the others are getting stronger fast. He is pulled from that thought by someone calling his name. Zhang Qiu suddenly appears and greets him with an enthusiastic embrace. When Lin Qiu asks why he is here, Zhang Qiu says the principal already arranged it, and pushes the explanation onto him. Then Zhang Qiu dramatically announces that he has come to upgrade everyone. He unveils a new round of refinement for the team's gear and abilities. Lin Qiu is immediately suspicious of whatever Zhang Qiu is planning. He tries to refuse, and the elf agrees it feels shady, but Zhang Qiu insists they hear him out. To prove he is serious, Zhang Qiu opens a large chest. He explains that since their country alone has successfully researched awakener weapons, it would be foolish not to use them in the World Championship. Inside the chest are gleaming sets of armor and equipment. Zhang Qiu reveals that the real highlight is not just weapons but custom armor made for all of them. When the others question it, he reminds them that survival matters more than offense in a dungeon. The team accepts the idea and begins claiming their assigned gear. The red-haired girl immediately discovers gloves that amplify emission-type skills, confirming the equipment is tailored to each user. Zhang Qiu proudly adds that he also created awakener versions of Qiu Ligao's flute and Zhongli's spear. That revelation excites the weapon users at once. The students happily accept the new gear and leave the burden of charging it to the principal. The principal is about to agree when another voice calls him out. The many-armed fighter thrusts a whole set of weapons at him and cheerfully volunteers even more charging work. Defeated by the demand, the principal sighs that he will just take everything home and charge it there. Lin Qiu reflects that spatial dungeons are most dangerous because spatial mana beasts can ambush without warning. That makes the new armor invaluable in his eyes, practically a second life as long as the beasts are not overwhelmingly strong. Once the gear discussion settles, the principal closes the chest and prepares to address the group. He announces 2 important matters, starting with the return of the rest of their people the next day. He then tells the students they will get a week off and should go home to spend time with their families. To mark the season, he hands out red envelopes and tells them to celebrate the new year back home. The students thank him and happily accept the holiday gifts. Lin Qiu, who has not received such a thing in a long time, is quietly moved. The principal then turns serious and warns that he is not speaking lightly. He urges them to truly cherish time with their loved ones. His tone grows heavy enough to stop the room cold. He explains that this year's World Championship will be exceptionally dangerous, and some students may not return alive. Before the mood can sink too deeply, Lin Qiu smacks the elf to break the tension. When the elf protests, Lin Qiu brushes it off and refuses to let fear dominate the room. He turns toward the exit with renewed resolve. Lin Qiu declares that as long as he is with them, everyone will come back safely. The team rallies behind that promise, reassured by his confidence. As he leaves, they call after him with New Year wishes. Walking away alone, Lin Qiu reflects on the arrival of the new year. He realizes everyone else is going home, but he has no idea how he should spend the holiday himself. He briefly considers visiting Zhang San in P City, then dismisses it because Zhang San has his own family to be with. While he is lost in thought, someone suddenly covers his eyes from behind. He turns in surprise and finds Jinjin waiting for him, smiling at how easily she startled him. She is amazed by how quickly he reached Platinum 5-star and checks whether he is all right after such brutal training. Jinjin reassures him that she is fine too and credits Onyx for helping her greatly in the dungeon. Lin Qiu warmly promises to reward Onyx later for that support. When Lin Qiu asks why she is here early, the principal explains that she only would have arrived tomorrow by land, but he received her call after getting home. Since she insisted on seeing Lin Qiu as soon as she learned everyone had been sent home, the principal brought her over personally. He then tactfully steps aside to give the two a moment together. Lin Qiu teasingly asks whether she missed him, leaving Jinjin flustered and unable to answer directly. The principal bluntly says what she cannot, revealing that she wants Lin Qiu to spend the new year with her family. Embarrassed, Jinjin says she will not force him if he does not want to come. Lin Qiu immediately accepts, happy to go with her. He only worries that arriving so suddenly and unprepared might be too rash, but the principal assures him that from a father's perspective it is perfectly fine. Lin Qiu is startled when the principal jokingly upgrades himself from teacher to father, and even claims to approve the marriage. As an orphan, Lin Qiu is unexpectedly touched by that kind of familial acceptance, while Jinjin panics that marriage has not even been discussed. The principal cuts through the awkwardness and offers to send them both over immediately. Jinjin eagerly agrees without hesitation. Lin Qiu follows her lead, and the two commit to going together. With a burst of spatial power, the principal sends them off. They vanish in a streak of light. An instant later, they arrive at a grand estate. A butler rushes inside to announce that the young lady has returned with a young man. Lin Qiu and Jinjin stand before the mansion together, taking in the scale of her home. Lin Qiu blurts out that her house is enormous, and Jinjin modestly downplays it. Then panic hits him as he realizes he came to meet her family without bringing any gift. He desperately begs the principal for something he can present, but the old man refuses to solve this lesson for him. Instead, the principal wishes him luck, tells him to make a good impression, and leaves him to face the family alone. Lin Chiu can only watch his last easy escape disappear. Near tears, he laments that he may be thrown out for arriving empty-handed on his first visit. In desperation, he calls on his system for help. He begs 9,527 to save him with either a useful skill or a decent gift, and the system responds by drawing a reward. The result is chess mastery at the lowest rank, which feels like the cruelest possible answer to his crisis. Before he can recover, a woman from the household appears and says she already knew the butler's mysterious guest would be Lin Chiu. She invites him inside and warns that Jinjin's father is waiting in the living room. Lin Chiu silently begs her for help as he follows, while Jinjin can only watch his nerves spiral. He is led deeper into the house toward the meeting he has been dreading. In the living room, Lin Chiu sits stiffly across from a stern middle-aged man and can barely hide how nervous he is. He quickly identifies the man as Qin Jing, Jinjin's father and his potential future father-in-law. Jinjin and her mother abruptly excuse themselves, leaving Lin Chiu alone with Qin Jing and abandoning him to the trial. With no support left, Lin Chiu grows even more anxious. Trying to break the ice, he foolishly introduces himself to the older man as Uncle Lin. Qin Jing takes that as insolence and explodes, determined to put the presumptuous boy in his place. He slams down a cleaver and declares that any man who wants to marry his daughter must first pass his test. Lin Chiu braces for something terrifying, only to discover the test is a cooking competition. Qin Jing boasts that Jinjin inherited her mother's terrible cooking, so only someone who can surpass him in the kitchen deserves her. Realizing he needs a miracle, Lin Chiu reaches into his bag for anything that might save him. He offers a compromise by proposing they cook with the meat of a true valiance rank mana beast instead of ordinary ingredients. When Qin Jing is shocked by the rarity of such meat, Lin Chiu casually says it was just a gift from his master and leftovers from a mission, which only makes Qin Jing more determined to beat him. The challenge begins in earnest as the ingredients hit the table. Qin Jing starts the contest, while Lin Chiu realizes he has somehow awakened the man's competitive obsession. Soon the table is filled with polished, fragrant dishes from the valiance rank meat. Jinjin and her mother taste the food first and are immediately delighted. Qin Jing watches their reaction and understands that Lin Chiu's cooking has already won over the women of the house. He forces himself to taste Lin Chiu's dish directly. The flavor overwhelms him, and he is devastated that the brat can actually cook this well. Unable to accept defeat, he slams the table and refuses to let the contest end there. He abruptly declares that cooking means nothing now and demands a chess match instead. A chessboard is brought out, and the battle shifts from the kitchen to strategy. The final reveal is that Qin Jing is the reigning community chess champion, turning Lin Chiu's supposedly useless chess mastery into his unexpected lifeline. The stern father declares that if Lin Chiu wants his approval, he must beat him at chess, convinced this is the one contest he cannot lose. Lin Chiu immediately proves him wrong by winning the first game and even gains a chess skill, while the old man refuses to accept the result and demands a longer match. Even after 5 losses, the father still insists he has not truly tried yet and escalates the challenge again. By the 10th defeat, his pride finally breaks, and he angrily complains that the boy could at least have let him win once, only for Lin Chiu to dryly note that he should have said so earlier. His daughter steps in to stop the tantrum and reminds him that a wager must be honored. Though he still wants another rematch, Lin Chiu pulls him back to the real issue by asking whether he remembers their agreement. With the test settled, Lin Chiu and Ouyang Jinjin slip away together for a quiet moment alone. Lin Chiu asks how he performed, clearly fishing for her judgment after winning over her family. She admits he barely passed, and he immediately reminds her that they had their own bet riding on his success. She checks the results that prove he outscored her again. Lin Chiu celebrates the victory, leaving her startled that he has beaten her once more. Unable to deny the outcome, she reluctantly concedes the bet. As the two lean in to claim the prize, a hostile presence suddenly intrudes on the mood. Her father pointedly clears his throat, forcing them to stop just before kissing. Both of them are caught red-handed, and Jinjin blurts out in embarrassment that her father has shown up. The father pretends he was only passing by after dinner and withdraws with stiff dignity, though the interruption is obviously deliberate. Once he leaves, Lin Chiu awkwardly suggests they continue where they stopped. Seeing her too shy to respond, he gently teases that her silence is just bashfulness. He moves in again, charmed by how flustered she is. Before anything can happen, her father noisily starts working nearby, making it impossible for either of them to ignore him. He cheerfully claims the lawn has gone too long without trimming, making his jealousy impossible to miss. Lin Chiu gives up on romance for the day, recognizing that the father will keep sabotaging them. Time passes to New Year's Eve, and the family home is decorated for the holiday. Lin Chiu shows the father the calligraphy he prepared for the celebration and asks for his opinion. The father outwardly says it is decent but privately marvels that this boy somehow excels at yet another difficult art. Still trying to preserve his authority, he leads Lin Chiu inside. Once indoors, he quietly prepares alcohol. He pours a drink while Lin Chiu watches, unsure what this sudden change in attitude means. The father offers him a drink and proposes they talk like family, finally softening toward him. Lin Chiu accepts, surprised by the gesture. The older man even puts an arm around him as they head back to join the others, treating him like a son. Jinjin and her mother are waiting, and the atmosphere has become much warmer. Jinjin reveals that she overheard the father's private acceptance of Lin Qiu. Moved by what she heard, she sincerely thanks her parents for supporting them. Later that night, Lin Qiu and Jinjin sit together under fireworks, and she quietly thanks him as the new year begins. When he asks why, she starts to explain that he has always cared for her. Lin Qiu brushes it off by saying that as her boyfriend, taking care of her is natural, and that he should be the one grateful. For him, this holiday feels especially meaningful because it is the first time he has truly felt part of a family. Jinjin promises that from now on, every new year can be spent together with her. He gladly accepts and pulls her into a tender embrace beneath the fireworks. Their quiet moment is interrupted again when his system announces that he still has not used his New Year draw. Lin Qiu greets the system and prepares to see what reward it has brought him. The draw grants him an SS rank invisibility skill that can hide him for 5 minutes with a 2-hour cooldown. His imagination immediately runs wild as he pictures the kinds of situations such a power could create. He gleefully decides this is exactly the sort of New Year gift he wanted. The system simply offers a cheerful holiday greeting and leaves him with the new ability. Back on the rooftop, the couple remains together while the celebration continues. After the holiday at Jinjin's home, Lin Qiu returns to base with Ouyangze. Training resumes at once, and as more teammates return, Lin Qiu pushes himself even harder. He spends mornings sparring with everyone so they can adapt to spatial abilities, then drills team coordination in the afternoons. His overwhelming attacks make the sessions brutal for the rest of the squad. One exhausted teammate finally protests that Lin Qiu never gives them a break. She also accuses him of treating Jinjin differently from everyone else. To deny the charge, Lin Qiu overcompensates by striking Jinjin during training as well. That only proves the point, since the others complain he always targets their faces but spares hers. Lin Qiu stubbornly insists he treats everyone equally, even though no one believes him. Their master then calls Lin Qiu aside for a serious private talk. Lin Qiu approaches respectfully, and the master says he has a New Year gift for him. The gift is a glowing orb containing a new power. The master has him test it and count how long he can sustain it. Lin Qiu collapses after only 3 seconds, showing just how draining the ability is. The master warns that the power is formidable but should be used only in emergencies because of its enormous mana cost. Lin Qiu immediately starts scheming about combining it with his mana recovery and moon lion form to abuse it indefinitely. Even while acknowledging the danger, he is thrilled by how strong the new power is. His smug excitement becomes so overblown that the master can only think the boy is getting carried away by success. The master stops him and turns the conversation towards something more important. Now that Lin Qiu has reached Platinum 8-star, the master says it is time he understood the larger world beyond his current rank. He begins by asking whether Lin Qiu knows how many true Valiance experts exist in their country. The answer is sobering. There are over 20,000 peak diamond experts, but only 100 true Valiance experts. Lin Qiu realizes how hard the next breakthrough will be, and the master warns him not to become arrogant just because he has reached the top of Platinum. The master then reveals that the upcoming dungeon has been confirmed near Mount Fuji in our nation, which already puts them at a disadvantage. What troubles him more is that a dangerous domestic faction has been unusually quiet lately. Lin Qiu agrees the silence is suspicious, especially since they did nothing even while he openly spent the new year with Jinjin. The master notes that the timing is even worse because the other 3 exalts are all occupied. He abruptly demonstrates the danger by calling for help as if an attack could come at any moment. Then he explains his real concern. If an enemy exalt appears, he cannot guarantee the student's safety while fighting one himself. To avoid that risk, he has decided the team will leave early and travel to our nation in disguise while the principal leads a decoy group. A week later, the team is still reacting in disbelief to the idea of going undercover. Lin Qiu explains the covert plan and is relieved that he once drew a disguise skill that can help. The master arrives with forged documents and new identities for the mission. He hands out the false papers to everyone. The fake identities all come with absurdly dramatic Japanese names. Lin Qiu can only admire the shameless creativity of whoever invented them. With no better option, he decides they may as well commit to the act and change clothes. Dressed in a suit, he introduces himself under his new alias, Nakasuk Fudo. The others are equally unhappy with their assigned names, but they have to live with them. The master sends them off with strict instructions to keep a low profile in our nation and wait quietly for the competition to begin. Lin Qiu promises they will stay hidden, and the group says goodbye before departing. On the flight, they are told they will land in our nation in 30 minutes. After arrival, the disguised team moves out together from the airport. Lin Qiu notices that the contact his master mentioned has not appeared yet and starts looking for her. Instead, 2 members of the Azure Dragon unit arrive, Intelligence Officer Zhu Rong and Recon Captain Manhwa. Lin Qiu realizes these must be the people sent to receive them. He gives the secret recognition phrase to test whether they are genuine allies. Zhu Rong answers with the proper response, confirming their identities. She also verifies him after he recites an absurdly romantic code poem that doubles as authentication. Lin Qiu introduces himself by his alias and refuses to reveal his real identity, which she accepts as normal for covert work. Still, she cannot resist joking that his code sounded like a confession, and she already has a boyfriend. She immediately points to Manhwa as that boyfriend and makes it clear Lin Qiu has no chance with her. Lin Qiu is left speechless by how badly the exchange has gone off script. Manhwa smugly enjoys the misunderstanding. Lin Qiu hurriedly clarifies that he is not interested in Zhu Rong at all and that Jinjin is his girlfriend, while Manhwa needles him about the poem anyway. Lin Qiu explains that the poem was just a coded acrostic meant to verify identity, not flirtation. The couple finally accepts that explanation, though they still think he was being cheeky. Manhwa then rushes them into a vehicle, saying there is no time to explain because something urgent is starting. They leave the airport immediately in a school bus used as cover. The convoy speeds off at once. Inside, Manhwa reveals that an auction has been moved forward and is about to begin. Zhu Rong explains that the Miyamoto family is auctioning artifacts stolen from Huaxia, and their mission is to recover them. Because the team is disguised as Japanese bidders, she hands Lin Qiu the auction information and assumes they are there to buy the items back. Lin Qiu starts reading and immediately senses that something is wrong. He realizes the auction is a trap. The organizers never intended to sell anything and are using it to provoke and humiliate Huaxia. Elsewhere, the real covert agents assigned to this mission are still wandering around in disguise and waiting for pickup. They have no idea they have already been replaced by Lin Qiu's group. The scene shifts to a secure room where the truth behind the auction is being discussed. Lin Qiu reports by phone that our nation is merely staging the auction on behalf of M Nation. At the venue, he concludes that no matter how much they bid, the artifacts will never actually be sold to them. He also spots familiar foreign operatives already present in our nation and notices an unknown new man among them. One of those suspicious newcomers quietly follows a woman in blue, drawing Lin Qiu's attention. Lin Qiu senses that this man is no ordinary attendee. His instincts sharpen as he studies the stranger more carefully. He recognizes from the man's aura alone that this opponent is powerful. Even so, Lin Qiu decides they should stay hidden until the competition begins, since they have clearly been mistaken for elite agents on a separate mission. He regrets getting involved out of patriotism, especially because his master would be furious if he learned about this detour. The auction formally opens. The Miyamoto family's auctioneer takes the stage and begins the sale. The first lot is introduced as a treasured bronze relic supposedly belonging to our nation's history, with a starting price of 16 million yen. The artifact is displayed for the room to see. Lin Qiu immediately calls out the lie, recognizing that the piece is clearly from Huaxia, not our nation. He secretly uses appraisal to confirm his judgment. The Huaxia side begins bidding anyway, trying to reclaim the relic despite the insult. A Miyamoto steward deliberately raises the price and mocks them for being poor, making the humiliation explicit. The Huaxia bidders refuse to back down and continue increasing the offer. The steward keeps pushing the price higher with a smug smile. Other planted bidders join in until the amount is driven all the way to 100 million yen. The steward is satisfied because, no matter who pretends to win, the Miyamoto family still controls the outcome. Lin Qiu sees through the scam completely, and realizes the relic is worth only 20 million at most, meaning the entire bidding war is staged to disgrace Huaxia. The steward hints that the humiliation is only beginning and promises an even bigger surprise. Deciding to act on his own, Lin Qiu tells Jinjin to stay put and claims he is just going to the restroom. Instead, he heads straight for the artifact storage area. He reaches the secured storage room where the real treasures are being kept. He quietly opens the door. Then he locks it behind him to avoid being interrupted. To move unseen, he activates his newly acquired invisibility skill. Now hidden, he steps deeper into the room with a plan forming. Inside, he finds shelves packed with valuable porcelain and other stolen artifacts. Grinning, he begins pocketing the treasures one by one, delighted by the opportunity. After taking what he wants, he pauses to make sure the way is clear. Then he dashes out before anyone can discover the theft. A guard notices movement too late, realizing something is wrong just as Lin Qiu slips away. A guard bursts into a secured room, sensing that something has gone terribly wrong. Inside, the storage area is already empty, confirming the disaster before anyone can stop it. He raises the alarm, reporting an emergency as a silver-haired young man appears behind him with unsettling calm. The intruder smugly makes it clear the theft is already finished. A blue-haired woman recognizes the silver-haired man's return, showing he belongs in this room despite the chaos outside. The silver-haired man answers a delayed call and learns the auction side has been trying desperately to reach Mr. Feudo. He coolly tells them not to panic because he has arranged a spectacle for them. At the auction hall, the host tries to close the event and send buyers to collect their purchases, unaware the goods are gone. A guard interrupts the ceremony to report that the collection has vanished. One furious bidder insists on paying immediately, only to be met with the news that payment is no longer the issue. The auction manager lashes out physically at the messenger in frustration. He berates the guards for letting the relics be stolen despite heavy security. The buyers erupt, demanding refunds and accusing the organizers of fraud and incompetence. Realizing the scandal is spiraling, the manager urgently reports the crisis to his superior. As the crowd starts turning unruly, the superior coldly considers whether this could be a plot by Z Nation. He cites Ouyang Zhe, a notorious teleporter, as the obvious suspect because such a theft seems impossible otherwise. The manager agrees that only someone with teleportation on that level should have been able to remove so many relics. But the superior rules Ouyang Zhe out, since he has been on live television the entire time, leaving the theft even more mysterious. Back in the private room, A glamorous woman in blue approaches the silver-haired man and hints that she may know him from somewhere, making him instantly wary. He hides behind a false identity, introducing himself as Nakasuk Fudo and pretending she has mistaken him for someone else. Instead of pressing him, she pivots into flirtation and invites him to dinner. He suspects the invitation may be a trap, but he is clearly tempted by the attention. His vanity takes over for a moment, while the other blue-haired woman silently judges how quickly he is enjoying himself. The woman in blue presses him to come along, making the invitation feel more deliberate. He hesitates, sensing danger behind the charm even as he considers accepting. Before leaving, he hands his companion a phone and tells her to go home without him. She accepts the device with visible concern, unsure whether to obey or interfere. A message on the phone reveals that she intends to gather intelligence instead of simply retreating. While she quietly begins her own mission, he turns back to the woman in blue and resumes the dinner pretense. An orange-haired woman appears and offers to lead them to a suitable place, and he readily agrees. Their destination is revealed to be the Peach Bay Hotel. The blue-haired woman presents a glowing orb, reinforcing that this outing is tied to something more than romance. As they arrive, the silver-haired man questions whether the place is really respectable. The orange-haired woman insists it is legitimate, though her tone only makes it sound more suspicious. She deliberately tests the blue-haired woman's reaction with a provocative gesture, turning the situation into a jealousy game. She admits she is probing the blue-haired woman's feelings and even suggests the silver-haired man might be enough to make her surrender. The scene briefly shifts into the blue-haired woman's imagination, where desire and embarrassment overwhelm her. The silver-haired man notices her flustered state and realizes he has more influence over her than he expected. The orange-haired woman urges them to go inside, trying to push the encounter further. But just as they approach the entrance, someone blocks their way. A young man named Anthony steps in and flatly forbids them from entering. The silver-haired man asks who he is, and the women identify him as Anthony, a prodigy of M Nation and a Diamond 5-star Awakener. It becomes clear Anthony is one of Zoa's many admirers, though his feelings are entirely one-sided. The orange-haired woman explains that Anthony possesses rare crystal-type powers and is strong enough that no one has seen his full limit, which immediately interests the silver-haired man. Seeing an opportunity, the silver-haired man pulls Zoa close and acts intimate to provoke Anthony. Anthony takes the bait at once and explodes in outrage. The silver-haired man privately confirms that stirring Anthony up was exactly what he wanted. He abruptly ends the date with polished manners, leaving Zoa confused by the sudden retreat. He walks away while Anthony and Zoa both stare after him, thrown off by the reversal. Zoa is unexpectedly charmed by his restraint, while Anthony realizes his rival has actually won her attention. The silver-haired man slips away to an empty construction site, choosing a battlefield away from witnesses. He waits there alone, confident Anthony will follow. When Anthony arrives, the silver-haired man openly calls him out for abandoning the women just to chase him. Anthony dismisses the accusation and makes it clear he only came for the confrontation. Their exchange turns absurdly hostile as each insists he is not interested in men and only wants a fight. The silver-haired man mocks the mismatch, pretending to be far beneath Anthony despite clearly preparing for battle. Anthony offers to suppress his strength to make the duel fair, but demands that if the silver-haired man loses, he must never appear before Zoa again. The silver-haired man accepts immediately and unleashes his lightning power. He opens with divine wrath, a fierce lightning assault meant to overwhelm Anthony at the start. Anthony stands inside the storm without flinching, protected by his own crystal aura. He dismisses the attack as underwhelming. Anthony declares the fight pointless if that was the best his opponent could do. Then he counters by activating a crystal technique of his own. His skill crystal prison closes in, trying to trap and crush the silver-haired man. The silver-haired man is boxed in by converging crystal force from every side. Even while surrounded, he treats the situation as an annoyance rather than a real threat. He answers with lightning arc, shaping his power into a dragon-like surge. The lightning blast cracks through the crystal confinement and tears across the battlefield. Riding the momentum, he closes the distance before Anthony can reset. Anthony is stunned when a lightning-charged punch reaches him through his defenses. The silver-haired man follows through with a brutal close-range strike. Anthony is smashed backward into the structure with enough force to shatter it. The impact sends debris and dust swirling through the ruined site. Coughing in the aftermath, Anthony is forced to admit the silver-haired man has real skill. Instead of pressing the advantage seriously, the silver-haired man jokes about turning Anthony's crystals into a business venture and splitting the profits. The mockery pushes Anthony past restraint and into genuine fury. He escalates with Crystal Dragon, summoning monstrous crystal constructs on a far larger scale. The summoned beasts roar and rush the silver-haired man from multiple directions. For the first time, he is genuinely surprised by the strange form Anthony's skill takes. He dodges through the attack pattern, slipping between the lunging crystal dragons. Landing outside their immediate reach, he reassesses the fight. At that moment he notices Onyx, his small blue companion, has appeared nearby. Onyx offers help, but the silver-haired man tells him to relax because he can handle the summons himself. One of the crystal beasts opens a void-like maw and prepares a devastating ranged attack. The dragons unleash a barrage of crystal projectiles that rains down over the area. The silver-haired man evades the bombardment with acrobatic precision, refusing to be pinned down. He decides he has gathered enough information from the fight, and starts thinking about how to end it cleanly. Surrounded by the beasts, he weighs his options while the pressure keeps mounting. Zoa arrives at the ruined site and sees the battle for herself. The orange-haired woman teases her for following the silver-haired man, while Zoa worries that he may not be strong enough to beat Anthony. Unable to stay back any longer, Zoa resolves to stop the fight. Anthony notices her arrival and is immediately distracted. Zoa begs him to stop because the result is already obvious, revealing where her concern lies. Anthony misreads her concern as favoritism toward his rival and, stung by jealousy, launches another technique called Dragon Helix. The crystal beasts tighten their circle around the silver-haired man for a finishing blow. Before the attack can land, movement stirs beneath the rubble nearby. Anthony vows revenge on Nakasuk Feudo for winning Zoa's favor, while Zoa openly admires the silver-haired man's display. The story then shifts to a later debrief, where the stolen relics are laid out safely on a table. The silver-haired man learns that the real undercover agent on the mission was Lin Chong all along. Lin Chong credits the silver-haired man for making the operation succeed, while the young man tries to downplay his own role. Even so, Lin Chong argues that our nation's loss should not be treated as enough justice by itself. The silver-haired man agrees, pointing out that one stolen treasure does nothing to erase the Miyamoto family's long record of greed and crimes. His allies ask whether he already has a follow-up plan. He reveals that he does, and that he will need both of them to help deliver a much bigger blow. Using the news that the Miyamoto family will donate artifacts to Tatsuo's shrine after the failed auction, he outlines a new operation built around that event. The target at the center of the plan is identified as Miyamoto Deo, a fire-type general. When the operation begins, the silver-haired man infiltrates the Miyamoto grounds under cover of night. His allies ignite the entrance and create exactly the chaos he wanted, drawing the defenders away. The shrine's guards panic, split between fighting the fire and calling for reinforcements. Watching the confusion unfold, the silver-haired man announces that their delivery has arrived. He gathers lightning in his hand and launches his attack into the heart of the compound. Lightning Armageddon detonates across the grounds, turning the Miyamoto name itself into part of the blast. Miyamoto Deo emerges furious, demanding to know who dares destroy his family's stronghold. The silver-haired man addresses him directly, making it clear this attack is intentional and personal. Deo answers with murderous rage and prepares a fire counterattack. He unleashes flames of annihilation, filling the sky with blazing projectiles that force the silver-haired man into constant evasive movement. The silver-haired man realizes the scale of his lightning offense, and speed has drained too much mana, leaving him in danger. He uses a one-time full recovery to instantly restore his reserves, though he is warned he cannot do it again that day. With his mana replenished, he opens an anywhere door and decides that is enough to keep fighting. The portal swallows Deo's incoming fire, neutralizing the barrage in a single move. Deo is shocked that his opponent can manipulate space as well as lightning and starts questioning who this young man really is. The silver-haired man retaliates with lightning strike from his new position. Deo tracks the attack with cold focus instead of panicking. He dodges and immediately counters with lethal intent. The exchange erupts into another explosion across the burning shrine. Deo is left staring in disbelief as the fight slips beyond his control. In the aftermath, it is declared that the Miyamoto family will not stop hunting the attacker. News coverage later reports that the assault on Tatsuo's shrine destroyed the site and forcibly halted the Miyamoto family's plans. An elderly superior arrives afterward and tells the silver-haired man that his exploits in our nation are already making waves. The young man braces for criticism, but the elder instead praises him and notes that his disguise kept his identity hidden. Rather than bask in approval, the silver-haired man bluntly asks for practical rewards like money or mana pearls. The elder cuts off the bargaining and shifts to a more urgent matter, the upcoming World Championship. He explains that the championship begins in 2 days and that danger starts the moment contestants enter the dungeon, with the first wave being a massive swarm of mana beasts. He illustrates the threat with examples of participants overwhelmed by beast attacks. The warning is severe. Only about half survive the first wave, and in bad years losses can climb even higher. After that comes a brief respite before the second wave, which is dominated by diamond rank mana beasts. That stage is also the best chance to gather mana pearls and rare ores, especially because Lynchio's storage ability can help collect them. The final wave is described as the true nightmare, where contestants must face true Valiance rank mana beasts. The elder emphasizes the scale of that threat by invoking a terrifying dragon-level monster. He explains that one of the known rulers of the dungeon is the demonic void dragon, a creature of overwhelming rank. To help the silver-haired man survive, he hands over a sheet of simple but crucial advice. The strategy is brutally direct: avoid being surrounded in the first wave, go all out in the second, and in the third do whatever it takes to stay alive. He adds one final warning that other human competitors are often just as deadly as the beasts, and the silver-haired man answers that he will show enemies no mercy. The briefing ends with orders to rest while they still can, because once inside the dungeon there will be no proper sleep. The day of the World Championship arrives beneath the looming mountain that houses the dungeon. At the crowded entrance, the silver-haired man remarks on how many contenders have gathered. Since no one wants to risk entering first, Y Nation steps forward to take the lead and set the pace. Anthony is among those who decide to follow once the first group commits. After many competitors have already gone in, the elder tells the silver-haired man that Otto of Y Nation entered first and may become one of his most dangerous rivals. The silver-haired man turns at that name, immediately interested in the challenge waiting inside. An elder sends the group off with one simple plea: survive and come back alive. Lin Qiu takes charge as they enter the dungeon, warning everyone to stay close so he can protect them. He steps through the portal first, bracing himself for whatever waits on the other side. The team follows him into the dungeon one by one. Their confidence breaks the moment they hear screams nearby. They arrive to find students slaughtered and half-eaten, confirming the dungeon is already a massacre. Before they can process it, a new pack of beasts closes in on the fresh arrivals. The tigers see the newcomers as their next meal and move to attack. Lin Qiu warns everyone to stay sharp as his allies prepare to fight. The tigers launch themselves straight at the group. One of the allied captains orders his side to handle the charge. A massive earth barrier rises, shielding the students from the first wave. A tiger crashes into the stone wall and is stopped cold. The blue-haired woman and a multi-armed fighter counterattack together. Their strike tears through the tiger before it can recover. The multi-armed fighter follows through with a blazing assault that finishes the beast. The first attackers fall, buying the group a brief moment of control. The remaining tigers hesitate, suddenly aware they picked the wrong prey. Lin Qiu notes that these beasts' spatial tricks are nothing compared with his own abilities. Even so, he realizes the battle will become disastrous if every nation keeps fighting separately. A foreign captain agrees and offers to join forces with Y Nation instead of competing. He immediately starts organizing the surrounding students under his command. Lin Qiu notices the man is protecting his own people by placing them in the safest part of the formation. Still, Lin Qiu decides cooperation is worth pursuing and considers linking up with another friendly nation as well. At the same time, E Nation's captain rallies his warriors and throws them into the fight. A new wave of beasts, this time bears, charges the battlefield. Lin Qiu is startled when another captain abandons caution and rushes into direct combat. The tigers facing that side lose their nerve almost instantly. The bears and boars surge past the tigers, turning the battlefield into total chaos. Lin Qiu and his companions are stunned when the beasts ignore E Nation entirely and attack others instead. He starts wondering why the mana beasts are sparing that group. Another captain from A3 Nation arrogantly decides his team can copy whatever E Nation is doing. His people unleash a flashy combo skill and charge him with misplaced confidence. The beasts immediately maul them, proving they understood nothing. Lin Qiu confirms the pattern. The beasts attack normal humans but leave E Nation alone. He connects the clue to unimorphing and realizes transformed humans may be mistaken for beasts. While his ally struggles to hold the line, Lin Qiu decides to act on that theory. He tells his companions to follow while he verifies the idea himself. After repeated teleports, he relocates his group far from the main battlefield to test the plan safely. They think they have finally escaped the beast's pursuit. That hope vanishes when the roars catch up to them again. Lin Qiu tells the others to hide while he stays behind to deal with the pursuers alone. To blend in, he uses unimorphing and gives himself rabbit traits. He reassures his worried companion that E Nation's example has already given him a workable plan. As portals open around him, he waits for the beasts to arrive and test his disguise. The first beast steps through, and Lin Qiu holds his ground. A lion and lioness emerge from the portals and look at him as one of their own rather than prey. The lion casually asks the rabbit-eared stranger whether he has seen any humans nearby. Lin Qiu plays along smoothly, presenting himself as a fellow beast master. When he points the beast toward another direction, he confirms his theory that unimorphed humans are not recognized as human. The lion offers to escort him to safety, believing he is just another beast caught in the chaos. The lion then awkwardly reveals he is actually a lioness and starts flirting with Lin Qiu. Lin Qiu immediately calls out the obvious lie, but the beast keeps insisting her appearance is just a hormonal problem. She shamelessly asks for his help fixing that problem while he tries to steer the conversation back to the humans. Instead, the lioness declares that time with him matters more than the battle and promises to guard him for the next hour. Lin Qiu is horrified by how badly this disguise has backfired. The love-struck lioness pounces on him without restraint. Desperate to escape, Lin Qiu summons Onyx for help. Onyx appears in dragon form and warns the lioness away from his master. Faced with the dragon, the lioness instantly begs for mercy. Lin Qiu dismisses the threat and sends Onyx away because he still needs the lioness cooperative. The lioness swears absolute loyalty, then immediately turns the promise into another indecent offer and gets threatened for it. Elsewhere in the dungeon depths, a powerful dragon senses the disturbance. The dragon reacts sharply to the roar of another dragon in its territory. It realizes Onyx's roar carries pure energy and sees it as a chance for its own breakthrough. Back near the dungeon entrance, another human team is still fighting to clear out the beasts. More lions pour through fiery portals, reinforcing the battlefield. The human fighters are baffled by yet another group of beasts appearing. Lin Qiu quietly slips among the lions, telling them to keep fighting while he gathers the mana pearls from their fallen. The human team braces for the new charge, unaware Lin Qiu is already inside the enemy ranks. One of the fighters spots Lin Qiu moving among the lions and cannot understand what he is doing. Lin Qiu openly harvests the mana pearls, infuriating the humans who risk their lives for them. They finally realize the beasts ignore him because he is unimorphed. The captain orders one of his men to transform too and test whether the trick works for them. Carter takes the form of a cloud leopard and prepares to slip past the beasts. The transformed Carter approaches Lin Qiu's position while his teammates watch. Lin Qiu notices him and calls over the lion beside him. He points Carter out as a human infiltrator and accuses the lions of being too blind to notice. To expose the imposter, he orders them to capture Carter and see whether he can speak their language. He sweetens the trap by suggesting Carter would be perfect for the lioness's hormonal problem. Carter had just concluded that animorphing made him safe, so he never sees the trap coming. The lioness mistakes Carter for her new handsome prize and grabs him at once. Carter panics and begs his captain Anthony to save him. Anthony suppresses his disgust and rallies his team, deciding they must break through with everything they have. His squad launches a desperate counterattack against the surrounding lions. A huge explosion tears through the battlefield and opens them an escape route. The lion asks Lin Qiu whether they should continue chasing the fleeing humans. Lin Qiu tells the pride to let them go. The lioness takes that as permission to enjoy private time with her captive. She drags Carter away while he begs not to be taken. His cries for help fade into the distance. The lioness quickly settles into blissful affection with her new mate. Watching from hiding, Lin Qiu decides Carter's situation is too absurd to interfere with. He later offers Carter a chance to leave if he wants, but the man's answer is already obvious. Carter's former teammates are shown abandoning him, confirming why he no longer trusts them. Carter explains that the moment they left him behind, they stopped being his comrades, and beasts have treated him better than people did. Now that he has found acceptance and affection, he no longer feels bitter about being left behind. Lin Qiu congratulates the new couple and asks for their help with something else. The lions readily agree to follow him. Riding with the pride, Lin Qiu asks why the dungeon's beasts never tried leaving during previous openings. The lion explains that a restriction prevents all beasts below exalt rank from leaving the dungeon. A far stronger dragon is then revealed as the true ruler of the place. The lion warns that this demonic void dragon has reached the peak of true valiance, and is desperate to escape outside. Lin Qiu realizes that a monster at that level is far beyond what a diamond-rank dungeon should contain. As evening falls, the humans set up camp in the forest. Lin Qiu leads the pride and a bear toward that camp under cover of darkness. The guards spot the incoming beasts and sound the alarm. Y Nation prepares to attack until they recognize the familiar spatial portals. Lin Qiu rushes out and stops them from striking, insisting they are allies. His companions stare in disbelief at the rabbit-eared Lin Qiu arriving with a beast escort. He steps forward with the bear and lions at his side to prove the beasts are under control. When the lion objects that the camp is full of humans, Lin Qiu casually lies that they are just monkeys in an ugly shedding phase. His blue-haired companion is left speechless by how shamelessly he deceives the lion. Lin Qiu settles everyone down for the night and turns the camp into a temporary alliance between humans and beasts. Before resting, he decides to absorb the day's mana pearls while his companions handle the cooking. The pearls push him into a breakthrough, raising him to Platinum 9-star. Afterward, the lion notices the smell of roasting meat and innocently asks what it is. Once he tastes it, he is overwhelmed by how delicious cooked food is and feels he has wasted his life eating raw prey. The lion is equally amazed when Lin Qiu explains the value of mana carbon as fuel and asks whether the beasts know where to find it. The beasts reveal they know many deposits of mana carbon and other minerals near their territory. Lin Qiu immediately asks them to guide him there the next day, promising all the barbecue they can eat. He celebrates the fortune he is about to make, while his system dryly reminds him not to forget who made it possible. He calls up the system and asks it to reveal what reward he has drawn this time. The system grants him a new skill, mining, and Lin Qiu is thrilled to receive exactly what he needs. The system is disgusted by his theatrics and cuts the conversation short, leaving him sprawled on the ground. The next morning begins with Lin Qiu ready to exploit his new opportunity. He wakes up cheerfully and calls for his lion guides to go mining. The lion suddenly senses danger and mistakes it for an enemy presence. Lin Qiu is confused by the lion's abrupt hostility. Because Lin Qiu forgot to onimorph after waking up, the lion finally recognizes him as human and attacks. Lin Qiu knocks the lion down and tries to calm him before things escalate. The lion is left dazed by the blow. Lin Qiu quickly restores his beast disguise. Once transformed again, he points out that the lion failed to recognize him after a simple change of form. The lion learns that Lin Qiu will switch between human and beast form outside combat and reluctantly accepts it. With the misunderstanding cleared up, Lin Qiu asks about the ore search and orders the pride to move out. Unseen by them, the foreign captain from earlier follows in secret. Watching from the bushes, he wonders what Lin Qiu intends to do with an entire pack of mana beasts. He keeps his own people hidden and continues observing rather than interfering. The lions lead Lin Qiu to a rich crystal deposit hidden in the mountains. Lin Qiu studies the site while the lion waits for his next instruction. He suddenly realizes how to exploit both the deposit and his new skill efficiently. Using portals and beast labor, he turns the pride into a mining crew and promises them barbecue in return. The first deposit is stripped clean almost immediately. Rather than stopping, Lin Qiu eagerly orders them on to the next site. The whole group races off together like a bizarre mining caravan. From hiding, the foreign captain is astonished by Lin Qiu's ability to command and use the beasts this way. Lin Qiu happily identifies valuable ores such as snowflake iron and milk salt, while more beasts lurk nearby. At the final sight of the day, he keeps everyone motivated by promising another barbecue feast once the work is done. As he admires a haul of ore, Lin Qiu decides to bring Jiang Hu and the others next time so they can learn from this profitable operation and add even more manpower. Hidden nearby, a scarred brute seethes with jealousy over Lin Qiu's success. Realizing his own group cannot beat Lin Qiu's side head-on, he decides to seek Anthony's help. By the next day, Lin Qiu's team discovers a rich vein of shining blue ore in the mountains. Lin Qiu is startled by the unexpected find. One teammate celebrates as if they have struck a fortune, while another fails to grasp why the ore matters. Lin Qiu explains that this is exalt-grade diamond ore, valuable enough to forge top-tier weapons like the bloodlust spear. Their discovery is overheard, and word spreads that they have unearthed diamond ore again. The rival group arrives at the edge of the pit, drawn by the news. A temporary deal is struck to split the haul evenly, though either side truly trusts the other. Both teams descend together, each already preparing to betray the other if given the chance. Once inside, Zoa suddenly casts Mana Void Domain, cutting off everyone's mana. Lin Qiu immediately senses that something is wrong. He turns to find hostile beasts and enemies already positioned around them, confirming the trap. His allies rush into formation as the ambush closes in. Lin Qiu is shocked that the enemy had prepared this much just to corner them. The domain strips his side of their skills, leaving them unable to rely on mana. Anthony steps forward and demands that Lin Qiu surrender all the ore. Lin Qiu realizes they were lured into a carefully planned ambush. He tries to negotiate by asking for the domain to be removed, but Anthony refuses. Lin Qiu points out that without mana he cannot retrieve the ore stored in alternate space, forcing Anthony to reconsider. Zoa and the Scarred Brute refuse to drop the domain, determined to keep the advantage. Instead, they decide to hold Lin Qiu's companions hostage and force him alone to fetch the ore. Lin Qiu falls silent, weighing the situation. Then he drops the pretense and reveals that he has no intention of playing the victim. He turns the tables by declaring that the ambushers are the ones surrounded and should hand over their valuables. As one thug moves to attack from behind, Lin Qiu calmly prepares his hidden weapon. The Scarred Brute mocks him and assumes he is bluffing. Lin Qiu reveals a gun hidden inside his cleaver and warns that anyone who moves will die. The enemy bursts into laughter, convinced he is all talk. The Scarred Brute deliberately moves just to challenge him. Lin Qiu grips the weapon and commits to the threat. He launches himself into motion before the others can react. The Scarred Brute finally realizes Lin Qiu is serious. Lin Qiu shoots him clean through the shoulder, instantly ending the mockery. Anthony is stunned by the speed and recognizes the weapon as an Awakener armament. Lin Qiu casually invites Anthony to test him next if he doubts it. He then forces the enemy to dump out their stored valuables, including weapons and mana pearls. With the domain gone, Lin Qiu orders them to line up and submit. Under threat, the ambushers obediently hand over everything they are carrying. Lin Qiu singles out Otto, the spatial-type powerhouse, and demands the contents of his alternate dimension as well. He warns Otto that teleportation will not save him from a bullet. Otto breaks down as Lin Qiu strips him of a massive cache of treasures. Having looted them thoroughly, Lin Qiu dismisses everyone except Zoa. When Anthony's side protests, Lin Qiu makes it clear he is willing to kill anyone who refuses. Faced with that pressure, Anthony's group abandons Zoa and retreats. Zoa despises their cowardice. A flirtatious woman named Linda immediately tries to attach herself to Lin Qiu once the danger has passed. Lin Qiu mocks Linda's shamelessness while teasing Zoa about feeling safer with him. Linda boldly offers herself as a mistress if Zoa is meant to be his bride, leaving Lin Qiu baffled. With Linda clinging to him and Zoa glaring, Lin Qiu realizes he has walked into romantic trouble. He hurriedly denies any improper intentions and appeals to Jinjin for support. Zoa insists she is not jealous and claims she understands why Linda is being kept around, though she is still upset. Lin Qiu embraces her and reassures her that she is the one he truly cares about, which only makes her deny her jealousy more awkwardly. He proposes returning to camp to divide the mana pearls and celebrate with barbecue, while their lion allies follow along. Back at camp, they settle into a surprisingly comfortable base. Jinjin jokes that their camp looks more like a vacation retreat than a survival expedition. Lin Qiu explains that they can rest safely because thousands of mana beasts are guarding the area for them. The promise of real meat instantly wins Jinjin over. After tasting the food, both girls decide they are sticking with Lin Qiu for good. Lin Qiu reflects that only 3 days remain before the diamond rank mana beasts arrive, but having these allies should improve their odds. He begins using portals to gather even more beast allies in preparation for the coming threat. For safety, he resolves to spend the remaining days building a larger coalition of mana beasts. 3 days later, on the day the diamond rank beasts are due, the lions warn him that the powerful enemies are close. Lin Qiu calms them and reminds them that the incoming monsters hunt beasts as readily as humans. He pushes the lions to understand that doing nothing means waiting to be eaten along with their families. That warning finally hits home, especially for the lioness protecting her cub. Lin Qiu rallies them with a call to resist oppression together and fight as one. The lions answer with fierce determination, ready to kill the invaders and turn them into dinner. A portal tears open in the air, signaling the first diamond rank arrival. Something massive begins stepping through. A diamond rank boar emerges from the portal. Lin Qiu, Zoa, and their allies brace themselves as the boar faces the lion pack. Lin Qiu takes the lead and tells the others to cover him while they fight for control of the dungeon. Zoa and the flat-haired fighter attack first with coordinated ranged strikes. The boar dismisses them as weaklings and prepares to teleport away from the pressure. It is shocked to find that teleportation no longer works. Zoa's mana void domain locks the boar in place and cuts off its escape. Lin Qiu seizes the opening and drives a powerful blow into the boar. Pleased with the teamwork, he moves in for a finishing strike. He rains down a flurry of attacks that overwhelm the trapped beast. The boar crashes to the ground, badly wounded. Lin Qiu orders everyone to finish it off while it is restrained. The lions charge in with savage enthusiasm. Together they bring the board down and celebrate their first victory. Lin Qiu quickly shuts down the cheering, warning that too much noise could attract more diamond rank monsters. The lions finally realize how reckless they were being. Before he can say more, another portal opens, and Lin Qiu warns them not to panic yet. He studies the new threat with growing concern. 2 undying demon apes appear, immediately raising the danger to another level. The apes count the defenders and gleefully decide they have found a feast. Zoa asks Lin Qiu what to do, and he quickly assesses that the larger ape is Diamond 9 star while the smaller is Diamond 7 star. He realizes they cannot outrun a spatial-type diamond beast, and Zoa's domain cannot suppress both at once. With no escape route, he orders everyone to focus on the smaller ape, while he draws the larger one away alone. Knowing he has no better option, Lin Qiu opens a portal to isolate the stronger enemy. He taunts the larger ape and drags it into a separate fight. The ape barely notices him at first, and brushes him off like an insect. Its mate asks what happened, and the larger ape dismisses Lin Qiu as nothing more than a bug. Lin Qiu takes offense and decides to show exactly what that bug can do. He leaps high with his spear for a decisive strike. His spear carves into the ape's body, drawing blood. The ape lashes out in anger, but Lin Qiu keeps moving and refuses to be pinned down. He circles back through the air, searching for another opening. A rapid series of spear thrusts lands across the ape's body. The ape grows furious and vows to crush the tiny human. Lin Qiu keeps taunting it, using speed and mockery to provoke mistakes. He lands another clean slash across the ape's face. To his frustration, the wound begins healing almost immediately. The larger ape sends its mate away to feed first, confident it can kill Lin Qiu alone. Then it powers up with blazing energy and shrinks its body to increase its combat efficiency. It follows that transformation by teleporting straight into close range. The ape's sudden punch catches Lin Qiu hard and nearly drops him. He forces himself back into motion before the ape can finish him. Lin Qiu counters by driving his spear into the ape's arm. The ape answers by testing raw strength against Lin Qiu's weapon. Their clash erupts into a fiery explosion that blasts Lin Qiu backward. The shockwave tears through the forest around them. Smoke and debris swallow the battlefield. Lin Qiu emerges coughing, battered but still standing, with his rabbit disguise still absurdly intact. He steadies himself and prepares to keep fighting despite the damage. The ape offers to spare him if he hands over his weapon, revealing that it covets the spear. Instead of panicking, Lin Qiu starts thinking about how useful a self-healing ape would be as a renewable source of mana beast meat. The ape teleports again, trying to seize the initiative. Lin Qiu predicts the move and drives his spear straight through the ape's forehead. To his shock, the ape remains completely unharmed. Lin Qiu realizes too late that something is fundamentally wrong with his assumptions. The ape reveals its true defensive ability, Space Nullification, which cancels spatial attacks entirely. It instantly moves to retaliate. A flaming counter-strike slams into Lin Qiu and sends blood flying. He grimly admits that his skills are failing to hurt it, while its attacks can still injure him badly. Back on the main battlefield, the smaller ape overwhelms the others with explosive force, forcing Lin Qiu's allies onto the defensive. Seeing the crisis, Lin Qiu shouts for everyone to listen carefully. He tells them he will create one brief opening and orders them to be ready to deliver a killing blow. The larger ape dismisses all of them as insignificant bugs and charges again. Lin Qiu commits to his plan. He summons Onyx to the battlefield. A dragon answers the call and descends roaring into the fight. Its arrival terrifies the apes and shocks the battlefield into silence. The smaller ape is frozen in place by the sudden pressure. Zoa and the others instantly seize the chance and launch a coordinated attack. Their combined barrage tears into the smaller ape. The assault batters it from all sides and drives it back. The smaller ape realizes too late that it is being overwhelmed. It cries out in panic as the killing blow lands. The larger ape is enraged by its mate's death and turns its full hatred on Lin Qiu. Lin Qiu rushes forward to meet that fury head-on. The ape unleashes a murderous burst of power, trying to crush him outright. Lin Qiu braces with everything he has to withstand the pressure. Instead of backing down, he answers the threat with cold defiance. Spotting the perfect moment, Lin Qiu opens a portal and decides to test a new move on the enraged ape. He fires the portal-enhanced attack into the ape with explosive force, ending the moment on a decisive strike. Lin Qiu unleashes a powerful spatial attack through his spear, forcing more energy into it than his body can comfortably handle. He immediately realizes the weapon's recoil is far beyond what he expected. The backlash hurls him into the rock wall with crushing force. When he staggers upright, he discovers the spearhead has been blown away, leaving his attack and weapon both compromised. His companions panic as they see Lin Qiu nearly destroy himself. They rush to the crater where he stands barely conscious after the failed strike. Nearby, a demon ape mistakes Lin Qiu's desperate move for a suicidal blunder. But Lin Qiu's spatial power opens a portal behind the ape and redirects the attack instead of wasting it. The redirected strike tears into the ape before it can react. The energy continues surging away at lethal speed. Its path loops back toward Lin Qiu, turning his own technique into a second threat. The broken spear shaft barely stops the returning force before it can hit him somewhere far more disastrous. His allies are horrified by how close he came to ending his bloodline along with himself. Jinjin reaches him first and tries to support his collapsing body. A healer takes charge, warning everyone not to move him because his internal condition is too unstable. She begins treating him on the spot while the others stand guard. Lin Qiu regains consciousness in pain but alive. Jinjin throws herself at him in relief the moment she sees he is awake. He reassures her and tries to calm her tears by showing he can still speak and move. Once the immediate fear passes, he asks what became of the demon apes. The healer reports both apes are dead and hands over their mana pearls, which contain the skill space nullification. Lin Qiu absorbs one pearl and discovers it not only grants the spatial skill but also carries the demon ape's recovery ability, rapidly healing his internal injuries. To test the new regeneration, he deliberately cuts his palm. The wound opens cleanly under the blade. His companions are baffled as he calmly injures himself during recovery. The cut closes almost at once, confirming the healing effect is real even if weaker than the ape's original version. With fast regeneration and space nullification combined, Lin Qiu concludes their chances of surviving the coming battles have risen sharply. Elsewhere, another dangerous presence stirs in the shadows. A hidden monster senses the same unusual aura around Lin Qiu again and decides this is its chance to evolve further. That creature is revealed to be a dragon-like true valiance beast gathering strength. It restrains itself for now, deciding to wait only a few more days before acting. Back at camp, Lin Qiu complains that his recent random skill draws have been useless farming abilities. His system argues that those life skills would be priceless outside the dungeon even if they seem pointless now. Lin Qiu, desperate for something practical, begs for a better draw and triggers another roll. This time luck finally turns, and he obtains the SS skill physical enhancement. After activating it, he learns his body has jumped to roughly diamond 5-star strength, a massive increase. Before he can celebrate too much, the system warns him that he and Onyx are being targeted and must keep a low profile. When he presses for details, the system refuses to explain and leaves him to figure it out. Lin Qiu reasons that if the warning is serious, the remaining true valiance beasts are likely the real danger, especially since ordinary mana beasts have gone quiet under Onyx's influence. He gathers everyone together because he has formed a new plan. To secure victory in the competition, he proposes actively hunting diamond rank mana beasts instead of waiting passively. The idea shocks the group because it sounds like courting disaster. Before they can debate further, a new force arrives and blocks their path. A white fox-like mana beast appears surrounded by flames, clearly powerful and confident. The group prepares to charge, assuming a fight is unavoidable. Lin Qiu stops everyone before the clash begins. He asks to speak directly with the leader of the opposing beasts instead of starting a battle. The fox is stunned that a human commands mana beasts and can speak their language, but Lin Qiu cuts through the surprise and demands the real purpose of the visit. The fox apologizes and reveals it has come to negotiate peace on behalf of all diamond rank mana beasts. Lin Qiu immediately asks what humans gain from such coexistence. The fox offers intelligence on the true valiance beasts and reveals there are now more than 2 of them. That revelation catches Lin Qiu's full attention. He decides the information is valuable but insists it is not enough and demands mana pearls as part of the bargain. The fox tries to settle the matter with 30 pearls, hoping that will buy peace. When Lin Qiu pushes back, the fox grudgingly raises the offer to 40 and acts as if it has reached its limit. Lin Qiu makes it clear he is negotiating from strength, threatening to kill the fox himself if the offer stays that low. He adds that if the fox withholds information, he is willing to test interrogation methods on it. The threat lands, and the fox visibly loses confidence. It quickly confesses that it can actually pay 54 pearls. Lin Qiu accepts but adds one more condition. Once he leaves, the diamond beasts must not harm the mana beasts currently following him. The lion and the others are moved that he is still protecting them even while bargaining with their natural enemies. They pledge absolute loyalty, but Lin Qiu rejects worship and treats them as comrades instead. The fox agrees to his condition and admits it never expected a human to care about mana beasts at all. With the deal struck, Lin Qiu invites the fox to explain everything in detail. They sit down together with the others for a formal exchange of intelligence. Lin Qiu asks first about the claim that more than 2 true valiance beasts now exist. The fox identifies the newest member of that core group as a rat-like beast. It begins recounting the history behind the dungeon's current hostility toward humans. According to the fox, one of its relatives once left the dungeon, caused trouble outside, and returned mortally wounded after being hunted by powerful humans. On that same day, a rare ceiling-type human entered the dungeon. That man systematically countered the mana beast's abilities and defeated the dungeon's deeper defenders by himself. After his attack, the beasts found themselves unable to leave the dungeon, and the fox learned the human's name was Zhu Feng. Having delivered the promised intelligence, the fox prepares to fetch the mana pearls. Lin Qiu stops it because he has thought of an even more profitable arrangement. Instead of asking for its body or soul as the fox fears, he proposes selling human food in exchange for mana pearls. He enthusiastically pitches snacks like popcorn, chips, and peanuts as luxury goods the beasts have never known. The fox, already hooked by the taste, admits the food is irresistibly good. Lin Qiu immediately sets prices, turning simple snacks into premium goods paid for with high-grade pearls. He sweetens the offer with bulk discounts, and the fox's resistance collapses. Then he adds referral rewards and even offers skewers made from true valiance beast meat, fully igniting the fox's greed. The fox races off at once to bring customers in payment, terrified the chance might disappear. Lin Qiu celebrates because he has just turned the dungeon into a marketplace, and sees an easy path to winning the competition. He and his companions quickly set up a stall and prepare for the incoming rush. Lin Qiu waits with the confidence of a born swindler. The fox returns leading a crowd of white tigers and other beasts, all lured by rumors of delicious food. The customers gather outside the tent in overwhelming numbers. One of Lin Qiu's companions panics that they will be trampled if the beasts charge the stall. Lin Qiu calmly activates a megaphone with spatial power and takes control of the situation. He orders the beasts to stop fighting, shrink down, and line up one by one, and they actually obey. The giant predators reduce themselves to manageable size and submit to his rules. Their leader introduces himself as the diamond rank void tiger and acknowledges Lin Qiu's nerve. The tiger warns that if the food disappoints him, he will destroy the stall. Instead of backing down, Lin Qiu opens a portal to his stockpile and prepares the sale. The tiger pays with a huge bag of mana pearls, proving the beasts are far richer than Lin Qiu hoped. Lin Qiu's team begins serving the goods like seasoned merchants. He flatters the tiger while collecting an absurdly expensive payment for just 3 pieces of true valiant's meat. The tiger bites in, ready to judge whether the price was a scam. For a moment, even he is stunned speechless by the taste. Then he erupts in delight, declaring the meat genuinely delicious and worthy of its reputation. That endorsement triggers a buying frenzy among the other beasts. Orders explode immediately, with customers demanding hundreds of packs and throwing pearls at the stall. Lin Qiu keeps the line moving and even expands payment options to include ores. By the end of the day, he and his helpers collapse from exhaustion after running a wildly successful dungeon market. Jinjin returns with drinks and asks how much they actually made. Lin Qiu can barely contain his satisfaction as he prepares the answer. They have earned several thousand platinum mana pearls in a single day, along with countless lower-grade pearls and ores. The others are stunned because the profit is so extreme it feels more like robbery than trade. One companion jokes that if they keep this up, they will own more mana pearls than anyone in the world. Lin Qiu turns serious instead of celebrating further. He announces that this was their final day of business. The decision shocks everyone who thought they had found a perfect strategy. A countdown reveals the true Valiant's mana beasts will arrive in one day, ending any illusion of safety. Lin Qiu quietly steels himself for what comes next. He gathers the lion faction and the cat-haired youth to address them directly. To their disbelief, he declares their alliance disbanded effective immediately. He physically stops them from rushing him before they can protest too wildly. The beasts fear he is abandoning them now that the danger is greatest. Lin Qiu pauses, choosing his words carefully. He orders everyone to calm down and listen before judging him. He explains that by relying on him for everything, they have stopped thinking for themselves, and that weakness will get them all killed when the true Valiant's beasts begin hunting tomorrow. He tells them to scatter and survive independently for now, promising he will return their stored ores later when the crisis passes. The lion accepts the logic and agrees they should separate and regroup later at the dungeon entrance, while the cat-haired youth decides to stay with the lion's side because of his feelings. Lin Qiu sends them off with a final warning to stay hidden and stay alive. His human companions then ask whether they should hide as well. Lin Qiu says yes, splitting the humans into 2 groups while he and Onyx move alone. Jinjin immediately objects, refusing to let him face the danger by himself. He insists that his spatial abilities make him safest alone and that protecting a group would only limit how freely he can fight. Even the others try to persuade him to reconsider and simply travel with them instead. Jinjin stops the pressure, knowing he has already made up his mind. Lin Qiu addresses her gently by name, making the moment more personal. He starts to walk away, but she remains behind, unable to let the matter end there. Jinjin admits she knows he is hiding something from her, yet chooses not to force the truth out of him. Lin Qiu answers that he is not being reckless and has no intention of throwing his life away. She sees through him anyway and calls him a terrible liar. Unable to bear being left behind, she timidly asks him to take her with him. He refuses, but softens the rejection by promising he will come back safely. When she asks why he sounds so certain, he tries to lighten the mood instead of explaining. He jokes that he still has too much left to do with her, including the kiss she owes him and the future he teases her about. When she flusters and rejects the baby talk, he pushes the joke a little further just to make her react. Then he takes her hand, dropping the teasing tone. Lin Qiu solemnly reminds her that he promised her parents he would marry her and make her happy, and he intends to keep that promise. With that vow made, he tells her to stay hidden no matter what happens and wait for his return. After parting from the others, he tells Onyx that the final battle has come and they can stop hiding their strength. Onyx reveals his full dragon form, towering over the valley in a surge of blue power. Lin Qiu departs through a portal on the dragon's back while Jinjin watches him go and promises to wait. The dragon roars as they launch into the sky. Lin Qiu revels in the speed and tells Onyx to fly even faster. Their dramatic flight is visible across the mountains, announcing their presence to everyone below. Other competitors see the spectacle and conclude that Z Nation must already be dominating the championship, while they themselves have barely gathered any mana pearls. Even so, they refuse to believe Z Nation has already won and begin wondering whether another nation still has a hidden trump card. A mysterious youth keeps his plan hidden, promising its purpose will become clear in a few days. At dawn, Lin Qiu rides his blue dragon through the forest as he prepares to act. He calls on his system to awaken a new skill for the day. Because enemies keep hunting him, he shamelessly argues that he deserves a stronger rank and better protection. The system grants him Golden Barrier, an S-rank defensive skill that can create a powerful shield. Thrilled by finally getting a strong defense, he gushes over the system until it cuts him off in disgust. With daybreak here, Lin Xiu decides it is time to begin the first step of his scheme. He opens a spatial portal and starts pulling supplies from storage. His first move is to make himself impossible to ignore. He keeps unloading goods from the portal to set up his stunt. After clearing his throat, he prepares to advertise. Perched on his dragon, he loudly announces a breakfast sale, offering simple food for a platinum rank mana pearl. His absurd sales pitch echoes across the forest and reaches the hidden beasts below. The nearby mana beasts are tempted, but they refuse to bite because they fear the powerful True Valiance group will be distracted and ruin their chance to escape. Instead of approaching, the beasts retreat from the area altogether. Lin Xiu is annoyed that his customers turned out to be cowards and cost him easy money. Before he can sulk for long, he notices something alarming. 3 void creatures appear overhead, a void rat, a void walker, and a demonic void dragon. He realizes they are heading straight toward the place where Jinjin and the others are hiding. He orders his dragon Onyx to intercept them and keep them occupied. Onyx gathers himself and prepares to provoke the intruders. The dragon openly taunts the 3 void beasts and challenges them to come after him. The demonic void dragon senses Onyx's aura and immediately sees a chance to advance by devouring him. Knowing this is dangerous, Lin Xiu tells Onyx to shrink down and hide in his bag. Lin Xiu abandons the sky and drops into the forest to escape the pursuit. The void beasts swoop after him, still drawn by the provocation. He slips into the trees to break their line of sight. Then he activates absolute concealment and turns himself effectively invisible. Hidden now, he calmly prepares the next part of his distraction. The pursuing void beasts rush past, unable to see him. The void rat reports a recent spatial fluctuation and tells the demonic void dragon that the provocateur must still be nearby. Lin Xiu sends out a megaphone through a portal and uses it to insult the dragon from hiding. The dragon becomes furious and focuses on the unseen mocker. The taunts continue, and the dragon demands to know who is behind them. When the dragon grabs the megaphone, it still hears the insults and grows even angrier. In a rage, it crushes the device, trying to silence the humiliation. After tasting the broken object, the dragon spits it out in disgust and offers it to the rat instead. The void rat happily devours the saliva-covered megaphone, treating it like a divine gift from its lord. Lin Xiu grows nervous because the enemies still have not left, and his invisibility is close to ending. With no better option, he uses Unimorph and transforms himself into a rabbit-eared form. The dragon senses a presence and demands to know who is there. Lin Xiu drops the insults and reappears as a groveling rabbit messenger offering information to the mighty dragon lord. He lies smoothly, claiming that a huge black dragon carrying a human just flew off in another direction. The dragon questions him closely, trying to judge whether he is telling the truth. Lin Xiu flatters the dragon shamelessly and swears he would never deceive such a magnificent lord. Pleased by the praise, the dragon decides to trust him and even rewards him with a diamond rank mana pearl. The dragon then orders its subordinates to hurry after the supposed black dragon. Once they leave, the void rat scolds Lin Xiu for nearly ruining the trick by not flattering the dragon properly. Watching the enemies depart, Lin Xiu is relieved that he managed to fool them. With the threat diverted, he eagerly moves on to the next phase of his plan, raiding the dragon's home. Meanwhile, the void trio continues chasing the false lead through the sky. After searching for too long, the dragon begins to suspect something is wrong with the story. At that moment, it spots members of the True Valiance group below. The dragon recognizes them as the powerful figures the local beasts feared. A beastman from the group begs for mercy, but the dragon ignores that and demands information about the black dragon. The man claims he saw a black dragon with a human who could turn into a rabbit, and says the outer area beasts call that human their lord. The dragon instantly realizes it was deceived by the rabbit disguise. Enraged, it orders the group to split up and focus only on catching the dragon and rabbit, ignoring everyone else. The chase scatters through the forest again. Lin Xiu, still concealed, heads toward what he believes is the dragon's lair. On the way, he notices the E-Nation team nearby and wonders if they are also planning to raid the lair. He identifies one of them as Katyusha, the E-Nation vice captain, currently in Swan Animorph form. Deciding to take advantage of the situation, Lin Xiu approaches them. Katyusha recognizes him at once and demands to know why he is here. Lin Xiu turns the question back on them, probing for their intentions. One of the team members accidentally reveals that they are heading for the True Valiance Mana Beast's lair, forcing the others to react. Lin Xiu immediately proposes that they join forces since they are going to the same place. Katyusha is irritated that her teammate exposed their secret so easily. She still considers the alliance, but insists that any loot split should heavily favor her side because they have more people. Lin Xiu rejects the unfair terms and argues that numbers alone do not decide value. He sells himself as indispensable by emphasizing his spatial abilities and storage capacity. The two sides compare advantages, with E-Nation boasting superior combat strength while Lin Xiu keeps stressing his escape and transport utility. To settle the dispute, Lin Xiu proposes a duel with their strongest fighter. If he wins, the split is even, and if he loses, they get their way. Their burly captain laughs at the challenge and dismisses Lin Xiu as far too weak to matter. Confident in his own strength, the captain warns that spatial tricks will not save Lin Xiu forever. Lin Xiu braces himself as the duel begins. The captain lunges first and grabs him with overwhelming force. He slams Lin Xiu down, expecting an easy victory. but Lin Qiu reverses the hold and forces the captain into submission almost instantly. With the outcome obvious, Lin Qiu calmly asks what they want to do next. Katyusha accepts the result and formally welcomes him as a partner. Even as she agrees, she is stunned by how effortlessly this unknown boy defeated their strongest bruiser. Now allied, they decide to move out together with a larger team. Lin Qiu smooths things over by sharing food and reminding them that they are on the same side now. He asks whether they have remained in Animorph form the whole time, and learns that they revert to human form when resting. At his prompting, Katyusha releases her Animorph transformation. Lin Qiu suddenly realizes too late that they are changing back before getting dressed. A teasing voice asks why he is so flustered. Katyusha, barely covered by clouds of transformation energy, mocks him for being inexperienced. Lin Qiu blurts out that their shamelessness is the real problem, which only makes them laugh at his honesty. Katyusha steps closer and provocatively offers to make him a real man. Red-faced, Lin Qiu panics and firmly shuts her down. The others joke that someone special must already hold his heart. Their captain laughs that Katyusha almost never shows interest in anyone, making the teasing worse. Embarrassed, Katyusha protests at being called out so directly. Once everyone is dressed, the captain ends the joking and orders the team to focus on looting the lair. 2 days pass as the raid continues. By then, Lin Qiu and the team arrive at what he identifies as the Void Rat's lair. They enter the cave together, with Lin Qiu leading the inspection. The captain gets excited at the thought of finally finding real treasure, and Katyusha warns him to keep his voice down. Something about the cave immediately catches the captain off guard. Inside, they find the lair strangely empty and unsettling. The captain explodes in frustration when the promised mountains of treasure are nowhere to be seen. Katyusha suggests that spatial beasts may carry their hoards with them instead of storing them in one place. Lin Qiu admits that explanation is possible, which makes the situation even more disappointing. Rather than give up, the group encourages itself by remembering there are still 2 more lairs to search. They move on to the Spatial Wanderer's lair next. Lin Qiu is struck by how impossible the structure looks, as if it ignores normal architecture entirely. He realizes the place is built from mana ore itself, which explains why such a bizarre structure can stand. The captain is dazzled by the value of the ore, and wants to haul huge chunks back home. Katyusha snaps that they have no realistic way to transport something that massive. Studying the furnishings, Lin Qiu concludes that the lair's owner may have visited the human world before. One teammate uncovers a hidden stash and calls the others over. The stash contains only a small cluster of mana pearls. The others still celebrate the find, while Lin Qiu can only stare at how pitiful the haul is. He cuts off the excitement, and orders them to move on before they waste more time. Privately, he tells himself they have barely gained anything from the first 2 lairs and must hit big at the last one. He studies the map and fixes their final destination. The team rallies around the hope that the last raid will finally make them rich. They arrive at a towering stone formation shaped like a dragon's head. The enormous entrance confirms they have reached the dragon's lair. Lin Qiu checks the map again and confirms they are in the right place. The group ventures deep inside the vast cavern. This time they finally find a chamber packed with high-grade crystals and valuable resources. Lin Qiu orders everyone to gather mana pearls quickly and ignore anything below platinum rank. As the haul grows, he realizes they have struck a true jackpot, including even Exalt rank ores. Just as the looting peaks, his system warns that the enemy will arrive in 5 seconds. A second alert confirms immediate danger, and Lin Qiu understands they are out of time. He decides they must stop the raid for now and retreat before they are trapped. Outside, the returning dragon announces itself with a furious roar. The team freezes as the threat closes in on them. The captain realizes too late that the dragon is already upon them. Lin Qiu takes command and orders everyone to get out of his way. He opens a spatial portal to escape. The others are stunned when he vanishes through it first, unsure whether he has abandoned them. Some of them accuse him of cowardice and fear he used them as bait just as the dragon returns. But the portal reappears directly in front of the charging dragon. Lin Qiu bursts back out, using the portal to draw the dragon's attention and pull it away from the team. The dragon recognizes him as the rabbit trickster and fixes all its hatred on him. Lin Qiu flees into the sky, and the dragon chases after him alone. The rest of the team can only watch from below as he leads the monster away. They finally understand that he was never sacrificing them. He was the one acting as the bait. Katyusha watches him go and quietly hopes the bunny survives. Lin Qiu uses another portal to break the dragon's pursuit path and slip away. The dragon loses the trail when the spatial disturbance suddenly ends. Hidden once more by absolute concealment, Lin Qiu waits nearby while the dragon searches in vain. He silently begs the stupid winged snake to leave already. Unable to sense him anymore, the dragon finally gives up the search. The dragon flies off, abandoning the chase. Lin Qiu peeks out in disbelief and relief, amazed that the dragon gave up so quickly. A winged serpent suddenly unleashes a concentrated blast of blue mana. The attack swells in its jaws until it becomes a lethal beam aimed at the forest below. The beam tears downward with enough force to obliterate anything hiding in its path. Lin Qiu realizes too late that the strike is coming straight for him. The blast slams into the ground where he had been, blasting apart the area. When the dust settles, only a crater remains, suggesting a direct hit. The serpent quickly notices the rabbit it was hunting was never actually there. Deciding the prey is concealed, it roars out orders to the surrounding mana beasts. Its flying scouts immediately acknowledge the command. The serpent orders every beast to search for human traces and report any anomaly at once. The beasts scatter to carry out the search, tightening the net around the hidden intruders. Nearby, a concealed figure clings to cover and waits for the search to pass. Lin Qiu drops his invisibility only after the danger moves away. He steadies himself and admits he barely escaped death. He credits his survival to a space-nullifying ability that let him endure the blast. Lin Qiu reflects that without that skill, the ambush would have killed him. Seeing the beasts mobilize, he worries that everyone else in the dungeon is now in danger. Elsewhere, one of his allies sits tense and braced for trouble. A blue-haired woman and the man beside her sense the atmosphere turning grim. A hostile bird scout suddenly dives in with a warning cry. The blue-haired woman immediately understands that the enemy has found them. As the alarm spreads, the group realizes the mana beasts are rampaging just before the dungeon exit should open, and they cannot explain why. Their leader cuts off the speculation and orders everyone to focus on surviving the coming fight. He launches himself into battle first, using his many-armed blade technique to intercept the attackers. One of the women rallies the group by reminding them they only need to endure until the portal opens in 2 hours. A crow-like beast, impressed by the human's strength, decides to report back to its master. Before it can escape, the curly-haired mage traps it with a precise spell and is praised for leaving only one scout alive. He finishes the trapped bird with a clean magical strike. The last scout crashes down, cutting off the enemy's easy line of communication. The group reassures itself that holding out should be possible as long as no true top-tier beast appears. Even while preparing for battle, the blue-haired woman cannot stop worrying about Lin Qiu. That hope is shattered when multiple void portals rip open overhead. The group instantly recognizes the arrival of the demonic void dragon and understands the situation has escalated beyond expectation. The dragon's forces emerge through the portals and acknowledge that these humans are unusually formidable. The dragon identifies them as companions of the rabbit it has been hunting. At the same time, more predators close in from behind, leaving the humans surrounded. The battlefield tightens into a full encirclement as beasts gather from every direction. Sensing a devastating attack, the blade-wielding man orders everyone to get down immediately. He activates a technique that lets him attack in all directions at once. His blades erupt outward in a massive energy surge to clear the swarm. The barrage tears through the charging beasts and buys the group breathing room. He follows through by cutting down more attackers in close quarters. Even after unleashing over 100 blade strikes, he can only hope the display will intimidate the enemy. Instead, the dragon is merely surprised that humans possess weapons and techniques like these. Unimpressed, it orders 2 subordinates to handle the humans while it pursues its real objective. The blue-haired woman braces herself as the enemy's attention shifts toward her side. A horned demon recognizes a lingering aura on her and realizes she was involved in the death of his kin. His anger turns personal as he confirms she killed one of his own. He declares that he wants the girl for himself and no longer cares about the others. Another subordinate leaves the claim to him and rushes in simply for the thrill of killing. The demon and a beast charge straight toward the blue-haired woman and her nearby ally. A blonde man intervenes by invoking a movement-based summoning spell. Crystal golems materialize to block the attackers and reinforce the human's defense. The demon dismisses the summoned guardians as too weak to matter. He tries to erase one with a spatial banishment technique. To his shock, the spell fails, and he realizes his mana is being suppressed. The woman in blue reveals a mana void domain that disrupts his abilities and lets the golems strike back. The empowered golem lands a heavy hit on the demon. The impact explodes across the battlefield and briefly turns the tide. One ally wants to press the advantage, but the woman in blue warns that the domain cannot hold much longer against enemies this strong. The demon recovers almost immediately, enraged rather than defeated. He forces his way through the crystal assault by sheer power. As the melee erupts again, the curly-haired mage and blonde summoner try to support each other while the blue-haired woman remains exposed. A rat-like beast mocks their attacks as harmless and closes in with confidence. The horned demon seizes the blue-haired woman by the throat and vows to kill her first. The dragon leader stops him, making it clear she is too valuable to lose. The dragon then uses her as leverage, threatening to kill one of Lin Qiu's friends every 5 minutes until the rabbit reveals himself. Badly injured, the captive woman silently begs Lin Qiu to stay hidden no matter what happens. Watching from afar with his dragon companion, Lin Qiu sees the threat and can no longer remain still. His lion ally warns that all 3 major enemy leaders are present and that rushing in would be suicidal. Even so, Lin Qiu refuses to stay away. He reasons that the void dragon is truly after him, not the others, so he has to draw the danger onto himself. His dragon companion agrees to fight beside him and help force a way out together. Back at the battlefield, the trapped allies are sealed inside a spatial prison while the blue-haired woman is left outside as bait. The dragon taunts her that time is almost up and that Lin Qiu must not care enough to come. As it counts down to her death, she defiantly decides that dying is better than letting them get what they want. The dragon lashes out in anger at her refusal. Bleeding and near collapse, she still prays that Lin Qiu will not come and throw his life away for her. At the last instant, a golden spear intercepts the killing blow. Lin Qiu arrives with his dragon companion and apologizes for being late. When she asks why he came back, he reminds her that they still have a promise to keep. Overwhelmed, she clings to him and begs him never to abandon her again. He comforts her, though he cannot honestly promise he will never leave. Without wasting time, he casts spatial banishment on the prison holding the others. With his allies freed behind him, Lin Qiu steps forward alone and proposes a deal to the dragon. He offers himself in exchange for the other's safety, insisting no one inside the spatial cage be harmed until he dies. The dragon accepts, but only because it senses that devouring Lin Qiu's black dragon could elevate it further. Inside the cage, the woman in blue hurriedly searches her supplies for anything that might help him. She tosses Lin Qiu a strength-enhancing potion and warns that its side effects are severe. Lin Qiu thanks her, while the dragon mocks the human's endless tricks and asks if such items helped him escape before. The dragon cuts off any further talk and orders its two subordinates to kill the boy. Lin Qiu activates an animal transformation and takes on rabbit traits, telling Onyx to stay hidden. The rat beast immediately attacks, eager for revenge over an earlier humiliation. Lin Qiu blocks the opening assault with a golden shield. The horned demon presses in behind the shield, trying to crush him through brute force. Lin Qiu answers with spatial banishment to disrupt the close-range pressure. He follows with a spatial blade counterattack aimed at the rat beast. Even while fighting back, he realizes the two enemies are coordinating too well. The rat slips behind him for a killing strike, but Lin Qiu nullifies the attack at the last moment. He again relies on space nullification and knows it is the only reason he is still alive. The horned demon recognizes the technique as a costly skill from the undying demon apes and concludes Lin Qiu cannot sustain it for long. The rat keeps darting in from blind angles to force Lin Qiu to spend more mana defending. Lin Qiu realizes their combined assault is too relentless to outlast by defense alone. The horned demon taunts him as inexperienced and prepares a finishing blow from above. The strike hammers Lin Qiu into the ground and sends him flying. He crashes hard, the impact proving how close he is to being overwhelmed. Rising from the dust, Lin Qiu curses and accepts that ordinary tactics will not save him. He decides to use the dangerous enhancement despite the price. After taking the boost, blue power surges around him and his presence spikes sharply. Even the rat beast is forced to admit Lin Qiu has become much more dangerous. The rat still lunges in, determined to kill the rabbit before the power-up matters. Lin Qiu calmly readies his spear and meets the charge head-on. With one decisive thrust, he impales the rat beast and kills it instantly. Seeing the sudden reversal, the horned demon orders the others to keep their distance and wear Lin Qiu down from afar. Before Lin Qiu can capitalize, glowing chains bind his body and limit his movement. The black dragon ally watches tensely, unable to intervene openly. The horned demon mocks Lin Qiu's predicament and expects the restraints to finish him. Lin Qiu instead uses the chains as an opening, preparing to turn the trap back on its caster. The horned demon is caught off guard when the bound rabbit suddenly moves with purpose. Lin Qiu redirects the chain force into the demon and slams him away. The rat's corpse and the demon both crash down, confirming Lin Qiu has broken their momentum. The dragon leader humiliates its subordinate for failing to defeat a mere platinum rank human. Concluding that its servants are unreliable, the dragon decides to fight personally. Lin Qiu feels the pressure spike again as the true boss turns its full attention on him. The dragon launches a barrage of purple void attacks with far greater speed and force than the others. Lin Qiu barely manages to block the first slash and realizes how much faster the dragon is. He is forced into constant evasive movement just to avoid being cut apart. While attacking, the dragon offers to spare him if he hands over the black dragon. Lin Qiu refuses and insults the dragon by denying it the dignity of being called one. The insult enrages every beast present because he has spoken a taboo. The dragon's fury becomes personal as it fixates on the humiliation. It explodes with murderous power and swears to kill the rabbit for the insult. The rat-like beast's surviving ally also joins the cry for Lin Qiu's death. Lin Qiu braces himself, knowing the next exchange could decide everything. The dragon's attacks detonate across the battlefield in massive explosions. Lin Qiu survives only by chaining desperate dodges through the craters and shockwaves. He realizes that a direct hit from the dragon's firepower would kill him instantly. In the middle of the barrage, he calls on his support system to handle mana recovery while he keeps moving. A fresh blast erupts behind him as he escapes by the narrowest margin. The dragon is unsettled by how much mana Lin Qiu seems able to spend without collapsing. Still convinced victory is inevitable, it prepares another wave of attacks. After countless nullifications and teleports, Lin Qiu is nearly out of breath and barely hanging on. He notices only 5 minutes remain until the dungeon can be exited and realizes survival alone may be enough. The dragon orders its remaining subordinates to help finish him before that deadline arrives. At the worst possible moment, the enhancement's side effect hits Lin Qiu and his body begins to fail. He curses the timing as weakness and pain suddenly undermine his boosted state. Even so, he tells his hidden black dragon companion to hand itself over, trying to bait the enemy into lowering its guard. The enemies take his exhaustion as proof that luck has finally turned in their favor. Lin Qiu refuses to let them celebrate yet and prepares one last gamble. With his golden spear blazing, he unleashes Dragon King's wrath as a final desperate counterattack. As Lin Qiu's group is overwhelmed, a horned ally drives a piercing strike into the giant snake to stop its attack. The wounded snake realizes a human has ruined its kill and lashes out in fury. Lin Qiu's teammates rush toward him while the snake turns back for one more finish. Unable to move, Lin Qiu briefly believes he has finally reached the end. The snake lunges straight at him, determined to swallow him whole. At the last instant, golden chains descend as a timed restraint begins. With only seconds left, the chains start binding the snake before it can bite down. The restraint tightens further, buying Lin Qiu a narrow chance to survive. When the countdown ends, Lin Qiu falls back alive while the snake remains entangled above him. Realizing he has been saved, Lin Qiu identifies the chains as part of Zhu Feng's ability. The snake curses the interruption, furious that its prey slipped away. Lin Qiu answers with open mockery and promises to kill the beast next time instead. Enraged, the snake charges again, but the horned ally attacks through a blue portal-like force. The incoming strike is swallowed by the portal and neutralized. The portal collapses after blocking the blow, ending the immediate threat. With the danger gone for the moment, the others run to Lin Qiu's side. The blue-haired girl catches him in panic, afraid he has been badly hurt. The rest of the team arrive frustrated and guilty that they were too weak to help sooner. Lin Qiu starts to speak as if he is dying, making everyone tense up. He finishes the sentence by complaining that he is about to starve, leaving the girl stunned and teary-eyed. A portal to the dungeon exit opens nearby, signaling their chance to leave. While eating monster meat to recover, Lin Qiu explains that true Valiance rank beast meat restores him quickly, and the girl scolds him for scaring everyone. A teammate hands over the mana pearls they collected, and Lin Qiu is pleased with the haul. When warned that the exit portal is about to close, Lin Qiu is suddenly alarmed. Instead of leaving, he orders the others to go out first and summon his master to meet him at the exit. Outside, officials and teams wait around the portal as the survivors begin emerging. Spectators notice that some nations have already sent out full teams while Lin Qiu's side is still missing people. Lin Qiu's companions report to his master that he stayed behind alone. They worry because the dungeon is about to close and cannot understand why he would risk it. From inside the portal, Lin Qiu calls for his master, showing he is still trying to send something out. His master is startled to hear him at the last second. Lin Qiu finally appears and immediately hands his master a bulging sack. He asks his master to hold the loot because his own storage space is full. Back inside, Lin Qiu organizes beasts and helpers to keep throwing out ores and mana pearls before the dungeon seals. Outside, the pile of treasure keeps growing as the emergency transfer continues. Lin Qiu takes charge of the unloading and warns bystanders to stay back because the falling loot could injure them. The crowd stares in disbelief and envy at the sheer amount of valuable ore he has brought out. Lin Qiu calmly asks his master to help pack and transport the ores. The blue-haired woman from earlier approaches to settle their prior agreement, and Lin Qiu agrees to pay her share immediately. He begins calculating the split, apparently honoring a 50-50 arrangement. Before they can finish, the officials call for the representatives to step forward so the winner can be decided. The national representatives gather at the judging tables. An Augusta M Nation spatial exalt appears, saying he came to see this year's talented youths for himself. He openly declares that he intends to take the championship trophy home, irritating Lin Qiu's master with his arrogance. The judge orders each representative to place their mana pearls on the table in turn. The competitors line up, including Lin Qiu and the orange-haired youth Anthony. A muscular representative steps up first with a heavy sack. He dumps out such a large count that the table breaks. Any nation is announced to have 285 mana pearls, including 42 diamond rank ones. Anthony watches the total with interest rather than fear. He dismisses that score as unimpressive. Anthony turns to Lin Qiu and proposes a side bet on who will win. He demands all of Lin Qiu's dungeon gains if Lin Qiu loses, but Lin Qiu immediately questions whether Anthony can stake anything equal. The blue-haired woman tries to stop Anthony, convinced he cannot beat Lin Qiu. Lin Qiu abruptly pulls her close, using the moment to unsettle Anthony in the room. Anthony misreads the scene and convinces himself Lin Qiu must have done something disgraceful to her while she was captive. He explodes in moral outrage and vows to bring Lin Qiu down, while Lin Qiu acts baffled by the sudden accusation. Lin Qiu exploits the misunderstanding by claiming the woman gave him a powerful injection and offers to accept the bet if Anthony stakes 10 doses of it, which Anthony rashly agrees to. With no objections, the judge formalizes the wager and orders both sides to present their mana pearls under witness. Anthony starts revealing his total, raising it pearl by pearl from 20 platinum to 23 as if trying to pressure Lin Qiu. Even Anthony hesitates for a moment, realizing the bluff may not be enough. He pushes harder and goes all in at 31, turning the count into a showdown. Then he unveils his real trump card by asking whether Lin Qiu knows the special rule for a true Valiance rank mana pearl. Anthony reveals such a pearl and declares that owning one guarantees victory automatically. Lin Qiu answers without flinching, implying Anthony is not the only one with that kind of prize. Anthony refuses to believe him and insists Lin Qiu could never have defeated a true Valiance rank beast. Lin Qiu ends the argument by placing his own massive pearl on the table. The Augusta Exalt is visibly shaken by the sight of it. He warns that only 2 true Valiance rank beasts exist in the entire diamond rank dungeon, so Lin Qiu had better not be lying. After examining it, the Exalt admits Lin Qiu's pearl appears to be genuine, throwing the outcome into chaos.